9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZZ don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups fake and the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups fake and the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your man.
The rising tides keep getting higher. Warriors have come and go. We're ready to get to the next level, but there's one more hurdle in their way. Who will leap through it? This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Sam sa lagarang terpisah ada seorang diri saja banget. Defensive dodging abis Ezra Koma gerai terlam.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. Whip is not done. The Oma! Om your Loma!
They'll gamble and answer. We go clear and Tim! 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Hello. Welcome to day number 1 of the group stage of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. I can't believe we're finally here. The play-ins were amazing. Sad to see some teams go, but happy to keep the competition going. By the way, I'm Likeable. I will be your host here on the panel. We've got Trix, of course, and a random girl that I just saw on Twitch. Welcome.
Wow. Hello, everyone.
No, I'm just kidding, of course. Cash, you're new here on the panel. I'm sure our audience is excited to meet you, so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm not too sure if you remember me. I was casting on VCT APAC Stage 1, and I'm also a caster for VCT MYSG. This is my first time on panel, and I'm really nervous but excited to be here.
Lovely to have you here, though, Tash. It's going to be a long day for us, so I'm really excited how it's going to turn out. Again, it is the first day of the group stage. We'll be seeing the first batch of teams from each group today. And as confusing as that may sound, Mika Fabs has actually got us covered. Watch this video as she explains how the tournament format is for APAC.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
With Mika Fabs answering our burning questions, it makes things easier for us here on the panel to transition into the brackets. I want to let a little squeal out as we say to this part because I am very overwhelmed at how everything is set up. But let's go right ahead to the brackets. Cash, I consider you to be the MYSG expert, so I think you can begin the discussion for Group A as Gaimin Gladiators is here.
Right, for Gaimin Gladiators, they are a team that didn't quite make it last stage. They were previously called Huatsai, and then they changed their names to Lays, but finally got picked up by Gaimin Gladiators. And for I think a lot of times, this is a team that comes really close to making it to APAC, but never quite getting it there. They just made it like maybe in 4th place before, but for now, this time, they made it into 2nd place, taking over Bleed, which are like MYSG's 2nd best team, I suppose. And I have to say, the improvement coming for their team has been crazy. Their teamwork, how they communicate, how they play has been phenomenal. And thinking about how this change happened between stage 1 and now is not a lot of time. And it's just crazy how much they've grown since then.
After all, they are the top 2 team over here, and they were the team that actually beat Paper X in their own challengers, right?
Yeah, so they are also a team that took out Paper X, and surprisingly throughout this year from stage 1 all the way until now, they are a team that hasn't dropped a single map, Paper X I mean, and the only team that managed to take a game from them was Gaimin Gladiators. Yes, we have maybe Bleed taking out like maybe 1 round from them, like 1 map, but taking a whole game from them is a whole nother story. So now this team, I would say, very flexible, knows when to go aggressive, knows when to step on the brakes, and also on top of that, they are definitely a team that is to look out for, because when you look at them maybe in the first day, I would say it would seem like they're a little bit like you wouldn't really see like the sparkle or the shine, but then suddenly you see a change in them, maybe in game 3, maybe in the next day perhaps, when they've really warmed up their engines, and that's when you really know, like, okay, this is definitely a team that I don't want to take my eyes off.
Me too. Especially after you hyped everything up. I'm really excited to see more from this team. Moving on to Group B though, Trix. You've got the familiar faces of Rex, Ragoon, Keon. I definitely enjoyed Enigma Gaming's run in the playoffs, and if Global Esports was the team that beat them, then I have high expectations from them.
I think Enigma did very well, but we've got here Alter Ego, Global Esports in match 1, and then match 2 we have Shersha versus RRQ. I think all teams are doing fantastic. I think all of their runs were amazing, but I can't wait to see what everyone has in store for APAC. Because as I've said before, nationals are really different from the APAC stage. We're finding the best of all of these countries put together, not just the best in their own. It makes me wonder what kinds of plays and styles that we have from all these different areas that'll assist in getting that APAC.
Group C though. Wow, a lot of superstar teams here, Tash. Paper X, right up your alley. I mean, if Fluffy were here, I'm pretty sure he'd have a lot to say about Oasis Gaming too.
Yeah, so Paper X, as I mentioned before, is a team that I think that is a team that really highlighted, APAC on the map. But I think like one of them, I remember last stage, I think the question was, minor region who? Because for a long time APAC was actually called the minor region, and we were all like wondering, minor region who? We have Xersha, incredible, we have Paper X who've just gone really far, Bleed even, and these teams surprise us over and over again. Usually when we first thought about like Valorant back maybe a year ago, you think NA, you think EU, but having APAC on the map because of the teams is amazing. And on top of that, from Malaysia and Singapore as well, these teams, it's rare that we actually have a really big team to talk about from this particular country, but it's always so fun to think about, like, okay, it's cool, like we have a team coming from there. And we just mentioned just now how about Bleed as well. Like, I don't know why, but looking at this upper bracket right now, Team Secret and Bleed, like, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I'm sure Trix is too. After all, it's the Filipino favorite, Team Secret, against the ever so limber Bleed Esports.
I feel like I haven't seen enough of Team Secret yet. Bleed Esports showing that they've improved just from the first time they played in play-ins. Then we've also got FW Esports and Fancy United Esports. So I'm excited how all the matches are going to go. I feel like Team Secret maybe has been a little inconsistent, especially at the start of this year.
I agree.
They've proven that they've learned from their mistakes. They've got their things together. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us.
Do you mind if I add on for Bleed? So just now you said that Bleed was, fantastic, but I would have to say that I disagree slightly with you, just because for the fact that I think that for this, for MYSG, I think Bleed had one of their toughest runs yet, not because they're not good, but rather because of how many teams have improved and caught up with them so well throughout the MYSG stage. And I have to say, I really hope they recover mentally, because they are a team that I would say, I have told this to Raf so many times, that they are a team that brings the flavor of EU to Singapore, Malaysia, giving a nice little, kick in the fusion.
Yeah.
But I still wonder, can that fusion actually taste good?
I wonder what that fusion tastes too. But it seems like the brackets have been sorted out. It's time for us to find out who will step up first on our stage here in the group stage. Here is the match schedule. I feel like Tash is really excited to have a go at the first series, especially, again, since Gaimin Gladiators is here.
Yeah, so Gaimin Gladiators, I would say that they are definitely the underdogs. I mean, like last stage, we talked about how No Namers was the underdog. And I really, really want to see a Cinderella story kind of boom from Gaimin Gladiators. After all, they're a team that, as I mentioned before, always barely making it and finally make it here. I would say that they are a team that has had their hunger satiated, because finally they came to APAC, but now they're here in APAC. Can they bring a name as impressive as what No Namers did when they did on the first round of APAC? After all, when you remember No Namers, you remembered, wow, they are a team that really catches everyone off guard. Wow, they are a team that really, really, you don't really expect what's coming out of their sleeves, but then suddenly they made it work. But after all, like, remember, No Namers didn't make it too far. My question now is, can they bring that Cinderella story all the way till the end?
Absolutely. That is the question that's on our minds as well. Now, you talked about their local challengers or their national challengers coming into play, but we can't forget that just last week, we had a lot of action over here on the play-ins, and Gaimin Gladiators may not have been the team that participated over there, but I know that Trix has a lot of opinions about how things went down last week.
So as I mentioned, I thought that Bleed Esports did really well because of the fact of how they played in play-ins, the way they adjusted themselves. We've seen some amazing things coming into the play-ins for the first time, at least for me. Seeing that fantastic Sky matchup with the Fade, being able to bait the utilities, bait the teams out. We saw the executions coming in from Boom Esports side. And although they didn't make it, Enigma also has some fantastic executions as well with the Omen flashes, with the Fade flashes, and with the Sky flashes as well, just being able to dictate the pace on the map. I think, although I would have liked to see more of Ghetto Esports, I find that every single team that has made it to the group stages deserves their slot here.
Oh, of course. And lucky for us, we've got a taste of every single group here on the first day. And lucky for us, I believe that it is time for us to introduce the first series of the day. I'm really excited about this one. Give me just a second to just breathe in, breathe out. You guys might want to do the same, because this is it. This is the first series. This is the first taste of action that you were talking about that we're going to be getting here in just a bit. But again, Trix, Tash, are you guys still good for today? Are you guys ready for this?
Absolutely. I think that this is a great way to start the day. Gaimin Gladiators as well as Griffin Esports is definitely two of the games that I'm really excited to see. I mean, personally, since I am from Malaysia, Singapore, I am going to be, just screaming my hearts out for them. And at the same time, I really want to see Griffin bring a really good game, because after all, we're already here. We don't want to see a one-sided match. We want to see action. We want to see blood.
Yeah. I think definitely for everything that's going on, we've seen players and we've seen all of these teams really adjust from that one-man duelist show to really making those entry picks, really making everything work into that team kind of composition. where everyone is playing together. They're supporting each other. They have those refrags. They have the executions. And I'm excited to see how that's implemented to all of the teams, because as we have seen, sometimes having that star player just isn't enough anymore for the APAC region.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that, because you have to remember, like, Valorant is a 5v5 game. Yes, you have one player that's really good getting those picks, but what happens when you don't have that one player around? You don't want to have that star player around to be the win condition for your team.
Of course. And those are the burning questions that are on our mind now. But luckily for us, it's time to start introducing the teams. The first team we're going to be introducing comes all the way from Singapore. They wowed all of us, all of MYSG, as they successfully ended Paper Rex's win streak. Gone are the days that we've come to know them as the long, amazing zebra ears, because here they are now, standing proud as Gaimin Gladiators. Arten, Frey, DZ, Styron, Neff. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing any of these names wrong.
You're saying it right.
You're the MYSG expert here. I know we've been talking a lot about Gaimin Gladiators, but that's the perk of having an expert on these specific teams that we have here on APAC.
Okay, so there's a lot to say about these teams. Now, I really want to highlight Arten right here. So if you look at Arten, you think about insane Omen plays. His Omen plays, I would say, very comparable to Maxi's. Very aggressive, not afraid to come and backstab you from the back. It's just so fun. And then you have DZ, a very fast-paced, very fun, aggressive, jet player. And then after that, you have Frey, who is a player that is just so good. When you look at Chamber, you look at him and he never misses his shot. You look at Neff and you think of the most insane breach player you know, and that is exactly what makes this team.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward. For me personally, I was looking forward to watching both Frey and Neff. Frey on that Sentinel, as you mentioned, that Chamber, the Cypher, and Neff on that Duelist or Initiator, because I have seen him run sometimes on the Neon. So I'm hoping to actually see him on that Neon today as well.
Ooh, I love me a good Neon pick. I love all of these agents that are coming out, and we just get to see them in action here on the APAC stage. Now, of course, as far as the name is concerned, they're a little bit different, but in terms of viciousness, I think they're still one and the same. It's the same team, right? It's just, a little adjustment on the name, but doesn't make them any less of a team. In fact, getting picked up by an org just means all of the positive things about them, right?
Yeah, I have to agree, because I think what's really great about what's going on here in Malaysia, Singapore, is that we're starting to see our teams getting picked up by big organizations. And I think that's a very big thing also to mention, because these organizations are starting to invest into a country as small as Malaysia and Singapore. And also, we haven't even talked about long, amazing zebra ears. May the name rest in peace, because it was such an amazing name. I have to say that what Trix mentioned just now, just seeing how they play, is just mechanically, individually, they're good, and this is what really makes the team. Now, what about their teamwork? I think in terms of teamwork as well, we're seeing a huge improvement. I believe ever since Arten really stepped up, it really gave the team so much breathing room and so much, I think, ideas on how to play things differently rather than before. They came close, and I think he may just be the reason why they finally clinched it to get here.
I'm getting goosebumps the way you describe them. I'm really excited to see Arten play too. But now coming up next is a team that's no stranger to the VCT APAC stage. They made it into play-ins in stage 1, but fell short of making it further as Fancy United shattered their chances over there. The group stage may not have been for them back then, but it is now. Presenting the top 1 team from the Hong Kong-Taiwan region, it is Griffin Esports. Now, here on the panel, we've talked about the regions having their own distinct playstyles. So, looking at Griffin Esports tricks, I couldn't help but wonder if Fat PB has the same fearlessness that Baby Blue showed us.
I think watching the previous matches that Griffin Esports has actually run, they definitely have that kind of aggressive duelist setup. But unlike Ghetto Artists, they tend to have a duelist with utility. So they always have a Sova supporting them or any kind of initiator that's supporting them. They have those bait setups set out for them in their attacker side. They like to overwhelm the sites, but they also push so that they can pinch the defenders onto whatever angles they want. And on the flip side, while they are defenders, they like to push up, get that aggression, get that information, but you also know that they're never alone. That whoever is with them, and I've said this before in the play-ins, there are too many times where you have a player out in the open, they have no refrag, they have no way of repositioning, but usually watching the way Griffin Esports has been playing, they always have a player on standby and able to get that bait or able to get that rotation out early.
Absolutely. I'm looking at their setups right now. You can just tell that Rainy does stream from time to time based from the mic setup that he has over there. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Griffin Esports is going to bring onto the table. Like you said, you know, they're good at getting those refracts. They're good at having those specific team plays that we really look out for over here. Now, there is so much to learn from these players, but I think it's really better to see them out in action. There's just a lot to talk about these teams, but I'm sure that you're not yet done. You still want to add more tricks, so let's go.
I think that one more thing about Griffin Esports is that they tend to run the fade, which I haven't actually seen from Gaimin Gladiators. So I feel like Griffin with that fade, that extra utility, extra addition to stopping the opponents from coming in or, you know, challenging them, I feel it could come to their advantage, but at the end of the day, it really depends on how both teams have done their homework and if both teams really know how they want to execute these maps that are coming up.
So earlier, Tash actually mentioned that she feels like Gaimin Gladiators is like the underdog, or at least in their league, right? Do you agree to this, Trix?
I would think so. I feel like when I think SGMY, I apologize, but I really think Paper Rex has been doing so well. They just outperform. I feel like they constantly are improving. They're constantly changing. And we see a lot of teams that have hit, or some people think they've hit a ceiling and they get complacent. They don't try to be as innovative as a team. And I feel Paper X is consistently trying to adjust to that, constantly trying to adjust to the meta, decide a meta of their own. And I feel like it's good to see teams that are constantly working on themselves and not just being satisfied with where they are.
Yeah, so when you talk about, I think they are definitely a team for Paper X. I mean, like, they are one of the teams that I saw actually had proper fade lineups, and she just came out maybe a week before the SGMY group stages came in, and they actually brought it onto the map. 2 players already able to really master her so fast. Now, when you come back to Griffin Esports, I mean, as a Fade main myself, I am excited because it's always fun to see, like, you know, what kind of lineups are going to be used. Is it actually viable for pro play? And how exactly are they gonna be using that Fade? Because when you think about Fade, you think about like how you get the Haunt, and then you can actually chain it with the Prowler. Same goes for Nightfall. And her utility is just so good, so long as there is a follow-up from your teammates. Now, for SGMY, I saw a lot of people using the Fade, but for information, but never necessarily actually utilizing it. I want to see teams actually really take advantage of the deafen, of the blind that comes through from her.
Yes, I love me an aggressive Fade, but did I hear that right? You're a Fade main?
Yeah.
How did I not know this? I'm only familiar with you being a Sage main, and that's because I've seen the things you've posted, Tash.
Yeah. Oh no.
Quite scary. But you guys will have to do your own research over there, because for now, we are going to be moving over to our map vetoes to find out which maps we'll be seeing from these 2 teams. Okay, at the top of my head, I think Griffin Esports is set to ban Ascent. After all, Trix, I do think that this is a map that they've shown signs of struggle throughout the year.
Yes, I think the fact that they have played Ascent in their locals 4 times and not really being able to land that map, but Gaimin Gladiators doing a predictable ban because they have been banning it the entire time. I'm a little surprised though, because of the Fracture ban, I feel like Game Gladiators haven't shown that they're actually too confident in that map. So I feel like Griffin could have swung the tide because, as I expected, Gaimin will pick that Ascent over Griffin.
No, I got it wrong.
I mean, there's a reason why Fracture is still banned. I feel like Fracture is a map that a lot of teams use to really go like surprise over a lot of other teams, because one thing about it, it's a very lurkable map, and for some reason it's kind of hard to really manage the timing for the lurks, especially on a map as you know, there's so many things to clear that rather than just have a headache trying to go through it, it's better just to take it out the way.
Absolutely. Now on our screens, we've got the Breeze and the Split bans. Oh wow, that's a lot to take in. Now Griffin Esports, they rarely step on the sand over here, but when they do, it's kind of breezy for them. So I don't think that it's working in their favor that Breeze is banned. Although on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they had limited experience, basically like 2 games in the past year. And they were both against Sodak. Both have resulted in a win though. So I was hoping that they would show us some strats over here, tricks, throw us a bone when it came to the newer maps.
I feel like in terms of the map pick, I'm actually surprised that Griffin decided to ban Split. Maybe they're a little concerned about watching Gaimin play on it, or maybe they're not as confident. But I feel like in terms of purely statistics, purely looking at the map bans and map pick, I feel like Griffin Esports might actually have an advantage aside from the Ascent, which we have seen them extremely struggle on, especially on their defenders.
Looking at this now, we're going to Ascent, Haven, and Icebox. A little bit tricky, and I don't really know which direction this is gonna go. I mean, after all, we did establish that Griffin Esports, they've tried switching it up, sometimes pulling again the fade out, but they still have yet to find the perfect ingredients to prevent the recipe from disaster that is Ascent for them. But Gaimin Gladiators, again, really just showing something really good over here. Tash?
I mean, when you think about those 3 maps, I would say that they're the El Clasico, you know, tournament maps. This is like back to basics when you think about it. There's a reason why Bind is always banned, because not everyone wants to deal with those teleporters. There's a reason why, you know, you don't want to deal with Breeze because it's such a big map. So when you come back to these, I feel like Icebox throughout the end of stage 1 all the way to stage 2 are the maps that are constantly picked. And I'm actually surprised. I think back then, Icebox was one of the most banned maps, and PaperX was the team that really brought it to town. You know, like everyone bans Icebox against PaperX, but now everyone is playing there, especially with the changes from B side. And honestly, Haven coming in as well. Like usually for MYSG, we'd either see Haven being first pick or decider map, and there's no in between. So now, when it comes to Ascent, we've seen some good runs. I mean, as you mentioned before, from Gaimin Gladiators. But I'm really curious. I mean, I'm sure when it comes to this, everyone has done your homework. There are some perils to picking your best map, and because everyone can study you, everyone knows how you play on that map. So how exactly are you going to change your strategy to surprise people on a map that everyone knows you're good at?
Which is exactly why I think that Icebox is the perfect decider map over here. It's a 50-50 in my book. You know, really great performance on both ends. You know, they have their own strong suits when it comes to the other maps, but Icebox is a really good decider map. But what do you think, Kirk?
I feel like in terms of Ascent, as Tash just pointed out, the fact that Gaimin Gladiators played so much on that map also means there's a lot to review and a lot of VODs that they can watch in terms of understanding the way they execute the sites, their defensive setup. While on the other side, Griffin doesn't have that much. Yes, we saw their weaknesses, especially when they played against Ghetto Artists. They just couldn't hold down the sites, but we've all watched Ghetto Artists. We know that their way of playing is really just to constantly overwhelm and rely on their aim duels. So it also depends if the team from MYSG is going to be confident in their duels against a team from Hong Kong that is generally known to be extremely sharp.
Yeah. That actually reminds me of Toda before in Malaysia, Singapore. They're a team that I would say very good at aim duels, very good at landing their shots. But when it comes to, you know, the ability usage, there is a little bit of a disparity there compared to the other teams. Now, I mean, when we talk about these teams, I mean, for Lays so far, Gaming Gladiators, still getting used to their new name. For Gaming Gladiators, I feel like if so long as DZ can get onto the site, get those picks, and and just get so long as that happens, they're able to really just really clinch it, because so far their post plant defenses have been really good. And also in a lot of situations post plant, you can always rely on Arten to really make sure that he can come back with those bandage clutches.
Wait, okay, I want to take a moment and just appreciate how fabulous it is to have 3 women in panel. So nice, very refreshing. Yeah, I'm very happy. Plus, okay, I don't know if like Cash Bunny fans out there are flaming me for calling her like a random girl that I met on Twitch.
No!
I surely hope not, or else the auntie vibes are gonna get to me. Auntie Tash.
Yeah, Auntie. I'm changing my brand now. It's no longer Tash Bunny's Auntie Tash. gotta catch up. The age is catching up now.
No, I don't think so. For real. I really before you disclose your age, which we're not gonna do on panel right now. I had no idea. It was not evident that was your age. Aww. I did not know you were. Yeah. Trust me, especially after seeing your impressions, which you might want to share with the audience that we have right now, so they know what I'm talking about. Then they would not know. They would not know your age.
Okay. So my age. Hello, everyone. I'm actually an old man.
Oh wow.
It always catches me off guard.
Yeah, okay.
See?
Yeah. I think
close your eyes and listen to that again, and you don't even know who's on the panel anymore. You'd be surprised that there's some other person who's here sitting to us and talking about Gaming Gladiators and Griffin Esports.
I mean, when you come back to those teams though, coming back to those teams, I'm really excited to talk about that. I mean, you know what's crazy? Like, just thinking about these players' ages. When we were on the topic, right? They're just so very young. I think some of them are like 16 all the way till 19. And I think a lot of them are still in their teens. And to be this good, this young, just really shows so much potential of promise when it comes to their careers and growth. But on the flip side, I mean, I don't know if you guys remember, but over in NA, FaZe just signed a 30-year-old player. And, they called it a gamble. But what do you guys think about that?
I think that's insane.
I feel like age doesn't really matter too much. It also depends on the kinds of, at least when you're young, right? Coming into the scene very young, you're very impressionable, very malleable as a player. So it also depends on what kind of teammates you have. Do they really help you learn to be the best player that you can be, or do they kind of crush your hope?
Ooh. Well, the way you said it earlier, I was like, Trick said, age doesn't really matter. One of the orgs better pick me up. But then you said, especially because they're young, and I was like, oh, okay, so I guess it's just time for us to move on to the agent selection over here. Okay. Goodness gracious. I love the maps, the atmosphere of being here at the group stage, and I love my co-panelists, of course. But what I even love more, Tricks, is the agent selection, because it always comes as a surprise for us.
Yes, that agent selection is fantastic. We have that Astro with the global presence, the KO on both teams. Side you've got Omen there as well, and you have the difference between a Chamber and a Killjoy. And I'm not so sure how I feel about these agent selections. What do you think, Tash?
Okay, so now when you look at Gaimin's picks, these are I would say this is something that you always see them play and pick. So I'm not too worried about like what Griffin can expect, but I'm more worried about how scary it is to go against Frey, who is holding site as a Chamber. I wouldn't say that Chamber is the best on B site for Ascent, but mid control is something that is very important to have. And with a Chamber, that mid control is gonna be insanely terrifying.
I find that for here, as long as when we're speaking of win conditions, I think that Griffin Esports having that great attacker side, the duelists always have that support. Somewhat predictable though. I think Gaming Gladiators definitely play more proactively than they have before, and with refrag. Because watching their previous VODs, I find that they like to play that aggressive side, but they tend to be alone. They don't have enough support to reposition, or if two of the attacker sides come in to try and pick off a defender,
I agree.
they're always by themselves. So I think that I really hope that's something they've picked over that waiting period up to this group stage.
Yeah, because when you think about that, it makes so much sense. Because the peak potential when you're alone is just not great. If you're not winning your duels alone, you are going to become a liability. And when you are down a man, like those actually matter. Your skills, your abilities, how you can actually help your team. And when you're down one person, you lose so much value, especially when you're playing a role that's needed to get onto site or at least hold it after. So like it or not, I'm really curious to see how this goes. I was surprised. I wouldn't say that I was surprised that the Astra pick is still a great pick. But we thought after her nerf she wouldn't be viable. But I guess people are starting to learn that she is still viable when you actually fuse her or use her with another agent to cover those holes that nerf made for her.
Yes, of course. And we've talked about it here on the panel, the Astra versus the Omen all the time, and it just has a little bit more of the mentality, or like you condition your opponents to like see that star over there, and you kind of just push back a little bit because you're afraid that you'll get through the gravity well and everything. So there's a lot of mental warfare going on once you pull out the Astra. And that is what we always look forward to over here. But now we've got the maps covered, we've got the agent selection covered. What now, right?
Yeah, what now? Just the game, right?
The game. Let's begin with the games. Well, then for that part, your panel will be signing off. Don't fret though, because we're passing you to the very capable hands of our casters.
Isang panibagong linggo na naman para sa ating VCT Asia Pacific. Welcome nga pala sa ating unang series para sa araw na ito. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Honey Glaze. At para sa matchup na to, dahil 4 na series na naman tayo today, no? Malay nyo, umabot na naman tayo ng 12 midnight. Di natin alam, di nyo sure. Pero dito muna tayo sa Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin Esports.
Dito sa mga teams natin na ito, talagang hindi mo masasabi kung kanino ka mismo papabor. Dahil kanina nga ang dami nang napag-usapan ng mga panelists kanina. It all makes sense since this is one of those teams na talagang nakapasok na in the first few runs dito sa ating group stages. I'm very excited to see dahil nga itong map na ito, Taylor, this is one of the comfy maps dito ng Gaimin Gladiators.
Yuppie! At saka sa mga nag-aabang dyan para dun sa Filipino teams natin, syempre wag kayo mag-alala. May laban ang Oasis Gaming later on versus Order. Yun yung pangatlong series natin for today. At iba magiging casters nyo dyan. Pero dito muna tayo, focus muna tayo sa goal, ladies and gents, dahil magsisimula na nga tayo with our very own pistol round para sa unang pahapyaw sa first series natin. Marami ng utilities nilalabas dito. May recon na din pero walang masaspatan. Medyo play for picks muna for both sides of the teams pero onting-onting gumagapang si Z. Kung sakali man makita niya, magpatay na itong KO, mamamatay ito. Pero siya pa nga ang namatay with the rundown mula doon sa frenzy. Protection bago umaksyon. Double kill na nga para kay Rainy.
Ganda ng gamit nila ng Cloudburst dito. I really thought that this is one of the least favorable maps for Griffin, but they are just holding on strong dito sa Cubby. Hindi na sila nakapasok dito at hindi man lang nila nagalusan. Dito si Rainy and he is still alive and kicking from that round. Ang akala rin natin talaga is makakapasok sila dito sa Cubby, but better yet, nakita naman natin ang composure dito ng Griffin and yung assistance dito ni Su Fat BB. 1 round lead already for the side of Griffin dahil sa hold ni Rainy.
Di nila in-expect na close na rin palang nag-hold dito si Rainy, no? On the other hand, hindi rin napatay agad-agad kahit na low HP, knowing that he had a frenzy as well in a short-range battle. Talagang mabuburst down at mabuburst down ka talaga. Another new round mula naman dito for the side of GMN, but mukhang shutdown agad ang makukuha nila from Year Select. Kahit yung mga boost nila dyan sa taas, mahuhuli at mahuhuli pa rin sila.
Sayang lang, no? Dahil nga, syempre, we are hoping that this is one of the best maps dito for Gaimin Gladiators. Pero parang hindi ito nagiging pabor para sa kanila. Dahil nga sa holds dito na Griffin, but winner goes down with just a one headshot ng Frey dito with that chamber. Hati naman na dito for a bit, members from Gladiators, but still, mahirap pa rin naman ito. 4v4 ang magiging ganap.
Lalo na pistol round pa rin to para sa Gaimin. So, kailangan talaga makakuha sila o makapitalize nila kahit papano into taking those skills in. Kahit papano destroying the economy on the side of Griffin Esports. Or malay natin, you never know what can happen in a round. This can be going their way as well. But so far, mukhang nababawasan na nga dito mga players ng Gaimin. And 3 na lang sila. Kailangan pa nila makapag-push to actually make a plant happen. And kung sakasakali, that's already a win. But sasaluhin nila dito lahat ng traps ng killjoy muna bago sila makadaan. Isa na lang ang natitira and that is gonna be Arten.
Wow.
He's gonna go down with a triple kill mula naman kay Fong.
Ang napapansin ko dito for Griffin Taylor is that they play for their utilities para makakuha ng pick-off. What more pagdating na nga sa buy round nila. Nagkaroon ng magandang synergy dito, yung Gravity Well, and even have those swarm grenades para ma-pick off nila kaagad. Yung mga papasok pa lang dito, all the way from B side, and that was a really big rabbit hole. Nakakuha tuloy ng pick-off ng dalawa dito si Fong, make it 3, dahil hindi nakabase ng maigi dito si Arten. Now, finally, buy round na for Gaimin. Will it be worthy though? Dahil nga, run and gun lang naman ang kailangan gawin dito ng Griffin.
Tsaka aside from the swarm nades pala na meron ng isang killjoy, sinabayan din pala nila nung pull ni Astra. Kaya pala saktong-sakto at hindi na nga naka-react dito ng matindi sa mga players ng Gaimin. Now, moving forward, along the rounds na buy round nila, dapat silang mag-ingat sa mga ganon dahil mapipigilan yung mga entry points talaga, yung mga choke points. Kayang-kayang hawakan dito ng Griffin Esports. Si G, naghahanap pa rin kung meron siya mapipitas. Play for picks right now for Gaimin. But it seems like they can't find anyone around the site or around the outskirts of the site. Meron silang isang makikita si CU Fad, pero atras din naman to. Tamang ano lang, up-trap lang para makita kung nasa na yung mga players eh. Hindi magre-react yan, tatalon lang yan at tatalon, men.
Parang sinasabi niya dito is, ako yung nagbabantay ng mid. Ako ang may bahala dito once na gusto niyo pumasok na B, and they will be crushing into the gates. 3 ang nasa loob. We have here B Recon, spotting in 1, pero hindi nila mapapatay kaagad dito yung Jet. We have here all the way from the backside is Sufan BB. Nakakuha pa rin siya ng pick-up, pero napakaganda sa timing nila with those blinds. 2 members na lang ang remaining dito for Griffin, and now makakapag-plant and pa sila ng spike. But now, Griffin loses 1 as well dahil si Frey dito ay nakapag-hold successfully against that member.
They should have known better. Yun na lang sasabihin ko. Kasi una sa lahat, alam na nung Jet kung nasaan yung mga players at alam nila na magpapasok na ng B-side kanina. And ultimately, alam din nila may utilities tong mga to. So obviously, pagdating doon sa pagpasok nila ng site, gagamit at gagamit yan. But the close counters na nahawakan dito ng Griffin Esports, lalo na doon sa depensa nila here on B-side, hindi nila napalagan. Namatay lang sila gamit yung utilities na flash and then hop out, normal kills. And even with the one in the backside na kasama yung Jet, hindi rin nakapalag yung Jet, nag-dash out lang eh.
Oo nga eh. Yun tuloy yung naging reason kung bakit na-pick off nila dito si Winner all the way from the back. Ito yung specific na replay na sobrang linis lang din. Yung paranoia nag-connect, dagdagan mo pa ng mga blinds dito ng KO, hindi sila nakapag-react on time. Dahil nga, doon din sa Recon, na sobrang ganda ng timing na kahit na close counter, sana papabor dito ang Griffin, hindi pa rin sila nag-wagi.
Smoked off tong mid. At para sa Gaimin, isang round na nga at isang punto sa makukuha nila. Kung ganun kalinis yung mga pasok nila dito at entry nila on site, very much doable yung mabilisang comeback dito sa score, pati na rin dun sa paglaki ng gap, no? But Griffin Esports, you live and you learn. Yan nga sinasabi natin. As Tyron was able to punish one already, that is Rainy. So itong pang-suppress, pang-cancel sana nila, mawawala na.
Meron pa rin naman sila Sova to get an info. Pero sayang lang din yung mga utilities ng mga blinds, yung info na makukuha with those suppress. But now, with that jiggle pick, with the jump pick dito na ginawa ni Frey, para sa tuloy na mag-reposition dito yung Suf at BB. Let's see kung magpapatuloy pa rin ba siya. Dahil nga nandito na yung mga smokes, yung mid, inakit na narito is already dead. We have Dizzy going in for the kill. Makukuha pa nila yung isa pa! All the way from stairs. Hindi siya nakapag-react on time. So now, they have already compromised on B side. At thankfully, makakapag-plant in na naman sila ng spike.
True.
30 seconds
Dalawa
left.
laban sa 5 ang meron tayo. At syempre, man
planted.
disadvantage na nga ngayon ng Griffin Esports. May nagtatanong dito, ayan ba yung Laze? Actually, ito yung Laze na tumalo sa Paper Rex during the time that they were playing in their own region, no? Na napapunta nila sa lower bracket ang Paper Rex dito. Gaimin na sila ngayon, guys. So, ibig sabihin yan, this team is very much formidable knowing it went up against one of the strongest team in the entire APAC region.
Oo. Talagang ang
And they
laking
won.
pabor nun sa kanila. Tsaka, top APAC teams yun team yun na Paper Rex, na patumba nila going into the lower bracket ng kanilang playoffs. But I think in this round talaga naman makikita natin yung commitment nila and be earlier to get in those skills sa mga nakakapag-hold lang ng site. Now, 2-2 is our scoreline. Gaimin Gladiators, they have their confidence, they have their momentum, pero masasabi ko lang dito for Griffin is parang magiging broken na yung kanilang mga fights. Thankfully naman, nakapag-save yung dalawa dito. So now, 3 na lang kailangan nilang pag-isipan. They need to make sure na mabasag nila kahit bahagya lang muna dito yung Gaimin Gladiators sa kanilang eco. But looking into Frey's operator, even in the attacking side, this is really good. Especially na ma-ascend nila ito, mapa nila ito.
But aside from that, in the end, sila pa rin yung kailangan umatake. And may isang maiiwan at maiiwan talaga. But it seems like if we move forward dito, is actually Frey trying to make a pick-off happen here in B main. But they are quite aware na may operator na nag-aabang dyan. I don't think that Griffin would actually pick it out anymore. Kung ipipick out nila yon, sila na may mali doon. Alam nyo na eh, gusto mo pa, di ba? Pag binigyan kayo niyan, edi GG. Yun ang lang mangyayari. Pero itong KO na nasa gitna, hindi tatama yung shot ni Frey. Kaya tamang reposition lang din. Ito yung sad part pagdating may operator. Kailangan mo mag-antay ng matagal. But this slow plays can definitely work out, especially if there's a pick-off happening. Pero the suppress coming in, at syempre may kasamang smoke na din yan para mapigilan yung mga players ng Gaimin to actually push forward na mabilisan. But they're playing for slow here for sure.
Naku, meron na dito kaagad sa mid. Nakapag-abang na kaagad si Frey. The blind is already there. May ipit dito. Suifat, BB won't be surviving and further. Kaya naman si Nep nabiluhan kaagad siya. 1 member down already for Griffin. I think napaka-reckless ng play na yun. Dahil nga may nasuppress sila dito.
30 seconds left.
So most likely, hindi sila mag-push agad dito in A. They will just wait in for the availability of their utilities. Pero 3 naman yung nag-hold. We have the recon. There's a gravity well. Wala naman sa spot in. Cheeky and steadily lang naman nagtatago sila dito inside. Kaya naman sa leg ay makakakuha na ng isa. 2 members all the way up in heaven won't be surviving. But there is Rainy. At least 2 na lang yung natira dito for Gaimin Gladiators, and that was a good eco for Griffin.
Ultra slow play ang galawan ng Gaimin. Isipin mo, natapos na yung round, hindi pa rin nila napaplant yung spike. And what more if actually hindi nilabanan yung ganap doon sa dulong part, no? Dahil syempre, kailangan nilang mag-plant. Mapo-force sila. But on the other hand, the operator on the chamber, the opportunity to actually kill 2 players was there. But hindi tumama yung mga shots dito ni Frey. Ang okay naman syempre, nasalo naman ng ibang mga members dito yung mga kills na yan, no? But like I said, if you have an operator, you will really play out slow and they have to be careful dahil si CEO Fat BB, meron na nga rin siyang operator dito.
Oo, nakaisa pa siya dito. So most likely, wala silang fast plays sa pag-entry na lang sa site. We have Gaimin Gladiators going in for a 4v5. Will this still be doable? Dahil nga, si Frey pa dito ay naka-operator din. So slow plays, they're just waiting in for info. Pero with that smoke, it will be a reason kung bakit sila papasok ngayon. And Cubby, they won't be making it though. Dahil yung mga utilities, yung molly, yung mga blindside nandito na rin. We have your select to go in for 1 FT. So makakakuha naman ng trade. Pero also, damaged by the molly. Dito si Rainy. Kaya dalawa na lang din siya. 2 na lang ang natitira. So BB makes it a 3. Mukhang makakakuha pa naman sila dito ng isang member. But unfortunately for Nev, hindi na nag-pick out dito si Sufat BB. But on the other hand, the winner gets in the win, 3-3.
I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm not really a big fan of an operator during attacker. Kasi yun nga yung nangyayari. Hindi ka napipigilan ka once na mayroong ma-shutdown na isa. Then yung baril mo obviously is an op. Hindi ka naman pwedeng pumush lang basta-basta. Although some players do that. But in this kind of scenario that we are looking at, Griffin Esports, hindi naman sila nagiging hyper-aggressive na lumalabas sila on-site eh. So, that operator pick up mula dito sa Gaimin, maybe they're expecting na magpupush itong mga Griffin, pero nag-aantay lang talaga sila on-site. So wala ka talagang mapipick off dun sa operator unless mag-push sila. Kagaya ng nangyari ngayon as Frey was able to catch the Jet.
Ginantihan lang.
Nag-push ng B-main eh. Yun yung inaantay niya kanina pa. Uy, dami. Surprise 2v1 pero meron siyang nakuhang isang kill bago bumagsak. 3v4 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. Azir Select is actually pushing forward a little bit more dito sa may A main. At dalawa ang makikita at maabangan niya dyan kung sakasakali man. Dahil once he helps out, he's gonna be dead as Tyron was able to punish him away.
Oh, with that punishment, magkakaroon tuloy ng open opportunity kaagad ang Gaimin to compromise in A. The smokes are already placed in and he's already inside the site. Ang problema nga lang is nabasag na kaagad dito yung gate. Going into the crosshair of winner is Arson. Styro naman dito for the trade. Still doable but unfortunately isa na lang din dito ang natitira. Foundry with just the operator. I think he needs to save this one. Para naman may edge sila pagdating sa mga buys pa dito ng Gaimin. Napakaganda na naging comeback dito ng Gaimin Gladiators. Hindi ka agad nakaka-comeback stronger or nakapag-equalize ka agad na scoreline dito yung Griffin.
Tsaka kung mapapansin nyo, double initiator ang meron tayo for Griffin. So, they're gauging on this one. Aside from that, ganun din naman ang Gaimin, no? They're using a KO-Sova combination that we are looking at. So, play for info muna ang mga players natin dito. Tsaka yung mga pop flashes na nagmumula sa KO. Napalaking bagay din ng suppress. And depende na lang sa paggamit ng utilities kasi fairly the same ang agent picks natin dito. But they quite aware na meron ng tao on backside itself dahil nga si Pong lumalaban na rin. In the 2v1 situation hindi na siya makakapalag. Kaya 4-3 ang magiging score natin. Gaimin Gladiators, they're moving forward.
May lead na sila ngayon sa pagkakataon na may ipit nila dito kagad yung mga nag-aggressive push from Griffin Esports. Parang talaga sinasabi nila dito is punishment ang mapupunta sa inyo once na umagresibo kayo dahil doon nagpe-favor dito ang Gaimin lalo na nag-pick up ng operator si Frey. Hindi niya talaga tatantanan nito dahil alam niya may mga tigas din ng ulo dito sa Griffin Esports. Nagugustuhin siyang i-pick lalo na ganyan and Kobe, there's the smokes already placed in pero si Swift BB naka blade storm lang siya dito. Will he be getting in the head of Frey or mauunahan siya kaagad dito ni Frey?
Ganun talaga, pag-ipit, sa patalim kumakapit. Kaya naman, tamang hawak lang sa Blade Storm as si Frey, naka-operator pa rin talaga. And knowing that Griffin Esports, they are on an eco right now, syempre, kung makakapitas pa rin sila dito, very much doable pa rin to lalo na kung magpa-pop off to si CEO Fat Baby, kayang umubos ng 5 niyan, literal. At ginagamit na nga niya dito yung kanyang dash, no, kung sakali man, makakataka siya agad-agad. But it seems like Gaimin is already planning to go and hit A instead. Alam ni Select to at nasa gilid lang naman siya nag-aabang at kaya nilang laruin with the utilities as well.
So Fat BB all the way from the back, waiting in for someone to entry on the site. Nagsayang na sila ng wall dito, so most probably kukuhanin na lang nila dito yung B para in case na magkaroon sila dito ng diversion, Griffin Esports, akalain nila na magpapatuloy pa rin sila dito in A. It's a 5v4. Very doable for Gaimin Gladiators. The suppressor already raining down pero kailangan nila maging hesitant dito. Kailangan nila maging careful sa mga placing ng mga utilities dito. Fronchy goes in for 3. Wallbang pa nga doon sa isa. 3v3. They can still go in and plant in the spike. But there's already one member all the way from second line. Napit na siya. Pero magpapakita pa na si Sufat BB. Naku!
Pero yung operator na bigay niya, feeling ko, itong mga players ng Griffin, di ko lang sure kasi may pera naman sila going forward at 2v2 pa rin to. Susubukan siguro nila makakuha ng kill at yun na nga yung una na inaantay nila. This is very much doable for both team members here of Griffin Esports. At yun na nga, na-eco pa nga, na-eco matos pa nga.
The moment na naging aggressive dito si Frey to get in someone from Kobe, doon na sila na ngayon na punish through ng Griffin. Equalize pa rin. I was wrong. We have the tug of war na gaganap ngayon for Griffin. Nanalo sila pagdating sa eco round nila. Pero it all goes to show na para talagang hindi ito nabigyan pa ng hustisya ng Gaimin Gladiators to have their winning moments pagdating sa numbers and even have their rifles. Ang nakita natin dito is parang napunish sila pagdating sa mga errors na nakomit nila. Kaya naman ngayon, tingnan natin kung ano pa yung magiging round dito laban sa Griffin dahil meron na silang operator na hawak dito to make the slow plays happen laban sa Gaimin.
Yun na nga feeling ko aware naman yung players ng Gaimin na na-pick up yung operator after the kill from a chamber. So, kung alam mo yon or very much hyper-aware ka, hindi ka sisilip kasi alam mo operator yung mag-aabang sa'yo kung sakasakali man. But in the end, sino nga ba naman tayo to judge kung ano bang play? See you Fat BB was able to take 1 kill away from that op. Nag-aantay pa rin si Nef kung sakali mang sisilip muli pero mag-iiba ng position dito si See you Fat at itong mga players ngayon ng Gaimin. Bawas na sila ng isa at yung kanilang jet pa nga ang natanggal.
So, bali slow pace lang. Pero, oh no! Nabiluhan pa rin talaga dito si Winner for that wall bang. Let's go. And it came down to a 4v4. The smokes are already placed in. Pero si Nef kasi dito medyo maiipit siya, if I may say, kasi pwede siyang gapangin dito sa Fat BB. So, good smokes used. Pero ang magiging problema nila dito is paano na lang yung mga angles dito in A. Since yun na nga ang gusto nilang kuhanin ngayon, tatahakin nila dito, gapangin, but now the suppress is already coming. Rain dito with those molly. Hold back na dito for a bit ang Gaimin Gladiators. Pero Gaimin Gladiators talagang naiipit pa sila dito in A main. Dahil they only have 20 seconds remaining. Ang isipin ba nila dito is yung mga gravity well, yung mga swarm grenades pa dito, ilalabas pa ng Griffin. The paranoia is there. The blind is also holding them back. Papasok pa dito yung Cosmic Divide. Ano na yun? Papasok pa hindi natuloy. Makakaisa pa dito. Players on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. 3 members saved na lang sa kanila at nakakompromise pa yung position ng Spike.
Ganda ng timing ng Griffin dito. Lahat ng utilities nila well-timed to actually execute para sa ultimate delaying capabilities, ladies and gents. Mula doon sa Cosmic Divide na ginamit nila para hindi mapasok itong A-main basta-basta hanggang sa lockdown, pati na rin sa flashes at nades ng KO, bilang na bilang lahat. Alam mo yung well-timed lahat na hindi ka talaga makakapasok na tipong hindi na uubusan ng utilities yung A-main dahil lahat sila nagtatrabaho doon. And just because of that, everyone was delayed and everyone cannot get in. Griffin, sila makakuha ng round na to, but yet another round here. Mukhang binibilisan nila ang pacing right now for Gaimin as Frey was able to secure 1. 5 HP na lang natitira para kay Nep, pero makakakuha pa siya ng isa. That is gonna be See You Fat PB going down. But 5v3 na ngayon ang sitwasyon na meron tayo, Honey Glaze.
Ang bilis ng mga naging pangyayari dito dahil lang sa mga naging mainit na tarima nila in mid. Hindi nakabuelo ka agad dito sina Fat BB and even have your Rainy dahil nga sa operator na naman nahawak ulit the Frey. It just goes to show na meron talaga siya ditong composure, but here's the net. Toasted for 1, wala tuloy smoker dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. Still doable dahil nakita natin kanina kung paano nila na-push dito yung numbers in favor of Gaimin. But now, papasok na naman sila in B. Merong alarm bot na makakatagpo na nga kung saan na sila pupwesto. Nice appetite from B. Pero matatagpuan ka agad siya dito ni Dizzy. There's the Hunter's Fury to delay them further, pero it's really too late para makapag-plant in na kaagad sila ng Spike. 2v4 ang pagiging situation natin ngayon. And it's just really the composure of Gaimin na ma-secure nila at makomit nila ang B, pero nakaisa naman din dito ang dalawang natitira from Griffin.
Nako, itong mga players ngayon ng Gaimin, kailangan nilang ingatan yung pagpa-plant ng Spike kasi low on HP na rin dito yung isa, no? Doable na naman to for the side of Griffin Esports. Kung kanina, Eco lang ang sakalang para sa kanila. What more na meron na silang mga baril. And this is an operator still in the hands of Nep. At naghahanap pa rin sila dito ng opening kung paano makakapasok. But that nade from the KO will definitely delay. And this is the kill from Nef yet again. Naka-triple pa nga from getting 5 HP simulat sa pool. 2 triple kill real quick. Buhay pa.
Oo. Iba ang holds dito ng Gaimin to counter out the retake dito from the players of Griffin. Makikita lang din talaga natin is just really the duel na naganap in mid, kaya nabawasan kaagad sila ng numbers to win out the retake. Sobrang doable nun dahil nga nagsabay ng mga passes dito laban sa Gaimin Gladiators, and there was also as well winner na tinatry niyang i-clutch out yung round na yun. The problem is yung double picks na naganap na nga dito in favor of Gaimin Gladiators. Now, for another round, masusurpress dito sila Daisy. Let's see kung ano pa yung magiging decision nila dahil nalaman na kaagad kung saan sila nakapasa.
Itong si Rainy, laging nakakabawas ng matindi-tindi dito sa mid eh. Lalo na pag nasa smoke agad yung A-short. Alam agad dito ng players ng Griffin actually na pumupush sila ng tiles, ng mid tiles. Kaya nagpapaulan sila dito ng bala. And actually, it connects to some of the players of Gaimin even from a while ago na sinusubukan nila yan kanina pa. Ngayon, gagapangin ngayon ng Gaimin itong mga sites na meron tayo, no, with the help of the pop flashes. Itong, uy, si Frey. Itong si Frey, nakasilip pa ng kaunti. Kita yung ano eh. Gilid niya eh. Yung bewang niya, men eh.
Oo, yung braso niya. Parang labanan nga ng operator. Gusto talagang i-contest si Frey dito ni Sufat BB. Pareha sila may open A main. So ngayon, nangangamba na ngayon na Cubby. We have here the Molly. Nice decision dahil na wala siya suppress dito to get in. Pero unfortunately, hindi niya minoli dito ang Cubby. We have the Hunter's Fury to pick on to Sufat BB. Makukuha niya nga ba ito? Yes, indeed. There is a 5v4 situation. The smokes are already placed in. Wala siya nakakita all the way from hell. But unfortunately dito, sa mga nagpipick outside of the smoke, ready naman na din si Frey sa kanya 4v or 5v3 situation right now. It's just really goes to show na kompleto recados pa rin dito ang Gaimin Gladiators to prevent and the retake na pwede pumabo na nga dito ng mga kamay ng Griffin.
Tamang setup lang. Nasa taas na pala nila, no? Itong mga players. Si Frey na nga unang makakapitas. And now, I'm definitely a fan of this operator on his hand. Nep was able to take one more kill. This one-way smoke is gonna be a pain for the entire team. And winner, tamang ano lang, kill lang. Kasi wala na tayong magagawa dyan. 4 na players pa yung natitira sa site mismo. Kaya isa-save ko na lang tong operator. Subukan ko na lang makakuha ng kill sa mid at yun na nga ang isang exit frag.
Oo. Kumukulit daw si Styron eh. Pero kailangan din kasi talaga nilang kulitin dito si Winner. Para hindi niya ma-save up itong operator. Dahil nakikita natin talagang neck to neck yung battle natin, Taylor. Parang there are times na makakakuha man ng lead ang Gaimin. Pero sasaglit lang naman yun. Isang round lang naman yun. At mamadaliin dito ng Griffin na makuha din yung comeback potential na ito. But now, they have a lot of disadvantage. Eco lang ang kaya nilang maipitas dito laban sa Gaimin Gladiators. Sheriffs lang ang kaya nilang i-pick up.
You want to play? Let's
May
play.
operator pa rin naman na hawak dito si Frey dahil naririnig na natin kaagad yung
Maambaw.
kanyang tour de force.
Uy, di tumama yung shot. Pero ang ganda sana ng opportunity to get a kill. Ang kaso nga lang, mukhang magpupusyata. Pag pinitik ang gatilyo, dalawa ang mamamatay. That is gonna be a CU5 BB kill for them. Double kill agad na makikita natin. 3 players pa ang buhay na buhay. Pero maraming traps na nandito sa site mismo. Isa na nga mapipitas. And that is gonna be Styron. May isang umaakit upstairs. And he's gonna go down as well. Malinis na round para sa Griffin Esports. Well executed.
Switching sides. Really is. Kahit na nasa disadvantage sila dito with just their sheriffs, we cannot forget the place na meron sila dito with their KJ. With their Killjoy na may mga utility siya dito, magiging vulnerable nga ang players from Gaimin. At nagsimula pa kasi ng pitik mismo ni Soyfat BB, kaya naman hindi sila nakabuelo na maigi, hindi sila nakapasok agad ng site. Just really goes to show na meron silang complacing pagdating nga dito sa mga holes sila. Now 6-6. Really good half for both of our teams. Mapapanimulan nga na maigi dito ng Griffin, tapos magkakaroon naman dito ng struggle ang Gaimin Gladiators to completely destroy Griffin. Pero nakikita naman natin yung struggle ng Griffin dito na magpatuloy lang sa kanilang mga holds, sa kanilang eco, and I'm really expecting more eco rounds na talagang sila yung makakapanalo.
Nasindak yung Gaimin dun sa nangyari. Hindi nila ina-expect na, sige, you can even get 1 kill, may mapipitas sa atin. Pero hindi nila ina-expect yung operator shot na yun na isang bala lang na todas yung dalawang team members nila. Dahil doon, naging domino effect nagkagulo sila. And hindi nila alam yung magiging reaction nila dito kung sino ba yung nawala. Because remember, if you can remember, this is why I'm not a fan of it, naka-operator si Frey. So, ibig sabihin, hindi siya yung magpo-front lines talaga ng napakatindi, maliban dun sa pick-off moment sa A main or sa B main. And then, nawala yung dalawang mong members. Ngayon, may sasagutin ka pang mga traps mula sa Killjoy. Paano makaka-react yung tatlong natitirang members dito, knowing na yung isa naka-operator, yung dalawa naka-vandal, against all the players that are waiting on B site already na vulnerable ka na and everything else. Kailangan mo yung firepower and kulang yun.
Para tuloy silang na-hold back sa mga pagkakataon na pwede silang magsabay-sabay na pumasok, get in those angles. Pero ang sabi mo nga, talagang na-startle dito yung Gaimin kung paano sila magre-react doon sa early pick-off na ginawa ni Swift at BB. Dahil tandaan natin na-smoke na yung market. Pero pinush through niya pa rin na yun dahil nga wala pa yung blinds dito ni Nef at nabiluan ka agad siya dito with that flick. Now, in our second half, attacking na dito ang Griffin. Will it still be doable? Dalawa naman yung initiator nila, pero kasi with their KJ and with their Astra, para silang defender-sided or defender-centric yung kanilang composition. In favor naman dito of Gaimin Gladiators, morely on aggressive plays nila. Dahil speaking of, we have Frey already open up garage para may makuha na silang info dito na pwedeng mag-A yung push dito ng Griffin.
Uy, suppress. Tamang suppress lang. Hindi makakasagot with his own knife dito. Ang isang KO. Kaya naman late reaction na dahil pasok na si CUFAB BB. Dalawa na naman ang napitas niya. Pangatlo para sa team. And this is gonna be Gaimin trying to scavenge kung ano man natitira ngayon for the rest of the team. Dahil 5 na sa kanila ay pasok na on site itself or yung isa ay nag-aantay na on A main. I just wanna correct myself. Hindi pala naka-off si Frey kanina dun sa last round natin kanina. So, anyway. Dito pa rin tayo. Dalawa na lang silang natitira Nalinis si CUFAB BB. Ang bilis masyado gumalaw. Hindi ata ine-expect.
Oo, na-timing din kasi talaga. Dito si Nef. Uy, through the smoke, Frey. Pwede pa. Pero kasi time is ticking na
Tama. Time is ticking. The plant is there mula sa Spike and Frey saka si Styron. Kailangan nilang ganapan ng role nila dito. Knowing this is a pistol, lalabas at lalabas pa rin yan. Pero may 6 man dito ang turret, ladies and gents. Sumilip nga lang and another one bites the dust dahil pangatlo na ata dito yung KO. Very much doable pa rin kay Frey. He sees one pero the kill still goes towards the side of Griffin. At doon na nga nabura ang lahat. Pati mga players nawala.
Pati yung screen natin, nag-blackout na. 7-6 summer scoreline. Ganda. Ganda ng panimula dito nila Swift at BB. Talagang na-caught by timing nila dito si Nef Gagamitin niya sana dito yung kanyang suppress to get an info to unable Griffin to use their utilities para makapasok ng site. Pero ano ang nangyari? Tumakbo na lang din sa kaagad away from casualty. At na-left behind niya dito ang vulnerable yung A side dahil nga wala na nag-protect and copy. The smokes were there, the mollies are already in. But now, since may advantage na sa guns dito ang Griffin, just goes to show na gusto nila respetuhin dito yung pagkakataon ng Gaimin Gladiators to pick them off with their headhunter or even have their pistols at hand.
Hanapan mode talaga ang mangyayari. Kung kanina na Eco Matos, posible din yan dito. Gaimin, really playing this really careful. And hindi nila na-suppress, no? Hindi nila nabilang kung ilan ba yung nasa A-short. Dahil na-shotdown din naman agad yung knife. Si Styron na nag-aabang sa Gedli. Umaamba pa nga. Pa-flash in. Pero wala rin namang masuspatan si Rainy. Aside from that, Sova, na alam naman nila yung position. But it seems like they don't wanna fight it anymore. At maghahanap sila dito ng repositioning. Merong umaamba sa B main, which is actually Frey. At kaya niya makapag-TP out, pero masyado ng wide ang swing na dito.
For the side of Gaimin Gladiators, since they are the ones picking out, pero goes to show really na may confidence pa rin naman. May momentum na rin pa rin naman dito ang Griffin.
Daming utility plays na lumalabas, no? At kung makikita nyo naman, for Griffin Esports kahit na dalawang round advantage na meron sila. Aware naman sila dito na syempre, buy round na ng Gaimin. Kailangan na ng doble ingat dito dahil lamang na sila. Kung kanina sila yung naging lamang when it comes to the guns itself, baliktad na ang sitwasyon natin ngayon. Kaya naman play for picks muna tayo. At nakikita nila yung utilities na ginagamit din ng mga players. Baka hindi nila ina-expect itong positioning na nakikita natin from Frey right now. So this can be deadly and he can capitalize on this position kung magpupush ng B side. But it seems like it's gonna be an A hit really soon.
Dahil 30 seconds remaining na lang dito kaagad for Griffin. They need to do much as they can. Nung napakaramdaman nila dito, hindi muna pwede pumasok ng B, pwesto na lang tayo in A. We have the swarm grenades. This is one of the reasons kung bakit na-hold back talaga yung Gaimin Gladiators to pick on Griffin. Now they have full control on to A. It's a 5v5. The Recon won't be spotting in anyone dahil nga nakapag-play in D corners na dito kaagad ang Griffin pagdating sa kanilang post-plant. Medyo mabagal na nga dito yung pag-retake ng Gaimin Gladiators. So, just really the question, kung kaya ba nilang makapag-retake kaagad. Tapos may alarm bot pa. Tapos, meron pa dito isang member all the way from the back. Pero inaabangan na rin pala siya ni Frey. One member down. Pero the time is already ticking. Styra dito wala pa nagagawa as much. All the way from heavens. Pero papasok na rin naman dito to get in that signal. Unfortunately dito kay Fong 3 hindi siya nagwagi. So hold niya all the way from wide. 2 members remaining. This is again the buy round. And now they are defusing his mic. Si winner dito, he won't getting in the win. Laban dito kina Frey. Dahil nga dalawa pa sila natitira dito. One more game ang pwede pang habulin dito ng Gaimin Gladiators.
Kinabahan ako ng slide kung gaano kabagal yung kumilos yung Gaimin. But lalo na may alarm bot pa na naiiwan dito. Aside from that, may jet din na nasa base pa. But because of the hyperactiveness and hyper-awareness of the players like Frey, inabangan niya talaga kung may kasunod. Kasi tatlo naman sila dun eh. And kaya niyang palagan kung meron mang natitira for the flank itself. And because of that, yung slow movements na ginawa nila in a slow retake, they are sure of every angle that they can take. Especially pagpasok ng site, hindi biglaan at hindi sila nauubos agad-agad. 8-7 ang score natin dito. Well executed retake mula sa Gaimin. Kakayanin ba for the next following rounds? Lalo na, hindi pa naman tapos at isa pang round ang kailangan nilang habulin. Now with the Blade Storm, see you Fat Baby. Tingnan natin kung meron siyang masaspatan dito dahil mukhang nag-aabang si Styron on the CT side itself. Alam nila na may tao na on mid dahil sa ingay na binibigay ng ibang mga players. At si Styron, kung sakaling ma-time siya dito, naku po, malalagot siya.
What an angle. Papabur sana yung kay DC pero ang nagkataon lang is madami palang ulong nakadungaw dito in mid. Kaya naman nagkataon na kailangan niya na lang din talaga mag-reposition. Si Swift Bibi dito talagang patient game lang ang gusto niyang gawin dito. Patiently waiting pa rin naman dito ang Gaimin. This is the buy round for Griffin Esports. So let's see kung magpapatuloy pa rin ba sila dito ng B dahil nga nakapwesto na rin naman na in mid. So pwede silang mag-divert in the attention of Gaimin Gladiators, pero ang problema lang din talaga kasi si Frey, nakabang na kaagad. Si Frey na makakakuha ng dalawa. Unfortunately, yung pangatlo ay na-hold back pa nga. The Recon will be spotting and further, pero yung after dito ay magiging reason kung bakit siya ma-hold back. Bakit ma-hold back dito yung mga magde-defend dahil magre-retake dito yung magiging pabor pa nga with just the right take. Hindi ito magiging pabor for Subad Bibi dahil si Dizzy ay nandun na nga. One member remaining for the defending team and it's already the post plant. Napapabor na nga dito sa numbers pa ng Griffin.
May smoke pa siyang pwedeng laruan, may TP out din. Pero ang sagot, may counter smoke din ilalabas dito yung isang Astra. Now, they've seen the gun here from Arten. Alam nila, and they're hyper aware that he is around the corner as well. Di pa nila alam na kapag tap na ng spike, pag-aantay lang patiently, and the swing didn't connect at all. Sayang yung opportunity, pero mahirap talaga in a 2v1 situation like that. And grabe yung pagtitiis ni Styron dun ha. Isipin mo, tagal niyang nasa city dahil inaabangan niyo yung rotation ng jet. In the end, napatay din siya. Doon mismo sa location niya, and yung jet nasa may na mismo. Nasa may market na. Lungkot, pighati. Alam mo yung pagtitiis, yung patience mo nandun, pero kinulang pa din.
Nakita mo nga yan sa minimap dahil
tagal niyang inabangan yung jet
Pero wala rin pala, no? Dahil nga sa timing na tumalikod siya kaagad.
Namatay pa siyang hindi lumalaban.
Diba? Oo, yun pa. Na-J-Rizal siya
There
doon
they
sa
are.
pagkakataon na hindi niya naabangan kaagad. Cut by timing lang talaga eh. Unfortunate events na yun. Wala silang pagkakataon na magagantihan yung mga sarili nila. But now, 9-7. Still a buy round for Griffin. Ikaw na ngayon for Gaimin Gladiators. No sheriff. Isa lang yung may sheriff dito. Pero meron pa rin naman sila dito. Tour de force na maasahan na mabawasan man lang yung ikaw dito ng Griffin. Will it be the storyline though? Dahil nga dito, Griffin, mukhang sila na mismo yung aatras. Yung tipong hindi nila gustong makatarima kaagad dito si Frey from defending in mid.
Clearing out the angles only. But Frey, perfect opportunity. Tamang angle lang. At para sa kanya, magkoconnect tong shot na to. At napakadelikado na naman for Griffin Esports as one player is already pinned out here. Merong Tova drone na lalabas. Hindi na nga nakapag-tag. Nag-aabang pa rin siya talaga dito. The aggressiveness is definitely here. Frey was able to take on 2 kills. Pero si Winner papasok na nga. Ito na yung nade. At hindi siya masasabayan ng ibang mga members niya. On the other hand though, at least nakapitas sila ng isa dito. At knowing this is an eco disadvantage for the team of Gaimin, isa lang ang kaya nilang pitasin, and that's gonna be Frey as D was able to take on a kill as well. 3v2 ang meron tayo. Eco disadvantage, kaya bang manalo as Gaimin is trying to swarm in on the site and making a retake happen. Isa ang makikita, and that is gonna be Arten on market. Going down, si Winner nakapitas, 2v2, and nag-aabang pa rin sa may city side. Ito na nga yung Blade Storm, pag-ipit sa patalim, kumakapit. Isa na lang ang natitira, and that is out of sight, out of mind para kay Z dito. Ang kaso, forward na rin on the lane itself. Merong Blade Storm dito kung natatandaan mo. At tawang ambahan na lang talaga. Nakita niyang tumalon. Kaya naman hahapin nito ni Z. But he still didn't have it away. May oras pa ba siya?
Oh no.
Ultimate delaying tactics lang to. Honey Glaze, doon pa nga nalagot. Pakiramdam ko kung minoke off niya na lang yun. Tapos hinap niya yung spike.
Pwede pa eh. Oo.
Tsaka siya lumaban. Kasi sa ganung positioning, kapag alam mong hindi mo na half yung spike, ilang seconds yun? 3 seconds plus 3 plus 2 seconds? That's already big enough to make a play happen.
30 seconds.
Kinabahan?
Para talagang kinabahan eh. Nagkaroon talaga ng malalang pag-overthink dito. Dahil nga, na-pressure na tayo sa pagkakataon na meron ng 3 round the lead dito agad ang Griffin. Sayang lang din yun dahil nga makakapag-react siya kaagad with his Blade Storm. He can pick onto someone from Griffin. Pero unfortunately, it's just really Fong 3 na maingat na nga din. Talagang pinaglaruan siya sa mga pag-overthink niya dito. But now, ano pa kaya yung pwede pag-isipan dito? Players from Gaimin Gladiators na nakuha nila yung info all the way from B. Pero yung push naman ay aggressively na nangyayari dito in aiming.
Uy, may forward, dalawa yan, napitas na nga at siya, nasa iPad niya pa rin, ladies and gents. Busy si Kuya Musova, hawak-hawak yung ulo niya. At 4v4 ang meron tayo dito. Yung advancement na ginawa ng Gaimin, unexpectedly mula sa Griffin Esports yan. Pero yung Shock Dart magkoconnect. Ang daming utilities na binabato right now. Heaven, kahit yung Heaven, magkoconnect yung Shock Dart as well. Makakapag-setup na nga dito ng mga utilities as well. Pero para sa side ng Gaimin, hindi pa rin naman tapos ang laban dahil uubusin namin kayo. Isang mabilisan lang na advantage para sa kanila. Pero 2 rounds pa rin ang kailangan habulin.
It's a start, but Gaimin Gladiators, ang ganda ng round na yun, especially sa slow retake nila against Griffin. I think that was their eco round at nabawasan nila na potentially dito yung mga buys ng Griffin. Now looking back into the buys, Sheriff lang yung kaya nila isapat dito dahil nga nakita natin yung Gaimin, nakapag-push na sila aggressively at hindi nila in-expect dito. Hindi yata nakita ng Sova drone na nagpo-push or nandun na rin pala si Arten. Ang nakita lang nila is si Jet. So now, since na-punish na sila, we only have here the Sheriffs. The smoke's already raining. We have here the Ribbon as well. Not spotting in anyone from the defending team, but it really is one of the reasons kung bakit kailangan maging hesitant pa rin na pumasok dito ang Griffin Esports.
Natalo sila ng KO. Lugi. May wall hacks eh. Kita yung kalaban. Kita yung kalaban. Kaya yun, kita mo si Frey, kitang-kita niya yung kalaban dito. May X-ray para sa broadcast eh, no? Pero dalawa ang alam niya na nasa A-short at atras lang siya dito ng kaunti. Pero mukhang may napipitas na rin on mid. Styron was able to take on the 2 kills on mid as well. And this is all up to Rainy. How can he make this happen? Binuksan na ang pinto, pero hindi pa rin makakakuha ng kill. The triple kill goes to Frey in a flawless round for Gaimin Esports. Gaimin Gladiators pala sila. Di pala Esports. Gaimin Gladiators.
Parehas din kasi G eh.
Nasanay na kami guys eh. Kasi pag mga, alam mo naman yung mga teams ng Valorant, lagi may Esports sa dulo. Oasis
Either
Gaming,
or
Esports.
Esports.
Lahat na lang. Either gaming or esports. Sa Gladiators, walang gumagamit. Guys, esports
Sila
or
lang.
gaming. Gaming or Gaimin Esports.
So parang hindi cool kids yung
Oo.
Gaimin Gladiators.
Iba sila
Kasi
dito.
esports ang gamit
Gaimin
nila.
Gladiators sila, men. Kakaiba sila. Pero si Frey ang mas kakaiba dahil nakapitas na naman. Sakit sa ulo to si Frey para sa side ng Griffin no?
Nakita ko rin kasi talaga sa mga records nila na mas pabor yung defending side sa kanila dito. Pero Griffin, they
Nagagawa mo dyan,
are
tumatayo
trying to
ka pa.
struggle. Naku, si Rainy, sayang yun dahil nakapag-push through na siya. Ang kaso lang, hindi niya in-expect na meron pala dito sa gitna. So now, push capabilities, naku, nagkakasalisihan lang dito, dalawang jet natin. Abangan tuloy ang gaganapin nila dito in mid. Habang gumagapang naman in A, nakapasok na pala inside yung dalawa at wala man lang kamalay-malay dito ang Gaimin na sa winner, nag-aabang na lang din sa magiging push nila from 3.
Kaabang pa rin at nakakita na nga ng isa. Arden, binalikan ni Winner and he gets the kill. 3v4 situation. Kaya pa nilang i-retake to pero makakancel out yung plant na yan dahil nga din sa Hunter's Fury na nilalabas. Ipa-plant at itatapang spike pero tamang chacha lang on site. Bawas na nga si Winner, 35 HP. Kaya pa ba nila to knowing that they have the man disadvantage? Pero itong Cosmic Divide, sakit sa ulo yan for the players of Gaimin. Kahit merong matag, syempre, mapipigilan pa rin yung pag-entry nila. Hindi nila napansin na nasa corner pero bulag naman. Styron was able to take on the kill as well. One last member, that is CU Fat BB, making this happen, but it's still not gonna happen for him dahil magiging 10-10 ang score natin ngayon. Magandang retake, malinis na retake lang, lalo na may utilities pa.
Sayang yung round na yun. Nagamit kasi dito ni Yerselek yung kanyang Cosmic Divide. Again, that was a Byron
Patay tayo dyan.
3-9 nila.
Ray.
May panalo laban sa Gaimin Gladiators.
Nagising na si Ray. Honey Glaze.
Ayun.
Nag-comment
Good morning
na.
Good morning.
Sabi niya, just woke up. Patay tayo dyan. Bakit naman?
Nakakaramdam na rin ako. Nag-10-10 kanina. Terror.
Dalawang round advantage na.
7.
Yun na nga, guys. Kita nyo naman, kumambak na. 10-10 na. Pantay na ang laban dahil gising na si Ray, ladies and gents. Ay, nakita, may nag-orb. Pero wala rin naman silang masasagot dyan, wala rin naman silang magagawa. Ngayon na may Hunter's Fury na si CU Fat, this can be deadly for the entire team. Dahil nakita man natin yung capabilities dito ni CU Fat, yung mga double kill niya sa isang bala, pati na rin yung mga kills niya on the Blade Storm itself.
Talagang kailangan lang nilang makuha ulit yung consistent na momentum nila mula kanina nung nag-start na itong half na ito. Now, 3 members are stocking up in B. Nagkaroon tuloy na opportunity silang pumasok dito, but Ray, nakapag-hold, nakapag-reposition, makakakuha na ng dalawa dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. Caught by Gaimin line. There is a outburst, pero umauuluan ka agad dito. Si Soyfat Baby, hindi sila makakapasok. Even if nakuha na agad yung pagpasok na crowdburst. Pero look at those holes, look at those bait and switch. 11-10. Yung habol dito ng Gaimin, ibang klase, 4 na rounds yun.
Galing ni Frey, sa totoo lang, yung timing niya sa lahat, ang ganda lang. Even despite the disadvantage na parang nagiging 2v1, hinahawakan niya talaga yung corner kung saan lang siya sisilip. Doon lang ako. Hindi na ako lalagpas pa. Kahit na may smoke, lapagan na lang ng game sense. Ako nang bahala intindihin kung paano yung movements ng Jet. Nabasa niya completely yung play na gagawin dito ng Griffin. Pati na rin doon kina Winner na gustong patayin sana siya at muntikan na niyang mapatay. But on the other hand, dahil nga rin sa mga traps ng Killjoy, mahirapan talagang pumasok dito yung Griffin Esports. Pero pa-timeout na nga lang sila at pag-uusapan nila kung anong mangyayari dito dahil si Frey malapit na mag-30 kills.
Get that 30 bro kay Frey Iba rin talaga yung mga holes niya, iba yung decision making niya. Kanina, nag-reposition siya, nag-rendezvous out siya dahil matatagpuan siya kaagad ng turret. Pero napakaganda nung naging placing niya doon na parang binigyan na ng mind games dito yung Griffin na narinig niya ako mag-rendezvous out pero hindi niya maririnig na babalik ako to pick on to B main. So that is one of the problem dahil nagkakaroon na ng momentum and spot on OP shots to Frey and he's still holding on to it. Byron na ngayon for Griffin Esports. Kailangan na nila malalo dito, Ray dahil...
sige lang. Oo, si Ray na lang.
Naisip ka na naman
ako dito. Hayaan nyo na lang. Kalimutan nyo na lang pangalan ko.
But Taylor, now we're seeing here deep push nagpapagaganap na nga ng mid. Pero Artin dito, nakapag-push na rin pala, nakapag-shrouded step papataas dito. Pero wala siya matatagpuan dahil sa one-way smoke na hindi mo na mag-push yung Griffin Esports dito sa aiming.
Napa-dream believe survive si YR Select doon eh. Buti na lang survive ang napili niya. Dahil binabaril lang siya ni Artin doon kanina. Ang kaso nga lang, na-flash out dito yung dalawang members sa mid. Si Siofat, walang kaalam-alam, hindi aware. And Styron was able to punish him as well. Naipit yung mga players ng Griffin. Ang galing mang ipit na itong Gaimin Gladiators. Ipit gang ata ito eh. Labi sa jeep, yung sisiksikin ka.
Yung hindi na pang-upong 7.
Oo, pang-upong 30 pesos. Wala nang 7 ngayon. Mahal na ang bilihin, guys.
Sayang, di man lang sila nakapag-react. Nako, isa or dalawang members na lang para kasi isa na lang din dahil very low on age na rin dito si Year Select.
Recovering it.
Tapos si Frey pa yung nag-hold in B main. Naku, napakadelikado ito for Griffin. And they don't know what to expect more from the remaining players pa. Kompleto Recados ang Gaimin Gladiators at 3 pang nakaamang in A. So this is a problem kung ito ipupush pa dito ng Griffin dahil wala nang smoke. Isa na lang din yung store dito mapapakinabangan ni Year Select. Pero may utility pa rin naman dito si Winner. They need to make use of this but the problem is they don't have time. Mukhang isi-save na lang nila ito, dahil kailangan nila yung past few rounds bago nila mapigilan dito ang Gaimin from taking in this game point.
Yun na nga, naubos na ang oras na meron ang Griffin to actually push. At ngayon, nasa match point na tayo as Gaimin Gladiators closing things off. Iningatan na rin ng 3 players yung mga baril nila dahil they are quite aware na magiging eco disadvantage to along the way. Dahil nga finorce nila yung round na yun, no? And as of this moment, Griffin Esports, dito na nakataya, dito na nakasalalay ang lahat, kumbaga. Dahil nasa match point na nga tayo at syempre si Frey hindi pa rin nila napapunish talaga. Kanina pa to si Frey, isipin mo 8K na yung pera nito, hindi pa rin namamatay.
Tapos may open na siya, nag-tour de force pa.
Oh, Makati, no? Greedy.
Si
lahat na.
Ay, binigay niya pala yung operator kasi sa KDC para dalawa sila nakakapag-hold.
Patay tayo dyan. Yun ang ibig sabihin.
Yun. Pag mag-pick.
Yatapchi. Oo, matik yan. Ito na ang Hunter's Fury. May matatamaan ba? Wala atang natamaan doon si Artin. Pinatay na nga ang umi-entry dahil si PB going down. 5 HP remaining. Hindi napatay with the tour de force. Kaya naman mapapa-atras with the rendezvous. Winner was able to take 1 kill away. Ang makakapag-ano sila dito, makakapag-lockdown sila. Alam nyo naman guys, sanay na tayo sa lockdown. Kaya naman mag-aantayan lang pa rin dito. May pop flash na lalabas dyan at si Frey mapapa-atras lang din. Buti na lang may smoke ng Astra mula sa kalaban. YR Select was able to get 1 kill out. That is Artin. Yung 5 HP na lang kanina. 3v3 situation pa rin na meron tayo dito. May lumilipad na langaw, sir. That is gonna be the jet. Si Pong sinusubukan pa rin ilaban ito pero hindi na kaya as Gaimin Gladiators closes the round of 13-10 ang score natin. First map.
What a game. What a first map. Taylor, nakita natin kanina na simula ito ng maganda for the side of Griffin. Nakuha nila yung 10-6 scoreline. Pero nakahabol ito ng Gaimin Gladiators at naging consistent sila pagdating sa mga holds, pagdating sa mga retakes. Hindi na nga sila nakakapag-contest pa further laban kay Frey at talagang commendable dito si Frey. Kahit na kanina, hindi natin inasahan na magpa-pop off siya from the defending side pero or from the attacking side dahil lagi siya kumukuha ng OP eh. But now in the defending side, ngayon siya nabigyan ng spotlight.
Yun nga, no? So, really wasn't a fan of an operator on the attackers. But Frey actually made it work. Rarely does it happen. But this time around, it definitely worked on their hands. And Gaimin Gladiators were really starting the round strong. And aside from that, Griffin Esports, may mga times din na kaya nilang mag-eco talaga. Or go for that eco rounds and take on the kills instead. But during the time na on the latter part of the maps na nakita natin, ang ganda na kasi ng utility usage na meron yung Gaimin Gladiators eh. Lalo na sa depensa na meron sila. Masakit na nga when it comes to aim duels, masakit na nga when it comes to the pick-offs, and then dagdagan mo pa ng utility usage. And that is what or how Gaimin Gladiators truly shined this round or this map that we saw. But game number 2 na meron tayo later on, I think the map is gonna be Haven. So dapat nyong abangan yan. Griffin Esports ang pumili ng mapa na yan. Right now, pupunta muna kami sa very short break. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga naging casters, Taylor at Honey Glaze, for game number 2, which is gonna be Haven, like I said. Magbabalik muli ang VCT Asia Pacific, kaya huwag kayong aalis.
Model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Back at the panel with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Oh my goodness, what a first game. So close. And I absolutely agree with Asura. I thought that Griffin had this in the bag, but Gaimin would just not give it up. It's a GG. Literally GG, Trix. Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes, I think Gaimin Gladiators just doing much better with those KO flashes. They both played the KO, but in terms of utility and capitalizing on what the kit KO has, I felt that Gaimin was able to do those flash peaks, they were able to suppress the Silver drones, and I felt that Griffin was kind of lacking in that aspect. You saw that they were doing a lot of dry peaks. I felt they had the right idea, but the execution was a little lacking.
Oh yeah, a lot of things happening over here, but Tash, I'm sure that you have a lot of insight too.
Yeah, so basically I think like what's going on for the team right now is that when you look at Gaimin, I mean both teams, I felt like in the beginning it feels like they're a little bit like, how do I say it, they were a little bit I'm not lacking per se, but I felt a little bit slow at the start, at least for Gaimin, and you didn't see the spike happening until a lot later.
It also felt that in terms of the retake, Griffin's retake was a little less coordinated. Gaimin, on the other hand, had that nice coordination. They had the recons ready, the flashes ready for that retake. They played it together. They had the refrags. Griffin, on the other hand, kind of going one-on-one, getting picked off a little too early before they can even set up for the retake, just putting them on that back foot. And it just felt like Gaimin just playing better, taking that early aggression, being proactive with the plays, which I mentioned on a win condition that I felt Gaimin required, which is being more proactive on that map, getting more space, getting that aggression in, really feeling out the map, pushing Griffin to certain sides, which allowed them to play for that retake faster and even stack the side.
Amazing, amazing over there. But oh my god. Please, I have to point this out. Look at the average combat score on Frey over here. Remind me to never, please, you should have given me a warning over here, Cash. I know that you mentioned
I did!
earlier, but you did not prepare me that is how the level of play from this guy is gonna be. Remind me to never pass in front of him when he holds an operator.
Yeah, I mean,
never.
We didn't really see him come online up until the last part of the first half. And then after that, it was just all him. But I mean, this was, when we talk about him, I really want to bring another Sentinel in to talk about Feng. And it's a lot of situations that you saw Feng holding the same angle over and over again as Killjoy and not getting punished for it. Every time he does it, he's good for 2, he's good for 3, and because the idea was, I think Trix mentioned to me, was that they threw out the flash, but the thing is they kind of messed it up. It didn't really hit where Feng was, so he was pretty much ready for it. But in a lot of situations there, what I was really concerned for Gaimin Gladiators was that you saw they ended the first half with 6, tying up with the other team. And then suddenly we were just worried. We were like, okay, how exactly are they going to do that when you have a team like Griffin Esports who are more, attack oriented? But then we saw our answer after that. They're just a lot more stoic when it comes to the post-plant retakes, when it comes to the defenses.
It really just felt like, at the end of the day, Griffin Esports losing those early rounds when they were trying to play that aggression. I was mentioning off broadcast that I felt like with that KO and the Sova, you really want to be playing for those retakes, which is actually also what Gaimin started doing later on. And it just felt like if you start playing for those retakes with that kind of intel and the flushing out of the opponents that you can possibly do, and then also put yourself in an advantage with those flashes, it would be great. But then I kept seeing them try to force these fights, and then they finally pulled it back. They were able to start winning their duels, but then later on the attacker side, Griffin also slowed down their own pace, which I was concerned about because I know them to be better with those explosive kinds of plays. They overwhelm the opponents, they win with those duels. We saw Fat Baby do that multiple times, but for some reason it felt they started to get concerned. They wanted to change up their play, and I felt they put themselves on a disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I really wanted to add, like, it started off really good for, sorry about that, like, how they wanted to take side, like, Siufat, I felt like he was really good at coming onto side, getting the side, but then Trix mentioned to me, whoa, he puts himself really deep into mid, into side, but the follow-up wasn't quite there.
I wanted to say, Jinx, you owe me a soda because I feel like we started off at the very same line over there. But I wanted to ask you, Trix, did you see some similar tendencies from Griffin Esports with ghetto artists? Again, they come from the same region, right? So there are similar tendencies, I think, that are at play over here.
I feel like what I loved seeing in that local area is just the sheer aggression they have on that attacker side. Griffin started off with it. They were very explosive. And again, because they slowed it down, I felt like they were playing against themselves. They weren't as comfortable playing that slow pace, that kind of pace that we see more commonly in APAC, where they take space, they take that execution. And the round that Tash is talking about is that round where we saw Siufat all the way up pushed mid, but didn't move for the majority of the round.
Yeah, so I have a question for you here. I know that you mentioned that they are an attack, oriented team. They prefer going on the attack. But do you think that the change of pace and change of aggression was Julie because of Frey? Because it felt to me that as soon as Frey got the operator, you saw this hesitation coming in from the side of Griffin Esports? Were they a little bit scared to challenge him? Because I feel personally that if they challenge maybe 2-3 people at the same time without Frey, the round will be a lot easier for them.
I would agree, but I also feel like a big part of it was the lack of KO flashes. I saw too many times that they were peeking an angle, somebody would die, and then a KO flash would come out. Rather than starting to peek that angle with the KO flash, flush them out, get that Astra utility in, and then take the side. I just feel the order of utility was a little questionable.
Yeah, so speaking about utility as well, we were talking about the Cosmic Divide on the on the A side.
Love that round.
Yeah, and we were just like saying, like, you know, they had all the advantage in the world, but yet they still lost it. Why are they not playing with their utilities? Why was their utility so, I would say it's just like very straightforward, very one-sided. It didn't really give that space, I suppose, for them to really wriggle around.
Yeah, we were talking about that round. We were really eyes locked over there. You were worried that the Jet was going to get knifed by the Astra, but because of that perfect timing on the KO with the flash, it just didn't happen. They were able to retake the site perfectly despite having the Cosmic Divide in play over there.
I feel the Cosmic Divide was a great idea. I actually wanted to see that happen, so Cosmic Divide, great. But then you want to play around the Cosmic Divide, you know? You put it out there not just to stop them from the pushes. You should expect the fact that the KO flash is going to come out. They have a KO, they might as well utilize it. You don't want to play too close. If you want to play behind the dice, just waiting for that sound cue, somebody else. You know, you have to decide who's going to be the anti-flash. And I felt like Griffin was kind of lacking in that kind of communication on who's going to be the anti-flash. Why do they have a Jet on A short? Are we going to wait for the Jet to do something? Are we going to do something on site? Well, on the other hand, you had Gaimin just being like, yeah, you know, we're going to flash, we're going to entry the side, we have the Silver Recon, so we're going to flush them out and know exactly where they are.
Yeah, I have to say that in a lot of situations as well, it didn't really feel like they were changing it up on the defense side when they were playing before. It felt like, I mean, like for Feng, I feel like he didn't really change it up because every time he plays in logs, he gets that value. But let's talk about A side, let's talk about mid. It feels like they lost mid so many times. And my question is, for Ascent, you know how important mid control is. Why is there no one monitoring that area?
I feel the few times they actually tried to take that mid control, we noticed that they were losing those duels. They were losing the KO, they lost the Jet. So it just seemed they realized, okay, you know what, let's play a little more passively, have those crossfires, and play for the retake.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna be moving over here to Haven though, girls. And with the aggression that we saw on the side of Griffin over here, and of course the really good hold or the really good site retake of Gaimin Gladiators over here, how do you think, Trix, that this is all gonna play out on the ABC side?
I think that Griffin has a really good run on Haven. I'm a little concerned based on the way that they were playing, but I like to see that they're bringing out that fade and the KO. I feel like that gives them more mobility than the Sova KO combination did. While on the other hand, we have Gaimin on that Sova breach, which means I feel like it's a little flip. I feel like Gaimin might want to play that more explosive side. They take the sites, they anchor it down, they have that flank on the Frey. Frey has been phenomenal in the last one, really waking up at that second half. But I feel, you know, Griffin has a good record on Haven. They're playing something that's comfortable. And I always say, if you're comfortable on it, keep playing it because you just need to, you know, smoothen the edges, fix whatever is broken.
Yeah, so personally for me, I'm surprised that Frey decided to go for a Killjoy. Personally, I think on Haven, having a chamber has so much more value. The trademark, you know, it really catches people off guard, and the slows as well gives you so much value. And on top of that, your, you know, the tour de force can really hold a site and help for retakes as well. I'm not too sure what they have in mind with Killjoy, but every time he did play Killjoy before, he can, you know, really get those picks if he wants to. But now the question is Arton. We didn't really see him super pop off in that game. I'm wondering if he can bring it now because there are 3 sites. It's basically a haven for lurkers.
I mean, you were really looking forward to seeing Arten.
I'm sad.
Yeah, and you were hoping that as they got onto the defender side, that the lurk potential was really gonna pop off for him, but that wasn't necessarily the case over there. We want to see him shine, especially on a map again like Haven, where there's so much lurk potential coming through. And Arten, you know, this is a call to action on the side of Tash Bunny over here. She's really cheering for you.
I'm a big fan!
The satisfaction of your lurk plays. Let's go. I mean, of course we know you to be the pop-off player over here, but we gotta bring it here. Gotta give that bigger smile on Tash Bunny's face over here. Now, I do love the tension that we're feeling over here. Just the first game and such a slow scoreline already. And I can't wait to see more. So no more dawdling around, ladies. Let's get on with game number 2. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back, you guys! Finally, tayo ay nagbabalik dito in our second game of the series. Mainit na mainit si Frey kanina, who acted like a predator against Griffin. But will it be the same? Dahil nga, KJ ang kanyang ipinalit in this game. I'm Hanigli, si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. And Taylor, ano pa nga bang pwede natin expect dito for Gaimin and Griffin?
Narinig nyo na. Even mula doon sa panels natin, no, kung paano nga ba yung playstyle nito ng Griffin Esports. And they actually touch on a very good point with regards to utility usage ng Griffin Esports. We can see the pop flashes, it works for them, but most of the time, nalilate yung mga flashes na yan. And if they can fix this up and play around those utilities much more intact kesa doon sa kanya na medyo watak-watak sila sa pagpasok ng light, kaya nilang mabaliktad, no? But this next map that we are having is Haven. At ang alam ko ang pumili nito is GG or Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, ito nga ba ay magiging patibong for this game number 2? Dahil nga makikita natin dito in this game na yung records man lang din ng Griffin Esports is talagang flawless in Haven. So, magiging pabor nga ba ito kay Gaimin, or Gaimin talaga may comfortability pa rin naman sila in this game na number 2? Kung saan nakuha na nila yung momentum from the previous one, why not ibalik nila muli yung kanilang pagkakataon dito sa game, sa Haven map, kung saan sila yung defending?
At para sa pistol round na to, syempre, nakita naman na natin din, pati yung agent selection na meron tayo, no? They're pulling up a fade in the hands of Griffin Esports. So, marami tayong pwedeng ma-expect dito, lalo na the double initiator setup is definitely available for both sides of the teams dahil si Nef naka-breach din pala. So, tignan lang natin kasi more on utility plays talaga tong dalawang teams na to. Ang kaso, Griffin, nagkulang sila kanina. This time around, maybe they can polish that as well. Ito na yung Hunt or yung Seize, rather. And Sufat PB, talagang pasok lang kung pasok. Medyo naaliw sila dun sa mga utilities. Hindi nila napansin si Sufat, nakapasok na pala.
Yeah. Yun yung mga ginawa nila man naging distraction dito against Gaimin Gladiators. Pero, hold on, dahil si Feng 3 dito, hindi niya natagpuan yung mga magpaplang. Pero, malinig ko rin pa nga yata dito. Especially ang Gaimin. We see here and here all of the members all the way from a side para makakuha.
One enemy remaining.
Kasi nakagad kay Subat BB. And Feng 3 naman dito makakakuha pa ng isa. Nef na lang ang natitira. 1v4 with his goals. Makakakuha pa nga sa dito potentially ng pangatlo. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat. Another round, another pistol for Griffin.
Sila na naman ang makakuha ng mga pistol round. Alam mo, pagdating sa mga pistolan, magagaling tong mga players ng Griffin, pati yung mga eco rounds nila. Magaganda din eh, no? Pistol na lang kaya. Pero, syempre, kailangan nila yan, yung firepower na yan, para mas lamang sila. At kung makikita nyo naman, first round pa lang naman to eh. So, dito makukuha possibly ng momentum ang mga players ng Griffin. But at the same time, pwedeng mag-counter eco dito mga players ng Gaimin Gaming or Gladiators rather. Pero hindi ata mangyayari yan dahil pumupush nga sila. And that push was well capitalized by Griffin Esports dahil may pop flash na lumabas dyan at sumunod na nga si Styron as the updraft comes in. Merong shutdown mula sa Knives pero hindi ata to pupush maliban lang kay KO na nag-aabang na, which is actually winner. Nagbibigay lang siya ng presence here on A para makapwesto at makabuelo ng maayos yung ibang players ng Griffin.
One enemy remaining.
Oof. Sayang lang din yung mga pagkakataon dito ng Gaimin to hold them off na pagpasok nila dito in a site, hindi pa rin pala ito mag-give-up dahil nga sa mga nagiging trade-offs ng mga utilities nila. So if BB dito nagkakaroon ng confidence throughout our second round. Pero nakita rin naman natin kanina in game number 1, the map of Ascent. Talagang ito yung mga nakukuha nilang momentum in the first few rounds. Pero kapag nagkaroon na ng lead, nagkaroon na ng momentum ang Gaimin Gladiators. Especially, we have your still Frey na nakapagbigay nga ng impactful kills kanina sa Griffin. It just really goes to show na talagang hindi mo masabi kung kanino batido papabor yung nagiging pacing natin.
2-0 at syempre alam naman natin na sa kanila naman yung kalamangan kanina. Pero dito na magkakaalaman talaga ni Glaze kasi ito na officially yung buy round ng Gaimin Gladiators at mukhang itong mga players natin play for picks muna, no? Paunang hapyaw na nga dyan syempre yung turret ng Killjoy pero mukhang mapipitas ata si Pong 3 na wallbang lang ata siya dito sa may mid.
Kasi nag-get lang din siya, hindi siya nakapag-react kaagad. Dahil alam nila hyper-awareness talaga ang meron dito for Gaimin. Kaya naman kapag may mga buys na nila, may power pa sila dito, they have what it takes. But now, papasok na agad dito si Nef. Nef na mag-trade off lang din kaagad. The paranoia will be the reason why they are held back. But hindi pa rin ito maging sapat pa. Dahil yun sila dito makakuha pa rin naman na nakisambik ito para makasecure na nga sila ng site. Dito at the very moment, pero Dizzy silang din ang makakuha pa ng pick-up.
Uy, nawala ng bala!
Pero mawawala pa siya ng bala dito. Styron gets in that finisher 1-3, but really is a costing down. Griffin, meron pa silang eco for the next one.
Nawalan lang ng bala yung Omen doon dahil sinutdown niya yung Recon na binato ng Sova, no? At dahil nga naaliw siya masyado doon, naubusan siya ng bala and moving forward doon sa last remaining player, wala na siyang panglaban na natitira. At doon na nga kinapitalize yung pagpupush for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. At ngayon, 2-1 ang ating score at mukhang makakabili kahit pa paano nakapunish sila ng 2 players dito kaya half armor lang din ang meron sila. But yet another round here that we are looking at mabilis na aggression na nakikita natin as Griffin Esports. They want to keep pushing and press W ang nais nila dito. 30 HP remaining on that Jet at si CU Fat BB nasa likuran lang habang si Winner nag-aantay ng opportunity pag sumilip ka at PUBG ka. Yun nga lang si Winner ang mapipitas at meron pang kasunod. Si CU Fat naman makakakuha ng trade-off kahit papaano.
Iba yung punishment na ginagawa nila na ngayon, Taylor. Griffin, nagiging pabor sa kanila dito yung mga nagiging aggressiveness sa push dito ni Sir Fat BB dahil kaya niya naman kailangan niya din na ma-open up yung mga space dito for Griffin. But now, in Sewers, mukhang mabebelwa na nga dito sa Arten. There's support there to smoke to hold them off, but the Prowlers is already down. The Smokes is also compromising in the side para maka-create pa nga sila dito ng space inside. We have that in. Papasok naman dito si Arten. Arten goes in for 1. Phone 3 na lang ang natitira dito para makakuha na lang din ng trade. Frey na lang, all the way from Sewers. Wala namang nakakita sa kanya dito. So we can deny it the spike. 1v2 still
30 seconds left.
But let's see
One
if
enemy
this is still
remaining.
winnable for year. Select, since the sound cues are there, pwede nga dito mapaglaro pa yung pusok damdamin ni Zipa ni Frey. Ano pa ba yung gagawin niya? Lalo ngayon si Frey na walang kamali-mali si dito na nakatalikod nga sa kanya.
Oh, my genius doesn't stop in the lab.
The same game of what happened kanina sa Ascent.
Saktong salisihan lang. It was anyone's game at that point. But unfortunately, syempre, di niya naman kinuha yung spike eh. Pinilit niya pa rin talagang hanapin at i-push, no? Unfortunately, pagkasilip niya sa A-short, yung angle na tinitignan niya kanina, tama naman. At dahil nga doon, hindi sila nakapasok. Ang wini-worry ko dito kanina, naggumamit sila ng hunt, pero hindi actually naspatan yung nasa kaliwa ng side. At yun si Arten, nakakuha nga siya ng isang kill before he was able or before he got shot down from the players itself. Ngayon, eco disadvantage ang mga players ng Griffin Esports. At kahit pa paano naman si CU Fat PB because of all the frags that he was able to get a while ago, may blade storm siya dito na pwedeng gamitin.
Available na pwede siya makakuha ng mga early pick-offs na mapapunish siya dito against Gaimin Gladiators since most of the rounds or most of the duels kanina ay napapunish lang din sila sa mga early pick-offs or sa mga early aggression sila dito. But speaking of aggression, magiging aggression na kaagad dito pagpasok si Sir Fat BB. Nandito naman din yung paranoia to hold them out. Pero Artin, paranoia kung may connect dito. Wala na silang naging aglang pa dito para ma-eliminate nilang mga members pa from getting inside the site. And now it's all up to one.
Scanning ahead.
Pa siya matatagpuan. We have your fate already secured and the compromisation of his opposition, but now it's just Ray to secure things off. Another multi-kill for this one. The momentum is now shifting fully in favor of Gaimin.
Ang matindi dito, no? Ang ganda talaga ng meron kang Omen pagdating sa Haven. Kasi once you set down or pulled in the paranoia, saktong-sakto yan sa lahat dun, lalo na sa entry point kung saan manggagaling, either garage or C main. Or silong manggagaling yan. Sasakto yung paranoia talaga. At isa to talaga sa mga plays na ginagawa typically ng pro players, no? And we always see all the skirmishes as well pagdating sa isang paranoia na ganun kaganda. And now, 3-2 ang score na meron tayo. Ngayon, buy round na ulit para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo dito. At for Gaimin, they still have to make sure and try to toughen up the defense. Dahil Griffin Esports, gumagapang na naman sila dito. Mainit si Siu Fat.
Oo, kanina rin talaga eh. Hindi ko na-expect yung mga chances na makakapag-dash siya after para makakuha ng pick-offs. But that suppress won't be picking on to anyone. Nandito na rin naman na yung alarm book to spot them off. But now, they have fully compromised NV. Makakapag-plant sila, but the problem is how will they be able to react on the positioning for the retake ng Gaimin. Meron na nga dito naka-intay, nakaabang. Frey dito with that lockdown will be trying to push back players from Griffin. Pero kayo Griffin dito, yung decision nila, mag-push away sila all inside of the side. Pero naging punishment naman dito nila Frey is that they won't be getting in this further. We have also as well is the rolling thunder. Kaya naman dito mga dalawa nasa lang abas ng site. One already concussed and Pongri dito, mababaluan pa nga ngayon.
Nagde-defuse! Pick nyo!
Able to get in, pero nagde-defuse na rin dito si DC. Hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat dahil the Cloudburst already capitated him. 3-3 scoreline. Habol na naman dito ang ginagawa ng Griffin.
Subukan niya sanang i-half at least tapos mamba out dahil nga rin yun yung kakayanan ng smoke na meron siya, no? Ang kaso nga lang 2v1 situation talaga. And yung pagkakaset down dito ng lockdown, yung mga skirmishes na binigay nila, very much premature but at the same time, para sa mga players, even with the rolling thunder itself, hindi pa rin talaga ma-defuse yung spike na yan. And magandang post-plant positioning lang na nagmumula for Griffin Esports as well. Ngayon na nag-iinit na sila, knowing that this is map number 2 which is chosen by Gaimin Gaming, kahit pa paano makabawi sila dito to make it game 3. Natagpa nga.
After siguro nung round na yun, para silang nagkaroon ng confidence na mag-push sila since meron silang nightfall. The smokes are already in. Si DC dito, walang marinig, walang tatama. We have the smokes already trying to push them back. Tayo dito makakakuha ng isa. Kahit na hindi niya marinig ang mga kalaban niya, makakakuha pa rin naman siya ng dalawa. DC dito for the follow-up. Winner naman dito for the kill. Now it's all up to one remaining member, pero it's all the way up in heaven. We won't be getting in much. 4-3, still very doable for Gaimin to compose their security on their strap.
Di nila mapasok yung sites na meron, no? Pag yung mga mabibilisang play din, sila din yung nakaka-catch off guard dito for the side of Griffin Esports. Nagsasalit-salitan lang tayo ng rounds, kaya nakikita naman natin pagdating sa ekonomiya is just barely hanging in there ang Griffin Esports. Kasi they get around and then they lose the other. They get around again and then they lose another round. So, itong mga players ng Griffin, naghahanap pa rin sila ng way paano sila makakapag-entry dito. Knowing this is a 3-site map as well, nasa kanila yung advantage dito eh. But it seems like they're really having a hard time in making a round happen here.
Kaya talagang napapunish lang din yung mga pick-offs na gustong gawin dito ng Griffin. They are losing in the duels pagdating sa mga retakes pa dito ng Gaimin Gladiators. Dagdagan mo pa ng usage of utilities. Kahit nga hindi na nagamitin nila yung utilities dito, matatagpuan naman natin kaagad yung mga aim duels na lagi pumapabor dito ka na Frey. But now, they have already compromised NV. Magiging pabor nga ba ito, lalo na si Nev? He's trying to get in the now. Si Frey naman dito, magagaling na nga in garage. He won't be winning it that early dahil tatlo ang nakasunggap sa kanya. Hindi naman din nakapag-react on time dito si Soifat Baby dahil ready na rin si Orton. 4v4, Nev dito, he needs to be careful dahil meron magkakasalita sa kanya. Pero here's the next won't be connected in those shots. Easy naman dito with the Blade Star finishing everything out from the side of Griffin. Now they can defuse in the spike. 5-3 ang ating scoreline. Finally, 2 rounds lead na ngayon ng Gaimin Gladiators.
Dagdagan pa nga ng orb si Kuya Munef. Isa na lang, meron pang Rolling Thunder na pwedeng ilabas. Even despite the eco disadvantage, na-plant naman ng Griffin Esports yung spike, no? Kahit pa paano, may pera sila dyan. And they were able to actually get some of the kills as well in the hands of Gaimin. Ang problema nga lang, syempre, around is still around it. It was on the side of Gaimin Gladiators here. At dahil nga din doon sa Blade Storm na pag-push at mabilisang push na pinapakita dito ng isang Z, eh kayang-kaya talaga ng Gaimin Gladiators. And knowing that, kanina, eco disadvantage. Siyempre, ngayong buy round, kailangan may matindi-tindi na tayong plano, Griffin Esports. At mukhang with this timeout, siyempre magpaplano na yung mga yan. At the same time, I'm not yet quite aware kung sino-sino ba sa kanila yung available yung ulti. Kasi with the timeout like this, they probably making or creating a plan right now. And probably Fong has the lockdown or maybe they used that a while ago already. So, tingnan natin maya-maya. Makikita naman natin yan.
Actually, hindi ko nga rin napansin kung nagamit niya na ba yung ultimate niya dito to clear in a site. Dahil nakikita ko most of the time, papasok na lang din talaga dito. So, if at BB, mag-afdraft, mag-tailwind papasok, tapos hindi na makakapag-react dito ang Gaimin. Kaya ang gagawin nila, retake na lang for B. Pero hindi naman sila nagwawagi dito for the first or for the past 2 rounds against Griffin. Dahil Griffin, they all know how they are playing it further. Kahit nga dito may ultimate na si Faye with that lockdown, hindi pa nila naipanalo yan. Lalo na may Rolling Thunder pa to win out that retake. But now in A, we have the Hunter's Fury at DC naman dito misses out that shot. Kompleto pa rin dito ang Griffin.
I think this would be a lockdown being set in place once they actually planned out or makapitas sila. So kung saan man sila makakapitas, makakapag-set up dito yung Killjoy. But right now, it's just too early to say. But at this moment, Frey can actually get a kill kung sakasakali. Kaso Angle Diff ang meron, 2v1 ang nangyari. YR Select was able to take a kill instead. And because of that frag, makakapwesto ng kahit pa paano itong mga players ng Griffin. No? Ang kaso nga lang, napitas din pala si Winner. Fong, na may ultimate na readyng ilapag, matatapatan niya si Artin kung sakali man na ipupush niya to. Pero tamang ambahan lang yan on the garage as well. Sinusubukan lang dito ng Killjoy i-cut off yung magiging rotation kung may magpupush man ng mid. Kaya ganyan yung positioning.
Uy, paranoia sa mamo pa ngayon. Ang podcast. Maaabot ko naman kaagad naman. Sino ba ang nasa likod dito with that hunt? So if at BB goes in for the take of the space, pero magiging pambulaga factor naman dito si Bumpy na magmumula ngayon.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi ka pa maka-ace. Pero cancel out na kaagad dito ni Fong. He has still the lockdown, pero DC na lang dito ay may operator pang kasama. He needs to pick up the spike, but he doesn't know where the remaining player is. Kaya naman yan, he's just walking with his tail behind his leg. Dahil papasok ang agad ngayon. After we have your pero ngayon, very caught by timing si Dizzy dahil umigot na kagad sa kanya dito si Fong3. May Pokemon si Fong3, hindi tuloy nakagalaw ng maigi maayos dito si Dizzy to use in his position to have that mind games laban dito sa kanilang Killjoy.
Didn't even need a lockdown any longer. Aside from that, napakaganda ng placement ng turret actually coming in from Fong. Lalo na dun sa kasi minsan labanan to ng kung saan ka maiipit. At this point, si Fong nga ang naipit sa C. Aside from that, may turret naman siyang nailapag. And because of the good placement from the turret, it can actually see if someone is coming out on garage and even on CT side as well. So wala siyang gagawin dun. Literal, mag-aantay siya sa isang spot. Kasi yung utilities naman na ilalapag sa kanya, hindi rin naman siya mapapatay. So malinis na malinis lang. Hindi pa nagamit yung lockdown. Baka this time around, mailapag na rin yan as naiipon na ang mga orb. No? Si Siofat nga, naka-Blade Storm na naman.
Oo, pang ilang Blade Storm niya na rin to. Good save for Siofat dahil he can have, or his aggression can be rewarded against picking off players from Gaimin Esports or Gaimin Gladiators dahil nakikita natin na pumapalya sila once na makita nilang umaarangkada na si Siofat BB dahil yung mga utilities pang ibibigay sa kanya as support. And also there, makikita naman yung Arthur kung saan magaling dito. Si Siofat BB pero hindi magkoconnect yung kanyang right leg. Prey is waiting all the way from logs. Hindi nakapasok sa maigit dito. Kaya naman ngayon hindi na makaka-secure ng site. Even picking up on Gaimin Gladiators won't be enough for them to get inside dahil 5 silang kumpletong nag-survive.
It was gauging on the entry coming in from the jet. Unfortunately, hindi nag-connect yung right click to the face. Especially, wala nang bala dito si Arten. He was literally just waiting for his death on the corner. Ang kaso nga lang, because of the paranoia he was able to set dahil hindi siya namatay as well, na blind din yung ibang mga players na nakita mo naman, yung mga tao sa logs nakatingin lang dun sa killjoy na naka-press W. Bulag na bulag. Pati dun sa mga utilities ng breach, nilabasan din nila. Kaya yung mga fast takes na yan from Griffin, hindi nila ginagawa masyado dahil din sa dami ng utilities.
Speaking of, the positioning of Super BB again is compromised. Rolling Thunder pa siya. He is still surviving in that corner. Pero here's the nakita mabagalo ng spray. Nandito naman yung pagkakataon nilang Arten na makakuha, nakakaagad siya na tatlo.
Hoy,
Isa na
apat!
lang din ang natitira. Make it 4 for Arten. Kung kanina hindi siya nag-pop off and ascend, this is his time. Para makuha niya yung spotlight all to himself. Dahil 7-4 na ang kanilang scoreline. Nakuha pa ni Daisy na ma-secure niya yung kanyang operation.
Nag-iinit na rin si Arten dito. At nakita niyo naman, those frags coming in from YR Select, walang nakikita. At nakakuha at nakapitas pa nga siya. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, the C-take that they are doing right now, lalo na, especially an Omen is there, napakahirap niyan eh. Ang problema nila, kung gusto naman nilang mag-D or A, nag-aabang din yung breach. So marami talagang blind. Depende sa strat na gagawin dito ng Griffin on how to take in. But if they can overwhelm the players of Gaimin, dahil sila ang humahawak ng mapa ngayon eh, doon lang magkakaroon ng possibilities. Tyron already pushing! Kumagat! Yung Prowler, sumabay yung dalawang players. Winner was able to take on the shot, and ito na nga yung lockdown na inaabangan.
Tama lang din yung aftershock para makancel out ka agad yung lockdown. Kanina pa nila nire-reserve yung lockdown na ito. Pero ngayon na magagamit na sana nila, it was already cancelled out. Hindi nakapag-react on time dito si DC, but it's all up to Sufite BB to secure in so much space and time for them to secure in case side. Isa na lang din ang natitira dito, and here's the next. Nakapag-ikot-ikot na rin naman na Frey. He has still the lockdown, pero kasi pumasok pa dito, 4 pa dito ang natitira for Griffin. He needs to do a miracle, pero I think this is really hard for him to secure in this round. Dahil sa mga crossfires na ino-hold na lang din dito ng Griffin, this really is one of the best rounds na ginawa dito ni Suifat BB to secure in a good half. Dalawa lang kailangan nilang habulin.
Ang ganda na sana ng plano eh. May plan naman eh. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi talaga nila na papunish yung ibang mga players dito. At makikita mo nyo naman, no, even despite the disadvantage as well, Griffin Esports, they were able to take on the round itself. They were able to actually execute a take kahit na punish yung lockdown na meron kanina. Pero 2 rounds pa rin ang kailangan talagang habulin ng Griffin Esports. And ang kaya naman nilang gawin dito is actually win that pistol. Immediately, you get that advantage on actually making a tie happen.
Tsaka hindi pa imposible dahil kanina nakita nila kung gaano nagiging aggressive dito ang Gaimin na nag-immediate push sila dito aggressively against the attacking team na alam natin na ilang beses din silang napapunish through. Kaya nakuha nila yung 75 scoreline kasi nakita nila kung paano nila pwedeng mapigilan yung mga aggressiveness dito nila, either Frey or even Havers Tyron. Ngayon, si Arten, siya lang din yung nakakapagbigay ng mga magagandang frags, impactful pick-offs against Griffin, who wasn't able to react on time to secure him sa mga hold niya inside the sites. So the story thickens pagdating na nga dito sa second half na 7-5. Yes, kailangan nila manalo sa pagdating sa mga pistols, pero I gotta say na mas maganda kasi dito yung composition with that breach na ultima yung mga blinds dito ay enough na makakasecure in ang site or clear out those corners.
And for example, you have an initiator like Breach compared to a Fade, obviously. Ang Hunt kasi, ang Prowler, it can be destroyed. But what you can't destroy in the hands of Breach is the flashes, even an aftershock, even a fault line. Walang pwedeng mabasag na utilities dito. So, sa bilis ng reaction gameplay dito ng Gaimin Gladiators as well, yung mga Prowler na yan, yung mga Hunt, at pati na rin yung KO Knife, nasa shutdown lahat yan eh. So, itong possibility to shut down all those utilities at kayang barilin lang, it is also a possibility kung bakit nahihirapan dito ang Griffin Esports. Kasi comparing doon sa Asian picks ngayon ng Gladiators, makikita naman natin, no, this is a double any that we're looking at, it might work better.
Uy. Kung kanina, hindi pa paano sila sa pagiging aggressive nila, might as well do the same dito sa ating second half na sila yung magiging attacking. Magpupush ka agad dito. Sina Dizzy and even have your Arden all the way from sewers, pero they are just immediately backing off away para mabuo nila yung tension dito sa A, madjabate nila kaagad yung mga iniisip ngayon ng Griffin na magtutuloy-tuloy sila in A. Pero hold on, dahil tatlo naman sila dito. We have the players now from Gaimin Gladiators na umatras ba agad, magapang na sila to get away from A side and now securing in B. The smoke's already placed in. They have already full control dahil si DC dito kumukuha lang din ng atensyon. The legs are already covered up and now let's see. And over the best na manalo sila pagdating dito sa dito para hindi na magkaroon ng comeback ang Griffin.
Aside from the spot that he was taking a while ago, pag-usapan natin yan mamaya because the skirmish is right now on B side. Dalawa, laban sa dalawa ang nangyari dito. Na ngayon, Paranoia connected perfectly. 2v2 situation, low on HP. See you PPG with the just Sheriff on his hand. Mukhang ihahap niya ata ang spike at hindi niya tinuloy. Hanapin niya yung isang member which is actually Frey na laging naiiwan when it comes to those plants and of course in trying to secure the kill. Siya pa rin naman nanaig dito, Honey Glaze. At gusto ko lang din balikan, no, yung spot doon ng Gaimin Gladiators. Ang ganda ng pagkuha nila ng info dito actually. Si DZ, na kaninang nasa A pa, naspatan niya yung tatlong members. Aware na aware siya sa info na lahat ng players ngayon ng Griffin Esports or rather tatlo sa kanila is actually on A side because nakita niyo lahat eh. May hunt na lumabas, which means the fade is there. The KO was peeking him. Aside from that, in long A, there was the jet. So open na open yung ibang mga sites natin dito. Info game, ganun lang kaliit na bagay pero na-punish at na-capitalize nila.
Yun lang din talaga yung advantage na alam nila yung mga kinukuha nilang pang delay dito. Even though na alam natin na mag-hold back sila. But now, balikan muna natin itong game na ito dahil nga dito sa round ay makakakuha naman na din ang pick-up agad. Kasi ng Orten, papasok naman dito agad-agad. Lumusong ang Griffin. Pero they went in for a suicide squad in favor of the side of Gaimin Gladiators. 9-5 na agad ang scoreline. Bigla silang nag-retreat dito bago pa man ma-plant nila yung spike.
Gusto sana nilang ma-overwhelm yung players ng Gladiators. Ang problema nga lang,
they tried it.
Lalabas sana ng shock dart. Hindi ko nga alam kung nag-connect pa yung shock dart dito. Pero oo, masakit. Kaya pala na-burst down ng ibang mga players na natitira. Sumakto yung shock dart. At the rest is history para sa side ng Griffin Esports on that round itself. But this time, makakabili na nga rin sila ng kanilang mga Vandal, no? At walang upgrades na nakikita from Gaimin aside from Frey actually having that Vandal as well. Play for bonus muna para sa Gladiators at para naman sa Griffin Esports. Kapag natalo pa sila dito, magdo-double digits na. Aside from that, wala pa silang arep.
Pressure pa ito. Ngayon, makakakuha silang ng info gamit na lang din ng kanyang Aldron. Pero DC dito, medyo nabawasan na lang din ng mga turrets ditong nag-aabang na nga inside of the site. Nef, kaya mo yan, Nef.
Palag mo, sige.
Hindi nag-connect yung mga shots niya, sige.
Ilaban mo lang. Oy, si Nef nga, natuluyan na. Nilaban talaga. But Frey actually going in on site before that KO knife pops out to winner. Nakapatay na rin itong mga gapang mode ng Gaimin. Hindi na gumagana this time around. Walang trades na nangyayari. And this bonus round itself, mukhang Griffin Esports is just holding down the fort really tightly.
30 seconds left.
Ganda ng place na smoke dito ni Orten para mabigyan niya ng confusion dito yung nasa B. Kung sino ba yung pwede makapag-push sa kanya. But now, with another smoke, tuluyan nang na-hesitate dito ang Gaimin Gladiators to get inside of the side. Styron dito, paikot-ikot na sila ni Suifat BB. Pero alam naman ni Suifat kung nasaan siya. Kaya naman gamit niya sa to get in and or to get away from the casualty na pwede siyang ma-pick off kagad ni Styron. So finally now, A-round for Griffin. 6-9. Nice na nice. Dahil nga, Byron na ito for Griffin as well.
Makikita nyo naman si Siofat. Naspatan niya na yung isang kalaban actually. Pero, pinilit niya talagang mag-dash out. Lumayo talaga siya dito, Honey Glaze. Kasi first of all, they have the location of one member which is actually in A-long. Aside from that, bakit ka lalaban ng malapitan? Alam mong Spectre. yung hawak ng kalaban. So, with that advantage when it comes to the guns, alam ni Siufat yung battle to take and alam niya kung kailan siya atras dito to have the ability to have the advantage instead. Ngayon, 9-6 ang score natin at mukhang Gaimin Gladiators. Maghahanap na naman sila dito ng butas when it comes to the defense. But Siufat, mukhang bumabanse, umaambay. May crossfire na nangyayari on aiming.
Pero lahat naman ng tao dito ngayon for Gaimin ay pupasok na ngayon NB. Year select dito makakakuha pa ng pick-off kaagad. Nabaluhan niya ng tamang-tama lang. Yung mga magkiklear sana dito ng links. We have now no smokes available for them to secure and those retake. But Soifat BB, dito makakakuha ng pick-off. We have your Nev as well for the counter. 3v3 still doable for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Pero Spray na nandito lang din sa bandang likod. Hindi na nga makakapag-react. Pero makakapag-defuse na nga ba dito si Bangtay dahil si Nev ay bumalaga din sa kanya. Rainy naman dito nasa labas pa ng side. We have the counter secure in Echo. Makikita niya rin naman na dito. Ang isa pang natitira sa loob pa ng site. Ready, makakakuha ng isa. Pero now it's all up to Nev to disengage this round further from the hands of Griffin. Finally, the double-digit score na ay mapupunta for Gaimin Gladiators.
Although although natalo sila sa round na yon, ang ganda ng performance ng mga remaining members dito. Lalo na si Rainy na ipit na, pero nahanapan niya pa rin ang paraan paano ilaban. Tsaka aside from that, yung mga ganitong play from Gladiators itself, yung mga pagpupush nila dito, gumagana pa rin against Griffin Esports. In the end, rounds pa rin na papunta sa side ng Gladiators ngayon. At mukhang, masakit-sakit yan. 71 HP na agad dito si Frey. Nagsiset up lang naman nung turret.
Na-delay siya, no? Kaya naman ngayon yung decision ng Gaimin Gladiators is just fully control in B or fully control in A. Parang hindi ko pa sila nakikita ditong magwagi or pumasok ng C dahil nga yung times na alam nilang nandun yung Killjoy ay nandun na rin yung mga utilities, yung mga alarm ball. But now with that wide swing dito ni Soifat BBD, ito magiging pabor pa sa kanya. Iron was just ready enough for him. Dito kahit nandun na nga sa far away corner, to get in that pick-off, nakuha niya pa rin dapat kay winner. Cloudburst para makapasok, dash in. Paranoia para makontrol nila further yung side. Atras na lang muna dito ang Griffin Esports para mabigay nila dito yung full potential na pagdating sa retake. But really, hindi magiging mabor sa kanya dito yung pagpasok niya all the way from heaven, all the way from up top. Year select na dito ang natitira. And now, with that crossfire, 11-6 is our scoreline. Gaimin Gladiators is just really doing it.
Napapasok lang talaga sila agad-agad on the sites itself. Tsaka ang nangyayari kasi nilalabanan din talaga ng mga players ng Griffin. When it comes to retake, yung utilities, ubos na kumbaga. At hindi na sila nakakabuelo dito. Kasi nga, sa bagal maglaro ng Gladiators para maghanap ng site, nagagamit na rin nila yan. Tsaka itong mga isa-isang pasok, no, knowing na nasa likod mo naman yung Omen. And still, the weight wasn't there. Maybe the paranoia was being set. I'm not quite sure. But in the end, Gaimin Gladiators, sila pa rin na makakakuha ng round. Ito na nga yung mga Conquest, pati na rin yung mga Rico na agad-agad ginagamit. And the thing is with the Gladiators, they can change up the pacing anytime they want as well.
Yun lang din ang nangyayari talaga. Once na makita nila na may gumamit ng utility dito in one site, parang sasayangin na lang din yung pabor dito for Griffin na control nila yung mga pagpasok nila dito, yung once na kaya nila ma-hold yung site na dinedepensa nila. But now, we have your A na fully vulnerable na rin sa mga kamay dito ni Rainy. He only has the Sheriff at hand, tapos ang bubulaga pa sa kanya dito is just 2 members. Dash in, Cloudburst, we have our DC na mabablind in pa nga dito ng flash from that KO. The smoke is already placed in, pero masasabi ko lang din talaga, it's fully on control ang ginagawa dito ni DC. I didn't even know what just happened. DC just went in for those kills.
The problem is, for Griffin Esports, they all just hop out. Diba? Nagpa-plant pa lang ng spike. Hindi pa nga napaplant yung spike eh. Lumalabas na yung dalawang players na meron sila dito. Pinapalagan agad nila. Ang nangyayari, laging naiiwan yung Omen, si YR Select. Kasi siya yung nagsaset up ng site eh. Ngayon na naubos lahat ng kakampi niya, siya talaga yung maiiwan. But I feel like if Griffin Esports makes a retake happen where they have 4-man or a 5-man retake, na kaya naman, kasi naiiwan lagi yung Omen eh. So kaya nilang mag-set up. Here.
Really
Kaso hindi nag-work eh.
Buti na mention mo nga rin kanina na na pumapasok na lang din kaagad for the retake dito ang Griffin na hindi pa nga nakakapag-plant ng spike yung Gaimin. So ready ang Gaimin once na may maging retake na mangyari, once na makapag-push sila nangyari dahil nga hindi nagiging diverted yung attention nila dito para makapasok para makuha lang din yung mga duels. Pero Arten dito makakapasok na lang din inside, Rolling Thunder to hold the map. Kasamahan mo pa ngayon ng lockdown, and now what are they going to do next? Lalo na ngayon hindi pa nila alam kung nasan ba dito nakapwesto si Arten. Hindi pa alam din yung pang nakakaramdam siya.
Nakaramdam siya, ang kaso it's too late to apologize dahil bumagsak na rin at bumaba na on hell itong isang player, which is actually the Omen itself. Kaya pang makapagparanoia nito, sir. At nag-aabang na lang talaga yan ng perfect time. Ito na nga yung perfect time na yan with the Hunter's Fury combination. This is Gaimin Gladiators. They want to finish it off. Nightfall being used right now from Rainy. First time in their life. See you, Fat Baby was able to take on one kill. Mukhang retake is on the way. Pero Gaimin Gladiators, they're more punishable here, and it's still around for Gaimin Gladiators. They take game number 2 in this series. 2-0 ang naging score natin.
Clean off a game, clean off a take for Gaimin Gladiators to remain up top in our first day of the group stages. Dito sa VCT APAC, talagang nakita natin yung full-on potential nila against Ascent, against Haven. Kaya naman ngayon talagang manghihinayang lang din tayo sa mga times na nagkakaroon ng struggle, nagkakaroon ng neck-to-neck battle dito in Griffin Esports.
True. At saka yung mga retakes talaga dito ng Griffin, hindi talaga siya malinis, no? Kung tutuusin, there are so many times that they actually have the opportunity to make a retake happen. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi talaga nagkakasabay ng utilities. Ganun pa rin yung nangyayari, no? Like what Trix said in the panel a while ago, where they have the basic foundation, lahat ng utilities to make a retake happen and everything else was there. And to be actually aggressive because they have Rainy, which is in the fade. But hindi nila nagamit or hindi nila na-utilize very much well compared to the Gladiators itself. Na talagang lahat ng utility na-utilize talaga nila.
Yeah, they're one of those teams na comfortable sana makita with that fade. Pero nakita ko na lang din kanina is reckless din yung paggamit nila ng mga utilities at nakukuha sila dito by timing na yung players natin ngayon from Gaimin Gladiators. But that is it for our first series of the day. Huwag kayo mawawala dahil meron pa rin naman tayong mga susunod pa sa mga naghahanap mamaya for Oasis. Abangan nyo dahil magbabarong ba mamaya si Phil. Ako si Annie Glacy, dadawali kasama ngayon si Taylor at magbabalik kami ng ilang sandali lang. Huwag kayong mawawala.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get up.
Wow! Here we are back at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and hello, what a way to start the group stage. First 2-0 over here.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad, Tash?
We're Gladiator Gaimin that it happened. Yeah, I had to. I'm sorry. But honestly, Gladiators, first game, close one. Second game, pretty big gap. What do you think?
Pretty big gap indeed. I was not expecting it to go that way. After all, the very first game on Ascent was a really close score over there. But Haven, something else, clearly up their alley over here, Trix.
Yes, clearly up their alley, the way that they were playing those rounds. The fact that the Omen also was not being punished for the positioning. You know, Gaimin Gladiators, not exactly unpredictable in terms of where they're playing, how they're playing, but Griffin just not understanding how to counter that, how to punish them for their mistakes, only really punishing it at the very end of their attacker side, and even then when they switch to defender, just unable to hold those sites.
I mean, back in Ascent, we were talking about Zone 3, chilling on certain corners of Ascent, but Arden, again, is the counterpart over here. Tash, it's just different when he's on Haven.
Yeah, so I believe that some teams take a while to come online, and I would say that was absolutely Gladiators. They took, I mean, we didn't really see, you know, Frey and Arjun really come online toward the last half of the first map, and then they absolutely killed it on map 2. And this comes down to reads. So when you talk about reads here, because of how there's 3 sites, you saw how they put most, like I think 2 players on B, and then you saw the rotations toward sites was just so good. And on top of that, the lurkers coming in from Frey, coming in from Archon was just I would say spectacular. They really never really expect them, and in a lot of situations as well, even though we have only Styron on A, I believe Trix and I were talking about it during the game. I think we only saw Styron punished once or twice. In a lot of situations when Styron doesn't overextend, he actually is good for 2 or 3, so by the time his teammates already rotate, all they had to do was just do DBKL, which is like the I would say a term which is for cleanup here in KL, Kuala Lumpur.
It really felt that Griffin just wasn't optimizing the sheer size of the Haven map. They weren't pushing the angles, they weren't punishing certain angles that Gladiators were in, and it just felt like Gladiators had so much space and so much information. We saw their jet pushed up in A short once and immediately stacked 2 on B side, 2 on C side, and so when Griffin tried to take that side, they were punished by a crossfire and the ultimate coming in from Neff.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, what did I say about Neff on Breach? Come on! I mean, you always
you
would
saw this
say,
coming.
yeah. I mean, like in a lot of situations here, Neff is just so versatile when he uses Breach. It's either you have his teammates swinging out with him, or he plays in a more aggressive, selfish way, which I also like. These possibilities allow him to either really bandage situations where you already lose a lot of your teammates, or in a situation where it just really sets it up. Now you see that little corner behind that generator on C side. That's, I would call Archon's little corner, where in a lot of situations Archon just crouches there, and they're just so distracted by Garage, by CT, that they don't realize that there's a little cute Omen playing in that corner, just getting those picks one by one from the side. It's only until it's too late that you realize, like, oh my god, we did not flush out that corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about the Omen sneaky plays that we really wanted to see over here from Arden. It may not have been the lurk that was pulling this guy through, but hey, the way he holds an angle over here, spot on. Did not see it coming from the side of GFN over here. Now, I know, Miss Fade, that you have a lot of opinions with Rainy on the Fade, so go ahead. Go at it.
Okay, so personally, I mean, like, we were just talking to Trix about that, like how I said, like, okay, why am I not seeing this high-impact Fade plays? And I think it's because it wasn't really focused on her a lot of time, the observers, but in a way, though, like, I mean, we saw how he used his prowlers is not being utilized with the haunt, with the nightfall. Rather, he's using the prowlers for information gathering. And in those situations as well, like, okay, I don't mind you clearing corners with your prowlers, but if you are going to be clearing corners with that prowlers, you have to be, like, you know, swinging out with it, because you have to take advantage of the blind and the deafen it gives. So when you're not utilizing that, what's really the point?
It definitely felt that Griffin had this amazing lineup. You know, they had that KO, they had the Fade on there, but it just felt like it was coming in short. And being, you know, seeing the MVP being Frey from Gaimin Gladiators, you have that amazing game sense, that knowledge of where they might be. He was able to flank them multiple times, able to get those picks. And it just felt like, you know, Griffin falling a little short in terms of having a high utility agent pick, but not really optimizing on the utilities that were actually there. I didn't feel, you know, the actual impact of a KO knife even.
Yeah, okay, so coming back to Frey, remember in the beginning I was saying, like, I would rather see a chamber, because I didn't understand what exactly Frey had in mind when he chose Killjoy. But now I see it, and it makes total sense how he played it. The idea of having two lurkers, especially on defense, has been incredible, I feel, because you come in from two different angles, like say A side, you're coming in from A main as well as hewers. You don't really expect it, and in a lot of situations there, you see that Team Griffin got isolated so many times in a 1v3, in a 2v4, and I'm just shocked that with these sheer numbers, why are they not pushing together? But I think it's more of just outplays and overthinking at this point, because you don't really know where exactly they're going to be. But with a Fade, I would expect you to be able to counter that, but I think by the time that happens, Fade had no more utils to utilize.
Yeah.
I think that was around round 3 or 4, the round that you were referring to earlier. You know, Griffin initially had a good cover for A side. They were able to get in as we begun the game. But Frey, timing, lurking, execution, perfect. He was able to isolate all of the players over at A side, get the picks, and just win the round, which is what we love to see here. The players, especially clutch rounds, clutch situations, wherein they just shut the round down. Now, I do want to mention for the audience, I know you guys probably heard that they were talking a lot behind the scenes, but that was because I was being a good spectator, getting my food in and just enjoying the games, because they were so good overall. And I was just listening to these two amazing lady panelists over here that we have here, and all of their insight. I was just trying to absorb everything. I was like, I love it. I love having this girl energy over here. Don't get me wrong, I love having Fluffy. Raph, not so much on the panel, but but the energy today is just insane, and I think it's just fitting, because after all, it is the first day of the group stage. But hey, we talked about Gaimin Gladiator having a lot of retake potential tricks. Did you see this applied here on Haven as they did in Ascent?
I think so. The fact that they would strategically give up space, they would give up certain areas only to have the flank ready or the refrags already in set. They had the right amount of utilities. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, or at least I like to think they knew exactly what to do, because they were just playing it very well. The amount of bait setups they had also, it was fantastic.
Absolutely. Now, great show from both of these teams, but now we have the great pleasure of introducing the next series. So let's go ahead and do that. Coming all the way from Indonesia, this team was not only breaking barriers in their own country, but also international waters. They were the top 3 team back in the SEA Challengers Stage 3, overcoming the teams like Big Bam, Team Big Bam, CBT Gaming, and Full Sense. Their dedication to team play and control have landed them a spot here on the group stage. Here is Alter Ego. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome here on the APAC stage, Alter Ego. Trix, did you know that alter ego means like a second or like a different version of oneself? I wonder who these guys really are outside of their IGN.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, we've got a Dren King who I'm honestly looking forward to watching. I've seen him on the KO. I hope to see him on the KO again. We have Delby as well on that duelist, usually on the Raze or the Jet. So I'm hoping that they're going to bring this out. Now, I also know that they like to play Fade in a couple of the maps, and they like to run that double initiator sometimes. So hopefully we're going to see more utility come out, considering that they've had a very good run since before up until now, although they only lost in the grand finals on Onyx G for their local qualifiers. So it's true enough. I hope that I won't be disappointed by the utility that they can use. I know that they have some great team plays. They have good bait setups. So to see that it's going to come to fruition against a team that, you know, is also very good at countering that kind of team play as we've seen on their local stage, I can only wonder if Alter Ego is going to step it up this time.
I wonder that too. You know, we have these arguments here on the panel, not necessarily arguments, but, you know, we've seen teams who don't thrive as much in their local competition, but when they come to APAC, I don't know what it is. They're more explosive. They have an impact over here. And maybe that's what it is. That's their alter ego, the Bruce Wayne to their Batman of some sorts. Their alter ego in their local challengers may not be as effective, but on this level of play, they are. I don't know what it is. Now, they are going against a team that's literally esports on a global scale. They're the superstar team from India. Now, we've seen the magnificence that we like to call Enigma Gaming, right? Well, they won up this team 3-2 in the finals of the Sky Esports Champion Series. And if that isn't telling to their strength, then I don't know what it is. Here is Global Esports. Okay, a little bit of off topic over here, but can I just say that I absolutely love the player intros over there that we have every single time. The music is just so enticing, exciting, all of the adjectives, just put it there. Exactly. But Trix, since you're already hyped up, oh, sorry. I meant to say Tash. It's the letter T's over
right.
here. Tash.
Yeah.
We're already hyped up over here. Why don't you go ahead and talk about Global Esports?
Okay, so when you talk about Global Esports, there's only one player, not only one, but there's one player that stands out in particular, and that would be SK Rossi. Mostly because of how impactful, high impact, duelist players he plays. You see him on Jet, you see him sometimes on Reyna, but personally really like him more on Jet. So now I think I think Global GE or Global Esports is just like basically like a name you really know coming already in from over on SA. Now, while I think that recently what's really crazy about SK Rossi is a Sentinel, but now when you come back to to this team, however, I think in stage 2 over on their latest tournament, I think there was a little bit of a power struggle where Orangutan came really close to taking them down. I think a lot of people were very disappointed that Orangutan didn't really make it, but this also shows that the competitiveness of that particular region is just getting more and more exciting. And on top of that, if you were to look at the stats of this team, they are one of the teams that is just they had so many, like if you look at every map they played, it's just so many maps played with so many different agent compositions. So now this leads me to believe that they are a very, very, I would say, say, a very, very not only unpredictable team, but also very, very flexible. And in a way, that's also really good because if say that you have a team that's playing something very unusual, or maybe a team that's making use of agents like say Reina, Fate perhaps, and you don't really know how exactly to work with her, you say, okay, that's fine. We can counter this agent with another agent because of how flexible we are using it.
Perfect time to talk about flexibility. Well, we're not into the compositions just yet, but we are here at the map predictions. Now, you know, when we talk about the maps, compositions also come into play, and I know for a fact that Alter Ego loves pulling out the Fade over at Vine, so I'm really hoping to see that here, Trick.
I think so too. I think both Alter Ego and GE have been performing very well on Vine, so I'm wondering if they are able to pick that map, how it's gonna go on that head-to-head. It seems that both teams are doing well on those tighter maps, as you see the Banning Breeze and Icebox, which I feel are the larger ones that you have to worry about the angles that you're fighting, the lurking as well. And both teams here having those strong sentinels enable them to do that retake to punish the opponents for overextending as well.
Perfect read over here though. And Icebox, really good plans. But now we got Bind and Fracture. We don't normally see a Fracture map over here because, again, this is one of the newer maps. A lot of adjustments being made over here. But for Breeze and Icebox, again, those were kind of predictable. Like, we don't have a lot of information for Global Esports with this map. And then Alter Ego just generally avoids this. But now, Cash, more and more maps come into play over here.
Okay, so for Global Esports, personally, I don't really, for looking at the stats here, they don't really have a lot of, stats when it comes to playing on top of Fracture. Like, you think there are 12 games and only 2 types of agent lineups going on. But they do have, but personally, the agent lineup that they have, in terms of what they've played most, would be a Brimstone, Breach, a Chamber, a Raze, as well as a Sage. Personally, I'm not a big fan of their Sage lineup. I would personally rather see for Smokes, Viper. There's so much value in a Viper going on top of Fracture. Either way, though, a team that has mastered Fracture early will be the team to come out on top. And because, as I said before, Fracture is a map that a lot of teams use as a trump card because it's so new and it takes time to learn. And if, say, Alter Ego hasn't learned that map, it's going to be a free win for them.
So normally we get to see the Breach plus Raze combo for Global Esports on Fracture, which is really good for clearing corners, especially in a map that's as tight as Fracture. But we also have the Sage and Chamber combination over here, Trix, which I think is very good for limiting the entryways that we have on this. For how many entry sites are there? How many entryways are there for a Fracture? There are a lot.
There's a lot.
There's a lot. Entry points, in my opinion. I think that Fracture really comes down to a team's ability to set themselves up together at the same time, even though they're so far apart. You know that the refrags are going to be a little more difficult. If the defender's side decides to go a little more aggressive on one area, you find that you might just lose your entire attacking side on the other end of the map.
Yeah, that's also very interesting as well because when you mentioned that as well, it's also a lurking map. Because when you think about how when you're on defense, rotating is just so quick. You can either go like, okay, they're pushing onto A side before you just kind of stall before they get inside, and you can already have maybe 2-3 people pushing out on the other side. And in a lot of situations, you see fights happening outside of the site itself, over on the spawns even.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, we are going to be going to Bind, Fracture, and Ascent. Potentially Ascent at that, because we don't know how the first 2 games are going to go out. We did have a 2-0 in the recent series, but that could happen again today. I don't know. We'll have to see. But Trix, with the maps right here, who do you think will win this series?
I think Alter Ego might do very well. I like the way that they play. I think Global Esports does very well on their own terms, being able to hit those sites. But at the end of the day, Alter Ego seems to have a lot of experience and they constantly are improving. And I know I say that a lot, but for me, Alter Ego might just take this.
You agree with this,
I absolutely agree. They're a team that's just not afraid to take risks. They love those high risk, high reward plays. And in those situations, if they do get punished, they always have a plan B, a plan C, all the way to a plan Z. So because of just how do I say this? Because of how, because they have so many plans, right, going on there, because they can just kind of like say, okay, we have one person going down, let's kind of like change up how we play. Because of how they're flexible, this is why it's very scary going up against this team. I did talk about how flexible, the team Global Esports can be, but end of the day, they have so many agent lineups. The question is, are they able to really utilize their abilities against this team? Are they able to win their aim duels against this team? Because for as far as track records go, Alter Ego has a little bit more of an edge, and they're constantly improving, like Trick said.
Yeah, I have to agree with that 100%. But if we do put into the equation like Enigma Gaming, they had the same statistic. There were a lot of flexibility from that team, and we were wondering how it was all gonna go down in the matches. But surprisingly, they weren't as nitpicky, or like they weren't as random as we thought they'd be when it came to agent composition tricks. They were more linear, they had more stability when it came to the picks, and I guess that really caught us by surprise too.
I think on top of that, just the way it seemed Enigma was playing with those executions, it was fantastic to see the way they would blind the opponents as well, the way that they were able to flush them out of those corners. They fell a little short, so I'm thinking that Global Esports will know how to adjust mid-round, or at least adjust mid-game. And we've mentioned it before on the desk actually. As we get into the APAC region, it now matters on the teams that are able to adjust their playstyle in the middle of the games. They're able to read their opponents. They can't be too predictable, but they also can't push themselves into positions where they're too uncomfortable as well. So at this point, I'm feeling like when we get into Bind, both teams have performed very well on that map. So at the end of the day, it's which team's playstyle will prevail and which one will adjust in the middle of that series, in the middle of that match.
Okay, now, so, in case you guys missed it, I also locked in Alter Ego. You guys might have seen it on the graphics. I don't know if you guys are superstitious. I'm not exactly sure what that entails, because some of the panelists prior to us actually believe that whenever the panel has the same prediction, that team usually loses. But at the same time, again, we've set our points for Alter Ego. We believe that they have the upper hand over here, and which is why we locked them in. Another thing that I wanted to point out, although Raph, I don't think he's going to be casting the next game, is that I have Bind, Raph, in your face. Okay, Tash, please say your piece.
I wanted
get that out there.
I wanted to say that in this situation, as analysts, we love patterns, we love seeing track records, and so far the track record is just looking a little bit better for Alter Ego. I wouldn't say that numbers don't lie, but in some situations, this random wild card happens. But I have to say that when I was casting Global Esports last stage, it felt like they fell short. So, but now, we have teams that really surprised us in this cooldown period between stage 1 and stage 2. I'm looking forward to seeing Global Esports prove us wrong, just because I want to see how much they've changed. After all, they're a team that's unbeatable over in South Asia. They're a team that still managed to hold their position as the best one there. So they really, I think that they want to come back here and really prove something to everyone.
And building on the fact, that we say stats don't lie, it's true, we see the stats, but as some casters have pointed out in the middle of matches, stats don't tell you everything. They don't tell you exactly how the rounds went. There are some things, some situations, those split decisions that we can't see, or how close it might have gone down to a 1v1 or a 1v2 that turns into a 1v1. People able to clutch those rounds, getting the thrifties. So remember, as much as us analysts look at those numbers and be like, it just leans towards this side, it feels like it might be better there. At the end of the day, it's the players that are going to tell us the story.
Exactly. Personally, I am looking forward to seeing those big high impact plays, especially when you think about Bind. So now for me personally, I think that Bind is a map specifically made for Fade. I mean, I know Fade came later, but rather she's just so good on that map. I'm just curious to see if anyone will be bringing her in. I mean, when you look at global esports for now, from their stats, they don't really have any Fade picks for Bind. But I'm really hoping that this time I just kind of be like, okay, this is our secret weapon. Let's bring her in. You know, as because she just gives so much value, clears so much, what do you call that? So much corners as well. And on top of that, you can throw her. It's kind of like a Fade. As like a Sky as well. How you can throw in your Prowler through the teleporter, just get so much information for it. Very, very similar. Imagine if you throw your Prowler out, it catches people right outside of the teleporter, and you rush in as well, and they can't hear you. Ouch.
This seems like you're talking based from experience, to be honest. Miss Fade, by the way.
Fade bias.
You know what, Tash? I'm telling you, Alter Ego is gonna pull out the Fade. I'm telling you. They always have this like Brimstone, Chamber, Fade, Ray, Sky.
Yeah.
Alter Ego, if you're listening to me, please
bring the whole zoo.
Don't embarrass me over here. I'm cheering you guys on, and I really want to see the Fade play as much as the next player. That's really amazing. It's a game changer, honestly. Like, whenever people bring out the Fade, it's always different. The information is always different. And even, of course, in our own ranked matches, we've experienced the difference of having a Fade. Like, all of a sudden, you can't hear anything. You can't see anything. You're kind of bound to one area. But here it is, Cash, the moment of truth. Will we see Fade on Bind? Please, Alter Ego.
It's Alter
For
Ego.
my name's sake.
It's Alter Ego.
Please.
I mean, they haven't locked in, but still, seeing the both.
Okay, looking good so far.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is
2 and 2.
predictable. This is predictable, but
big moment of truth. Have you breathed?
Yeah, there we go. The zoo strat is here. They have the whole zoo.
Oh, yes.
Okay, let's talk about these agent compositions. Trix, what do you think of both teams' compositions?
I think Alter Ego has that aggressive composition that they can really pull off. The fact that you've got that Fade and the Sky, if they're able to utilize the combination of those utilities, will make it easier for that Raze to flush out those angles and entry the site quickly. Global Esports seeming to go for this more burst approach, this more, you know, they might be playing for those retakes more than they will taking those early fights. Because as you have that breach, it's great for that early info, or if you have information to get that flash peek in. But just the Sky mobility with the Fade and with your Raze, I just feel it's gonna give them that edge that they need to close this map.
Honestly, think about it like this. You don't have to push onto a site with yourself for information. You have the Trailblazer, you have the Prowler, and in that situation, if say the Trailblazer manages a concuss, you get a flash, or you get, you know, someone hit by the Prowler, they have to give the space over on, you know, over on the sites. And when you're already on site, it makes it a little bit easier for the for taking, especially when you think about a team like Alter Ego who are already aggressive as it is.
Okay, I'm just thinking that you guys are hyping up the Fade execution.
I'm
over here.
sorry, she's new and it's fun.
Of course, I completely understand. But I'm a little bit concerned because we have seen the Fade being pulled out in the previous series, and sometimes it just does not work. What are the mistakes that you guys do not want to see, or like the hesitations that these players might bring into this map?
I think in terms of what I hope to see from Fade, I don't want them to use it just for blind information. I think information is great, but you want to push with it. You want to aggress with that information that you're getting, give yourself that advantage, fall back, don't overcommit. I think that might be the mistake that Alter Ego will get punished for if they overcommit or overextend, and Global Esports on the other hand, they might be punished for being a little too passive. If they give up too much room for Alter Ego to just play the way they want, they might see themselves struggling on all fronts.
Well, hopefully that's not the case for them. Now, folks, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I mean, we did call out the compositions just the way that we planned it. It's all about the execution from here on. Now, you know, let's send our audience over to our casters so we can dig into games, right?
Yeah.
Let's go!
Welcome back, guys. We are finally back here for another round, another series to make, another series to see. I'm Honeyglazed the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor at kami ang makakasama niyo for the series between Alter Ego at Global Esports.
Nako, ito nga yung matinding laban para sa araw na ito, no? And aside from that, ito nga yung second series natin for today. At ang maglalaro nga dyan, of course, we have here on the stage, finally in Asia Pacific, is Global Esports. Isa to sa mga teams talaga, or rather, the strongest team in their own specific region, no? They have this player called SK Rossi, kung naalala nyo at kilala nyo siya, no? Ito ang highest or top of the frag kills pagdating sa region nila. Isipin nyo, with the Jet, he almost got in one series like more than 60 kills. And aside from that, the main role that he has is actually the Sova, if I'm not mistaken, or rather the Chamber. Sentinel player to, si SK Rossi. But the times that he pulled out those Jets and also the Reyna, dun nga talaga na-surprise lahat halos. Ang dami na nanonood kaya sa region nila nung mga stream nito. Sobrang dami nila supporter.
Actually, Taylor, nakita ko rin na on-site LAN event yung kanilang VCT. Kaya naman talagang nakakaingit, di ba? Talagang mamatayin natin sila. Kaya naman really is the show to wait and see para dito sa game na ito. Dahil nga, Alter Ego, one of the best pa rin naman dito in APAC.
Tama ka dyan. At lagi naman nating nakikita tong Alter Ego all throughout kahit sa Southeast Asia playoffs, no? And they have these players as well. Alam ko, may mga bago rin silang ibang mga players dito. But the main player to actually look out for is Adrian King. Matagal na naglalaro yan ng Valorant and a pro as well. And laging nakakatapak sa Southeast Asia playoffs. Kaya malaking bagay yon na pwede niya madagdag dito sa rest of the teammates.
Now, this is really crucial dahil nga papasok na sila na site na delay yung pag-platin na spike. This gives a lot of time for Alter Ego to go in, bombing and players! From the side of Global Esports, hindi man lang sila nakapag-platin na spike dahil nga biglang rumagasa for the retake ang Alter Ego to get in their first round. This is the game.
Binilisan. Fast-fast lang daw, sabi ng Alter Ego dito. At itong Alter Ego, syempre, alam naman natin, no? Na nakita na nga natin sila dito sa APAC, pati na rin sa Southeast Asia playoffs from the previous times. So, when it comes to Global Esports, ganun din naman sila, Honeyglazed. Doon sa specific region nila, sila yung team actually na nagsashine talaga. So, best of the best, kumbaga, para sa ating mga teams. But an immediate smoke being placed here on Showers agad-agad para hindi makapag-push. Kung sakali, itong mga ibang players na to. But SK Rossi with the Chamber here. Tingnan natin kung makakapitas siya dahil mukhang umaamba na rin on Showers itself. Mukhang there is also a smoke hopping by para pigilan tong mga push na to. And tamang setup lang talaga when it comes to Alter Ego. Pero mukhang nagpa-plant na ng spike. Si Delv namatay na rin. And si Axlovio nakakuha na rin ng kill dito. Lightning Fast on the other hand, sumusubok pa with the Stinger itself. 3v3 situation ang meron tayo. The Seas comes in and it connects perfectly as Kush settles in with a double kill for himself. Isa na lang natitiran. That is gonna be Hell Ranger.
What a retake from the side of Alter Ego. Although nagkaroon ng kasalisihan moments na nakapag-push all the way from triple box dito yung attackers, yung Global Esports na hindi agad nakapag-react dito yung Gaimin from AE. At least nakuha pa rin naman nila yung composure to eliminate in the players holding into lamps. Kaya naman ngayon dito sa replay, makikita natin na nagkaroon sila ng numbers advantage even though na anti-eco yung ginawa dito kanina ng Global Esports.
Yun na nga, no? 2-0 is the score right now. And for Global Esports, hailing from India, of course, this is gonna be an anti-eco kanina. Ang kaso, hindi nag-workout. So, eco disadvantage na naman sila ngayon. Yan yung nangyayari ngayon kapag pino-force. Minsan, kaya yung iba playing safe na lang talaga eh. But you never know. Maybe it works out. Maybe it doesn't. SK Rossi already with the first shot in. At napabaksak na nga niya dito yung kabilang chamber. Anyway, maagang pag-check lang muna for the players right here. Kush was able to take one kill already gamit ang kanyang Spectre. Mukhang nag-aabang lang sa Gedli. Lighting fast din ang kanyang kill as Axlovio goes down. 3v4 ngayon ang meron, pero si Kappa mapapabagsak na rin dahil nag-push na rin si Kush on long B. Nag-aanap pa rin dito ang ibang mga players ng Alter Ego, swarming in on and around the players of Global Esports. Naghahanap sila kung nasan yung dalawang remaining members.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
little did they know, no, nakapag-plant in na pala sila ng spike. Nakuha nila ngayon yung heaven, pero now we have your members kasi na meron pang Nightfall na kasama. Wala naman sila mamamataan, but they have the gun advantage. Spectres, nakakapag-run through na nagnawakan sila dito against the players of Global Esports. Magtatatalon na kung siya, pero hindi nyo may sisigaw yung pangalawang dahil nandito na ngayong podcast. Laban sa kanya, Crush dito makakakuha pa ng pangatlong kill niya. It's a 1v1 situation. Henrager dito, very low at HP. Now he's just buying himself some time para mapigilan nila yung pag-defuse sa spike. Pero kalahati na kasi at hindi niya makakita ito. Naku po! He's just trying to defuse it. Pero nakapag-push in na pa rin dito si Hellrager. That was a really good eco for Global Esports.
Actually, kung tinuloy niya yung pag-push nung site or rather ano tawag doon? Pag-defuse nung spike, matatapos na yun ang hindi sumisilip yung breach eh. Actually, it's more than enough time. Kaso hinap niya lang kasi akala niya magpi-peek out na. Siyempre, di naman niya nakikita at di niya rin naman alam yung possibilities o yung pwestuhan ng ibang mga players dito. But a very well executed round for Global Esports. And to be fair, alam ko, eco sila nun. Kasi nga, di ba, nag-counter eco sila. Doon pala gagana, pistol lang pala.
Shadows na pala ang kailangan nila para ma-eliminate nila dito kagad yung mga ulo from Alter Ego. But this time, mukhang passive plays muna. We have here the buys for either of the teams. Kaya naman, kailangan nila maging maingat. Kundi kailangan na naman nila mag-save for another round. Pero hindi naging mag-iingat dito sa mga paglalurk ni SK Rossi. Uy, patay na. Pinibiluhan niya pa rin. 4v5 still doable for Global Esports dahil meron pa rin naman silang race. They can potentially get into a site fast. Basta kailangan nila mag-ingat sa mga holds dito. Especially may traps pang kasama dito yung chamber nila.
4 na players yung umaamba dito sa may A short at mukhang magsiset-up ata sila ng A ha. 3 players ngayon ng Global o rather ng Alter Ego nag-aabang dyan. This is a 3-man stack on the side itself pero pasok na nga ang Lamps but Noxy was able to clear it out immediately dahil lumabas din naman siya. Wala nang check ng corners pero si Hellranger ang sisilip sa kanya. Meron pa nga kasunod. Hellranger with low HP. Double peak para sa kanila. Skills trying to punish the players as well pero mukhang sila pa nga ang mapapunish dito on Lamps itself. Yung problema ni Hellranger kanina, sinalo ng 2 members. Ang kaso, sila yung namatay.
Ang bilis ng round na yun. Who would have thought na talagang iisang angulo lang yung panghawakan dito ni Axelovia. He's just holding on to Lamps. Tapos hindi na sila fully on nakapasok. Balikan natin yung replay kung saan they have fully taken Lamps para makapag-plant in na sila na spike. Pero kasi yung combination pa ng aim duels at dagdagan mo pa ng mga utilities na nakapag-hold back dito against Global Esports, talagang magkakaroon ka ng full-on hesitations. Dominant game for the side of Alter Ego. 3-1 scoreline. Mga ngayon, talaga broken by na lang ang mangyayari ngayon for Global Esports dahil nga sa confidence na sa momentum dito ng Alter Ego.
Tamang farm lang din kay Noxy. Pagdating sa orb, ang bilis na makapwesto ulit sa Heaven dahil nga dun sa rendezvous niya. At meron na rin siyang tour de force dito na gamit-gamit. May mga setup na smoke na naka-place on. At natag na nga siya dito. SK Rossi was able to take the kill instead with that very beautiful angle to look into. 3 players pa ng Alter Ego ang buhay na buhay. Lightning fast. Nasa Gedli lang. Only with a frenzy. Nakikita ka niyang tagiliran dito. Pero sinili pa rin talaga. At sumakto pa nga yung ultimate. Kalampag ng papag para sa mga players ng Alter Ego. May kasama pa ang ultimate from the Brimstone itself. Skills was able to take on 1 kill. Pero 2 player na lang ng Alter Ego ang buhay dito at si Skills na lang ang natitira to actually be able to shut down that last remaining player. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin niya na defuse is on its way.
Alter Ego, really explosive. Kahit na nabawasan na kaagad sila ng 2. Nakita natin numbers in favor of Global Esports, but they are just really explosive. Kailangan nilang maaga ma-pick off dito sina Axelovia, especially dito yung kanilang fade. Lalo na dito si Kush. He's just really making it deadly for Global Esports na magstay pa sa labs. Multiple times doon sa mga rounds na nag-advance na nga forward in favor of Global Esports na nakakapasok na sila, nakakapag-plant. Yung retake naman dito ni Kush ay nangyayari lang and Lamps na hindi ka agad nakakapag-react on time ang Global Esports. So now, Global Esports mukhang hawak sa operator na lang ang gagawin niya. SK Rossi, talagang ang laki ng buy na ito for them to secure in their momentum pa.
Tsaka mapapansin nyo sa broadcast natin, may player comes na no? Nakikita na natin yung mga matitinding lip bite habang habang nagsispray down. Alam mo yung mga gigil moments ng mga players na to, finally makikita na natin. So, exciting times, ladies and gents. But Global Esports, papa-timeout sila dito. Maybe they have to find the plan how they can take sides. Kasi nakukuha naman nila But nare-retake lang din agad-agad.
Kakatakot yung retake dito ng AE. Kahit na talagang 3 na lang silang natitira dito, tas kompleto ba dito ang Global Esports. Mahirapan sila dahil lang sa utility na save at na-reserve dito ng AE. It just really goes to show yung experience-wise nila throughout our tournaments. Lagi silang present in APAC. So by all means, why not ipagpatuloy nila yung lang dominating place. And the next ones. Now, it's a 4-1. Merong showstopper dito, si Lightning pa. Wala siyang makikita, hindi niya mapuputok maiga dito kay Axel.
Haba kasi ng pangalan, guys Lightning fan na lang yung kumasya. Lightning fast kasi siya talaga. Pero yung kumasya, alam mo yung na lang, 16 characters na lang bago mo matapos yung character creation mo. Tapos hindi ka kasi yung lightning fast, ladies and gents. Si Coach naka-double kill na nga with a headshot. Talaga namang tamang lang, dilat na dilat. Delb was able to take on a kill with a showstopper as well. Pero si Lightning fast lang on getting those kills as well. 2v1 situation, it's all up to skills. He was able to take 1 kill away, but 1 more remains and he was still able to manage to do the clutch itself. Dilat.
Ibang klase yung round especially for Global Esports, pero it was really a close one. Na bawasan na maigi economy nila, kaya naman yan hirap sila pag-defense giging rounds.
Ni SK Rossi.
SK Rossi sa mga angle niya.
Pero matindi talaga dito nakadepende na lang kay skills. Ang matindi din, naglabas ng Trailblazer kanina, kaya alam niya yung info kung saan manggagaling. But if he didn't know the info, it might be a big problem as well for him. Kasi tatap-tap ng spike fake, alam mo na, typical moves ng mga player dito. At going here into a new round, mukhang alter ego naman ang mag-a-adjust pagdating sa economy.
Buti na lang napigilan na nila ng kahit papaano dito. Alter ego! From bombing every time na makita nila dito ang Global Esports. Pero now, still dito makakakuha ng isa. Pero wala silang idea. Di ako nasa pa dito. Alien goes in for 2. But just Spectre was able to wide swing on them. Their faces were already down. 3v3 na kaagad. And so our numbers, but will it still be in favor of Global Esports? Na kahit may mga Battle Bulldog sila, makapasok nga ba sila ng site dahil may mga Seekers na kasama.
Dahil nga sa Seekers na yan, syempre malalaman kung saan ba yung info ng mga players na to. The good thing is, hindi pa naman sila pumupush ng side, so pwede pa sila mag-rotate. The job, or rather the hop out is there. 2v1, pero si Axelovio pa rin ang mananaig with a 2-1 trade na nangyari dyan. Hellranger, the only man remaining again. It's all up to him to make a play happen. Nasa kanya naman yung spike, no? Hindi niya lang alam na dalawa na pala ang bumabanse pagdating dito sa B. At once na maspatan siya ng Sky dito, matic na rotation na yan from Noxy as well. Tamang abangers lang at ito na nga ang aftershock to clear the angles. Alam nila na nandito sa site mismo or nasa B site ang last remaining player. Makakapag-plant pa ba ng spike? 1 shot away. And this is also the blinding light. Ang kaso hindi nag-connect. Mukhang kaya niya pa ata to. Kaso masasalisihan siya on the right side. He sees 2 and Adrian King is gonna punish him away.
That was an eco round. Again, for Alter Ego. Makikita talaga natin na ang explosive nila pagdating sa mga retake, sa mga duels. Sa kahit na ma-bait out nila dito yung isang player nila, at least they were able to bait and switch. They were able to win out their duels at nakuha pa nila yung mga trades. Nakuha pa nila yung numbers advantage. And just yung mismong positions pa dito ni Axelovio, yung isa sa mga naging tinik pa ng Global Esports na ano ba yung mga pupesuhan nila, ano ba yung pwede na lang i-push pa, dahil there are times na ang aggressive dito ng AE.
Yun na nga yung aggressiveness na yun. Nagpe-pay off minsan, no? Minsan hindi rin naman dahil ito na nga yung aggressiveness na yan. Muntik pa nga, maboga sa mukha. Buti na lang nakapag-rendezvous si kuya mo. Kinabahan ng slide yun pero si Kappa nasa corner, nakapitas pa nga ng isa bago masama sa hukay. 4v4 meron tayo ngayon dito at may baril na si Hellranger kahit papaano. Siya pa nag-plant ng spikes, sige, siya na lang lahat.
Siya na babablind, siya na susupport sa mag-entry, pero may timing, hindi siya nakita.
Alam naman nila.
Roller. Sayang na Oo nga, nandun lang siya nagsistay and labs. Pero now,
Kanina pa yun.
numbers advantage na finally for Global Esports. Kanina pa nga yun eh. Hindi pa nga siya nakakalabas from labs. Pero now, they're already inside the site for that retake. Pero kayaron kasi dito mga smoke. Meron pa dito Hunter Fury play for ang Global Esports. Pero Lightning na lang din ang may kailangan dito. 50 for another one in this round.
Boga pa nga ang nagdala sa round na yon, no? Ang pinagtataka ko lang, alam naman nila na merong naka-shotgun doon sa may lamps. Kasi naiwasan na yun ng rendezvous eh. Eh ngayon, nagsiskill at nag-utility lang naman yung fade doon kanina. Ang kaso masyadong malapit pa rin to actually make the shots connect pagdating doon sa judge na meron to. Ayun oh. Sa Makto eh, alam naman nila yung info na nandun naman, but unfortunately, doon sila na boga na, ubus pa nga sila just because of a judge. So those minuscule mistakes can take a toll pagdating sa rest of the team, kaya dapat magdahan-dahan pa rin kahit alam nyong lamang na kayo.
Kikita ko nga rin dito na talagang hindi natin nababakasakali kung sino yung pwede nga manalo sa mga duels dahil nagugulat tayo sa mga utility usage nila and tama lang din yung timing dito, Adrian King! Those in for the widespread, kumuha lang naman ang orb dito, trap up si SK Rossi pero hindi pa rin pala magiging sapat to, napasabog pa nga dito si Delv to finish things off against the side of Global Esports. Really is just really the explosiveness ng Alpha, ng Alter Ego.
Alpha Esports. Akala mo yun? 4 pala ang teams ng Pilipinas dito, ladies and gents. Nakapasok din ang Alpha Esports. Imagination na lang natin yan, guni-guni na lang natin, pero gana pa rin naman. Ang matindi dito, matindi dito may player cam na, nakikita mo din yung stress ng Global Esports. Literal, napatingin na lang sila sa monitor nila, sabay kamot ulo eh. Kasi, paano nangyari yun? Naubos sila ni Adrian King. That's what I said a while ago, no? It is a player to look out for, really. Adrian King here because he's really in a firepower type kind of situation. At ito na nga si Lightning Fast. Mabilis na naman umaksyon. Nag-connect ang paint shells sa pangalawang kalaban. Kalampag ng papag. At alam niya na rin na mayroong close dyan. And that is gonna be Noxy getting the kill. Pero may kasamang trade with skills getting the kill as well. 4v2 situation right now. Pero tunaw na tunaw. Sunog na sunog. Ginawang barbecue si Kuya Mo Axlavia. Last remaining player here is Adrian King.
May seeker siya kasama, so let's see kung itatry niya pa rin bang i-clutch out yung round na ito. The smokes are still placed in, so ang tagal ng hesitation niya dito, ang tagal ng magiging decision making niya kung kailangan niya bang i-clutch ito or gusto niyang i-save pa. Pero sasaglitin na naman siya dito ni Skills. Finally, they are keeping up a notch laban dito sa Alter Ego, but it just really goes to show na may explosive pa rin naman yung Alter Ego na dapat lang din bigyan ng explosive na dito nila Lightning, kaya naman nagpatuloy siya sa push na yon with his showstopper. Kahit wala siya na pick off, he just went on fully rampaging on the players of Alter Ego, kaya naman hindi sila naka-react on time.
Pag narinig mo na talaga yung here comes the pa, mapapatakbo ka na rin talaga eh. Takbo yung dalawang players, hinabol ng paint shells, ayun, sa pool. At dahil nga doon sa bilis ng pacing, hindi in-expect ng Alter Ego. This is exactly what Global Esports needs right now. Yung pangbibigla, pagsisindak dito sa mga players ng AE. Kasi sila yung nagko-control na ng mapa from this angle. And knowing that they are on the attackers as well for Global Esports, mahirap talaga ang umentry sa bind.
Lalo na may mga times pa pwede nilang gamitin, i-utilize dito yung mga TPs. Katulad ng ginawa kanina ni Delv. He was using his spatials, parang makuha niya yung attention dito ng Global Esports, although hindi siya nagwagi, pero it delayed so much time dito for Global Esports na mag-decide kung ano ba yung uunahin nilang site, ano ba yung uunahin nilang angle. Now, dalawang players lang naman in a this being favorable of Global Esports na magpatuloy dahil isa-isa na naman sila ni Coach dito with his ADS.
Grabe naman si
Two members are ready down. Will they be able to go for an entry dahil pumapangatlo si Coach? Dadagdagan mo pa ni Delv dito to cancel them out and now he still has a showstopper pero mukhang hindi na muna ito dahil alam niya, expected niya na yung ulong lilitaw dito mula kay Hilron.
Di man lang nakapasok. Yung Spike nakapasok pero yung kakampi hindi.
Yung Spike.
Nag-isa-isa kasi sila eh. Nag-Valorant Got Talent sila on A-Short. Ang problema, si Hellranger, nananahimik lang namang nagsiset up sa likod. Alam mo yon, parang ikaw na lang bigla, ha? Ako na yung natira? Isipin mo, nakatingin ka lang sa iPad ng Brimstone. Pagtingin mo, pagsilip mo, ubos na lahat, mga ganon. Breach pala yon, pero sige.
Utility pa rin.
Magkamukha kasi sila eh, alam mo yon. Wala lang sombrero eh.
Parehas mo may balbas, parehas mo may bigote. So, parehas naman dito, talaga makikita natin, punishment, aggressiveness ang pinapakita sa playstyle dito ng AE. Talagang sila yung ilulook forward natin throughout the rest of the remaining days. Pero now, let's look forward muna sa mga giging decision ba dito ngayon ng Global Esports, or rather, ng Global Esports, dahil narinig na nila si Tony Fowler na medyo nagkakaroon ng ako try to get an info, pero huli na ang lahat. Pala ako kukuha nila dito. Kush with that hump will be the reason kung bakit hindi na muna
sakto yung seas
ang players from Global Esports, pero sakto lang din pala talaga.
Yun no, ang dami na-detect. Sakto yung seas dito. Ang problema ngayon ni Kush, hindi siya makakasilip dahil nga ang daming players din na hindi lumalabas agad-agad. 4v3, make it a 3v3 dahil natunaw din si Skills after that kill from Axlovia. At ito na nga bang mga players ng Global Esports tapping the spike, forcing out the remaining. Ito na nga ang showstopper and definitely connected in the face of lightning fast. May kasama pang heal dito, and once that boom bot actually connected as well, they're quite aware na merong malapit sa lamps. They're gonna clear this out. Dalawang players na nag-aabang. Hindi pa naman napaplant ang spike pero mukhang retake na ang nangyayari. At dito, ang ibig sabihin lang yan, mukhang mafu-force mag-rotate agad-agad ang mga players ng Alter Ego. The problem remains because they have also a raise around hookah na kailangan nilang bantayan. Narinig naman ni SK Rossi, the operator! Binibigla sana and the kill settles in. 2v2 situation and Axlovia, Adrian King, the power, the king is back.
Oh my gosh, a really overwhelming game, especially dito sa Global Esports. Hindi na nila alam kung ano ba yung pwede nilang gawin. Katulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, napapakamot na lang sila sa mga ulo nila na bakit nananalo pa dito ang AE. Kung nila naman na yung numbers advantage. Just really goes to show, yung mga utilities nila, may mga pestuhan na talagang hindi ito ine-expect ng Global Esports. Katulad nung hunt kanina, kaya sila na-delay sa pagpasok nga ng site. And now, may naging following pa dito yung AE na meron din kasi sila dito mga ultimates to use and conquer in those sites and conquer in those plays na magpa-plant lang sana dito yung Global Esports pero hindi nila magawa. Axelovia with his ultimate, with his orbitals, right, naging reason kung bakit nga nabawasan kaagad sila under a 4v3 situation.
Aside from that, kahit papaano naman in that first half, Global Esports, they did what they can. 8-4 isn't a bad score, to be fair, pagdating sa isang half. Lalo na sa isang mapa kagaya ng Bind. Ang bilis lang baliktarin yan kung mabubutas nila yung opensa dito ng Alter Ego. The problem remains because the panel talked about this as well in how they will take on the sites. Because dalawa ang controller, or rather not controller, but initiator agents dito ng Alter Ego, Honey Glaze. So ibig sabihin, they can clear out the corner using the Trailblazer, the guiding light from Adrian King. Aside from that, they also have a boom bot to clear angles. Meron pang kasamang Prowler, may Hunt, may Seize din nakakasabay. So itong entry power ng Alter Ego is very much there. But again, para sa Global Esports, pagdating sa agent picks din naman nila, kaya nilang i-deny or rather i-delay itong mga players ng Alter Ego. Tignan na lang natin. Depende sa execution na lang.
Tingnan lang natin kung yun ba talaga ang papabor dito for Global Esports. Dahil nga, sa mga nasabi mo rin kanina, talagang na-formulate natin kung ano yung pwede pang mangyari in the next few rounds. Dito sa second half sila ngayon, yung attacking. Lamang na lamang sila dito with 4 rounds. At talagang na masasabi natin dito with their lineup and then with their utilities, nakakatakot na magpwesto ka talaga in those specific corners na pwede kang makita kagad, ma-check in. Dahil nga sa guiding lights sa Trailblazer and yung bonebot pang deadly pag talagang naabutan ka. Now, we have players from AE na scattered sila all around the map just to take in info bago sila mag-decide kung ano ba yung uunahin nila. Dahil yung guiding light and yung hunt will be the reason kung bakit makakakuha sila ng delay factor dito. Sa aggressive po siya gagawin sana ng lighting fast.
Ang isa pa dito sa issues ngayon, no, for Alter Ego, kung kanina napapansin natin, oh, Adrian King is holding down the fort. Di ko nga alam kung natakot sila mag-B dahil kay Adrian King dahil lagi silang napapunish on long B. At nakita natin in the first half, halos puro A yung mga site na tinitake dito ng Global Esports. And imagine Adrian King, we're already looking out for him, but he's not actually the top fragger. The top fragger here is Kush. So they have to be careful right around the corner dahil itong mga players ng Alter Ego talagang online kung gumalaw, no? So wala pa rin namang movements right now mula doon sa loob ng mga sites at talagang nag-aabang lang ang Global Esports. But I think the utilities are being already like a little bit of a setup na at nag-aabangan na nga to make an entry happen dahil because the smokes, once it goes down, just assume everyone will go in as well.
They are already in. Tapos matatagpuan pa kaagad sila dito ng Recon. Pero wala naman sila magiging ganang pakalaman dito kaya skills na nandito na nga all the way from Garden. We have Redelm as well already inside the site, composing themselves to survive. Pero they don't know where as the remaining players from the side of Global Esports is coming from. Pero SK Rossi does it all with the 2K. Hindi niya na kailangan yung isa pang kakampi niya dito to eliminate in all the way from hookah. Finally a round for them and this is finally a start as well for Global Esports na umarangkada.
Na-bothered sila dun sa Recon. Naubos sila dito sa crossfire sa may long C. Yun ang nangyari, guys. Nag-aabang pala yung chamber dun sa kabilang dulo, pati itong dalawang remaining members. Because of the Recon, medyo naaliw sila kung saan titignan, saan ba ipapunish yung Recon na yon. Na-detect yung tatlong players na bumaba ng hookah, habang yung players nasa Octa na doon na nakafocus. Naubos tuloy sila. Global Esports, like I said, mabilis nilang mapupull up yung rounds nila, lalo na kung makukuha nila yung pistol.
Yeah. Dagdagan mo pa ng pagkakataon na talagang na-utilize kasi ni skills na bother dito ang AE pagdating nga sa timing na spot in sila ng Recon. This is one of the good ways to use in that Sova and nakuha nila yung full potential na yon. Dagdagan na lang nila ng consistency at para mabawi nila itong mga following rounds na pwede na lang matalo ngayon ang Alter Ego. But now, Noxy, he needs to quickly reposition away from combat, away from casualty dahil baka biglang bumalaga sa kanya dito is dalawa all the way from Garden.
Pero na-burn niya yung Aldrone ni Kappa. Dahil na-force si Kappa, natanggalin yung Aldrone dahil nga malapit masyado si Nox, no? Nakatakbo siya kahit papaano. And safe pa naman. Trying to burn down the utilities here. Adrian King, though, with the frenzy kill and also the paint shells getting that kill as well. This would open up the entire site right now for them to plant. Close off din yung city natin because of all the smokes.
There.
Pero walang may hawak ng elbow, dahil may trap ng chamber.
Puro pa sila dito, free upgrades, free specters para sa tatlo. No, Noxy dito nakaabang na lang din. Quick TP out para mag-reposition. Pero lightning fast dito, makakakuha lang din naman ng isa. Make it 2 for them. But unfortunately kasi, na-thrifty pa sila. Doon mga nakuha nilang mga pick-offs. Parang ito yung nakita kong scenario na gusto nilang gawin from the pistol round in the second half. Hindi lang naging pabor dahil nga nagambala sila dito with that recon. But this time, na-eliminate na agad nila dito yung utilities na ibibigay sana dito ni Kappa.
Papa-timeout na lang talaga sila. Natunaw agad sila. Paint shells pa lang. Pati utilities, pati yung ano dito eh. Pati yung mga molly-molly lang eh. Doon sila natunaw agad-agad. Kaya naubos din agad yung players dito ng Global Esports. At kahit na si SK Rossi, gano'n ka pa kalakas laban sa apat, kung ikaw na lang natitira, lalo na sa pistol, mahihirapan at mahihirapan ka talaga. At ito na nga yung score natin, no? 9-5. At Alter Ego, sila pa rin naman ang nakakalamang dito. Only 4 rounds though. Salit-salitan lang eh, no? 2 win, 1 lose, 2 win, 1 lose. It's a pattern, guys.
We all love patterns. Katulad nga ng sinabi kanina ni Tosh Bunny na nakikita natin kasi dito kung ano ba yung win condition nila, kung pagdating ba sa mga retake, sa mga pagkuha nila ng mga objectives, or talagang purely aim duels and purely executing players from the other team. Kaya dahil ang mga nanaig kanina sa mga patterns natin is purely AE sa mga pang-eliminate nila ng players din dito from Global Esports. Kanina nagkaroon sila ng mga free upgrades. Now they're holding into the Vandals. This time, Global Esports, wala silang kapera-pera ngayon para maipush through yung kanilang mga sarili against this one. Dahil nga, almost close to a double-digit scoreline na dito ang AE.
Adrian King, tamang abang lang, matunaw yung paint shells, natuto na sa pagkakamali ng parehas na side. Pero mukhang syempre kay Kush, tamang firepower nito Spectre lang. Pero once na naglabas ng utilities yan, especially dalawang initiator ang nasa showers ngayon, mahirapan dito, lalo na nakagat pa si Kuya mo Lightning Fast. Ayun na nga, ang pagpasok ni Kush, no? Insta-down talaga yan. Lalo na kapag malapitan ng Spectre. And kung kas ka pa, 4v5 ang meron tayo ngayon. And remember, equal disadvantage ang global.
Tapos biglang mag-run and gun sa lap nila mismo si Kush. Goes in for 3. Nandito yung Kunkas, nandito yung mga fault line, pero Tony Flower will be creating in enough space para makapag-push pa sila further. Makakuha sila. Finally, naka-X, pero na-cancel! Nakuha! Ang damot mo naman, Del. Almost na dito makuha ni Kush yung kanyang ace, pero at least a round is a round, 10-5.
Wala pang upgrade yan Spectre lang sa kalam. Tinulungan siya talaga ang taga-push dito kasi siya nga yung walang vandal, no? So siya kailangan niya talagang lumapit para magkaroon ng kalamangan. Lalo na yung mga gamit pa nitong mga pistol syempre naka-sheriff yan, pang long range yung labanan yan, sir. Kaya naman talagang pushing capability ng Alter Ego during that round was phenomenal and they took opportunity, they took advantage of it. Ngayon, na double digit na nga ang score natin, kagaya na sinasabi natin, kailangan nilang mag-ingat-ingat. Nothing to lose right now for Alter Ego dahil may rounds to lose sila instead. Kaya naman nasa kanila to, hawak nila yung mapa right now.
Hawak din nila yung economic advantage against global. Pero Kappa, makakakuha na ng isa. Delayed pa mismo dito ang Alter Ego to get inside dahil wala silang Delve na kasama. And this was a good opener for SK Rossi na mabantayan. Mauna pa dito si Adrian Kin from reacting act on time. Dahil doon ng bait out. Na-bait out sila dito ng Aldro.
Eto na, si Noxy. Nag-aabang lang si Geddy. Lumabas pa nga sa loob ng smoke na yan. And Skills was able to spot him out. Take him away. Ito na rin yung Prowler na kumagat kay Kappa. But no movements yet from Long C or Long B rather. Kush was able to take 1 kill. It's not gonna be enough as SK Rossi was waiting patiently on site.
Patient game is just really going in favor of Global Esports. Meron silang utility kasama na talagang ni-reserve nila para magkaroon ng push capability dito si SK Rossi. I was talking about the Aldron dito na sinundan ni SK Rossi ng pag-pick, ng pag-wide swing against the following members here of AE. Na tinatry nilang makapasok, tinatry nilang makakuha ng info, but little that they know is meron na palang operator dito meron na palang operator dito si SK Rossi. Kaya naman ngayon, the delay is finally there para magpatuloy sila sa momentum.
Tamang kuhang info lang sabay alis Parang lang, security guard ang galawan, assassin. Pero tignan mo to, 3 stack na nag-aantay sa may bilong. Nag-TP out na nga at all throughout A ang pasok nitong 5 players na to. 5-man stack ang meron tayo on A site. And this is a possible 5-man retake for the rest of the team of Global Esports. Not understanding their rotations right now, of course. Alter Ego, medyo maaaliw sila dito. Mababaliw sila. Nasa psycho na.
There. Psycho Melendres sila dito. Kaagad ng mga pag-push nila all the way from TP. 1 member remaining. He just needs to plant in the spike dahil ang hirap nitong maipanalo, lalo na all over the place kasi dito. One can be all the way from hookah, kaya yun muna uunahin niya. Operator lang naman ang gamit niya dito. Make it a recon para ma-spot in siya. Wide swing, goes in for 2, fault 9, makakataka siya. He still has 30 seconds na pwede niya pang i-rotate pa going into A. Pero if he is patient enough na makapasok dito sa B at malungga niya kaagad, dito yung B-site nang hindi siya naririnig ni Hellranger or ni Skills, talaga magiging pabor pa sa kanya dito to isolate the place against Skills. Kaso nga lang, yun ang hindi niya inakala. Skills was all the way from Garden once again. 10-7, 3 na lang kailangan nilang abulin.
Ganda sana ng plano niya dun Actually, wala lang talaga siyang info. But to be fair, nakapag-rotate na yung isang member na 2v1 situation, isa lang yung dapat niyang tapatan. Unfortunately, wala nga siyang info at all. Pero kung pinlant niya, bumilis siya ng takbo at pinlant niya yung spike or tinap niya, mapo-force out niya kahit papaano yung isang member dun Kaso, wala talaga. Ganun talaga ang ganap dito. Valorant to It happens.
Mga timing, yung mga execution na hindi mo inakalang kaya mo palang gawin. Pero That
He was
is
lucky enough to make it a 2v1.
Tsaka
From a
gusto ko yung
4v1.
isolate play niya doon na inuna niya muna yung nasa hookah bago siya pumasok dahil he knows that he still has time. So, finally a round for them or finally a time for Global Esports na makakomeback and a timeout pa for Alter Ego.
Papa-time out ka talaga. Nagulo talaga sila dun eh. Kasi sa totoo lang, yung rotations ng Global Esports dito, kakaiba din. Push, 3 sa may long. Tapos, ikot, palibot agad sa lahat ng mga kalaban, no? And maswerte na nga, gaya nga sabi ko, maswerte na nga siya in a 2v1 situation. At wala talagang info, no? It happens. Now with a 10-7, double-digit score, Alter Ego. Napako ata sila dito kasi 2 rounds na ang nakukuha ng Global Esports na sunod-sunod. Mukhang nababasa na rin yung mga play na nilalabas nila.
Which is good dahil yun lang din ang kailangan nila eh. Yung parang sundan nila ng aggression dito against Alter Ego at talagang mabubombasal dito players from AE. Kung paano ba sila nare-read agad ng Global Esports. Now, this is a 4-man stack, I believe, in B. 2 yung nasa garden. So talagang magiging problema ito for Alter Ego na once na makapag-react sila going into hookah, get in garden, talagang mauunahan ka agad sila dito ng Alter or ng Global Esports. Pero mukhang hindi pa rin talaga ito magiging reason kung mag-change ba yung decision ngayon ng Alter Ego since they don't know the factors of whoever is holding into the site.
Never let them know your next move. Yan ata ang galawan dito ng Global Esports, no? Dahil 4 talaga ang nakastack. Ito na nga, with the showstopper coming in, mapapunish nito si Delp. Ito na rin yung orbital strike sa mga bumanang kasunod na orbital strike. The double kill, all the kills just swarming in on the site itself. Sila na lang din ang nagulat na ang daming utility. Halos hindi mo na nakita yung player, halos utility na lang.
Halos talagang ultimates na lang din ang mga nagpasabog dito. Nagtataka lang din ako, bakit hindi na-check agad ni Delp? Yun nandoon sa pocket, all the way from B-side.
Pa-showstopper pa lang siya
niya yung showstopper niya. Oo, naunahan siya kaagad. Kaya na, ayun o, ito, nakatilikod siya. So, siguro ang nangyari is, nahuli yung hunt. Hindi niya nakita kung sino yun nandun sa gilid. Kaya naman, nabaluan sila. Now, finally, another round for Global Esports. 2 na lang, equal na.
Pero typically kasi talaga, in a pro player setup, yung ganitong mga execution, Oasis is there to clear out the backside. Kaya pumapasok yun ng biglaan. And nakita mo naman yung positioning ni Kush. Siya talaga yung nakatingin dun sa pocket. Hindi nga lang talaga lumalabas. Nagtiis talaga. Tiis pogi yung nasa pocket kanina. Kaya nabueluhan na matindi yung raise. Na-delay lang ng kaunti. But typically, the play of a raise is really like that. They clear out backside instead. Dahil yung ibang players dito, sila yung titingin sa pocket. Saka sa, natin, sa gilid pa natin iba. Pero ito na nga ang execution ngayon na nakikita natin from the side of Alter Ego. They're going in a fast-paced setting right now as Noxy was able to get one. Scrossy was able to answer back as well. Pero sumunod na nga rin siya sa hukay as Delb was able to kill and get a kill away from him. Si Skills naman dito ay nakapatay na rin habang tamang tiis pogi din sa pag-aantay on the rotations itself. Pero pang kasama ditong Concuss, natamaan din yung nagpa-plant ng spikes. But remember, this is Chamber and may tao pa on showers. This is a thrifty round for Alter Ego. Kaya naman pala.
Kayang-kaya. Talagang mas nagiging delikado sila kapag napuwersa silang mag-eco. Look at that thrifty. Just really clean. Na nagamit nila yung full-on potential dito ni Noxy with his tour de force. Ngayon, may hawak siya ng operators. So, ang nagbabakasakali na lang dito is talagang patient game ang gagawin nila against Global Esports. That round was really overwhelming for Global dahil hindi nila inakala dito na makukuha pa rin sila ng mga time sa mag-use nila dito yung Nightfall. There's also the Hunt para makakuha ng advantage and advancement into a site. But this time, they're just holding back. They're just planning on taking info muna bago sila kumuha ng site fully bago nila mag-conquer again yung rounds na ito.
Showstopper out para sa kanya mag-connect to. Adrian King goes down pero may kasunod din yan as Kush settles in on the side. He might try to get another kill pero masya-shutdown din siya agad-agad dito ni Skills. Skills though, he was already out. 3v2 situation na meron tayo ngayon with the out drone coming out as well. Makikita nito na walang tao on the side itself. But aside from that, nasa default lang naman na nag-aabang para sa pagpa-plant ng spike. With no one to spot around the corner, they would probably know na baka lamps at baka A-short ang pwestuhan nito. And Noxy getting a kill there on Heaven will give the idea to the remaining players right here. 2v2 situation na meron pa rin tayo dito. Labanan ng operator. And Noxy still doesn't connect the shot. And Scrossy was able to get 1v2. Kailangan nilang i-defuse yung spike. Kailangan nilang i-punish ang last remaining player na to. Tamang compass lang din pero hindi nag-connect. But Scrossy goes out and gets the shot in to make the defuse happen. 11-9.
What a game. What a round, especially for Global Esports. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga timing ng kanyang fault line. Kaya hindi makapag-react on time. He was trying to save himself na mapipick through niya dito yung kanilang chamber. Pero ano ang nangyari? Nagkaroon ng simultaneous events na nagamit nila yung utility, nakapag-push away siya, nakapag-wide swing pa. But that was really a close one, if I may say. Dahil nga, kung hindi siguro sa mga blinds na meron dito ang breach, mahihirapan silang mai-retake kaagad yung round na ito. It was really a close one dahil nakakuha ng isa kaagad si Noxy.
11-9 na ang score natin para sa unang mapa sa series na to. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang pumili ng bind map is actually Alter Ego as well. So magandang pangitain to. Close fight kahit papaano, no? At makikita natin na both teams are very much capable. Hindi pa ganun ka one-sided yung matches na napapanood natin. But Global Esports, nagiging creative sila. More creative side. Pagdating sa pagpapunish sa Alter Ego, yung mga rotations nila, nagiging kakaiba na rin minsan eh. Ito na nga yung flash, pumasok, pero ang problema ngayon is skills. Hindi nag-connect yung unang shot na yan, no? Tamang smoke off na lang talaga.
Buti na lang din nakataka siya kaagad. Hindi talaga mahirapan silang depensahan ng site na ito dahil dagdagan mo pa ng mga utilities sa mga blinds ng Hunt. Nang baboga na nga dito sa lightning fast. Kaya naman ngayon, uunahin na muna siya ni Noxy. That was a good trade-off dahil dalawa na lang din ang natitira. They can still plant in the spike and this is just SK Rossi with his operator. Will he be using it so much dito laban sa Alter Ego para makakuha ng numbers advantage or talagang mangangamba tayo dahil sinakosh, may mga utility pa talagang natitira to counter this one out.
I don't think that they would fight this any longer. Knowing they have the operator as well, they might just go for exit frags. Dahil may pan-drop sana dito si SK Rossi kung sakali man for the next following round as well. And they wanna save up on that operator. Nagamit na rin kasi yung tour de force ni Scrossy kanina. So, medyo ano na lang talaga. Save na lang talaga. Save the best for last dahil match point na tayo, ladies and gents.
Sure nga ba ang mga taong ito, mga players na ito from AE? Let's go back into the replay kung saan talagang nagsama-sama pwersa dito yung dalawang initiators natin para makuha nila yung lead with their utilities. They had the guiding light para hindi makabuelo kaagad yung mga nagsistay and put in the corners. At yun talaga yung nagiging reason kung bakit hindi sila nagiging aggressive. But this time, they're just holding into hookah, getting an info, pero push, minadali na nga, naku po talaga. Wala pang utility yan, kaya naman one member down immediately to the match point pa ng Alter Ego.
Namaalam sila sa off dito, yung nililigtas nila kanina, nawala na rin. At isa nga sa mga frag out player nila dito ang nawala na, that is gonna be SK Rossi. At si Noxy naman nandito lang naman sa bilong, nag-aabang lang kung sino yung susunod na lalabas. Pwede itong maging play for picks right now for Alter Ego. Alam naman natin na nakapitas na sila ng isa kahit papano. And maximizing yung pagtunaw sa utilities ng Global Esports at least right now. Dahil pag nawala yung smoke na yan, ubus na, no? Kaso dalawa ata ang nagpupush dito, naramdaman niya na. Ito na ang salisigang, pero siya pa nga ang masasalisihan as Noxy goes down because of Kappa. Mapapaatras itong dalawang players. Alam nila na parehas na yung sitwasyon ngayon. Di na nila kailangan lumaban.
Umabot na sa 4v4, kaya parehas na sila. They don't have their chambers, but better yet using their utilities to hold them back further. Yun nga bang mangyayari dahil older ball strike, hindi sila magkakapasok. Skills dito makakakuha pa ng pick-off. Wala silang ka-idea kung sino ba yung nakalungga. Si Push lang naman ito makakakuha ng isa. Seize para maka-counter out nila yung magre-retake na dito all the way from CT. Now the smokes will be the reason kung bakit na-compromise sa kaagad nila yung 8.
Alam na nila may tao sa heaven because of those gunshots. Mapapaatras na ngayon ang ibang mga players ng Alter Ego. Dito na nakasalalay ang pagkapanalo nila for that first half or first round na meron tayo dito sa ating best of 3 series. Ngayon, kailangan i-retake to ng Global Esports. Hellranger ready on site here. One-way smoke para sa kanila. And ito na rin yung mga lineups na lumalabas, no? That Brimstone Molly. Kung tamang-tama at saktong-sakto pagde-delay nila sa ibang mga players ng Alter Ego, kaya ba nilang i-retake to? Dahil kung cast na nga yung isang player, siya pa rin ang nakapatay. Ito na nga rin ang orbital strike na gagamitin. At syempre, kailangan mag-force out his skills dito. The utility game is what's in play for Alter Ego as they win game number 1 sa best of 3 series natin.
Ay, talagang explosive yung mga times na gagamitin nila yung utilities to hold back members from Global Esports. Pero masasabi ko lang din is muntikan na yon na magkaroon ng momentum ang Global. They just really need to pick on to Kush dahil siya talaga yung star player in this one round. Na kung saan naaalalayan niya dito si Adrian Kin kapag nagro-rotate back into A site dito players from the side of Global Esports.
Definitely. Yung mga rotations nga na yun, no? Even if Global Esports was playing carefully, they've been creative, even with their pushes. Yung insta-push nila on B long and then TP out yung tatlo para makapunta ng A site. Yung mga ganong rotation, no? Those creative gameplays worked out, but they only had a few rounds of that. Other than that, Alter Ego just dominated the entire game as well. And yung times na dapat hindi naman sila namamatay, minsan namamatay pa yung mga players ng Global Esports. Like for example, the time that they actually knew there was a shotgun or there was a judge being played out by the rays of the other team na nasa lamps, pwede naman nilang hindi i-push at i-punish pero sinisilipan pa rin nila or rather nilalabanan pa rin talaga nila. Anyway, Alter Ego getting first game right here. Sila naman yung pumili ng mapa.
Ganda talaga ng round na yun, lalo na may mga times talagang napaka-deadly ng retake na nangyayari in lamps. Nakikita natin yung mga times na hindi talaga sila nakakapag-react once na mag-decide na dito si Kush mag-push back. Pero that is, again, our game number 1 in the series. Magbabalik tayo ng ilang sandali kung ano ba yung pwede mangyari in the second one. Lalo na't ngayon, ito na yung mapang pipiliin ng Global Esports. Si Money KCW kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. Magbabalik kami ng ilang sandali.
Here we are, back again on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's the likable, Cash Bunny, and of course Strix, alter ego, showing their best self after all, here on Vine. Cash, can I just say, no money, no problem. That's it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There's so many rounds that AE actually took, which are thrifty rounds. And in those situations, and even if they lose, they make it very, very expensive. Regardless though, I am actually very, very impressed at Global Esports as well. The growth we saw from the team has been phenomenal. And in so many situations, it's not only SK Rossi that we really spent time looking at, it was also Lightning as well.
I think Global Esports just being able to play that defensive side, especially with AE starting to go more on that passive when they were on attacker. GES started punishing them for that. We saw them do that teleport where they just killed the Sky on the back line. We see them play those angles, the triple B side. Actually, at one point, they were 4 on B side, leaving their chamber to just anchor on A because they figured that they could just TP, rotating that operator around. But finally, AE catching up at that end when they started to play aggressive, it was great to see.
Absolutely. I mean, GS, so horrifying, so mortifying. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you have skills with a Crazy Frenzy, SK Rossi, of course, with a Headhunter. That's how they started out as defenders over at B side. And I was just taken aback, like, oh my goodness, if this is how this half is gonna go, then I don't know what's gonna happen. Obviously, I was cheering for AE over here because they were my prediction. And I think, in a sense, the panel just wants to shove it into the English casters' faces that, hey, we're having our predictions right so far, right, Tash?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when you come back to GE, I have to say that, MVP being skills, I'm not surprised because in a lot of situations, while we do see SK Rossi and Lightning just doing a lot of work, skills is always that person who is just in those unsuspecting corners, just clutching out. You never really expect. And in a lot of situations, I feel like AE, they think that they cleared out corners with the Trailblazer, with the Prowler. But sometimes you see those corners where they didn't properly clear. They just walk through it, and then surprise, there's Lightning there. Surprise, skills is still there. And I feel like those situations are really used against them in a lot of times. And this is what begs the question. You still have to check your corners.
It is true. We still have to check our corners. And we were talking about this, that we wanted to see the Fade really capitalize and get utilized. And I feel like, true enough, that Fade and Sky combination, I love seeing so much. They pulled it off well on Bind. It feels that on larger maps, however, it's a little more difficult because at least on Bind, you have those close corners. You can really capitalize. We see the angle isolation that Adren King is showing us right here that we don't really get to see on, those maps like Breeze or on Haven, where there's a bit too many angles for the defenders and attackers to pay attention to.
Yeah, but one thing that I have to say though, we didn't really see the chaining of the Prowler to the other abilities, which I was kind of looking forward to, but I'm not really complaining, I have to say, because in a way, it is still used in the right situation, the right advantage. But because they're not utilized with those other abilities, you notice those corners will not be properly cleared just because they didn't get tagged by the decay or the mark.
I mean, you know why that wasn't the case? Because Kush was out here playing like a duelist.
It's true.
Like, is Fade even an initiator at this point with the way that he's playing it? Unafraid, going into site, going backside, going into pipes, and just pushing the enemy team all together, catching them unexpected. And of course, you have the Prowlers, you got the Haunt, you got all of these skills that are just able to fight the teams a little bit better, give you an advantage. It's just take all of the picks that you want, right, Trick?
Really exactly how it was. I felt that Fade, although maybe not paired in terms of Fade's skills itself, it was always paired with the Sky utilities, paired with also the paint shells coming in from Raze, really giving that damage
the C's, so
on
good.
The opponents. So I feel, although we didn't see that combination we would like to see from a Fade solo player, we definitely saw it in team play, which is always what I'm looking forward to in the APAC stages.
I mean, when you think about it as well, you saw a lot of those situations where you saw another player pushing out with the Prowler, pushing out with the Trailblazer, and that's exactly what you want anyway. Technically, it does give you a shield as well, and they got so many picks out of it. But the comeback from GE was so refreshing and nice to see as well. Like, seeing how they play is just very different. We saw a more sort of like a nicer sort of gameplay from the team, more like for the refrags. We saw that coming in from AE. We mentioned that early, and then after that we started seeing that for GE as well, where we're seeing like a chain of like refrags on refrags on refrags, and that was honestly kind of fun as well.
Of course, the refrags are there, but you did touch up on the utility usage earlier. Trix, I know you have some opinions on how GES has been using their ultimate abilities round per round, so let's hear it.
I feel like GES capitalized on having that ultimate, not just in the sense that we need an ultimate to win the round, clear the corners, but in the sense that, okay, we have the ultimate, we might as well use it. There's no point in always just trying to save that ultimate.
That security.
Yeah, some ultimates are a lot better saved, obviously. Like, you have that Breach ultimate that's great for reach. You have the Brimstone ultimate that's also great for, securing that site or that plant, post-plant situation, as we see on the last round by AE. But I find that the nice thing about GES is the fact that they're not afraid to use their ultimate abilities, because they figure it will come back up. You just need to get those frags, you just need to get the orbs, get those plant downs as well. And it just felt like, in general, GES, especially when they went on that defender side, not afraid to fight AE where AE was comfortable.
Now, global esports, I think that comes into play, the fast decision making that they really put into play over here, making it through all of the rounds and just making it a little bit more difficult for Alter Ego to push through. But Cash, I do wonder if there were signs of hesitation as the rounds progressed, especially after AE started calling that timeout and they were kind of adjusting at this point.
Okay, so prior to that, me and Trix were talking about how Alter Ego was not playing their usual fast-paced play. And it felt like when they slowed down, GE really took advantage of that situation, just pinching them from so many different angles just because they took so much time to push onto site. It wasn't until one or two rounds after the last timeout that we saw the speed finally coming in from AE, and then that was when GE was caught off guard. And thankfully, they managed to close down the game. And I feel like this speed really allows AE not only to take the site, also to prepare for those post-plant situations. We saw them actually play Protect the Brimstone. He had lineups with his mollies. He had his ultimates. We had those situations where they were able to just make sure to cover all the corners, and as well as kind of like react. If, say, that one teammate went down, you saw quick reaction coming through. And this is why it's really important, not just to not only just clear out the site, but also have time to prepare for the post-plants. So that's to make sure that you're able to really protect the spike while they come and do retakes.
I feel like GS also should have capitalized on the fact that, AE likes to play on that aggressive side area, which also gives them the opportunity to flank them or to push from the back line. But I felt that more often than not, the backline was always clear for AE. AE only ever had to focus on the defender's spawn because they knew that nobody else was there. So if GES also kind of put that kind of pressure on AE, I feel like they would have been more split up, which would give more room for GES on that retake. And I mentioned it on a win condition that if you give too much space to AE, they're just going to take it.
Yeah, and on top of that, I think when they were playing slow as well, it felt like a free-for-all at one point, where everyone was just scattered throughout the map, and we're seeing skirmishes, one skirmish here, one skirmish here, one skirmish here, and I was a little bit confused. I understand that you want to play default, but GE knows how to punish those defaults. They catch you off guard, they really take those picks, and in a lot of situations, AE, without the potential of refrags or playing together, I felt like that was kind of like their weakness. They're not able to win those little skirmishes, so they got whittled down in terms of numbers.
So we're talking about how the scattered of players was actually the downfall of one of the teams, right? But we're gonna be moving on to Fracture. And again, we touched up on how you kind of gotta isolate the entrances over here. You gotta do a lot of the work, or like some of the battles have to be offsite. So there's just a lot happening on Fracture over here, which begs the question, what is it that Global Esports has to do in order to secure the map like Fracture? I guess I could ask this to Trick for this one.
I think Fracture in general is one of those maps where you need to have better execution, and in terms of that, you also have to be able to force a rotation from the defender side. If you are too predictable, the defenders can easily stack aside and they know exactly where to look at, they know exactly how to counter you. So it's also a matter of, are they able to get those early picks? Are they able to push them off the angles? Are they able, after they get the site, to flush them out of those cheeky angles, especially if the opponent is playing with a chamber? Because the chamber, more often than not, will always get that one pick, TP out, and they're extremely safe. So are they going to push the chamber out, and then on top of that, take more space when they get those sites?
Yeah, so there's also these situations as well. Well, when I saw in Malaysia, Singapore, Paper Rex Mistral, how he used Viper on that map, he just can anchor the site all alone without anyone else. So that's the value that can come in as well when you have a good anchor for a site. And also when you think about that, when you look at these agent lineups here, you see why a Neon, because Neon is just so good just to cover, not to flank, not to lurk, but rather to flank. Just the speed that she can bring in and how small the site is, which means that her fast lane can really take up so much space as well. And why do you want to see Brimstone on this map? Because his ultimate really just covers the entire site. And of course, why not what's another great agent than Raze to clear out corners with the pin shells with her ultimate as well. Regardless, when I look at these lineups here for both teams don't have a wrong lineup. It comes down to execution, what they can do. When you have a Sage, the wall can give you a lot of value. You can either play it defensively or aggressively. You can use it to just buy time or play for post-plant. You also get survivability as well because of the heals.
It also seems to be that at the end of the day, as big as a map Fracture is, the sites themselves are small, as Tash just pointed out. That's why you like to have these kinds of agents. So seeing that KO and the Breach paired, I feel like that means it's a lot of execution that we're going to see on AE side.
I'm excited to see how this is all gonna play out. Like, Bind was already exciting for me. I absolutely love the map, absolutely love the Fate on Kush over there. But again, we're moving on to Fracture, another sort of new thing that we see around in Valorant. Not super new, but a lot of adjustments all the time from these players. And I'm sure the tides will shift the other way. We'll have to wait and see. We don't know what the future holds for the series, but we do know that our casters will be with us every step of the way. Hopefully, they don't blame me for shoving it in their faces that so far in Game 1, the panel has got the prediction right. But again, we'll be passing it over to them. Hopefully, they don't get mad at me, but casters, please take it away.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito na nga tayo para sa ating pangalawang game para sa Best of 3 series natin. Ang score na nga natin is 1-0. Ibig sabihin, series point na for Alter Ego. And this time around, we are finally diving into a new map na tatawagin natin at itatago natin sa pangalang Fracture.
Napakatagal na nating hindi nakita ulit ang Fracture, pero I'm very excited kung ano bang mangyayari dito. It's been really a long while since nakita ko yung Sage Fracture, so let's hope for the best for what's ever to come para dito. Syempre sa Global Esports na one game lead na kasi talaga kaagad ang Alter Ego. So explosiveness after explosiveness ang pwede natin na-expect in this game.
Kung kanina medyo may pagka-slow pacing pa yung laban natin, no? Kasi nag-aambahan pa tong dalawa, and knowing how Bind is also a small intact map, ganun din yung Fracture eh. Very much so intact and small din to. So kung yung mga mababagal na play kanina, gumagana kahit papano kasi play for picks ka. But in a map like Fracture, ang bilis makapag-rotate, ang bilis makapag-flank dito, Honey Glaze.
Yun ang magiging problema nila once na mag-delay sila dito. Lalo na Global Esports yung dito magiging attacking on the first half. So let's see if what is going to be their decision, lalo na kailangan nila mag-react on time agad. We're hearing in the zip lines and we're seeing here already the contact plays. So pwede nga maganap dito in A main. Kaya naman ngayon nakaramdam, nice decisions and nice executions na gagawin dito probably for Global Esports na B na lang commit nila. The smokes are already placed in. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga fault lines. Papasok na dito kaagad yung race. Pero wala naman sila matatagpatagan is side of the site. And this is going with Detonator dahil retake na naman ang gagawin ng Alter Ego.
Yun na nga, hindi pa nga naputok yung frenzy. Namatay na agad. 4v4 meron tayo dito at mukhang magiging 4v3 yan. Zax Lavio was already settled down pero dumash in sa mukha and Del was able to secure a kill on that frenzy instead. Mala-aksyonan at mala-action star ang galawan dito pero mapapa-atras ka na lang talaga dahil may aftershock pa yan. Low 1 HP na lang yung ibang mga members pero hindi pa rin mahuli-huli. And this is still a round for Alter Ego in this first pistol round.
Basta talaga pagdating sa retake, magiging alanganin na nga ito for Global Esports. Kabahan na sila kapag wala silang natagpuan inside the site dahil yun lang din ang ginawa ng Alter Ego. Nireserve nila yung following players sila getting an info first bago sila mag fully on take ng mga players na magde-defend sana ng mga corners na ito and those wide swings na pumabor na nga dito for Alter Ego. Finally, a round. A lead na naman for Alter Ego. By round. At Iko, anti-Iko ang gagawin pala dito ng Global Esports.
Yun na nga eh. Pero ito ngayon na anti-eco nga ang labanan na naman. Nangyari na to kanina at alam natin na hindi gumana yan. 'Di ba? Dahil lalo lang sila nahirapan along the way. But I think strategy-wise, ganun pa rin naman ang plano dito ng Global Esports. Anti-eco talaga para pero sana this time around mag-workout na. Dahil may mga kasamang concuss mula dito sa Neon pero hindi rin naman forward ang ibang remaining players ng Global Esports.
Di bale nang wala silang makuhang info dito kung meron bang nasa B main, basta't mas-smoke nila ito agad. Yun ang ginawa kaagad dito ni Excalavia para ma-counter nila at madelay nila dito agad yung Global Esports. Yes, this is an anti-eco pero sabi mo nga kailangan nila itong gawing worth it dahil next few rounds kailangan nila mag-save. Magbo-broken by sila dito sa mga pagkakataon na magpapatuloy lang yung eco lead ng Alter Ego. Now they are pushed back dahil meron silang narinig ditong Marshall na hawak na ngayon ni Noxy. It's really deadly on this gun, but now will it be deadly still sa pagpasok na nga ngayon ng Global. One member down already sa pag-cancel ni Del dito ng mga flank, but now it's just really pushing in the players from Global Esports na magpa-plant lang naman ng spikes. Dito ang problema kung bakit dito nagpatuloy pa. Timing ng Steam Beacon, Lightning fast dito makakakuha na nga lang din ang pangalawa, but 2 members down already. 3v2 situation. Makukuha nila double with the crossfire, but now they were able to react on time and now they made it worth it indeed. Lightning fast with a 4.
Yun na nga, no? Sinalo talaga nung race yung damage. Pagdating dun sa Molly, nung Brimstone, sasaluhin niya lahat. Basta lang masecure niya yung kill at basta ma-clear up niya. Kasi kung hindi niya ma-clear up tong tower na to, mahihirapan lalo sila eh. So, kailangan nilang i-force clear out yan kahit papano. And this is how exactly Global Esports was able to take on that round as well. Perfectly executed para sa kanila. And finally, the anti-eco that they're planning really worked out this time around.
Pero ang problema lang din, tatlo. Yun na pick off sa mga kamay lang din. Pero oh my gosh, hindi na nakapag-TP out. Rendezvous out sa dito for Noxy. But now, they're taking it to gates. And dito naman din yung crossfire signal nila. Nakaiputok rin naman nila dito Recon Bolt. It wasn't enough to concuss them further, to delay those pushes, to delay those casualties. AD&Q na lang dito ang nag-iisang natitira dito with just classics. But the fault lines will be delayed in them para at least hindi nila mag-natin ng spike. Pero mapipick up pa rin siya dahil nakatalikod na siya. Sir, 2-point lead. Or 2 points na ang makukuha ngayon Global Esports.
Ito naman yung advantage kapag pinunish mo agad yung bonus round eco dito ng Alter Ego. Ngayon sila yung parang nagulo, no? Kasi they have a plan set in stone already. At saka itong rendezvous, nawala na yung kalaban pero nag-connect pa rin yung shot talaga. Valorant is the new game, ladies and gents. Minsan magtataka ka na lang bakit ayaw tumama. Pero ganun talaga ang buhay. At makikita naman natin dito, no? This time though, Alter Ego, sila naman yung makakabili. So parang nabaliktad lang yung sitwasyon. Ang nangyari parang GES pa ang nakakuha ng pistol na yan. And nagsaswarm na nga dito mga players for the side of Global. Sa may dish, tatlo sila ditong umaamba. May isang nagbabantay ng flank. They're making some noise. The presence is there. But it seems like the decision from the players is to rotate.
Dahil wala sila makuhang info eh. Walang nagpo-push aggressively from Alter Ego. They're just patiently waiting inside the site dahil alam nilang yun lang din ang gagawin ngayon ng Global. They're just baiting out the flanks, baiting out those pushes. Kaya naman hindi sila makabuelo kaagad. Kung ano yung uunahin nila, kanina nandito sila sa dish, ngayon nagkukumpulan sila in arcade. So, what more kung masuppress pa sila dito ng KO? The smoke's already in, dagdagan mo pa ng full line, slow orbs already raining, papasok nila ngayon ng tower. Wala sila makikita pero they are delayed by the concuss. Di sila makapasok agad dahil ang gagawin na lang ngayon ng Alter Ego is just play for retake.
Play for retake na lang talaga. Ito na nga yung flash pero si Hell Ranger mula sa Hill. Galit na galit. Dalawang napitas. 2v2 situation. Rendezvous out pa nga. Ito na rin yung molly na yan just to try and cancel the other remaining players. Kailangan pa rin nilang i-pick up yung spike dito. At syempre, troublesome itong smoke na nakikita natin na as of this moment. Ngayon na nawala na yan. Alam nila na si Skills ay nag-aabang lang din dito sa Gedli at si Kush na nga makakakuha ng kill na yan. 2v1 situation. It's all up to SK Rossi to actually make this happen with 5 seconds remaining on the clock. It's not gonna be enough time to plant the spike any longer or even get that kill dahil si Kush na makakapitas.
Ang gastos ng round na yun, Terror, no? Dalawa lang din yung natira dito for Alter Ego. Ginantihan lang sila ngayon ng Global Esports. This was really a good one, especially na nakapag-hold into 2 members dito, si Ranger. Ang naging problem lang dito talaga is yung pag-rain ng Alter Ego, pagpasok na nga, pagbalik nila dito sa site. Now, talagang masasabi lang natin is the retake na ginagawa dito ng Alter Ego is really flawless pagdating na sa mga pagkakataon na gusto nilang ma-atake ka agad dito yung Global Esports. We're hearing it, the slow orbs already committed inside of the side. Patuloy na magpapasok ka na nga dito ang Global Esports dahil alam ng Alter Ego na merong rolling thunder dito at hindi safe na stay inside. Orbital strike to deny and those push, to deny and that plant, pero push dito ang magwawagi and the duel all the way from dish.
Hahanap pa rin dito ng pwestuhan na matindi ang Alter Ego dahil for the retake, ginamit na nga nila kalampag sa papag pero isa lang mahuhuli, talagang insta-diffuse half-half muna para lang maubos pero itong dalawa na kongkas, tamang trabaho lang din as Delbo's able to hop out of the doors as well. 3-2 ang score natin ngayon as Alter Ego settles the deal right now. Alam mo, problema din dito ngayon, hindi yata nila narinig si Delb doon, no? Masyado silang na-busy. Ang nakarinig yung isang nakongkas na wala na halos magawa. Tap na lang.
Hindi na siya nakapag-react. Nakatalikod pa nga yung Sage eh. Hindi siya parang mas inuuna niya siguro yung mga nag-defuse. Yes, that was the objective. Pero kasi talagang eye-opener din yung ginagawa dito ni Delb na magiging isa siya sa mga distractions dito against Global Esports. So, hindi tuloy nila alam yung gagawin nila. 3-2 yung scoreline.
Ganyan naman lagi pag may neon sa team eh. Lalo na dun sa mga aggressive playstyles na kaya nilang gawin dahil may neon sila. Minsan talaga si Marky, ganyan ang gawain. Panggulo lang din yan. Sina Aziz, panggulo lang nila yung mga neon na yun. Pero dahil nga doon sa, syempre, verticality, yung pag-sway-sway ng mga swing na yan, sa bilis ng neon, minsan gagambala yung mismong sumusubok lang namang mag-clutch. No? So, very much viable talaga ang isang neon, especially in a map like Fracture. I honestly feel like it's 100% of the time that you should have a neon on it.
Dahil sobrang laking potential ng Neon eh. Yung mga dash in and outs niya, yung mga slide in and outs niya rather, na talagang napaglalaruan niya yung mga closer placements dito ng Global Esports kung ano ba yung pwede nilang unahin. Now, this is once again what happened in the previous one. Alter Ego playing aggressively all the way from dish. Wala sila matatagpuan daw. So, the decision or the speculations, conclusions siguro dito ngayon ng Alter Ego is just expectation na lang nila is pupunta at manggagaling ng main dito players ang Global Esports. They are held back by the smokes, pero mas siguro gaganda na siguro na pumasok na kaagad sila ng spike dahil the utilities are already raining, but they don't still know kung saan ba dito nakapwesto para mag-defend ang Alter Ego.
nagko disadvantage pa dito yung Global Esports ngayon. Na-set up na nga yung mga smoke. Ito na rin yung nade sa KO para lang talaga ultimate delay. Pero masakit yung damage na tinanggap nila dyan as the Molly gets a kick towards Kappa. Isa na nga ang mapipitas dito. Ito na yung rotations. Maganda-gandang rotations na nagmumula sa Alter Ego dahil kaliwat kanan merong kalaban at pinorse talaga nilang i-push ko. Hindi pa sila nakakapag-plant ng spike at all and completely dismantled itong mga players. Talagang may kasama pang 500 crouches per minute.
Naslidean siya ng Neon Ayun na sinasabi natin distraction. Na dapat may following support yung Neon na makakakuha ng pick-off dahil nga ang trabaho dito ng Neon is get their attention, get their aim distracted, and yun na nga nangyari. Talagang full-on confidence na lang ang mga nagaganap dito. Naiipon ngayon ng Alter Ego. Kung hindi ganina gumana at wala silang nakita in the previous round na magpupush sila together in dish, ito na magiging problema na ngayon ng Global Esports. Makakatapat nila, showstopper, hindi nila magagamit muna. There was a fragment, there was a suppress. Skills dito, makakakuha ni Shade. We have yourself as well for the counter. Dahil may blind siya kasama, that was it, Mountain. Successfully, fully dominating in dish. Wala tuloy nagawa yung tatlong tumumba na kaagad na compromise pa nila yung position ng spike.
Position has been compromised. Aside from that, syempre mag-aabang lang naman yung mga remaining players dito ng Global Esports. Ipit na ipit yung spike sa may dish Paano ka papasok dyan? Kailangan mo ubusin lahat, literal. Si Kush na nga, isa na nga dito. And still, the last remaining player will try to hop out. But wala ka nang halos magagawa dyan at all. Kasi pag tawid mo dun, sino ba yung nakasunod? Meron ding nasa kabilang side.
Nag-flank din yung mga nanggaling ng arcade. Kaya ipit sila ultimo mismo dito sa dish dahil ito yung isa sa mga talagang angles na magwawagi ka talaga sa mga ganitong klaseng skirmish. I'm talking about the angles na kailangan mong isipin dito from the other side. Tapos lalabasan lang din ng mga utilities, yung mga blinds kanina ni Bridge na nagko-connect. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga satchels in and out and the suppress to counter things out. Speaking of suppress, makukuha na yung presence ngayon. Dahil dito magpupush yung aggressive. Dalawa, tatlo, kasama niya all the way from dish. Hindi niya na pinaligtas dito. Hindi niya na pinagbigyan.
Diyos ko, parang walang ka-idea ang Global Esports kung ano na ang gagawin nila dito. Napazipline na lang si Kuya Mo Hellranger. Pero si Skills, makakapag-set up pa siya ng smoke. At na-surprise talaga sila ng players ng Alter Ego. Ang nagmumula sa kanila dito ngayon, parang sila pa yung pumapasok sa site, no? Sila naman yung may hawak dapat. At they were able to completely punish 3 players here from Global Esports side. But the remaining 2, wala silang idea kung saan manggagaling. So, they have to be careful. Pwede pang mabaliktad to.
Isolate plays lang talaga. Play for contact, pero may nauluhan.
1 HP.
din ang natitira.
Naku,
We have the Recon Balls. Concuss.
Uy, nasa tabi mo na.
Pero wala siyang idea. Maunahan pa rin siya dito ni Delv. 4K for this guy. But now, 6-2. Talagang nung nagkaroon na ng momentum, sagana sa 500 couches per second dito sa
1 HP na lang yun pero lumaban pa rin talaga, just using the concuss and the walls for himself. And ito yung change of pacing na inaabangan talaga natin. Dahil nga sa sobrang liit ng mapa at dahil may neon ka dyan, kaya mong bilisan talaga. Lalo na, tapatan ka pa, bigyan ka pa ng steam beacon. Ewan ko na lang kung di ka pa makatakbo
magkakaroon na lang din ng marathon around a fracture. Talagang it goes to show na ginagawa ng Alter Ego dito is minamaximize sila yung mga kakayahan nilang maging aggressive dahil nga ang sabi mo is maliit yung mapa. Sobrang vulnerable na mapa ito sa mga crucial pick-off sa mga katulad ng mga push nila all the way from dish. Kasama nila yung mga nasa arcade. Pero pag-usapan na natin dito muna kung paano tumubak agad mga kamay skills. Dito si Kush. 4v5. Still doable pero hindi na ito pinagbigyan pang mabuhay nga dito si Kush. 3v5 at the very moment. The late will be the reason kung bakit nila madidelay from the 3. Aray po! Ako na lang din mapalayo. We have to now hear the orbital strike na nila ko eh. Ayan din daw ano ginagawa mo dyan, sir?
Ano yun?
Fast. Linear out na lang din. Ano yun?
What happened to this round?
Orbital strike yun ng ng Alter Ego, di ba?
Una sa lahat, may patience na nabinato dito si Lightning Fast. Pero si Adrian King talagang sinilip niya pa din. Nilamon niya yung utility dito.
Nilangoy.
ng isang taga Global Esports, which is si Lightning Fast. Pero nakapitas pa rin siya ng isa. Aside from that, nung nag-swarm in na dito si Delv, masyado na atang naging overconfident. Maganda naman sana yung plano Orbital strike on the site itself. You have a wall from the Neon. Pero yung talon niya umabot hanggang orbital strike, bes.
Parang ang nakita ko nga lang din dun is nag-slide siya backwards. Pero hindi pa rin talaga naging sapat dahil naka-ready yung mga crosshair dito ng Global Esports sa kanya. Now,
changing kung paano yung playstyle, for example, yung changing of pacing, yung bilis. Kaya mong gawin yun ng isang round, dalawa, sige, okay. Pero tatatlo ka pa, apat ka pa, tignan mo yung mangyayari. Delv was already shut down here for the side of Alter Ego dahil nga lagi nilang pinupush. Ngayon, at least buhay pa rin naman yung apat kahit papano.
Spike planted.
Na-punish na sila dito sa mga pagkakataon na gusto na makapasok ng site ang Global Esports. They're just being held out. Alter Ego kasi dito, meron silang operator na kasama. Kaya naman medyo delayed at hesitant silang to make kaagad dito ng post-plan ng Global Esports.
Aray!
Masama dito, makes it wild for that 4K. Another multi-kills for Global Esports. Aray ko po sa mga crosshair placements. Dito,
Ulo lang.
skills.
Ulo lang ang sapat na para to get that headshot kills and ginamit talaga yan ni skills, no? And despite the disadvantage right now that Global Esports is actually facing when it comes to aim duels, kaya-kaya naman nilang palagan Talagang magaling lang talaga mag-execute din tong Alter Ego pagdating sa utilities nila.
Yeah, yung mga times na magagamit nila dito yung mga ultimates nila, yung Falcon Flash pang kasama dito for Kush. Na-comment nga ito kanina ng ating panelist, so talagang ang laking bagay nito. But speaking of, we have no Kush to save up someone dito sa AP dahil nga nagpupush na aggressively dito. They know for a fact that what is happening already for AE. Na-punish na dito si Nadal, pero SK Rossi lang din talaga makakakuha ng another one. We have here so much aggression for Rossi to make. Hold up siya dito. We have 4v2 situation. The plant is already committed or on the way committed. But now, still the numbers invader kasi dito ng Global Esports.
Itong smoke na to, ang hirap tanggalin, no? Kasi matagal yan. And Brimstone smoke natin, the longest smoke in game. Pero mukhang may trade-offs na agad na nangyayari as Kush was able to take one more kill. Merong isang nasa dish pero nakongkas nga siya dito ng Brimstone na nasa likuran lang. Pa-flash, it worked out for him. At talagang one-man army si Kuya mo Kush dahil inubos lahat. The retake was very much possible just because of him. Nakita mo naman yung itsura sa player cam, parang nag-deathmatch lang.
Chill lang siya Chill like a villain lang Sabi niya kaya to may blinds pa ako, may molly pa ako kasama. Basta utility lang din talaga ay sapat na dito for Kush. Dahil nasa kanya na pagdating sa mga duels. Ito yung mga times na akala na natin na nasa side na ng Global Esports yung round na yun. Dahil they were aggressive. Napunish nila dito sila Delv. Nabawasan ng dalawa. They had the numbers. Pero it didn't matter for Kush dahil nga yung aim duel na ipanalo niya pa dito laban kay Lightning Fast. Now finally, nabebeluhan na nila ng tama maigi dito ang Global Esports. Musika na nga tayo umabot pa sa pack na mahabol ito ng Global.
Nasama pa rin siya sa yanig, ladies and gents. Pero ang matindi dito, hindi niya ata nakita si SK Rossi. My God, ito na pero si Adrian King pa rin ang makakapatay. At yun na nga, in-overkill pa, sir. Galit na galit, kay kuya mo SK Rossi. Hindi yanig
Pinantihan lang din ng Rolling Thunder.
Nakaldag siya dun
Rolling Thunder naman ang ginamit. Manggagaling sila all the way from dish. Ngayon, makikipag-atakiyan na lang naman din sila. Dahil dito may ipit na nga. Suppress is already there. Makukupit na lang yung side. Pero will it be enough? This is a 5v3. The suppress is already committing and so much casualty. Dahil ang Global Esports, hindi nila magamit yung mga utility nila. Kaka dito makakapag-wise yung pangalan. Hello there, two guys. Now, finally, down to 2. Ang dami na mga nangyari dito in favor of Kappa. Ang Silovia na lang ang natitira. He doesn't know where is going out. Pero nandito naman din yung kanyang molly to delay things further. Pero showstopper lang din.
Hoy, nag-connect!
Nag-connect pa pareho!
The showstopper connected and it's still around for Global Esports. Men, kapag nag-360 ka, umikot ka, literal may makikita kang kalaban kahit saan Ang kalat nila nila dun sa side, bes. Lahat na ng kongkas, lahat na bulag na at nabisbis na dito ni Delv. Naupuan na at lahat-lahat. Pero sila pa rin naman ang wagwawagi. Nag-connect pa rin yun. Swerte na.
Ibang klase dito talaga si Kappa, oh. 3v5 yun eh. If I recall it correctly, talagang numbers advantage dito ng Alter Ego. Ang nangyari lang din talaga is all over talaga ng A-side dito, players from Global Esports. Yes, they were in deficit of 2 rounds na, pero hindi naman din imposible na makuha nila yung peso round, makuha nila yung momentum back in the game dahil na sila na ngayon yung defending.
Nako, 2 rounds lang pala yung advantage ng Alter Ego dito. At anytime around, kaya nila tong baliktarin. Pero lalo na ngayon na hindi na kailangan dumepensa ni Delv. Kung kanina sa defense, kating-kati na siyang pumush. Paano pa kaya ngayon na sila na yung attackers dito?
Oo nga. Kanina nang galing sila ng dish, ang galing ng arcade. Hindi ko talaga makakalimutan yan dahil ipet na ipet dito yung global. At wala na nga ding ibang option. Dito I think it was Kappa na nag-zipline pa papalayo pero hinabol talaga. Hindi siya pinagbigyan ni Delve. We have the 7-5 in this half. Still doable for Global Esports. Basta't alamin nila muna kung sino talaga yung uunahin nila mula sa kabila.
Si SK Rossi.
SK Rossi.
Makati eh. Tsaka, kung tutuusin, no, kung tinignan naman natin kung paano maglaro tong Global Esports, base dito sa kills na nakikita natin, hindi naman ganun kalala yung hindi tumatama sa kanila eh. Talagang nasasaktuhan talaga sila dito ng mga trade-offs. Kaya parang isang kill and then another death for them. And kung tutuusin, Hell Ranger, laging naiiwan when it comes to clutch situations. Sina Skills, nakita rin natin kumuha ng frags to. At sa pool lahat, ulo lang kill, sasapul niya lahat, diba? So, yung mga aim frag potential ng mga team members ng Global Esports, nandun naman eh. Execution lang nagkakatalo.
Tsaka sa timing lang din ng mga utilities eh. May advantage ka dito si Delv na nakakapag-dash away siya, nakakapag-slide away siya, tapos sabayan mo pa ng recon. Pero oh my gosh, nung the moment na maunahan niya dito, si Hell Ranger, tsaka naman din lumabas dito si Reese, kaya makakuha nila yung pick-off. Shorty lang yung magagamit niya dito, makakatakas pa rin naman siya. Oh my gosh, Rendezvous. Makakakuha lang din naman dito na pick-off. 3v4, still doable for AE.
3v4 nga, meron tayo nakapagplanta ng spike ang Alter Ego. Yung kill nila doon ay napaka-importante for the rest of the team. But it's still not yet over. Anything can happen. This is still anyone's game kahit nasa post-plan situation na tayo. But utilities being placed here para lang subukan. At yung TP out pa nga dito, yung rendezvous na TP out sa kamatayan. Ito na ang pagpasok ng Alter Ego at completely diminished na naman ang players ng Global Esports. Dahil lang sa isang hawak sa tower. Ganun ka-importante ang tower.
Sayang lang din na nag-TP. Suicide TP yata ang ginawa dito, SK Rossi.
Di niya alam eh. Dalawa yung kakampi niya dun eh.
Oo. Magtutulong-tulong sana sila since nagamit niya na yung facial. Akala nila na pushback nila yung AE from controlling end tower. Pero hindi nila alam is nag-abang lang din sila dito to completely destroy that retake that was already in favor dito ng Global Esports. Kaya naman, paano pa kaya pagdating dito sa next round na ito, na-buy na ng Alter Ego?
Nag-hello na naman dito si Delv. Sir, namatay na naman siya. Consecutive rounds, hindi na nakakakuha ng kills halos si Delv. Pero okay lang yan as Alter Ego is still here. 4v3 situation. Sila may kalamangan ngayon. Nakongkas na nga dito sa gilid at si Hell Ranger lumalaban din with his own flashes. Pero dalawa, 2v1 and the pop flash comes in. The kills not connecting at all for Kappa. Just one is enough and Adrian King to secure the last 2 remaining kills. Linis na linis.
Linis? Linis na linis. Talagang naging clean up crew dito. Alter Ego to secure an A site. Ultimo yung mga nag-aabang na nga in those corners talagang hindi makabuelo. Kahit na alam at expected na nila yung mangyayari, mag-open up ng gate, makakakuha sila ng advantage ng pick-off. Pero pickers advantage lang din talaga nakapag-wide swing at yung mga specters din dito talaga ng Alter Ego is just there. Now, buy round na ng Global Esports. Kailangan nila ito maging worth it, pero look at the push na ginagawa ngayon ng SK Rossi. Hindi ito maging pabor sa kanya dahil he needs to pick onto someone, but now with that judge, enough na sa kanya dito. Naku, pinasok pa rin nila dito si Skills. Nagkamit na ng banner niya, dalawa mabibigyan niya. Munti ka pa maging tatlo kung hindi niya din. Makakatapat yung Bulldog ni Axelavia. One member down. Already in favor of the numbers ng Global Esports. What are you going to do now?
This is Adrian King that we're talking about. Literal, may King sa pangalan niya. May dahilan yan, guys. Kinaldag na ang dalawang natitirang players dito. At itong Boombot, madedetect na nga siya. Hindi pa rin napaplantang spike, and pag sumilip ka, yatapchi ka talaga. Merong Kongkas na lalabas pero hindi niya alam. Nakasalo na pala! And the double kill comes in, and the clash was still there with 1 HP remaining on Adrian King. You can't spell King without Adrian. Baliw eh, no? Mali-mali mag-spelling eh. Hindi lang sa math bumagsak.
Dahil to kay Bill.
Pati sa spelling. Diyos ko, pinilit nilang pasukin. Una sa lahat, pinilit na nilang pasukin to. Na-punish na yung mga players. Pati yung apoy tinawid. Lahat-lahat na, bes.
Di lang talaga naging pabor sa kanila dahil nga si Adrian yung natira. Kung siguro si Noxia na hindi nakakapag-pop off end this game, pwede pa eh. Pero kasi Adrian, nung nalaman niya makakapag-push na dito yung Global Esports, talagang in-isolate niya muna yung isang gumamit ng utility, fault line muna. Alam niya kasi may delay yun eh. So white swing muna sa kanya, nakapasok man si Lightning Fast, hindi siya makakapag-react dahil na-cover up niya yung isang angle na pwede siyang unahan dito ni Lightning Fast. So talagang commendable yung hyper-awareness dito ng Alter Ego. Magtuloy-tuloy lang. 5-round lead ang meron sila ngayon laban sa Global Esports. Really just goes to show na sa kanila itong fracture na naman na ito.
Tong si Delv, malapit na tong mag-Century 2 na Super Buds. Kakatakbo no marathon eh. Fit na siya, ladies and gents. Dito na ang tunay na exercise. Sa Neon lang pala mahahanap. At dahil nga doon sa bilis nung kaya ibigay ng Neon, no, medyo naaliw na rin yung nasa A-site or nasa A-main kanina. Which is Crossy. Nakapatay naman siya sa kanina kahit papano. So anyway, ito na naman yung marathon natin. Part 2, ladies and gents. Dahil nagkakalabasan na agad ng util. Delv trying to find someone here pero wala ata siyang masuspatan. Na Kongkas coming in and kahit may bulag pa yan, tamang marathon lang talaga. Ito na nga ang pagtakbo ni Delv. Naghahanap dito. The Kongkas settles in mula dito sa side pero hindi rin naman makakalabas dito ang ibang players ng Global Esports. Tamang Kongkas lang Kongkas hanggang makapag-plant. Daming Kongkas. Lahat na lang.
Bayad na bayad.
Oo. Wala na ako sinabi dito kundi Kongkas.
Okay, pero ready na itong gamitin at yun ang gagawin niya para makontrol nila yung mga retake dito all the way from Global Esports. Oh no, hindi na sila makapag-react dito with the ADS ready for his aim to completely destroy the players from Global Esports. 11-5. Talagang yung mga contestants dito yung nakapag-open up ng side for Delv to secure in those corners na i-hold nila laban sa kanya, and really as just the execution na ginawa niya dito na hindi niya kakayaan na masayang yung may utilities dito ng mga kasama niya.
Grabe si Adrian King. Sabi ko naman sa'yo, Honey Glaze, bago pa lang magsimula tong match na to. This is definitely a player that they should look out for. Dahil mainit eh. Kaya niyang i-handle yung sarili niya dahil nga din meron siyang mga flashes na pwedeng paglaruan. And alam natin, no, using a breach para sa mga naglalaro ng breach, kung gaano rin katagal lumabas yung utility nito tsaka yung baril. So talagang tamang timing ang kailangan nila. Ito na si Del sa kanyang part 3 sa marathon niya. Babasagin na nga ang wall mula sa Sage. Nag-aabang ata si Crossy dito with an operator. Nakuha na nga niya ang first kill pero wala ng pangalawa. Dahil pamamatay na sila isa-isa. Habang yung ibang mga players nagkakaroon na ng skirmish on B side. Makakapag-plant naman sila dito ng spike at tamang post-plant position.
Dalawa na lang din ang natitira din ngayon dito. Taylor, I think this is really hard for them to commit onto. Pero kasi, pwede pa rin na lang nilang maunahan dito ang AE. Malaroan na lang na natama with those isolation plays at magamit nila ng YS dito yung aftershocks and even have those fault lines May fault line pa sila dito sa secure end this round. Pero ang mangyayari lang din dito is hanapan portion ang magaganap dito. Hanap usap deal para makakuha din ng pick-off. Pero hindi ito ibinibigay ng Alter Ego dahil dalawa naglalaro in ARB main. Hindi sila nagpapakita, hindi sila nagbibigay ng info. So now, atasa lang din muna dito ang Global Esports. Magsisave na lang sila. But the problem is, match point na already for AE.
Tumahap sa hukay yung isa.
Oh,
RIP sa'yo, kaibigan. Match point na nga tayo, Alter Ego. Walang arep. Yun nga yung pinagtataka ko, bakit nagpakamatay si Kuya mo Lightning Fast? May vandal yung dalawa kanina, di ba? Hindi ko na alam. Oo, bahala na kayo sa life nyo. Basta ang alam namin dito, 1 puntos na lang. Oasis na maglalaro.
Yun ang abang-abang. Talagang lahat sila nagpapainit pa dito para lang matalo kagad ng Oasis.
Alam nyo naman guys, sa concert nga merong may show muna bago yung main event.
Pre-show,
ito yun guys, pre-show to para sa main event mamaya. Ang Oasis versus Order. Marami na namang magagalit. Marami na namang matatalo. Ayan na nga, let's go! Kinalampag ang papag. Si Hellranger, kinalampag din ang pumapasok sa tower habang si Scrossi nakakuha na nga ng isang kill with the ultimate as well. 4v2 situation mukhang nalalaglag dito at unti-unting nauubos ang players ng Alter Ego. Hindi pa daw tapos ang lahat. Binoga.
Boga-boga lang pala ang sagot. Dito matama si Hellranger, yes, pero mas magiging pabor sa kanya dito. Unahin na munang bugahin players natin ngayon from AE. Tinatry nila makapasok ng site, pero kasi yung fault line and sumama pa ng Rolling Thunder ang naging reason kung bakit hindi sila nakapag-react on time. That is our replay na talagang inisa-isa muna sila dito ng Global Esports bago sila pumasok.
Ang mahirap dito kapag naging complacent sila or naging overconfident masyado yung Alter Ego. Pwede pa tong mabaliktad completely, ha? Pwede pang mas snowball yung momentum nito kung sakasakali man. But it's still 6 more rounds, kumbaga, para sa Global Esports. And literal, kailangan nila ng perfection in this specific match that we have right here. Do or die para sa kanila. SK Rossi was able to get 1 kill already with an operator. Meron pa atang susunod. That is the 2nd kill on towards Kush. 3 na lang. Gusto nyo pang lumabas.
Mag-audition na tayo. Nakabang rin naman na si SK Rossi. Pero ngayon yung tatlong to talagang wala silang binibigay, gina-giveaway na info. They're just patiently crawling all the way from Dish, going into B. Pero nakaabang na rin naman na kasi dito yung Hellranger. Nagparinig. There's a 1 shot. Nandito naman din yung mga recon. Smokes are already placed in. Walang makakatagpo sa kanila ngayon. But the numbers is really in favor of Global Esports.
Wala pa namang movements right now on the side itself. Pero si Adrian mukhang naspata na nga ng boombot. With this ultimate orbital strike, maa-adjust yung pagpa-plant ng spike. Pero mapaplant pa rin naman. Axelovio is already dead right here. 2v5 situation. Itong retake na to. Sa Global Esports na, lahat nakasalalay sa kanila. Sila na lang ang bahala. Pero alam na nila yan. Yung 3v1 nga kay Adrian King, nabaliktad pa. Ito na ang simula. Del getting 1 kill in. The wall comes up. Ito na rin yung mga flashes. Pinatay ang nagde-defuse. SK Rossi is still there. And right around the corner is Adrian King. Half na ang spike at tuloy-tuloy na nga itong pagde-defuse. And this round will go to Global Esports.
Wala siyang magagawa doon. Na-smoke out siya sa tower. Hindi sila makakuha ng info kung sino ba yung mga nakaabang all the way from those corners. Although it was a good one for Alter Ego. Na 3 silang nakapasok inside the site. There was no problem. Pagdating na lang ng retake talaga ang naging crucial para magkaroon pa ng kabak dito yung Global Esports. That was a good round started out by Crossy dahil napanimulan niya ng magandang dalawa kaagad yung na-eliminate niya. Wala na tuloy blinds dito or wala na tuloy nakakasama pa na makakapag-suppress laban sa Global Esports. Pero speaking of global, masusupress ang ata dito ang kanilang race dahil nandito yung showstopper niya. Pero deja vu talaga dito for SK Rossi to eliminate in 1.
Deja vu, sir. Ito na nga ang huling round o iisa pa ba? Yan ang katanungan dito. Tapusin Yan ang sinasabi ng mga nanonood at nag-aabak para sa Oasis games natin. Guys, Kongkas na nga mula sa Neon. Papasukin ba nila? And that is Kush getting a kill on Kappa. 4v4 pa rin na meron tayo dito. This wall will allow them to actually go around ang hindi sila nakikita. Lightning fast though. He was able to take one kill away. And that is gonna be Kush. 3v4 pa rin ang meron tayo dito on the corner itself. Dub was able to spot Lightning fast. Andito na rin 6 kills na namatay. And that is a kill instead. And Scrossy goes down. Ito na nga. Hellranger is the only man remaining right now to make a retake happen. Wala pa namang plan.
3v1. Wala pang ang plan. May time pa rin naman siya dito. Pero problema lang is covered up na kaagad yung mga sites na pwede niya pasukan for that retake to happen. Wala siyang ultimate na kasama dito maasahan. Meron lang siyang fault line. Meron lang siyang aftershock. This is really waiting for those corners pero si Noxy na lang din. Ito na, tinapos na. And we are going in to series number 3 dahil nakikita na natin ngayon 2-0 for Alter Ego to eliminate in the series laban sa Global Esports.
Kita nyo naman yung nagiging epekto pag di nagko-comment si Rere, ladies and gents. 2-0 lahat ng games natin, first 2 series na napanood natin dito, 2-0 na malinis for all the respective teams, and congratulations nga pala sa Alter Ego for winning that series against Global Esports. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan, Global Esports will go down sa ating lower bracket and mag-aantay sila dun sa mga ibang susunod na matches natin kung sino nga bang makakatapat nila. But overall, the performance here definitely from the side of Adrian King, those clutch potentials, clutch moments that he was able to do so for the rest of the team, made the spot happen, made the parang ang tawag dito match point happen basically, no? And para sa Global Esports, magulo pa talaga when it comes to getting those rounds, even those retakes, nabibigla pa rin at na-overwhelm sila sa capability ng Alter Ego here.
Nagugulat nga lang din talaga sila na may numbers advantage naman sila pero naipapanalo pa rin pala ito ng Alter Ego. Just really goes to show yung fundamentals and mechanics ay na-compromise na nila maigi, but really is just the second series of the day. Mahaba-haba pati yung araw na ito for the first day of our group stages. Mag-alabang kayo dahil next one na ay magiging inflicted ba ng Ray-Rakers and the Oasis game laban sa Order. Manig si Dudobali kasama ngayon si Taylor. Huwag kayong mawawala dahil na ang next series natin ay maingay na Oasis Gaming. See you in a bit.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm like.
What is going on today? What a speedrun for this series. I want to welcome you guys a little bit more properly, but I'm just dumbfounded at how the series are going by so fast. But again, this is VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, it's Likeable, Cash Bunny, and of course, Trix. And Alter Ego getting that 2-0 against Global Esports. I feel like for the play-ins, a lot of adjustments and like the testing of the waters were happening. But here on the group stage, you can't be shy. No first stage jitters. Send your best foot forward, all ready, and keep on going. Now, can we please talk about how unforgiving Delb is over here? My god, Tash. He sees Kappa, kills him, sees another one on the zipline. No escape for you either.
Yeah, so we talked about how this map is Global Esports pick, and I was really curious per se because like if this is your map pick, I was expecting something out of the box, some really insane lineups or strats or plays, but from the side of Global, it was a very, very predictable play, and on top of that, it was AE who was more proactive and coming up with these really, how do I say this, pinch sort of mechanics happening where they come in from two different angles.
Yeah, I think that, you know, in terms of AE's playstyle as well, I was talking about win conditions for something like Fracture. You really have to get that early advantage as a defender side. You got to get that pick. You need to make more proactive plays because that map is primarily needing to split people up. I liked one of the adjustments that were made on AE's side. They couldn't really take the side that they wanted to, so they ended up just rotating from the defender spawn, which is exactly what teams need to be doing more often because I find that it's not a play we typically see on a map like Fracture.
And you talked about the aggression, right? You were hoping for more of that defensive aggression coming from either of the teams. And again, AE was the team that was able to pull this off. But Trix, I think that it's also important to note that despite the aggression, there was always discipline right behind it.
Yeah. There was always somebody supporting that aggression. I would see Neon trying to get that early peek and Adrian King right behind them with a flash ready. And I love seeing that because some teams make that mistake. Like there's no noise, they think it's a safe peek, and then they just dry peek the angle, no support whatsoever. And sometimes they get picked off. But in this one, in AE, they weren't afraid to make any noise. They weren't afraid to let their presence be known because they knew exactly how they were going to take that information properly and safely.
Of course. Now, we do have to give credit where credit is due over here. Hash, you remember SK Rossi with that disgusting push? Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Turning up from sand, WE into spawn, and kill 3 people along the way. How does that even happen?
Personally, I think it was more of just confidence at that point. I felt like at that point, SK Rossi was just like, I need to make something happen. I can't just keep letting them get away with all these aggressive pushes. And that situation, yes, it was very valid because it's in a way like it kind of felt like AE kind of overheated there, rather. But if you look at how it was again, you always see AE, if they overheat, immediately they pull themselves back and they say, okay, we're overheating a bit. Let's be a little bit more disciplined when it comes to that. And in that situation as well, just because of how AE is just so proactive in taking these sort of like aggressive stances, aggressive fights, where we say that this map really gives so much value to lurkers and flankers, AE, in a lot of situations, you are gonna be finding them in so many different angles that you might not even be expecting. And it comes to the point you're thinking, is AE attack or defense? How did they come up from that side? And in a lot of situations as well, you see that these fights don't even take place on the sites itself. Sometimes it's on the spawn, sometimes it's on maybe even on A main or even at dish. And it's a very tricky situation here where you see, because of what Delby is playing, which is the Neon, how fast he can cover so much ground gives a lot of advantage when it comes to just kind of pinching them from 2 different angles.
Of course, we got Alter Ego's push being the series MVP over here. Now, my god, Trix, I can't get enough of this guy. His utilities are just timed so perfectly to a science.
He was amazing on Bind. We saw Kush on that fade and just the way that they were playing aggressive. And I think it really fits into Alter Ego style, that explosive, aggressive playing, the way that they clear the angles. Granted, in Bind, it felt like they were off to a little bit of a shaky start. They weren't clearing all of the angles very well. They weren't exactly, they didn't seem to capitalize on the information they had, and sometimes they got false information, which can happen in situations where you're the initiator because you're just so certain the angles are clear. And then moving on to that fracture map, you could just see the way that they would play so safely, the way that the flashes would come in, and I don't even know sometimes where the KO is placed, but he ends up getting a flash in for that duelist to just kind of go at it.
Oh, there's so much to dissect when it comes to this team. I don't even know where to begin. But Tash, a little bit less serious on the side of the game over here, and I feel like I have to put it out. It's like the elephant in the room, right? What the hell is going on with these tactical crouches or victory crouches, as Quack would say it?
I mean, like, in general, I thought it was more of like banter between the two teams, but I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't say there's beef or anything between them. I think it's just literally just competitive, how do I say this? Competitive, feelings about each other. Because in a lot of situations, a lot of these players are friends, and I think that sometimes there are a lot of situations where like you kind of get carried away by the adrenaline, and that's probably what happened. Well, I hope that's what it is, because after all, this is a professional competitive scene, and you want to see it, be carried out that way. For now, though, I really want to talk about the next upcoming match. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, after all, we do have a PH representative on the line over here. And as we move on to the next series, I think that Fluffy would have loved to introduce the first team on this series, which is why I personally asked him to make an introduction for this. So all of this is verbatim straight out of Fluffy's mouth. The first team is the lower bracket Warriors of PH. Almost all of them are VCT champions already. Majority of them have had APAC experience in the past, and they actually had their exposure back in SEA Stage 3 with their coach, Wacky the Gamer. And he's back in there. So a lot can change over time because of his addition back into the team. Now, they did have their ex-feeling coach, Fluffy02, who did play some ranked games with them last night, which I have no knowledge if they won or not. But here they are, Oasis Gaming. Where do I even begin with the Oasis boys over here? I mean, what's not to love about these guys? They're young, they're flexible, their mechanical skills are on point, and over here we've got Coco, Envy, Marky, Ripperoo, Wild Oreo. Honestly, Trix was banking on me to try and introduce these teams as best as I could, but I don't even know where to begin, Trix. All the time, I mean, we see Marky, one of the most, how should I say it? One of the most fitting Jet players. Like, once you've seen this guy on his Jet daggers, it's just impossible to escape the wrath of the daggers. Like, I would hide as fast as I could. And of course, the rest of the team, just amazing. Coco being the team captain and just being the more mature one who really guides his team to victory. I just love seeing this team go into action. But again, Trix, we already know this is a team that's very close to Fluffy's heart.
It is. I think this team is very close to a lot of Philippine viewers' hearts. And I find that, looking at their run in the local qualifiers, we find that they were up and down during it and ultimately losing to Team Secret, another team that a lot of us know about. They don't seem to have a particular map that they find to be their home. Necessarily, everything is not exactly 100% win rate, but they do seem to excel in maps like Breeze and Fracture, which I'm not surprised by because of how mechanically skilled and talented these players are. I am excited to possibly see them run that triple initiator, as I've said before. I really hope to see it, but you know, it didn't exactly turn out too well for them. Maybe they're going to change the lineup, maybe they'll fix it and do something different with it this time. But I would imagine that they might not enjoy playing on Bind, even though, you know, it's one of those maps that we love to see. But Bind itself might not be the best pick for a team like Oasis Gaming. Except, you know, just the sheer mechanical ability that they have, the teamwork that they've built over this time, it's just fantastic.
I am so sorry for laughing. But, okay, during the PH finals, Fluffy was like, dear God, Oasis Gaming, please do not pick out Bind. You guys have lost consistently on this map. And Fluffy was like, well, I don't think we're gonna be seeing Bind, which we did not during the grand finals of the PH Challengers. So I'm certainly hoping that it's either they stepped up from that experience, like they grew from that, or like they don't show it at all, because otherwise Fluffy would be really, really sad. Now, Oasis Gaming, as much as they are that fertile spot in the desert where we find water, they're hoping to keep their opponent high and dry. They don't want to share anything, especially the win. So their enemy better hydrate for their own good, of course, if they want to survive. But hey, they probably come here prepared. These guys come from the land down under, which is relatively hot as well. They're not as hot as the desert, of course, but I'm pretty sure that they're ready. They were the top team from the Oceania Tour. Despite the team name, I think that these guys are just about ready to wreak some havoc and mayhem. This is Order. Now that I think about it, Tash, we've all had our fun over here. You had your fun introducing Gaimin Gladiators. I'm sure Fluffy would have loved to introduce Oasis, and even though they're not here, I'm sure Conky and Komodo would have loved to do the same for these guys. But instead, you're gonna be standing in their place for them this time.
Okay, so now let's talk about Order. So a team from down under, and I wouldn't say I haven't seen some of the players in here before, but I have actually casted for RDW previously from Bonkers. He is definitely a player that you want to keep your eye on, because when he's on Chamber, he is someone that is kind of like reminded me of who was it just now from a chamber from Gaming Gladiators just now? Frey. Yeah, Frey. Yeah. He is somewhat an unmovable force that you want to think about it. So now for Disco, Maple, Texta, and Roski, I think that they are definitely a team that is very, very interesting, because when you think about them as well, like these players are definitely not new, because when you think about, say, Ronsky, he has played in 6 different teams prior to this, and on top of that, when you think about the other players as well, we can already say, like, yes, it sounds like they're definitely players with a lot of, I would say, flexibility as well as value when you think about it. Because when you look at their player history, they don't necessarily play only one type of agent the whole time. You will see them play Initiator, but at the same time, you also see some of them already running on Duelist. You'll see some of them playing on Initiators, but also running on maybe, a Sentinel. So that's how flexible they are. And it's a little bit hard for me to really pinpoint based just on like their careers, what exactly or what role they're going to be playing, just because of how flexible it's going to be.
It seems that both of these rosters, whether it be Order or Oasis Gaming, are coming in with these players that are just so malleable and able to adjust to what the team actually needs. So I'm wondering how it's going to turn out today on their map picks even.
Oh, me too. Fluffy actually told me a fun fact.
Okay.
Some of the players of Oasis Gaming actually came from a team called the First Order.
Okay.
Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting when you think about it. But when you look at trends before this, when you look at how Oceania plays, I really like how they're kind of like orderly, chaotic. But back in stage 1, from what I saw from Bonkers, and I'm really excited to see that maybe perhaps happening again, just because RDW moved into Order.
Now, I have been looking at Order's team statistics over here, and it's crazy. Is it just me? Am I looking at the statistics right? Or have they just been winning all of their games, like, across all maps? Like,
they have definitely dominated the region,
right?
In my opinion. And so I'm so excited to see how they're going to fare on the rest of APAC. I have heard a lot of praise on Order, but I've also heard a lot of praise on Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I have to agree
Wait a
with
minute,
you.
we're not banning Bind?
Wait, no way! I can't believe this is happening. Okay, I'm wondering.
Fluffy mad?
I'm wondering, like, what's going on
I'm
here?
not mad. I'm surprised. Just to be clear.
Okay,
I would be incredibly surprised if they actually pull it out. I'm sure that the next pair of casters are gonna have a strong opinion on Oasis. Okay, they still have a chance to ban it. It's not too late. It's still possible to not have Bind on the decider map, but like, this is unbelievable, Tricks.
I'm wondering. Okay, I'm wondering if
like
Order
a
did their
relief
homework.
happening here.
Like, I'm wondering if Order did their homework, if they actually checked out, how Oasis plays, or did they just decide that they're not confident going against Oasis Gaming's Bind because perhaps they've watched the VODs and decided that that's not a map they want to fight on.
Honestly, when you think about Bind, a lot of, in MYSG, I understand. Like, when you think about it back in stage number 1, a lot of teams banned Bind. And I was asking the other casters, why is this a thing? And because there's not exactly a middle area, and sometimes some teams don't want to deal with not having that pressure coming in from its side. So honestly, I'm not surprised. But Fracture as decider map, interesting again. Personally, I would say whenever I see Fracture, I have yet to see a team that has really, really brought some innovation to that map other than Paper Rex as well as SMG from Game Changers. But for now, I am keeping my fingers crossed that we might be seeing that.
Oh, you're in for a treat. The fact that Oasis vetoed Haven over here to make sure that the decider map was going to be Fracture says a lot. And I've seen their performance here, really good track record in their battles here, especially on attacking. They seem to show a really huge comfort over here, so I'm really excited to see more of that Fracture play on the side of Oasis Gaming. Now, I feel like the information with Order is very limited because most of the time we talk about their region or like their local tournaments coming into play. But again, a lot can happen as they progress here on APAC. But as far as I know, Honka and Komodo speak very highly of this team. So Oasis Gaming better watch out.
I feel like on top of that, as I mentioned about Fracture, it's being a large map. One of those things that maybe Fade might not be as great on large maps, but we have to consider that the sites themselves are very small on Fracture. So hopefully Oasis Gaming will actually bring out a Fade in order to play against Order today.
I really want to see a Viper. I really want to see a Viper because when you think about it, it's been a while, but there's so much value in a Viper. The toxic screen, you have the toxic orb as well that gives those decays, and on top of that, her ultimate can cover the entire site. Especially if you ulti on a site, you can cover top and bottom of the site as well. And you've seen Paper X Mistral actually just anchor all alone in a 1v4 on the site. Even before his teammates got there, he already pretty much annihilated the entire team. So this is my question, like, why are we not seeing more Vipers when she has so much value?
Maybe because the players get too distracted by how beautiful Viper is. I don't know.
Or because of the KO, they feel that it's not as viable anymore.
True.
Yeah.
It's a huge adjustment. When you get suppressed, it just goes down from time to time from there. But again, this is something that we have to watch out for, of course, the agent compositions, everything. But here on the panel, we better watch out too, because coming up next is our ever-dreaded prediction.
Oh no.
Predictions. Now, I think I owe it to Fluffy, because he's not here on the panel, to predict on Oasis Gaming on his behalf. He's not here, so I will do it. But what about you, Tash?
I'm going for Order, just because of the representation. I've seen RDW's performance previously. VCT APAC, and I still believe in him. And I want to see him actually just bring in those big plays. And I want to see Australia actually make it all the way up there if possible, because I don't think we've seen them there yet.
I think I definitely want to see Australia make it, but I do think that Oasis Gaming might just have that edge. They have been a fantastic team, extremely malleable team, playing against others that have been considered the top as well. So I would vote for Oasis Gaming.
Wow, it's okay.
Love it.
I'll be the only one for the
Totally not
representation.
biased.
I got you guys. I got you guys. You guys on Down Under, you guys in Oceania, I got you guys, all right?
Totally not Filipino pride over here. But for real, if you've actually seen, there we go, the predictions are locked in on our screens right now. No going back there. But if you've actually seen, Tash, some of the comms that the Oasis boys have actually done, they're just a treat to watch.
I'm excited.
There was actually one scene during the finals game against Team Secret wherein I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, Coco on the Viper. I could be totally wrong with the whole representation, but Viper, it was like a 1v4 or something, and he had to run away because Jesse Vash was running at him as the Sova with a knife in his hand and was just ready to knife the competition out. And the communication of the team behind it was this: if you clutch this round, no 1v4, we're all gonna shave our heads bald. Crazy. And this was happening in a finals match.
Wow.
Can you believe that? They were just having the time of their lives. Probably
Great.
a part of it was like, you know what, guys, we already qualified for APAC. We're gonna make it into the group stage. Why don't we have a little bit more fun here? Like, we're gonna give it our best. Obviously, we're not gonna cut these enemies some slack. But I love the energy. I love seeing players just bring out a little bit more of their personality despite, having this serious whole competition in front of them. But as I say that, we're ready to go into Agent Select. I'm ready to see more of the personalities also pop out as we find out what kind of compositions they bring out, if they're going to be on the more aggressive personality over here or maybe a little bit more defensive. But what do you think, Rick?
I think that both teams are probably going to feel each other out first. We have an idea that both teams are able to adapt and change depending on how their opponents are playing. So as we see here, you've got the mirror lineup actually. You have the exact same agents. We have that KO, which has a great knife ability. But again, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it really depends on if they're able to utilize that in Breeze. It's such a large map and sometimes it's very difficult to capitalize on it.
Hey, again, I wanna point this out. Breeze, looking really breezy for Oasis Gaming. They've beaten the likes of RRQ, they've beaten Team Secret after all. And it's just an amazing map for them, and I really look forward to watching them get the rounds in. But Ash, you're the order enthusiast over here. What do you think is gonna go down?
Honestly, their lineup is absolutely solid. You have RDW on chamber, great for holding mid, great for holding A. Heck, even if you want to hold B, it's also good too. It's very, very good. And on top of that, if he can put his teleporter a little bit far off, he can teleport and make really, really quick rotations just to kind of stop people coming onto the site. Viper's not surprising, both taken. There's so much malleability coming through. But I have to say, despite the differences in the composition or lineup, this comes down more to execution. I would say just because of how almost similar their lineups are. Now my question is, when you have a chamber who is so strong on this map, my question is, what exactly has Oasis have in mind to counter chamber on RDW?
Well, that's a question that's gonna be answered as we proceed to this series. That was quite a discussion. I actually just realized that the day has been filled with double letters. I mean, got Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin Esports. That's PG, so the G's, right? Now it's Oasis Gaming versus Order, the O's. Not really relevant, just wanted to point it out there. My brain does that sometimes, kind of sneak in some patterns over there. But what is relevant though is that our game is about to start. We've had our fair share of fun for these teams. Now it's the casters' turn to enjoy it too.
wala ako sa gitna.
Okay. Good afternoon sa inyong lahat, guys. At nandito nga tayo sa third series between mga Beach Pride, Oasis Gaming versus mga taga-order. Ako si Rayray at syempre kasama ko dito si Vil at kami ang mag-ahatid ng unbiased casting mula sa mga kapitbahay ko. Doon lang sila, mga taga-Oasis.
Mga kapitbahay mong mananalo.
Yeah.
Matik. Tignan natin yan kung ano bang mangyayari dito sa order, ladies and gentlemen, if ever they're gonna win this, or probably it's just Oasis Gaming will gonna go on complete sweep 2-0 din sa mga games natin. Kasi kanina Rete, I mean, pinapanood ko yung match number 1 and match number 2. 2-0, napakabilis na pangyayari. Pero ngayon, kasama na kita, nandito ka na. So, I have a feeling there's gonna be probably a 2-1 plus OT, tas matagal mag-start. Ay nako, matik na yun talaga.
Sorry, akin.
Ayusin ko lang. Direk, wala kasi ako sa gitna, Direk. Baka naman, Direk. Pakigitna naman kami. Maraming salamat.
Pero, ito yung main event eh. Yung pagkatapos nito, chilling cast na lang ulit kami.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi isipin mo, di ba? Yung mga filler matches, siyempre, nasa una, nasa pangalawa, din nasa pinakahuli, di ba? Yung main event, dito lang sa Pilipinas yan, mga kaibigan, nasa kalagitnaan, di ba? Doon talaga papasok yung mga galing. Pero yun nga, big shoutouts to all the people tuning in right now. Sa Twitch, sa Facebook, and sa YouTube as well. Alam mo ba, Bes?
Ano yan, Bes?
Meron akong ang tawag dito, Steve Nick.
Nakatulog ka ba?
Naiinis ako, Bes. Meron akong Steve Nick. Bad trip.
Ganyan daw talaga pag bumabata eh.
Talaga?
Bumabata, di ba 15 ka pa lang?
15 ako. 5 years ago, I was 15. Pero ngayon, 20 na ako. Kasi 5 years ago yung 15 ako. Going back here in this game, mga kaibigan, it's time! Because it's gonna be Oasis Gaming ang mananalo ngayon. Kalaban nga pala ang order. And kung napapansin nyo, dire-diretso na talaga yung mga players ko. Hindi ko alam kung ano meron sa camera. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa camera ni Marky, mga kaibigan. Pero Rolls will gonna take down 2 already. Marky waiting on that corner and trying to push in as well dito sa may A. Pero Marky nakakuha na isang kill dito. Pushing ito 2v2. Wild Oreo, low on HP. But who will get that kill dito sa ating mga games? Pero yun nga lang si Rolls, makakapatay pa nga ata ng isa. And trying to get that up. That ace sa round 1 pa lang.
Mapagbigay na naman ang Oasis. Nag-pop, binigyan ng highlight si Ronski. Si Ronski talaga yung magaling na player sa order. Sige, +1 siya doon. Pero yung Oasis, parang hindi ko alam kung ano yung advance eh. Yung HU, di ba? O yung players eh. Sa sobrang bilis ng pistol round din.
Napakabilis ng pistol round. Isipin mo, round 1 pa lang, ace na agad. Balong-balo. Balong-balo ang kuya mo, kala mo naman talaga.
Kala mo eh.
Okay lang, sa una lang malakas yan.
Tignan mo, kapag yan, pumalo. Good game melted. Wala para si Reaper. Si Courtesy pala pinagsova na lang ngayon. Nice one.
Yeah.
Okay lang. Mapagbigay ang Oasis. Mapagbigay kasi yung mga taga-Oasis. Kasi tuwing pupunta ako doon, Vil, puro food trip. Nililibre nila ako. Kaya mapagbigay talaga sila.
Oo. Mukhang inahanap ata ng mga viewers natin yung barong ko. Yung barong ko kasi guys, nilaban kasi. Pero yun nga ng NV, mga kaibigan, muntik na makapatay ng isa. Pero that is the flash coming from all these players right now. Wild Audio, the only man remaining, 1v5 in this game. And I think Ronski is talagang galit si Ronski ngayon eh. No? I mean, that kill na ginawa niya will give him that enough credits, that enough money for him to get a Vandal and a full armor. Plus everything. May kasama ka pang utilities. Tignan mo, 5-0 talaga yung score. Hindi siya nakapatay sa second round eh. Kala mo naman talaga eh. Pero dito naman ngayon sa third round, mga kaibigan, this is the time na pwede makabawing yung Oasis Gaming. They have the firepower and knowing na order ang pumili nito, there's a chance, if ever, na pag Oasis ang nanalo dito sa game number 1, malaki ang chance natin na makuha ang game number 2.
Alam mo naman kasi yung Oasis, di ba sila yung dati parang stay down. Hey, page style, yung first map nabibigay. Tapos yung 2 to 3, yung second and third map, nananalo sila. Tignan mo, binabawasan na sila ngayon. Pinaglalaroan na ng kagad nila Wild Oreo. Bakit nagiging ganun? Naka-green screen ba tayo?
I mean, tinanong ko na kay Direk yan, pero kung napapansin mo, si Maple na lang ang natitira dito sa side ng order. Grabe naman talaga ang, ang mga Australians, sa mga OC boys, no? Kasi ang Maple kasi, sa syrup yan, mga kaibigan. Matamis yan. Sweet yan. Mas sweet pa kasi sa relasyong ng dalawa.
Ay, sorry, tamaan ako doon. Wala naman kami.
Pero they know it already because Maple destroyed the trap of chamber right now. Maple with that Spectre, napakahirap. Si Coco kailangan na gumalaw kahit konti kasi kahit Spectre ang kayang-kaya niyang patayin si Coco dun sa distansya na yan. But Courtesy will get that kill instead. Once already in Waze Gaming, lumalaban ng mga Pinoy!
That's a good spot. That works.
Sabi sa'yo talo ang mga Pinoy sa pistol. Pero pagka full buy, wala na silang magagawa. Lalo na si Indy, idol ko yan eh. Nakita ko paano mag-warm up na napakalupit. Mo si Courtesy, chill lang. By the way nga pala, Courtesy, shout out sa buhok mo. Gusto ko lang malaman anong pangkulay ng buhok mo. Ganda eh. Bagay sa'yo, best.
Alam mo dati yan si Courtesy, nagkita kami nun sa Bren. Sabi niya sa akin, uy, hi Vil. Nag-hi ako sa kanya. Sabi naman talaga si Idol, sa akin nag-hi muna. Diba? Siyempre, pag ganun, dapat, muna, tawag dito. Huwag ka munang magpa-easy to get, magpa-hard to get ka. Pero si Ronski nakaisa na ata, pero ka ng Courtesy will get that kill dito kay Ronski. Napakabilis ang trade-off na nangyayari dito sa map at to. Si RG with that operator, mga kaibigan. One initiator down already for side of Waze Gaming, pero Envy with the reflexes, nakapag-click na agad, nakakuha ng isa. Marky, are you kidding me? We know it already na isa to sa pinaka-crack na player dito sa Waze Gaming for sure, because way back then, galit na pero nga lang, RG is in a lot of trouble right now, and finally, napatay na rin talaga nila yung may hawak ng operator dito. They need to defuse that spike, mga kaibigan, para syempre mawalan talaga ng pera dito ang mga players ng order. Pero this is the push, this is the retake na ginagawa ng Waze Gaming. It's all up to one, and Disco will gonna fall down to the hands of Marky right now, and meron pa silang operator, mga kaibigan. Ang tanong, kukunin ba nila yung operator ni Arju dito or hindi? Naka-op siya, diba? Or ulti? Ulti na ulti?
Ulti yun. Hindi siya
ulti. Di kung ulti pala, hindi nila makukuha yun.
Ba? Sorry guys, kasi ano talaga eh. Sorry, sobrang bilis ang pangyayari. Yung flikan kagad i-inji ng gano'n.
Look at the flick of the wrist. Talagang nangyayari dito, mga kaibigan. And syempre, Kuya Phil, ba't ang kalmado mo ngayon? Hindi ka Gina G. Kalma ka lang kasi. Kumalma ka lang. Ba't naman ako magwawala parang wala lang naman tong order.
Wala lang. Ano lang to eh. Andre, let's na uloy. Na-joke lang yan. Masyado pa baga para sabihin yan. Pero nga lang, si Ronski, nasa na siya ngayon? Nandito na siya kagad sa
missing! Missing that shot, mga kaibigan. Pero si Ronski nakaisa pa dito. Mark needs to be really aggressive with that shorty like a melody, pero meron tao sa kaliwa mo. Oy, mga makikita ata sila, pero rin nga ng Envy! Ang mga kapatid dito kay Ronski. Pero at least, may bleacher naman dito si Marky, so he can actually be really aggressive right now. Aldron catching one. Text na nakakuha siya isa dito. Envy getting revealed already, and he needs to get that flash shot in order before na makapasok siya. Pero buti na nakaisa si Envy dito, mga kaibigan. 2v2 this game right now. Arju with just that ultimate on hand. Maple though, with that Marshall. Pero delikado rin si Maple because of the snake bite na meron talaga binabato ngayon si Coco. Pero Envy, low on HP. Can they defuse the spike or not? Makakapag-thrifty ba ang side ng order or not dito? Pero Coco, medyo delikado siya kasi meron tayo sa may kaliwa niya. Arjun catches one, Maple as well, and Oasis Gaming failed to get that retake though. In order, nakapag-thrifty pa sila. Pa-order!
Does anyone have...
Lubit, parang naaabutan ko pa yan Pero Oasis, marami na namang silang sinayang kagad. Siguro hindi nila in-expect na biglang after those few Hunter Furies mula kay Courtesy, hindi nila na-detect kung nasaan si Ronski. Napalaking impact na i-actually took down one naghihintay kagad sa mismong site. Pero I think this was quite open kasi B-side sa side ng Oasis. Kaya ngayon, leading ang order pero okay lang yun. Dahil nga mga bida, nagpapatalo sa una. At gano'n ang story ng Oasis.
Alam naman natin na sa una talaga medyo ang Oasis Gaming kailangan muna paandarin yan, kailangan muna painitin na para syempre mamaya may mga galit. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan, Ronski? Bakit hindi ka tumitingin sa kaliwa mo? Pero delikado kayo si Marky, muntik na talaga makakuna isa, pero alam Maple will get that kill instead. But Texta, here in mid, si Envy, siya ang dapat makakuha ito kay Texta mga kabita lang sa Viper's Pit. Pero yun nga lang, muntik na! Sayang, hindi na patay! Ni Envy si Texta! Maple one, catching one, pero si Wild Oreo just wandering around dito sa mapa na to for them to get all these pick-offs na kailangan nila. And literally, they're not hitting the shots for Oasis Gaming. I have no idea why. I mean, hindi sila, yung accuracy nila ngayon is parang hindi literally on point. Sayang lang talaga dun sa round na yun though. Pero hopefully, dito ngayon sa 7th round, makabawi sila kahit papano. Marky, he could have get that kill. Pero yun nga lang, it's just, mabilis yung trade-off na nangyari sa order though. Ang tawag doon mga kaibigan is zoning. Pero ano yun hit and miss din yun Kasi if ever dun sa zoning nyo na sobrang madali rin kayong mababarbecue. Matutuhog.
Ayos yun. Merang nang nalaman na naman ng mga viewers mula sa Yobi na napaka-informative. Pero nga lang...
Talino?
Oo. Pero pinakamatalino sa lahat.
Uy! Si Disco! Si Disco baby nakakuha na nga na isa pero courtesy. He's in a tough spot right now and Wild Oreo will gonna fall down as well. Envy with a one tap to the head though! Texta! Nakakuha na isa. Or V2. Clock is ticking for the side of Oasis Gaming. This is gonna be really hard for them to do a retake. Wala silang choice at all kung hindi talagang lumaban kasi wala silang pera ngayon. They have the Sheriff, they have the Marshal, hindi sila pwedeng mag-save dito. Marky is not gonna be revealed by that 0 point. Pero maganda yung position niya, pwede siya makakuha na isa, pero nga lang the timing is just right there. Texta with a swing, but Marky, we're gonna fail to take down all these players. Pero dito ngayon si Coco. Exit frags and exit frags, but it's not hitting the shots.
Tulog pa tatang Oasis Sabi na what? Guys, huwag kayong mag-alala. 2-1 yan. Pero alam niyo yung Oasis first map talo. First map odats. Tapos baka kabawi sa Ascent.
Hindi, alam mo kung bakit kasi hindi ako nakabarong Feeling ko kailangan talaga ng barong para makabawi Mamaya mga kaibigan. Nasa iyo pa ba yung yung barong ni Papa? O ano mo na?
Pwede ko kunin yung barong ni Papa. Pwede ko hanapin yung isa ko pang barong sana dito.
Ayan. Kumalma kayo guys kasi magbabarong din si kukunin ni Rere yung barong ni Papa. Tapos yun. Yung sa akin kasi hiniram kasi may ililibing daw mamaya So pagkatapos i-deliver na lang sa akin. Hindi ako makakaalis Meron akong cast i-deliver na lang sa akin. Ilala move na lang to. Oo ba? Hindi ko alam kung meron pa naniniwala sa atin.
Hindi ko din alam kung ano mga pinagsasabi na. Parang, buti nga hindi pa tayo natatanggal
Oo nga Wait na! Baka na naman ako ng bochap! Meron ba kayong chapsuy? Wala na po! Meron ba kayong bulalo? Ubus na po! Meron bang kahit na Wala! Shoutout nga pala kay Chito sa Kamikaze.
Kasama ko si Neri.
Tsaka si Eli Buendia ng parokya na Edgar mga kaibigan. Shoutout nga pala sila pero nga si Marky makakaisa pa. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan? Step bro! Nice play! Kala ko ba talaga makukuha ni Curtis yun? Sobrang sayang lang din naman talaga. Hindi na ako pero kala si Coco at isa ako siya na isa dito sa may mid. Textra catching another one right now. Spike is now dropped though. Ronski super low. Mamba out si Wild Oreo mga kaibigan. So pwede siya makakuha ng kill dito. Wild Oreo will get out onto kay Ronski. Pero it's all up to Maple. 4v1 situation. Nakita na Marky kung nasa ba si Maple kaya parang Envy. We're gonna destroy Maple right now. Grabe. 3-5. Ito na yung pagbago ng api mga kaibigan. Ito na ang pagbawi ng UAS.
Tignan mo. KO diff. Pero guys, alam nyo, Si Envy talaga yung pinaka-consistent na player ng Oasis para sa akin. Every map yan, hindi mo nakitang sobrang nahihirapan siya. He's always getting that good advantage. And nakita ko kung gano'n talaga mag-grind tong batang. Here, tatandaan nyo, bata pa yan si Envy.
Parang
18 pa lang. Kasi edad pa lang. Mag-18.
Pero, Ronski, pushing in, everything is actually in favor of Order right now because of the frags that is happening. Wild Oreo, siya makakuha na isa 2v4, this is gonna be really hard for him though. Pero oh my god, Wild Oreo! Getting that information, getting all these kills para lang syempre mapadali para kay Courtesy. 1v2, winnable para kay Courtesy. Pero yun nga lang po siya kita, 1v1, meron pa siyang outrun right now. He's now revealed, so meron siyang a couple of seconds before mawala yung outrun yun. Pero Arju needs to stop. Pero hindi na alam, oh my god, shock drive papunta na sa may window mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga alam, oh my god, Arju is now low. But can he get that kill? But Arju, siya pa rin talaga makakuha nun. Pero ito to be honest, Arju is one of the best players there in OCE.
That's a good spot.
Yun talaga yun, pwede natin sabihin na siya talaga yung pinaka-crack sa lahat sa OCE, mga kaibigan. Legit yun, men.
Talagang sayang lang dito na-pick off si Wild Oreo. Winnable sana to Ang ganda na ginawa ni Courtesy Pero sa long angle talaga talo siya doon.
Oh, yeah. Kasi at the end of the day, naka-ano pa rin siya I mean, naka-sniper pa rin siya, diba? So medyo mahirap na din talaga double blade some of these games right now. Ronski pushing in, pero meron tayo sa may likod. Pero yung can he get that kill or not? Pero Ronski trying to be really agile right now, finding that perfect situation, finding the perfect enemy para syempre makuha yung kanyang blade storm ng isa. Pero this is gonna be really hard for them because of the Viper spit na meron ngayon yung mga players ng Order. And now Marky, meron tayo sa may kanan niya, pero magkikita pa sila. Pero Marky still gonna get that shot though onto Ronski. Pero Disco just finding that perfect enemy dito sa may labas ng Viper spit though. Pero nga lang Disco nakatutulog talaga, pero Envy is now down for the count. And Disco will get that second ace of the game. Grabe naman! Si Disco at saka si Ronski nakapag-ace na sa loob ng isang half. Hindi pa katapos yung first half Everyone is really cracked right now. Alam mo ba, sa Order, literal na sinagasaan nila yung mga kalaban nila. Kasi this is the pride of OCE. Ito na yung pinakamalakas ng OCE, mga kaibigan. Kumbaga, ito yan ang Order siya yung pinakamalakas, di ba? Tapos Oasis Gaming, sila ang second sa Philippines. Okay, so this actually first of OCE versus second of Philippines. Ganon ang nangyayari dito, mga kaibigan. Tsaka to be honest, yung yung coach nila, actually matagal ko na siyang kilala Pero before that, mga kaibigan, si Ronski pushing in already, pero finally, si Wado also si Marky nakakabawi na talaga kahit paano. Pero meron pa talaga dito nagbabantay dito lang sa may hole. Pero Disco makakuha na talaga ngayon. It's all up to Coco, and Arju will gonna shut him down. Okay, going back sa sinasabi ko kanina, ang coach ng Order is nakast ko na siya way back noong 2017 and 2016 pa. CS pa ang nilalaro nila, which is si Dick Stacy. Isa yan sa pinakakilala sa OCE, mga kaibigan. At saka ang team nila is Greyhound Gaming. Yun ang isa sa pinakamalakas din sa OCE. Sa Australia, yung team nila. Tapos ngayon, coach na siya ng pinakamalakas na team dito naman sa OCE. Dami kong alam no?
Dami mong sabi, Vin.
Sorry.
Pero yung background nga talaga ng Order, it's really powerful. Pero at the same time, nagugulat ako sa Oasis na hindi sila makapag-keep up kung gaano kabilis ang Order maglaro. Diba, usually alam naman natin sobrang bilis din maglaro ng Oasis at some point. Pero dito sa Breeze, napakalaki ng advantage ng Order, and they know that this is one of the weakness talaga ng Oasis Gaming. Itong mismong mapang to.
Yeah, that's true. So maganda yung pick na ginawa rin talaga ng Orito kahit paano. Pero ng Arju talagang literal na tinututukan ang OAS Gaming dito, and finally hindi naging 9-3 curse dito. 8-4, mga kaibigan. So apparently, alam na OAS Gaming to, they need to win this pistol round. Kasi pag hindi, sobrang mas mahihirapan sila. Because we can actually see a potential 10-4 if ever if hindi sila nanalo dito sa pistol round na to, mga kaibigan, they need to get it right now. Like ngayon na. Sa Oasis Gaming. Like now.
now.
Now na.
Pakabilisan, Oasis. Sabi nila.
Sabi ni Ronel, si Arju Rio daw.
Si Arju yung sa Bonkers last stage, di ba? Oo!
Oh, siya yun, man.
Siya yung bumubuhat.
And sinabi ng mga OCE casters, mga kilala kong casters sa Australia, ano daw, siya talaga si Arju daw talaga yung pinaka-crack with the double C. Pero anong crack? Mas crack pa si Marky dyan, man. Si Marky lang ang crack.
Tahimik lang yan si Mark.
Oh, tahimik lang yan si Marky, pero crack yan, man. Crack.
Dugyot! Natatanggal talaga tayo dito nang wala sa oras.
Huwag naman.
Hanggang bukas pa naman. Pa-extend muna kami.
Patapusin mo naman ang kontrata.
Pero, yung order. Kasi wala lang yan. Nakakaabol yung Oasis. Guys, kaya niwi muna nila binan yung bind. Kasi, bipiliin nila yung beast. Kasi hindi naman sobrang magaling yung Oasis dito. Tingnan mo yung Ascent tsaka Fracture. Magugulat yung order. Promise. Hindi natanggal sa isip ko yung pa-order.
Oo nga. Ay, no.
Ang
may
vocal.
isip pa eh, no? Hindi, bigyan lang natin sila ng chance, di ba? Kasi ang order naman kasi, I mean, ito, malakas naman talaga sila eh. Pero ang Oasis Gaming, mamaya yan, binibigyan lang nila ang chance ang order na syempre magsaya. Kasi mamaya, literal na uuwing luhaan yung mga yan! Pero ang bilis nila maglaro, di ba? Which is apparently really good.
Pwede naman. Gusto nila mag-map. Okay lang. Basta fast games. Ito kabilis. So, tignan nyo. Round 13 na parang kakastart pa lang namin mag-ay!
Oh my God!
Goodness.
Grabe naman pala.
Si Arju at Heidi.
Oh my God, Envy. Nice one.
Let's go!
Pero si Envy, he is super low right now. Pero si Wild Oreo trying to flank in. Pero yun nga lang si Texta, nagpakita siya. Yes, pero ang tanong ba, makakapasok ba sila dito sa B? They can actually hear everyone dito sa B though. Pero si Disco, that peak is actually really important because makakakuha siya ng mga maraming kills dito. Disco with a 3K all headshots. Oh my God! Wild Oreo! We're gonna fall down to the hands of Maple. Oh my God, 4-9. What is happening, Oasis? Pero sana makabawi sila. Una pa lang to, men. Kalma.
Vil, di ba ang Oasis na talo unang mapa? Parati yan!
Panalo yan, men. Okay lang mag-game number 3 pa. Basta makabawi ang UAS.
Grabe naman tong Grabe naman tong order. Alam mo kung sino, parang dual lang 2v pwede. Bot lang talaga ni Disco tsaka ni Arju. Arju, Disco, and friends.
Grabe yung mga grabe yung mga ginagawa dito ni Mr. Dick Stacy, men.
Okay.
Tapos yung 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 asawa niya, alam mo sino?
Sino?
Si Miss Stacy. Pero dito naman ngayon, si Marky with that Martian. Muntik na si Texta.
Takot ka dyan. Please. Mayayari talaga.
Mayayari tayo dito.
Spike
Nice
down
kill mo
B.
nga, Ivan. Nice one. Headshot. Okay. Nice one. Oasis.
Kaya pa, puso lang.
Envy.
Envy catching 1 already. Pero kaya pa ba nalang makabaw dito kahit pa paano. Envy with 30 HP left. 2v2. Si Marky, yes, kailangan siya makabawi dito. Pero yun nga lang, that Marshall will gonna go bye-bye already. Text up with a swing doon sa may B. Pero, men, mako-crossfire pa ata si Envy dito. And that could possibly happen because Texta is all the way from B and meron siyang Spectre. And yung kalaban pa niya, Marshall, everyone is really on point right now. Dito sa order, they're literally insane.
Nang mangyayari sa site ng mga taga-OAS. Pero lang, first map. Yung Ascent, tignan nyo. Pag Sabi nga yun ng panel, pag daw nagkaroon ng fade sa Ascent or sa Fracture, good game, well played sa order side. Pero speedrun tong order, parang nagmamadali. May kain ba tayo dyan? Meron ba tayong date dyan?
Order! Arju, pushing in with that operator. Tignan mo yung confidence na meron ng order ngayon, di ba? They know it already na nasa B sila. Marky, doon sa may backside mga kami, pero he's gonna fall down to the hands of Disco na kahit bulldog lang ang gamit niya. Pero Wild Org being revealed with just that bulldog on hand. Pero Envy, at least, yes, napatay niya. Pero meron pa siya a couple of seconds para mabuhay dito mga kaibigan. Pero ando lang kakayanan pa ba ito ng mga players ng order or not? Envy, with that peak, we'll see one. Pero yun nga lang, si Coco nakakuha pa ng isa, 2v1 apparently. Ronzi all the way from the backside right now. Wala na siyang dash, pero bulldog lang ang gamit niya. And Envy will gonna get the head of Ronzi. 5 to 10. And pwede pang bumawi ang Oasis Gaming. Pero, marami pang pera ang order. Mamaya.
Pero, at least nanlalaban na yung Oasis. Feel ko they're actually getting those good tangled plays. Kasi ngayon, kanina medyo may hiwa-hiwalay. Parang nahihilo. Pero, ngayon, nakakapag-adjust na sila. Envy is actually popping off. Maybe it's gonna be the key to actually make Oasis habol. 10-10. Ito naging 10-10. Ako po, ito na talaga ang comeback of the greatest. Pero nga lang, ikaw lang ang order ngayon. Binigay muna nila tong round na to kasi alam nila na tatlo na lang pwede silang manalo eh. So maybe they're saving for an operator, most probably next round. Pero they're already far aware kung nasaan yung nagdami ng mga game pro nila. And ito, not okay sa Wild Org ang dalawa. And now we only have Disco and Arju at Tide. Uy, nasa likod. Ay! Nakikita na siya kagad ni Courtesy. Tinap-tap ng guard sa mukha. And Oasis, bumabawi. 4 na round na lang.
Yeah. And dito naman apparently sa mga ginagawa ng Oasis, at least slowly and surely nagkakaroon pa rin sila ng konting bawi dito kahit paano.
Bumabawi na sila. Gising natin, Oasis. Tapos taas yung ulan. Kaya, ano na sila? On point and on fire. Medyo hindi na nanlalamig. Medyo iniinit na. Pero, Arjo takes down Wild Oreo sa isang iglap. Predicted saan manggagaling ang mga to.
Super duper predicted indeed. But it's not yet over till it's over. Arju mga kaibigan, delikado sila dito kasi wala nga talaga silang pera at all. Pero mukhang sila pa rin talaga makakabawi kasi si Arju meron naman talaga ditong tour de force apparently. But Oasis Gaming, this is their last chance already. Hanggat hindi pa match point ang order is talaga mapupusuan pa nila to for sure. Yun ang pinakakailangan nila i-prevent, if ever.
Sobrang nahihirapan ng Oasis talaga. Malamig para sa kanila ngayon. Hindi nila ma-grasp kung paano sila minamind games ng order and they can't even seem to get a good lead. Dahil instead ng order nagkakaroon ng advantage kesa sa kanila. But wala nagkatamaan kay Wild Oreo. Kasama si Arju. Arju pala. Arju.
Sa Arju tayo din.
Si Congressman.
Si Kong.
Si Kong Arjo. Kong Idol Loading. Sorry. Sa distrito kasi namin tumakbo yun. Kaya alam ko.
Talaga?
Oo. Si Kong Lodi Arjo. Okay, share ka lang.
Wait, what?
Oo. Yun yung tawag sa kanya. Pero yun. Takes down the Wild Oreo. Inky sumunod na. And now they're looking at every corner. 4 na lang sa 3. Pero pwede pang manalo dito ang order. Kailangan na mag-ingat. Pero just to confirm the round, they will be pulling off that Viper's ultimate. Si Coco kasi yung pinagano nila ngayon, no? Pinag-Viper muna nila habang hindi si Reaper maglalaro sa mapang to. But looking at it, naghihintay ang order, sabi sama-sama muna tayo or maybe we can go for the exit frags. But unfortunately, mas intact ngayon ang mga taga-Oasis sa B-side, so most probably hindi na mag-retake tong order. Medyo malayo-layo na. Medyo imposible nga i-retake.
Pero makakaya pa rin talaga ng OAS Gaming. So probably it's gonna be an 8-11. Meron pang pera mamayang order. I mean, tatlo yung nag-save sa kanila. Actually, I love the discipline na ginagawa nga ng order. 3v4. Actually, winnable pa yan eh. Pero yun nga lang, may Viper Spit ka, may Operator ka, walang bawas dito sa armor mo, medyo malayo pa yung iikutan mo. Might as well, ibigay mo na sa kanila yan. Kasi, at the end of the day, you still, for order, you still have a lot of rounds to lose pa rin eh. Ilan to? 4 pa. Kanina 5. So, talagang if ever na they're gonna save again dito sa game na to, pwede pa eh. Kasi nga, ang dami pa rin nilang pera, makakabili pa rin talaga sila next round if ever. Pero dito nga sa Oasis Gaming, yun ang kalaban nila, pera. Kasi if ever na tuloy-tuloy silang natatalo dito, na kahit full buy sila ng full buy, darating sa panahon na kahit nanalo sila is mawawalan sila ng pera. Kailangan na manalo sila mga 3 to 4 pa ang buhay sa kanila para hindi nila problemahin yun. Pero starting off muna with courtesy mga kaibigan, with just that Hunter's Fury, muntik na makakuha ng isa pa, pero at least nakapatay siya ng isa dito. Wild Oreo mga kaibigan is gonna fall down. Courtesy as well. 4v1 is gonna be really hard for Courtesy if ever for him to win this game, for him to win that round. And order is in a match point already.
VIL!
Oh.
Kapag natatalo talaga Pixim, dumadami ang mga coach. Sakto naghahanap yung Oasis ng coach, guys. Apay na kayo. First map pa lang. Chill lang kayo, guys. Huwag kayo kabahan. Sila lang to. Pero, ang malaking problema talaga ng Oasis, tignan mo, it was too late already for them to actually get that pag-iinit. Ngayon na lang sila uminit eh. Nung second half na, it's too late. Round 20 na. Match point na ang order at kailangan pa maghabol ng Oasis ng 5 round. So, pwede natin at talagang tignan natin ang order, pinili nila tong mapang ito dahil alam nilang weakness nga to ng Oasis. At nakita nyo naman yung mga matches ng Oasis sa Breeze usually. Hindi talaga sila nanalo. Like, nung VCT PH pa lang, sobrang konting times lang yung nakita natin sila mag-pop off dito sa Breeze.
Yeah. And hopefully na Oasis Gaming will pop off pa rin sila dito ng 5 rounds though. Yun naman talaga pinaka-importante dito. As long as hindi pa 13 yung kalaban mo, talaga pupusuan mo pa rin talaga lahat na panalo mo dito for sure. Pero for order, they're in a really, really good shape. They have the lead, they're in the match point already, they have a lot of money, and pwede natin sabihin na ito yung mahirap din kasi dito sa totoo lang, Rere. Kasi ang Oasis Gaming, hindi talaga sila ganun talaga ka-familiar na makipaglaro dito sa mga OC teams. And ngayon dito sa first round mga kaibigan, sa first game rather, at least ito yung getting to know each other nila sa game. So, hopefully, makabawi sila sa game number 2 and game number 3 if ever talaga makikita sila. Pero nga lang, Coco mga kaibigan will fall down to the hands of Maple. Pero look at the discipline though. I mean, hindi talaga siya tumingin for that second, hindi talaga siya sumilip agad for that second skill. Ang ginawa niya, talagang I'll draw na lang ako. Kasi, what if merong nagtitrade? What if may magtitrade off sa akin doon? What if merong sisilip 2 o 3? At least malalaman ko agad. Hindi naman sila makakapag-push in agad-agad makapasok doon sa may doon sa may window kasi wala naman nakadash at the end of the day. Pero Arju makakakuha na isa dito and the players of Oasis Gaming and dito lang sa may elbow mga kaibigan. And sobrang hirap na rin talaga ng position nila. Courtesy is low, really, really low for the count. And for Marky, he's gonna fall down to the hands of Vronsky and it's over already. And order, we're gonna get that game number 1. This is the best of 3 series natin. And meron pa naman game number 2 and game number 3. And we're actually rooting for Oasis Gaming na talagang tapusin nila agad ng game 2 and 3 to.
Oo. Siyempre gagawin ng Oasis yan. Yung first map, bigay lang yan kasi una mapagbigay ang mga Pinoy at pangalawa, may first map curse talaga ang Oasis usually. Nakita nga natin yan sa mga matches nila. And maybe nag-a-adjust pa sila ngayon against order dahil nga this is the first time we're gonna be seeing them sa mismong APAC scene. Pero tignan natin sa next map kung anong next na magiging move ng Oasis. Ano ba ang reset na gagawin nila maya-maya lang.
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on if ever. Pero mga kaibigan, game number 1, everything went good for Order. I mean, this is the first half. Dalawang ace agad na nakuha nila to. So that ace talaga, parang that gave them that moral boost para lang syempre na kaya talaga nilang sagasaan din yung Oasis. And syempre, I mean, first game jitters, it's fine. First game jitters, malay mo. Yan ang Oasis gaming, pero sa game number 2 and game number 3 doon talaga sila makakabawi kasi hindi pa naman tapos to. Marami pa naman tayong pwede makitang mga matitinding matches if ever. And in terms of sa mga nababasa kong chemistry, they have chemistry. Lalong-lalo dito sa Oasis gaming for sure. Pero yun nga lang, meron talaga mga times na hindi nag-workout lang yung mga strategies natin. Pwede natin sabihin na talaga ito yung pinili na mapa rin talaga ng Order, kaya sila nakabawi dito kahit papano. Pero makikita naman natin dito if paano ba babawiin ng Oasis gaming ito, kasi next map, yan na ang mapa pinili nila. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 will be coming right up. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC Group Stages for your casters, Villain Ray Ray. See ya!
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut. Cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut. Cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley Chestnut.
yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend.
Welcome on. Oh my god, I got a little bit tongue-tied with my intro over there. I was gonna say welcome one, welcome all once again here on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Cash Money, and Tricks once again serving you the stats and the storylines. Order, just like I said earlier, was not very orderly. They wreaked havoc all over Breeze. Also, Cash, I know you mentioned about RDW, but you were holding back on us. How dare you not tell us about Disco? A warning would have been nice. He was dancing all throughout the game.
I mean, I did make a joke just now. That's the reason why he was playing KO, because it's like the fragment is kind of like a disco ball. But coming back to Order in general, I would like to disagree with you about what you said was like Order was not orderly at all. They are orderly. It's chaotic Order. That's exactly what they brought to the table. Is very aggressive gameplay, but very, very orderly at the same time. Every time they come through, you can see how many angles they hold. They're not afraid to push forward through smokes and everything. They're a team that's just very, very, I would say, very ballsy. But when you come and you look at the other side for Oasis as well, I would like to give the ballsy play award to Wild Oreo, who was just not afraid to push forward either. Like when I was comparing both Wild Oreo and RDW, both of them are basically on the same level when it comes to their plays as Chambers.
Yeah, Order just being able to take that information and really push up. They kept punishing Oasis for not adjusting to their playstyle. We could see Order doing the same things over and over again, slight variations to what they were doing, and Oasis seeming to want to play their game and not adjusting to the way Order was playing. Essentially, I believe was their downfall.
Well, we did begin the game with like a tug of war at the scoreline, but again, like you said, Order just started getting the momentum in, and they were doing something or slight variations to that one thing that they kept doing over and over again. So in your opinion, Trix, what should Oasis Gaming do, or like what should they have done in that scenario?
I felt like there were variations of what Oasis could have done. They did one round where they took that mid control, which I was hoping to see, because they were giving too much space to Order to move. When they heard that take on halls, where they have the KO in there, they have the jet smoking, and they have another jet smoke when the door is opening, I feel like Oasis should have been more prepared in order for that retake, or they should have considered, okay, if Order is playing this aggressively and this fast, they have to decide which space to give Order and which space they're going to take themselves. So a counter aggression in that defender side would have been nice, taking that A main and setting themselves up for that retake. Although I see here that Disco and Envy, doing well, both MVPs on their team, I felt Envy's aim definitely was shining, but in terms of support towards Marky, I felt it was a little lacking.
Oh my god, I'm looking at the numbers on the board. Not too shabby from one another. It's not too far when you look at the combat score. Really, really close. Good job on both of these KOs. I'm really proud. And it looks so cool. Look at that. The lighting and everything.
I mean, when you look at the numbers in general about how you want to see them play, it's in a lot of situations, I mean, I would say that Oasis did come close in the beginning, but after a while, Order started to gain a lot of momentum, especially during the round switch, where suddenly Oasis wasn't able to take control of the situation at all, where we see them just kind of go crazy, where we saw Ronsky was just W gaming going in hit and just taking up so much space, and by the time Ronsky is already taking this space, you already also see that follow-up coming in from the rest of the team, and I felt like for Oasis's side, their rotations in terms of timing wasn't really syncing up. I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes you have one person on the site. They don't necessarily go down, but because of the timing about how this, it is a big map after all, I don't blame them, but perhaps if they know that they're not going to make it on time, perhaps they should sync how they come into the site together would have been a better situation rather than getting caught out one by one.
Exactly. The way that Order plays, and we've spoken about this prior, is that it's kind of chaotic, but it's calculated chaos. And the fact that they keep pushing up, they want to choke the defenders to certain angles that are to their advantage. I felt like, Oasis could have adjusted to it in terms of, okay, give it up, because you're not going to get there in time. So rather than just putting yourself on the disadvantage consistently, set up for a good retake. You have more time to get to the site. You can let the clock tick a little longer. You don't have to take the duels all the time, especially on a map like Breeze.
Absolutely. And now we did switch sides, and Oasis Gaming was finally showing signs of life. They really struggled on the first half, but as we switched Tricks, what was it in their attack that was kind of throwing Order off?
I think the way they were playing it just as aggressive as Order started it off. They just kind of went in on the sites and been like, okay, you did this to us, so we're gonna try it on you.
Taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, but the thing is, it seemed that Order was also anticipating this. That's saying we've exploited this before, and we've learned how to punish the exploits we're doing ourselves. And the crossfires that they had, I remember one round where they had an operator that's just looking at double doors that stopped the push from Marky, and that's where I was saying I kind of wish they had a KO flash to pair with it, because otherwise, you know, you should expect that somebody is looking at the doors, or you should expect maybe another person to close angle rather than just going all in.
Once again, that is where the utilities come into play, right? Now, I do want to touch up Tash. You also already mentioned Ronsky and his like opening picks on everything, but I gotta say that guy is nasty with a Marshall. Please, get away from him.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. In a lot of situations as well, I feel like even like when you come back to just go back to like the core or just the basics, which is just gunfights or even skirmishes in general, I feel like when it comes to that, it felt like Order was a little bit higher in terms of that skill compared to Oasis when it comes to those situations. And that's the reason why they're able to come up on top even when they're on Thrifty, just because of how great they are with that first contact and how they utilize each weapon to its maximum compatibility. Now, when you think about Oasis, I feel like maybe you didn't mention toward the last half that they finally showed signs of life, because I like to believe that for the side of Breeze, it is a little bit more skewed toward attacking side, so it does give you a little bit of an advantage. But if you're already in a situation where, you know, like you mentioned, you are already exploiting the same playbook style that was already in Order, it's gonna be a little bit hard, even if you do have that advantage, because you are already playing it very predictable. This was kind of like the match earlier where we said that they're playing it very, very predictable. It's so easy to read where everything is. I mean, we did see Oasis try to play on mid, but because of the chokehold coming in from Nest that they had, as well as someone watching from elbow, it's so hard for them to really just take up middle side. They cannot even go past pillar.
This is where you want some more team plays, some more kinds of plays where you have that flash peek and you know exactly what angles are open to you, so you know how to block those angles off. I feel like that's essentially where Oasis was lacking, because we saw their mechanical skills, which we talked about when we talk about Oasis. They have that aim, they have that accuracy, they have the reaction, but I feel now is the time for them to say, okay, we need more structured team play. It's okay to be predictable so long as you do it right.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I'm learning a lot from this panel all the time, you know. I love it when I hear your input, but I do gotta point it out that, you know, there were moments, again, as Cash mentioned earlier, when Oasis Gaming was trying to take control of mid, but again, the team play comes into the action over here. And I guess when it comes to a map like Breeze, it's very important for that team play to really reflect on itself, because you can't be far from each other too much, right? Because then the pick potential is just too high, but you can't also play too close together, because that's when the utilities will really bite you guys in the dust. So it's a lot to consider. But hey, we're gonna be moving over to Ascent over here. Ripper locking in that Killjoy, and Ronsky once again with the Jet. A good start, I think, for predictions of composition. But what do you think, Tash? Is this all just a regular day for these guys?
I think I'm not too sure exactly when you want to talk about these teams, because these teams do have a lot of lineups going on when you look at their careers, or even their your VLR. But now I just really want to talk about, like, in general, like what exactly we can expect here on Ascent. Now, okay, Order 1 is their map, fine, but now this is Oasis's map, and Oasis, they need to win this. So now when you think about them, we have Ripperoo on Killjoy, and we know what Killjoy can bring to, just to hold off in terms of anchoring a site. A or B, I think B is just the best of her. For her, that's why we're seeing her. But meanwhile, if you look on the other side, you do see a Fade coming in from Maple. Now, Fade, we did talk about her earlier. There is a lineup here for B main that you can do with the KO. Fragment Seize is just so good. If you want, you can go ahead and do Fragment Seize as well as a nanobot if you want to. It's something that's very, very viable. When it comes to Ascent, mid control is very important. I am curious to see which team will be the one proactive enough to take control of that, because earlier we didn't see it from one team, and the team that didn't take mid control was the one who did not win that map.
I feel like also having that Fade in the lineup of Order goes to their advantage. We've seen what a Fade can do, but we've also seen a Fade that has lower impact. So it really depends on how they're going to pair the Fade with that KO. I'm not so confident in that combination of a KO and a Fade. I do think you can flush out angles. And Order starting on that defender side, it really depends on whether or not Oasis Gaming is going to play that aggression, play, as Tash pointed out, that mid control, because it's so important since it's where you can pivot from both A and B.
Again, you mentioned this earlier, how you prefer that they're a little bit more aggressive, the utilities, and of course the execution. All of that is just a recipe that we need. I don't want to say disaster, because again, these are the two orders that we're talking about, but you get my point. Like, we need to execute everything in an orderly fashion. No pun intended, maybe a little pun intended. But for both sides, again, they have a little bit of background for the word order. How many times can you say that word over and over again in one sentence? But yeah, it's something to look out for. It's something that the executions will have to be a lot cleaner, especially on the side of Oasis Gaming, because a lot is on the line. This is just day number 1 for them, but this is going to be a reflection of how they're going to be moving forward throughout this competition. So now, goodness gracious, the Battle of the O's is something else. And the Australian firepower is a lot to handle, but the Filipino power is too. Let's keep the ball rolling and watch this series unfold before our very eyes. So casters, take it away.
Hello guys, what's up? Kami ang babalik ang mga
makabayan. Ang hindi lumingin sa pananggalingan. What's up? Eto na! Nakabukas pa pala. Eto na mga kaibigan, nakasuot na! Pag hindi pa nanalo ang Oasis Gaming, dinaya!
Hinalan ko pa to guys. Nakabarot sayang natin sa barong Tagalog.
Tandaan nyo! Sa may-ari ng barong na to, RIP sa'yo! As well. Gumugusto yung mga tao natin eh. Ito na yung buff talaga na hinahanap natin mga kaibigan. Totoo yun, if ever natalo ako Oasis Gaming dito, dinaya. Tandaan nyo, itong mga barong namin mga kaibigan, plus 5 damage sa lahat ng Oasis Gaming.
Promise, sa tingin nyo, palong-palong na yan. Si
plus
Marky!
Plus uy, this is gonna be really interesting. Si Marky naka-raise, so makikita na natin kung paano sila makakabawi. Tandaan nyo, yung mga barot sa'yo namin, 20% damage sa mga demi-human. ibang laro na pala. Sorry.
Iba yun na.
Double bloody na na barong.
Shadows kasama pang
double bloody, double bowed na barong. Pero ngayon si Coco, he's in a lot of trouble right now because that is a paranoia coming in from Texta. Though nakita pa rin sa Wild Order, hindi to ina-expect ng mga players ng Oasis Gaming for sure. Kasi that is a hit or miss dun nga sa ginagawa niya. Kasi nagpo-push siya dito sa may rafters. That paranoia is really perfect for him to take down one. Yung isa ka nakatakas eh. Pero maganda yung pagsismoke dito sa may B-Link. Napakaganda nun. Para syempre hindi makita yung pag-push ni Texta.
Pero paano kaya magpe-penetrate ng site itong mga taga-Oasis dahil medyo mahihirapan sila, outnumbered, wala na rin sila pang ecoms mula kay Wild Oreo. Pero to, aggressive utilities, it is what it is. Marky pushes already dito sa A-side, pero nga lang puro corrected na, wala na mayaman. Grabe tong order. Pero okay lang. Nakabarong namin, may extra buff na yan sa Oasis. Hindi na mawawala yun, Bill.
Yeah, hindi na talaga mawawala yun. Pero this is actually really explosive nga sa ginagawa ni Mark. Ito yung ginawa ni Texta ngayon. He curled his way dito sa rafters, just closing yung B-Link. And syempre, habang ginagawa ni Texta yon, andon si KO nagbabantay para sa trade-off. Napakaganda ng ginawa ng Order sa game number 1, sa round number 1. That gave them that opportunity for them para mas mahirapan pa ang Oasis Gaming to actually go inside the site because of the specters that they have. Tignan mo si RG, Ares ang gamit niya kasi wala siyang tutok. And Ronski mga kaibigan, nakakuha na nga ng isa. Pero Ronski, you're just gonna smoke out yung recon bot lang din talaga. Pero yun nga, oh my god, Ronski! Are you kidding me? Ronski! Ang hirap nun man kasi may rumaratrat na sa'yo and at the same time, kailangan mo rin tignan yung pinagkagagawa ni Ronski. May iris ka ng kalaban, meron ka pang kalaban ng Marshall na nasa harapan lang na ang hirap makita because of the stairs dyan sa harapan niya.
Ano ba naman tong order? Easy lang kayo gagawin sa inyo yung Oasis. At ito na, ang round na kailangan bumawi ng Oasis. Naka-aris naka-aris pa rin si Arjo talaga. Talagang confident. Pero kung ako sa Oasis, mas magiging confident ako si Mark. Tahimik nga lang yan. Pero nga lang, kailangan na niya ngayon maging creative. Kailangan niyang mumuha ng pick-ups. Pero with this type of play ng Oasis, makakabawi na nga ba sila? At so far, talagang hindi sila pinapabayaan ng order na makapasok kagad sa mga importanteng places para makapunta sila sa certain site.
Malakas ang Pinas kahit anong sabihin mo, Ray. Oo, kailangan talaga sila matakot kasi ito yung Oasis Gaming trying to go in already. Dito lang yun sa site. Pero mag-work ba yung raise ni Marky dito if ever? Kasi nakita na natin siya back then sa fracture na naka-neon siya. Pero hindi nag-work Kalaban pa din PH team Hindi nag-work Kilala natin si Marky na talagang jet user na napaka-explosive. Pero dito ngayon sa mapa na to, nagulat din ng order for sure. Kasi hindi nila ina-expect. Hala, mag-raise pala si Marky. Pero Coco, trying to go already. All these utilities are now popping in. Pero RNG with just a spray and pray dito sa Aries, mga kaibigan. Muntik pa makakuha dito ng dalawa. Pero ang importante na kung siya na isa dito, si Maple nakaisa pa rin. And the players of Order is actually trying to go in, puncture itong B, mga kaibigan. NB catching wood, trying to go for the second one right now. Pero si Maple naman ang makakuha ngayon 4K. That fade, literally, just destroyed everyone dito sa B main. Oasis Gaming, delikado sila dito. They don't have enough money para makabawi. And gagawin lang ng order, syempre, kunin lang lahat nung mga barrel na ginamit ng mga kalaban nila. Free upgrade, kumbaga.
Naipit sila Alam mo, niisip ko lang din sana pala Fade X sa KO tong Oasis. Pero sige, let's trust this comp na meron sila. Maray natin, ito yung way para ma-punish nila ang mga taga-order. Pero so far, 3 rounds nga ang kailangan na lang habulin. Marky still does the work. Pero nga lang, mahalata pa siya ni Ronski. Naririnig siya, pero sa corner. Walang kumapa, pero may stage ko lang kay Ronski.
Pop flash, dalawa wala dito ngayon sa BB, pero nga lang Tony Prowler dito sa Biglet, pero nga lang may makakuna isa dito. Sko, Ripper, catching one, 3v2 in this game right now. Si Wild Oro nakakuha dito ng Phantom, pero he's below HP na rin talaga. And Texta, take down one, and that is a swing from Wild Oreo. 1v2, yes, winnable to. Ang problema lang niya is wala siyang pera ngayon, pero they can actually outplay Order pa dito kahit papano. Meron pa rin chance dito ang Oasis Gaming kahit papano, kahit he's low on HP, hindi pa naman tapos to. And malay mo, ma-thrift ng Oasis to. Pero Wild Oreo is in a tough spot right now because nakita rin yung nalikod niya. Si Arjo. Rinig na rinig yung pagtakbo ni Wild Oreo. Doon sa malayo, papuntang E. Na J. Rizal pa nga.
J. Rizal. 4-0 so far. Fast games na naman to. So, Oasis, kailangan na nila magising or maybe call for a time at how can they actually progress already with taking one down mula sa order at wala pa silang nakuhang round. At tatandaan nyo this is a map pick mula sa side ng Oasis. And if it's not gonna work for them, mapupunta sila ng lower bracket sa kanilang group. Pero, nang-apple sa si Coco Martin nun ni Ronski. Diyos ko po.
Ito na. Coco, now down. Marky, at least ako siya isang trade-off dito. Kailangan nag-ibig mga utilities niya. Pero that is a swing from RNG right now. Ginagawa lang na order dito is all these trade-offs lang din talaga. And syempre, trying to catch them off guard. Nag-iingay lang sila sa isang corner. Then bigla na lang may magsiswing dito sa gilid. Hindi natin talaga mag-predict kung saan pa talaga sila pumupunta. Ronski nakaisa pa. Pero anong ginagawa mo dyan? Killjoy, dire-diretso ka sa kamatayan mo. Ronski, all the way from up top. Wild Oreo kadalaw siya dito. Pushing it out 2v1 right now. Wild Oreo is in a top spot. Pero yun nga lang ang tanong, nakuha ba ni Maple si Wild Oreo ng ultimate? And yes, makukuha pa rin niya yung kill dito. 5-0 already dun sa mapang pinili ng Ascent.
Mapang pinili na kasi.
Ay, mapang pinili na Oasis pala. Sorry.
Sobrang sa sobrang palong-palo natin. Nagbarong na kami lahat. Nagbarong tayo na rin ako. Para tayo alam mo yung kapag tuwing Filipino month. Required magsuot ng barong Tagalog tsaka barot sa'yo.
Alam mo ba back then, nung preschool ako, siguro mga 7 years ago, hindi, legit nung bata ako, nagbabarong na talaga ako. Kasi parang yung school kasi namin, maganda yung school namin. Pinakamaganda sa Marikina, yung All Ups, guys. Ano yun, men? I mean, parang may buwan ng wika. May buwan ng wika. Tapos isa ako. Alam mo yun, yung tula, yung meron siyang, tapos meron siyang dahon dito sa may tenga-tenga. Parang ganon. Meron siyang ganon. Nakalimutan ko na yung pangalan kung sino yun eh. kung sino yung pinoportray ko nung time na yun eh. Tapos naging na rin ako, yung parang mga Kastila, nagganon din ako, hindi Kastila, yung parang sa KKK. Nagganon din ako. Yung pula yung damit ko, white yung shirt ko, tapos pula yung pantalon ko. Tapos meron ako suot-suot na hat na pang Pinoy dati. Legit. Share ko lang yan.
Ang effort mo naman pala to.
Hindi ko alam kung ginagawa sa akin ng nanay ko dati. Only child kasi ako eh. Pero, Coco pushing yan. Walang pera ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. Pero kailangan talaga nila mag-force kahit pa paano nga Lamar kinako siya ng Spectre dito. And apparently, napakabilis sa take ng ginawa ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. And everything is now locked down for the players of Oasis dito sa A. Pero apparently, RG is going in already. Meron pa ditong KO ultimate. Parang siyempre mahirapan pa dito ang order kahit pa paano. Pero sa RG winning on that corner. Muntik na makakuha ng isa. Pero ito rin yung hatian ng mundo. Pero Texta, might as well gonna take down Ripper instead. Wala siyang utilities at all. Sumisilip-silip pa. Pero alam ni Texta meron tao dito sa may wine. And Texta will gonna get that too. Pero Maple lang dun pa. Napakadami ni Griffin dito sa side ng order. And that is a complete and really flourished na take ng order dito sa may A. Perfect take ng order mga kaibigan. 6-0. Solid. I don't know anymore, man. Oasis Gaming needs to step up. Pero sa totoo lang, Ray, kahit 6-0 yung score, lamang pa rin talaga ang Oasis Gaming.
Oo. Lamang na lamang yan eh. Sa comment section. Sabi nga dito ni Team Liquid Scream, bakal ako.
Bakal ka, men.
That's how you survive.
Kalma lang tayo, guys. Kalma lang tayo. I mean,
mga coach, kalma lang kayo, mga coach.
Kalma lang kayo, mga coach. Kumalma lang kayo. Pero ito lang si Texta pushing in. Pero nga lang, Wild Oreo will gonna be taking Ronski down. Texta push. Pero lang sa pop flash coming from Oreo. What a perfect pop flash. Oasis Gaming. But it's not yet over because Arju is still alive. 1v2 right now. Winnable pa rin to para sa side ni Arju. Pero alam ko na talaga hindi na tarong hindi na pa-ease para ng Oasis Gaming. Next round. Sige, next round. Next round. 7-0. 1v2 yun. Hoy! Gising!
Oasis! Itatapong ko na yung barong
Wag!
dito sa inyo.
Hindi pwede itapon ng barong.
Hindi pa pwede.
Baka
Yan ko lang. Iapot ko na lang.
Baka magalit sa'yo mga tao. Pero, ito mga kaibigan, kahit ganito ang nangyayari, puso lang, kumbaga. Puso lang, na isusulot sa Biblia, napapasok tayo sa Grand Final, ladies and gentlemen. Chapter 6 verse 9. Isang chapter sa verse lang kasi napakahaba nun. Pero Ronki, hindi tumama yung operator niya. Medyo delikado ka pa, mga sasabong na literal ang mga ulo ni Ronki ngayon. Pero hindi pa talaga sila pumapasok kasi what if meron pa nagbabantay dito sa may vlogs. NP with an outgrown, catching one. Arju trying to take down the players of Oasis Gaming right now. Pero ito yung take ngayon ng Oasis Gaming dito sa may loob ng B. Pero yun nga lang, that is the Hunter's Fury na meron si Envy trying to catch one, pero yung nga mo wala ata siya nabukas ng kahit isa. At kung napapansin mo, bes, talagang literal na halos wala pa rin talaga bawas ang order dito kasi talagang kumpleto pa sila. Pero ang Oasis Gaming, delikado rin talaga sila dito kahit na platinum yung spike, talagang magkakaroon pa rin talaga sila ng advantage dito kasi ang ginagawa nung order ngayon. Literal na nagda-dry pick sila. Texta, catching one. Coco! Literal na inuubos lahat. And finally, order we're gonna fall down, and Oasis Gaming getting their first point after 8 rounds. Or 7 rounds.
Salamat!
Finally.
Ay! Kinabahan ako, kala ko 13-0 eh. Pero na pagganda na to. Galit na si One Oreo, nakita ko na yung mukha eh, oh.
Alam mo bakit?
Bakit?
Si Raise My Rocket na joke lang. Ano yan, tawag dito, inano na yan. Nagbukas sila ng monitor, pinalaro na kay Kuya.
Pinalaro na sa mga kuya. Biro pa
Ayun!
rin yung monitor sa wakas.
Sabi ni Maki Carlo si Balagtas, yun yung kino-cosplay ko dati nung bata pa ako, literal. Pero sinay ko nakakuha isa, pero Marky, anong ginagawa mo? Marky, ba't literal na sa lags mo nilagay? Yung showstopper nagkamali pa na, pero ang 1 or popping off, we're gonna take down 3. Pero walang pera ngayon. Si Disco, kaya literal na papasayaw ka lang talaga dito sa mga kamay. Always him right now. Pero yun nga lang, 1v1 with the Great on the Zipper. We're gonna get 3. We're gonna take down Maple and Disco, the whole players of order right now. 7-2. Ito na literal ang pagbangon ng api ng OAS.
7-5. Manifesting. Good half yun sa side ng Oasis kung sakasakali dahil nga rin started on the attacking side and mas coordinated talaga sila when they always start sa defending. Pero
ayun, si Francisco Balagtas, maraming salamat Maki Carl, yun nga. Yun yung kino-cosplay ko talaga dati, guys. Tapos ayun. Tapos tawag doon, kasama ko yung mga mascot ng Sustagen. Diba? Meron ba Sustagen yun? Wala na ata, diba? Cobra na ata yung pumalit eh. Sting ganun. Extra juice. Pero ito yung mga players na Maple. Went that ultimate talaga pinapahirapan talaga ng mga players ng order makapasok dito Oasis Gaming dito sa may B. Pero meron naman Tony Prowler dito anong ginagawa mo sa One Oreo. Buti na mga na isa dito. Pero it's all up to Coco. 1v4 literal. Pero si Maple is now low. Pero mukhang wala ata nakita yung Tony Prowler mga kaibigan. Pero yung kanila delikado siya. Because Orange just right there that corner. Right in front of you. And he's gonna take you down. 2-8 already in favor of Oasis Gaming.
oh, baliktad yan. Oasis talaga to. 8-2.
Oo, 8-2. Grabe. Uy, tigil-tigilan nyo nga yung sinasabi nyo nagsisimula sa letter P. Tsaka nagtatapos sa letter T. Gusto ko sabihin pero ayoko eh. Magagalit sa akin si Riot na naman eh.
Ayoko din sabihin.
Pero if ever, Ray, kung magalit man sa akin, panote na lang ah. Sa notebook ha, panote na lang. Salamat. Sige Ray, panote na lang ha.
Oo, nanote ko yan sa ita-take note ko at ipapanote ko rin.
Sige, noted. Thanks. Alam mo ba, if ever you're gonna say, ito guys, if ever you are responding an email or anything professionally, do not respond with noted with thanks. Utang na loob. Thank you na lang, pero wag nang ilagay noted. Okay?
Noted.
Ano ko ba? Guys, legit ha. If ever you're gonna respond something na professionally, tanggalin niyo sa vocabulary niyo ang noted with things. Tanggalin yan. Legit.
Sleep.
Pero ito na yung mga players natin yung si Maple nakakuha na nga na isa. Pero Envy pag-reach ready off already pero Disco magandang trade sa nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. 2v3 in favor of order. Ripper catching on, pushing ito 2v1 right now, pero Ronzi will gonna end everyone with a kill. 9-2. Oh my God, Gaming, anong nangyayari?
9 triggers or 2-10 triggers.
Oh,
hey, speedrun kasi itong order, press W. Pero to be honest, yung group talaga nung nasaan yung Oasis, sobrang magiging malaking struggle talaga. Nung una pa lang, di ba, nung nag-podcast nga kami ni Taylor kahapon sa PPGL cooldown, sabi namin, yung group talaga ng Oasis yung group of death. Puro top seed eh. Sinamahan mo pa ng Boom Esports. Hindi, GG. Nice. Pero to, grabe press W. Pero nga lang, buti na lang. May kill off nang wala kay Reaper. Somehow, that's gonna give them a big help right now. Pero walang sustain din eh. Sa Oasis para sa heal, pero still, it's a choice na meron sila ngayon. Pero for the comfortability, mukhang nag-aalangan talaga sila parati. At ngayon, Wild Oreo na lang together with Envy ang natitira.
For V2, Wild Oreo, just that sheriff on hand, mga kaibigan, nakahatian ng mundo. So, delikado rin talaga dito ang mga players ng Oasis Gaming kasi kailangan nila mabubuhay dito kahit papano. And for Envy, yes, Spectre lang ang gamit niya. Wala silang pera mamaya. Pero this is the last round of the half already. And hopefully, si Envy makakuha ng dalawa dito. Pero si Ronski, ba't ka hindi tumitingin sa corners mo, ha? Napakaaga ng pagtingin sa kanan, Diyos ko. Pero Texta, dito lang sa may short. Wild Oreo, can he still get that post plant on? Wild Oreo swinging out. Disco. Look at it. Take him down. 210.
210 comeback. 210 comeback to. Naniniwala ako eh. Pero ang aga-aga. 210 kagad ang meron mula sa order. Tsaka mga taga-Owas. 3 na lang. Owas! Kailangan na manalo dito sa pistol. Pag hindi sila nanalo, malaking pagduruguto mula sa side ng Oasis. And most probably, PPRX kasi tsaka Boom Esports ang maglalaban. Hindi ko alam kung sino pa mananalo doon. Pero yun yung makakalaban kung sino man matatalo doon. Yun yung kakalabanin ng Oasis. Pero so far, this is really, real talk lang talaga. Sobrang lakas ng order. First half pa lang. Kaya ngayon, malaking advantage ang meron ng order sa first half. Paano pagagampanan ng Oasis on their defending? Which is, nakita naman natin yung performance ng Oasis sa Ascent. Malakas sila sa defending, pero sana hindi sila manlamig. Dahil kaya naman nilang maghabol into 10 against order.
Naka po, pananlamig yan. Baka may iba na yan.
Nanlamig nga eh. Kaya nagkaroon ng iba eh.
Oo.
Na-ghost nga eh.
Yung sa akin nga, nanlamig eh. Yung suot niya, kinuha ko na. Suot ko na nga ngayon eh.
Alam mo, ayoko multo rin.
Alam mo ba, ako rin. Maratakotin ako guys, legit. Maratakotin talaga ako. Panot. If ever, may nabasa ako. If ever na ayaw nung lagay na noted with thanks, ilagay na lang salamat thanks.
Panot na lang. Ay, hindi pa sila eliminated, guys. Pero kailangan nila bumawi kapag last one game na lang yung Oasis. Kaya kailangan nila manalo, guys.
Ay, naku, eto na.
Natawa din ako sa GC. Yun din ang fly. Grabe talaga ang GC natin. Ang dami. Ang dami sabi.
I-up ko nga ulit yung yung, kasi may picture kasi ako na nakasando lang. Tapos,
mamaya na. Wala tayo ko. Hindi na tayo nag-cast. Oasis! Make or break. Ang round na to.
Ito na pagbawan ng Oasis Gaming, mga kaibigan. Tandaan nyo, pag natalo Oasis Gaming dito, dinaya. Pero Ronski pushing ito, Skapol, literal, sinasagasaan! Pero nice! Kapatay ni Valorant siya, Ripper, dalawang players yan ng order. Pushing ito 3v2, 2v3 right now in favor of order, mga kaibigan. Bawi! Oasis Gaming! Jumbo hotdog nga, kinaya yung order pa kaya? Nice! Nice, Envy! 1v1 Ripper versus Maple right now, and Ripper! We're gonna fall down.
Nakatalawa na si Envy!
Ay, nako Marky, are you kidding me? 213!
Wild Oreo, dumalis na.
Marky!
Ngayon pa sila nagbago ng agent ko. Kaya ng sobrang default lang ng comp ng order dito sa Ascent. Parang yan nga yung comp natin ng Oasis sa VCT. Pero sige, gusto sila masaya. Yun naman importante, masaya ka.
Homsim. Pero importante talaga makabawi pa rin talaga. Hindi pa naman tapos to ni Ray. Marami pa tayo pwede makita dito.
Spike down, B.
Kumalma, puso lang tayo. Puso lang din. What's up?
Tiwala ako sa kanya eh. Ginalingan naman niya. So, kailangan natin siya pagkatiwalaan talaga. 4v3, tatlo na lang sa side ng order. Posible! Kapak! Ay, naku po! Nag-3v3 pa! Timing, hello? Mapapanish, yep. 2v2. Importante to ha. Pero baka malisaw ka si mag-order.
Oh my god! Lusaw nga! Oh, 2v1 NV. The only man remaining with just that Ares on hand. Only may third sa kaliwa niya. Nice one! Hello, diretso siya, pero ano, orange, what? Sayang.
Match point.
Out Spain, mga kaibigan.
Ginawa namin lahat ha. Nilabas namin trap cards namin.
Oh, man, tinry na namin lahat, pre.
Oo. Ano yun? Yung parang kanta ng I Belong to the Zoo. Talo na naman.
Hindi, panalo tayo, men. Panalo tayo. Panalo sila sa puso natin. Tandaan nyo! Oo, okay lang yan.
Number 1.
Guys, dun sa PPGL, pa-notify na pa-notify na lang ha. Exclamation point notify. Pa-notify na lang if ever. Pa-notify na lang. Salamat!
Pa-note din yung mga natin ha. Mga schedule ng matches natin.
Oo. Pa-note na lang lahat, guys. Oo. Alam mo, Ray. If ever papunta ako sa Baguio, alam mo kung saan ako pupunta?
Saan?
Pa-north.
Cover going out.
Pag sa NLEX kayo, pa-north yun, mga kaibigan. Ay, dyan, hindi lang text na nakachamba pa. Ay, naku, na-J Rizal. Sige na, tapusin niyo na order. Ganyan talaga eh. Natin yung magagawa.
Last play remaining. Attackers win.
Ay, naku po. GG. Puputak ng lang yan.
Panorte. Okay. Sige, Ray, tuloy mo lang. Kaya mo yan.
Ayoko na. Tumawa na lang. Itinawa na yung kabate pan.
Oo, wala. Pilipinas lang sa kalam. Ano yan?
Ay.
Si Ray, tawa na ng tawa.
Sorry. Tawa lang talaga inambag ko ngayong cast. May babawi kami.
Sige, maraming salamat sa pagpunta. Pero kahit anong mangyari, PH Pride pa rin ang Oasis Gaming. Tandaan nyo. Mahal namin kayo, guys. Marky, hindi lang din talaga hindi lang din talaga naging pyramid. Nagsasabing kamukha na si Charis Pempeko. Shoutout nga pala kayo. Shoutout nga pala siya, Jake. Paring Jake. Pero wala nangyari na eh. I mean, we can say na it's just na talagang order is really powerful, man. The top one of OCE, the top one of Australia versus Philippines. Out Spain, Pighati!
Makakabawi pa naman. Hindi pa naman to yung huling match ng Oasis, guys. So, yeah. Tignan natin kung ano pang pwedeng mangyari sa Oasis. But guys, our next match will be FW versus Fancy United. Ako si Rayleigh, kasama ko si Vil. Kami pa rin ang magkakas right after the panel, guys. So, see you! See you, guys.
We're going on a very short break, guys. See you later.
Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the reverb, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency. but heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap.
When I said speedrun, I'm speedrun. Wow! Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Tricks with our jaws dropping as Order just won Ascent with a 13-2. I'm not kidding. 13-2. Tricks, the OCE region is absolutely owning the competition so far.
My prediction is right.
Honestly, yes, Tasha's prediction is right. Thank God, thankfully. And I just think, I wasn't sure what to expect from Order. I know that they've had high praise. I know both teams have had high praise, but Order just really coming out extremely dominant. The way that they were playing, the crossfires that they had, the sheer aggression and map control they were able to take, it was really well executed.
Well, of course, on our defense, though, I just want to say, Trix, is that, again, we mentioned how Order is very well known in their own local tournaments, right? So we haven't really seen much of them in an international stage such as this one, which is why to us, it caught us by surprise. And also, we were obviously in favor of supporting our homegrown talent, Oasis Gaming. But Tash, you were absolutely right. Order Gaming, oh my goodness, what a team to behold. What a spectacle, round for round. They were just so orderly, to say the least.
Yeah, so I talked about how chaotic orderly they can be, and for a good reason. It does seem like they're all over the place, but at the same time, if you really look at their positioning, it's not really disorderly at all. You are gonna be seeing someone watch their teammates back. You are gonna be seeing refrags come through, and you are gonna be seeing, like, throughout the entire map of Ascent, they always had someone waiting. Even in those situations where it's a bait and switch, where you think they're gonna be hitting E, but they're actually gonna go hit A, you still see them still playing this in this disciplined situation. Just now when you look at the MVPs here, yes, we're gonna have to give it to Maple, and I love the way that Maple plays Fate. We talked about earlier how, the earlier Fate we saw today, he was playing Maple like a duelist, playing aggressive. But Maple, how he plays it is one of those situations where he doesn't really have to rely on his teammates. He's okay to play alone, and he's okay to use his utilities in a way that's selfish. We just talked about it, Trix, how Fate is very, very reliant to his teammates. But now, see how Maple played him really changed my perspective about this sort of statement per se, because now it puts Fate in a situation where it's kind of can be played the same way as you see an aggressive sort of Sky. But if you see how this is done as well, these bottlenecks coming in through, it's a situation where it's hard for what do you call that, for Oasis to really do anything. You play separated, they get picked up one by one. They play together, they get just picked off in a situation where it's like a firing squad. What do you think, Trix?
In general, for me, I just find that there was a lot of misplacement in terms of the utility of Oasis Gaming. I feel that there are better angles to hold, there are better utilities to be placed, better combinations of all of their agents, and it just felt honestly a little lackluster. I wanted to see more of that team play, more of the bait setups that Oasis can pull off, and better crossfires in terms of, like, when you get that plant down, where do you want to look? You have the information, but for some reason you're not actually crossfiring the angles at all.
You know who did have that good bait setup? RDW. Am I right?
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, he actually did. And a lot of situations as well. RDW was insane as a killjoy. He really knows how to swing off his nano swarm bots, and with the idea that he had a combination of maybe an Ares or even an Odin, it's just really scary.
Now, of course, we got Maple as the series MVP. I just need to mention, these guys, Order, they've been making my heart stop every single time, but Maple, he took my breath away, literally froze for a second. I can't remember which specific round that was, but he was baiting the plant, and he shot someone on a heaven.
Oh yeah, that was really quick reaction time.
Yeah.
That was just insane, because I remember that you said, oh, timing, there's not gonna win that, but suddenly he just stopped. I was just like, wait a minute, how did he time that so perfectly? That's insane. So from now on, Maple, if you're watching this, I just want to say, when I grow up, I want to be a Fate main just like you.
When you grow up? Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, Trix. What do you mean by that?
I didn't mean anything. I'm just saying we're all adults here, and
Are you sure
can be a
that's
Fate
what
main
you meant?
whenever you want.
Yeah. So for now, I'm just really curious to know, like, out of all the fates we've seen today, which are your favorites?
I
got to go with
AE.
Kush. I really enjoyed Kush.
Your
on the-
Kush? I'm with
Yeah.
Maple for this one.
I think Maple performed really well, showing us how, it doesn't always have to be team play, as you mentioned. But I just love seeing team play. Nothing beats seeing a good execution, players really going off of each other and being able to get that information. Don't get me wrong, Order did
That's
a
what pro play is all
fantastic job.
about.
Yeah.
So, of course, as much as we'd love to sit and chat a little bit more about Oasis Gaming and Order, time for us to move on to the final series of the day. Time flies so fast, especially... Oops! Yeah. He's really excited about that one. But yeah, the first team is the top 2 team from the very sunny Thailand. In their national run, they beat Made in Thailand, a team we've known for their determination. So maybe, just maybe, this team is even more persistent than that team. Here is FW Esports. Here you have it, folks. FW Esports on your screens. Now, I did mention a little bit tricks earlier that they did beat Made in Thailand, and it's a team that we absolutely enjoyed during the play-in, so I'm excited how this is gonna play out. But I do gotta mention though, I love the IGN Killua. I'm a huge Hunter x Hunter fan. I don't know if you feel the same way, but that's a great anime, and I just wanted to point that out.
I actually didn't know it comes from an anime. So cool. Context for that name. I apologize to any fans out there. I am looking forward to FW Esports playing. I think that's similar. They don't have a 100% win rate on anything from their national run, but they do have high percentages on other maps. So I am hoping to see Split or Icebox come out. They did lose to Shersha, however, in the grand finals, but beating Myth, a team that we've seen perform very well, very structured, great, just great crossfires in general. Myth has been known, at least on the panel desk, to have that great crossfire in the sights. So I'm hoping to see how FW Esports does do those executions. I know that a lot of teams kind of come into APAC changing up their lineups a little bit. I've seen it happen on FW Esports' own history, going from that double duelist to trying not to go with a duelist at all. I'm wondering which one they're gonna go for. I kind of want to see a comeback of the double duelist setup, but in a more team play setting, rather than just hoping that your duelists are gonna get all of the frags there. And in particular, that, just Killua on the duelist, I can't wait.
Absolutely.
Wow.
You did mention double duelist. I'm gonna go back at you guys once again with the double letters, because that was FW Esports with the letter F at the start. I mentioned earlier that we keep seeing double letters, right? So their opponent is no different. The second team that starts with the letter F had an adrenaline-filled run that pushed the limits through opponents like Cerberus Esports and Team Big Bang. If we have Twice fans in the audience, well, this team may not make you feel special, but hey, they will make you feel fancy, because here is Fancy United Esports. Here you have it, folks. We have Fancy United Esports, and I just want to point this out really quickly that I love my panelists, but oh my god, they lack a little bit of culture. They do not know twice as much.
Ouch!
No, Hunter. But you know what Cash Bunny does know? He knows Fancy United Esports.
Yeah. Okay, so Fancy United is one of the teams that I first casted for like my first time on VCT APAC Stage 1. And they went up against no-namers. And this is a team that actually lost to, no-namers before. And I am really excited to see them back here again. So now, when you look at their teams, I think Trix pointed out something really interesting to me. They have very, very interesting lineups. You mentioned before that they had a triple initiator lineup, I believe. And from what I've seen from their previous, careers or matches, they're also very comfortable with maybe a double controller even. And I feel like, a triple controller lineup they had, as well as maybe a double initiator. And I think this is very interesting to say the least, because if you look at all of their players, just like the other teams as well, you see a lot of flexibility. You see each player having to know at least 2 to 3 different roles, and they're not necessarily a team where it's like, okay, this player 100% will be on Jet, will be our 100% our our duelist. And I like that flexibility because it can keep other players kind of questioning what exactly can we learn from this team. And even when you learn something from this team in particular, you kind of be guessing like, okay, we know this, but what exactly are they going to be bringing to the table? I mean, when you're met in a situation where you have, say, maybe a triple controller, you know how hard it is to break into post plant or even break into a defense with that. That's terrifying.
I can't imagine either how that's going to play out, but they can. And we're going to see a glimpse of that as we move over to our map vetoes. I can't really imagine. I guess it also comes into play what kind of maps we'll be seeing. But off the bat, over here, Trix, what do you think we'll be seeing?
I think that FW Esports might enjoy to play on that icebox. I am hoping to see them play on it as well. Now, in terms of Fancy United, they haven't been playing Fracture, so
no,
I would
they haven't.
I would not be surprised if they decided to ban it. As we know, Fracture is one of those maps where teams are trying to be more innovative, they're trying to be more unpredictable on it, because the map itself is split in a certain way that the only way to play it unpredictably is in order to get that defender spawn in.
I'm a little bit surprised that they banned Split. On the side of FW Esports, they were able to beat Tertia, right? They beat Myth here as well. With that whole Breach, Jet, Omen, Raze, Sage composition has been working well for them, but that's not the case. They'd rather go to Breeze here, Tash.
I may have an idea why they want to ban out Split. So when you think about a team like Fancy United, they're a very aggressive team. So throughout, from what I've seen, successful teams, how they play Split is that they play every round like a tech round. Doesn't matter if you're playing attack or defense. You always talk about how it's heavily skewed to defense, right? For that map. I think when you come out in a team that's just so aggressive, that can take up so much space on Split, you don't want to be put in a situation where maybe you're on attack, maybe you're on defense first, and you can rack as many points as you can, but you're not getting as much, and then suddenly you're on attack and you're not able to mentally, kind of snowball yourself forward, which is what you want to project onto Split. But for now, FWEC Breeze and Bind picks. I'm not surprised that Fancy United chose Bind, because for Bind is one of the highest numbered maps Fancy United have played, 32 in total, and they have so many different lineups for it, which is why it really shows how comfortable they are playing this map. While some teams really shy away from Bind, I think Fancy United feels right at home.
Exactly. I mean, if you're confident enough to not pull a duelist in your composition and Bind, it just goes to show how much you guys have this down to a science. They usually run the Astra, Chamber, Omen, Sky, Viper. This is exactly what Trix was talking about earlier. Triple controller setups. Now, Trix, you brought this up earlier. You spiked our curiosity, and it just goes to show in the compositions, or in the stats rather, that they really do pull this off. But I'm curious, Trix, how this is going to affect them on Bind.
Honestly speaking, I'm not sure whether on stage 2 they were just kind of having fun with it, playing that triple controller, because I see it. You have that Omen that we've mentioned before, that you can kind of play more aggressively, more like a duelist. It can reposition, it can flash for the teammates, it has that bait setup potential. You have the Astra, usually paired with a Viper. It's been that way since before on Bind. It's very powerful. It just kind of depends at the end of the day how FW Esports has prepared for this, because I know that they don't have a great win percentage on Vine. I'm a little surprised they let it through against a team like, Fancy United. So I worry a little bit.
But maybe we'll see a little bit of adjustments on their end. Again, the stats, they're there, but what happens off season, we don't really get to see it. They might have been practicing other compositions that they bring out today. After all, APAC, again, is on a whole other league. It's not the same as your national qualifiers, and you definitely have to have your whole preparation. You have to do your homework as you go into this stage.
It's exciting watching APAC. We watch how teams have performed prior. We watch how they are now. Just the amount of growth a lot of the teams have gone through, whether it's like an individual technical skill or if it goes into that team play. Some teams just adjusting the day after. We saw that in the play-ins as well. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to see the lineups that are coming in. The amount of time and dedication players have put in and saying, hey, we deserve a spot here, and they're proving it to us, just as Order did like just now.
We were definitely not expecting that one, Trix, but Ash, obviously, really good with the predictions. So you know what? Why don't you share your predictions once again, Trix?
Me,
sorry, I meant Tash. I don't know why my thought process lagged in the middle of my sentence. Again, it's the letter T's. It's the double letters. I'm sorry, Trix. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I did really want Ashley. She got it right the first time. She was being a little bit cocky, so I want to hear her opinion this time around.
I'm gonna give it to Fancy United just because I really like the innovative sort of stuff coming through. I mean, Trix did say it might be them having fun, but they are a team that plays aggressive regardless. Yeah. And for me, any team that likes to play aggressive, I immediately put my money on them just because when you have a team that's a little bit more proactive, you start to see them control momentum and the tide, and that's exactly what I am expecting from Fancy United.
Trix, I'm so sorry I cut you off.
No, it's okay. I think FW Esports could be able to do it. I feel like the fact that they've taken down a team like Myth, which I have seen perform before, in a level that I was hoping to see in APAC Stage, I think FW Esports could do it, but again, it really depends on how they're feeling today.
Well, you know what, girls? I'm with you. Fancy United all the way.
Wow, woo. Fancy United for her. So let's see, we already have everything locked in now. So it's gonna be really interesting because as we know, for APAC, we always saw Thailand as like the powerhouse. That's how aggressive they are. And again, we've seen them go all the way up to, to Masters and alongside, a team like Paper X as well. So now I'm just curious to see if this could change the tide because of how Thailand plays. I believe that they are a team that is just not only innovative, but also high risk, high reward as well. I really want to see a team like Vietnam come up on top because we already saw, Oceania do it. Why not see Vietnam now?
Well, you know what's missing from all of the information that we already released? It's the agent selection. We gotta find out what agents these guys are gonna be locking in. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense for us to do these predictions sometimes without finding out the prior information that we need. But hey, we're going to breeze over here. Once again, we saw the mistakes that were made earlier, Trix, and we're hoping to avoid that.
Wait, is that a Cypher?
Is a Cypher.
Oh,
it's been a hot minute.
I am so excited because we haven't seen Cypher yet, and we all know that Cypher can do these 300 IQ plays, and I'm really curious to see what exactly this Cypher can bring to the table.
I'm excited to see the Sky. I feel like as much as I love a KO, and I especially loved watching Boom Esports play on that KO on the play-ins, it just felt a little underwhelming so far, the performances of a KO. So whether or not Acerola really comes out on top, or we have that Sky which has more malleable flashes and information that they can take alongside the Sova, I'm not sure what to expect right now.
Oh, okay, I got a little bit cut off earlier because I got excited over the Cypher pick as well. But as I was saying earlier, Trix, what is something that these teams should avoid that, in the previous series we kind of saw happen on Breeze?
They should avoid giving too much space. I think when it comes to playing against any Sentinel, what you want to do is try to cut out the information that Sentinel is able to have so that you force them into certain areas. when you have a good sentinel, as we've seen time and time again, especially with Frey, you know, they're so malleable and they have so much space around that map. So you want to limit the information and you want to have better crossfires. Pressure the map, but don't overextend to the point where you're getting picked off on your own. If you're gonna pressure, have that refrag ready, and always, please, always peek with the initiator utility.
Well, again, those were the things that we mentioned earlier. You were, I wouldn't say like a pet peeve, but it's something that really caught your eye. That Order was able to punish Oasis Gaming over the lack of the use of the utilities in order to push, the lack of the refrags. It was, again, quite chaotic, but that is why their name is Order, because they want to make sure that the other team is gonna go in scrambles and chaotic. But this time around, it's not them that's playing, it's FW Esports versus Fancy United. So this again is gonna be the last series of the day. I can't wait to get started on this one. So casters, the floor is yours.
Hello guys, what's up? Nandito na muli tayo sa laban between Fancy, you,
Twice!
with FW, twice.
Twice!
Twice eh. Ako nga pala si Ray at syempre kasama ko pa rin dito si Bill. At kami ang maghahatid sa inyo ng last series for today.
Namuhay! Namuhay! Sabi sa inyo, low-key na K-pop fan ako eh. Ano nga ba? Jessa Saragosa lang sa kalam.
Jesus,
Hindi pa.
Hindi. Si Sana Heronimo.
Si Sana Heronimo. Okay lang yun.
At, ayan guys, FW from Thailand versus ang mga taga-Fancy United nga ng Vietnam region. At guys, dito ko gusto talaga makita yung excitement pagdating sa kung makakabawi nga ba ang mga taga-Fancy United this time around with their unorthodox agent selection or talagang ibang power ng FW. Dati ko pa to sinasabi guys, I'm looking forward for this team and I'm actually excited. Dahil kakas ko itong mga to, papatunayan na ba nila talaga na hindi lang tutok ang kanilang laban, kundi may strats din talaga sila.
Of course, lahat ng mga players dito, they're not gonna win if ever wala silang strategy, pero that is apparently one of the biggest problem na talaga dito nangyari dito, na na-recon ka lang. You have an idea kung nasan ba, then nag-dash in ka pa. Pero for V3 onto this game right now, to be honest, I have no idea who's gonna win this. 50-50 ako dito for the side of FWE tsaka sa FCY. Pero makikita natin later on kung ano talaga pwede nilang mabawi dito kahit paano, kasi makikita natin ngayon, ang Fancy is in a tough spot right now. They're not in a tough spot kasi naplant nila yung bomba and all they're gonna do is just try to not to be able to FWE to retake this side. Yes, I can go. Catching one. Si Tirapong is a lot of trouble, super low, and yes, I can mga kaibigan with that 3. Itong FCY, itong Fancy United Esports kasi matagal na natin yung nakakase. Matagal na natin yan ever since last year. Tama rin, diba?
Tama.
Ever since last year, magkakasama na itong FCY. Sila Yes, I can, sila Acerola, sila BMP, yan. Ano kaya ni Haneg si Hyzy?
Magkapatid siguro sila.
O pala si Hyzy with a double E.
Si Acerola, na-miss ko yan eh.
I'll find it reminds me of something din si Acerola. Ayoko na sabihin, mga pa ako dito.
Okay.
Pero BMV,
I
mean, every trap is actually set now for the players of FCY para syempre hindi sila malikuran if ever may nagpa-flank ba, if ever may naglo-lurk ba dito sa side nga ng FWE and FCY though. Pero a minute left in the clock right now, all they're gonna do is try to be safer than ever. Kasi if ever na dito na kahit kayo yung may lamang, kahit kayo yung talaga may bawal dito, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga kayo durugin ng FWE if ever. Huwag yung i-small yung mga classic, yung mga sheriff, yung mga ganyan. Yan talaga ang dapat hindi nyo take for granted kasi kayang-kaya pa rin kayo. A damage na damage, a kill is a kill. Like si Majesty, he really thought that hindi makakita siya ng isa pero yun nga lang magandang swing ang ginawa ni Acerola doon. 2v5 on this game, ang sabi ni FCY, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Kitang-kita naman natin ngayon yung noon ni Haizi, no? Yung airport, kitang-kita natin ngayon. Pero si Tira po, makakakuha pa rin talaga dito ng isang death na naman. And for FCY, what a perfect crowd na ginawa nila dito. Super perfect, man. I mean, walang bawas kahit isa. I mean, may bawas pero isa lang ito. Pero in terms of money, napakadaming pera ngayon ng FCY syempre. And for the side na ginawa ni Acerola, look at that. Vandal agad, di ba? Tsaka si IZ. Pwede natin talaga sabihin na napakadaming arep talaga dito ng FCY. And syempre, one of the things na talaga na ginawa nila yun, look at that. 4 na Vandal agad ang ginawa dito ng FCY. Para syempre, they have the advantage. And pagdating dito sa round na to, at least 4 agad na naka-Vandal dito sa buy round na to, Ray kasi lahat sila may AR center dito sa side ng FWE. Special going in, ready, Kilua dito sa likod, Majesty. Makakakuha pa ba siya ng isa or not? Pero si SI can and Fisher will do the job already. Kilua will catch one. Kilua dito na din sa mga backside though. Medyo delikado siya kasi nagpupush na rin talaga yung mga player ngayon ng FCY. Pero nga na Heisey will taken down instead. Apinya. Nakakuha pa rin isa 3v2 onto this game right now. Apinya popping off already. Spike is dropped. But can they get that spike done or not? Marami pa rin pera dito ang FCY kahit anong mangyari. They still have all these Vandals. Pero talagang hindi rin talaga ina-expect ng FWE ito. If natalo ng FWE ito, best walang pera ngayon ng FWE. Pero Apinya nakatatlo na. Makakakuha ba siya ng 4 dito? BMV waiting on that corner. The spike na top na rin talaga. Pero ang tanong, pinupush pa nila or hindi. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, Jet was will gonna be done. Pero si Apinya with a big kill, 2-1 already for the side ng FWE. Ito ang malaking problema dito, Ray. 4 sa team ng FWE, walang pera.
Good eco pa rin yan sa Fans United. At
ano yung sabihin ng FWE?
Hindi ko rin alam eh.
FW Esports. Ano yung sabihin ng FW? Wala
Wala. Baka pangalan lang ng sponsor nila or something. Pero buti na lang si Apinya. Sumakit yung ulo ni Apinya eh. Napa-facepalm siya eh. Habi niya, pre, ano ba naman ginagawa nyo? Pero still, walang pera gano'ng mga taga FW dahil nga napaka-crucial ng round na yun na nabawasan sila all together ng mga taga-fans. Pero nice scam mula kay VCO.
Grabe naman talaga mga fwe. Pero si Acerola nakaisa pa with a wall bang. Pero take down Apinya. At least nakabawi na sila dito kahit papano. Medyo slowly. Pero at least they're getting all the kills that they need. They don't have any smokes right now for fwe. And for FCY though, at least hindi pa na say yes I can. Pero Jetboy is in a lot of trouble if ever talaga nakita ni Acerola yan. Hindi pa rin naman sila nagkakaroon ng information kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng FWE. Pero for FCY, they can actually push in. Medyo delikado rin talaga kasi masasandwich dito ang FWE if ever. Pero at least si Kilua na talaga makakuha nung first kill. Dito sa pwedeng sandwich pwede nilang gawin ng FCY. Pero Fisho needs to go in already kasi mawawala din talaga yung dash. Fisho went in with that smoke and Tira Pong nandun din sa may gil pero Acerola sa may backside din talaga agad and everything is actually going in the favor of FCY na rin talaga and Acerola with a big 3. Yes, I can another one right now. Pushing it to 2v1 where it's Spike na kay Viper. Pushing it to 1v1 situation right now. BMV will get that kill. Pero si kaibigan BMV, wala siyang enough time. Meron ba? Wala siyang enough time. Because you need 4 seconds para ma-plant yung spike. Sobrang konti na doon. Millisecond na lang yun. Sana may plus 300 sana ng FCY. Pero hindi lang din talaga kinuha. Pero at the end of the day, a kill is a kill, a win is a win, a round is a round, a point is a point. And kahit kulang tayo ng pera, the best way to do it, probably exit frags or probably just gonna deny the economy of your enemy na rin din talaga. And may kasama pala ako, Rere. Kamusta?
Oh, nandito pa ako. Sinusupport na kayo.
Salamat support.
Sinusupport na kayo. Pasabi na natin ni Pisyo.
I know
Pero to,
exactly
ang
where
mga taga-FW, yun ang sinasabi ko, yung mga players sa ulo na may tutok, pero good mula sa side ng Fancy to actually get that neural theft para makuha sila ng information, and now, nagasolinahan pa nga si Acerola. But as BMV goes for a plan, hindi pa siya, meron sa Kuluwa, si Kuluwa doon, it's the second kill! May babawi pa nga siya, yes, 2v2, pero talaga si Kuluwa, lahat na sa'yo. And now, he gets the fourth one. Nandiyan ang buff ng isang anime character, ang pangalan mo, 2-3 FW. Kind of na 350 na lang Fancy.
Alam mo ba, Kiluwa? Pag may kalabang kang Kiluwa, mga kaibigan, kabahan ka na. Bakit? Kasi Smurf yun, tandaan mo. Tandaan mo. Lahat ng Smurf na nakalaro ko, ang pangalan nila, Kiluwa. Pero wala eh. Alam mo sino panalo? Tito Vil pa rin. Tito Vil pa rin.
Tito Vil. Otiksa. Ito ay yung dikit na laban. Ito talaga. Kung kanina may pagka-speedrun medyo yung order. Itong FW parang nahihirapan sila sa Fancy United And yung comp ng Fancy still, it's a very good composition, especially kapag nasa defending ka, you have that cyber cage, trying na shutdown rather ang FW. Pero all in all, sobrang pantay na pantay sila. Pero ang tanong dito, ang FW, this is their first time na makasama mismo sa APAC. Kaya kailangan talaga nila mag-adjust against these teams dahil may mga Fancy United, sobrang laki na experience. Pero si IZ, kapatid nga ni Honey Glaze, takes down ang isa kagad, si Jit Boys.
Jet Boys indeed, pero Majesty going there in that corner. Pinya mga kaibigan, makakupan talaga ng kill dito, pero BMV shutting him down with a one tap to the head. Fisio, at least libreng balita sa mga players ito. Napakita na ginawa ni Fisio dito na it's fine na kahit hindi makuha yung Vandal na yan kasi at the end of the day, I have the Blade Storm anyway.
30 seconds
Kilua,
left.
getting all these damage na kailangan nila. BMV, this is gonna be a really good take for him. Makakita siya with that operator kill na rin talaga. Pero Kilua will get all these important kills from him. But yes, I can, denying the possible win of FWE though. 1v1 with the great one. Tira Pong. Oh my god! Ang sobrang ganda ng position ni ni Yes I Can. And syempre, hindi naman talaga ine-expect ni Tira Pong na hala, na nasa double doors pala si FCY ngayon. So, yeah, good positioning for the side of Fancy United Esports.
Mga Tovil, parang hindi mo magets kung paano silang maglaro. Basta, kung sino man mauuna sa tutok, pwede na yun. And, sayang na lang din kaagad sa chance ng side ng FW. Pero Fancy so far leading, and I think this is the Fancy that we're all actually proud of. Kasi nakakasabay na sila against the Thai teams. Kasi usually ito yung weakness nila. Basing lang sa previous stage, talagang nabugbog ang katulad ng Fancy sa mga Thai teams. Ito talaga yung usual na lesson sa kanila. Pero as of now, half buys lang iba sa FW and talagang dominating ang Fancy on their attacking side, and this is something great that we need to recognize. Pero Fisio, pinabagsak ng isang katulad ni Majesty. O sige, audition na kayo, 1x1, 2x2, and now Kilua was able to get a pick off. Pero isa-isa na nga din nila binabawasan ngayon ang mga taga-Fancy.
3v3 on this game. Do they have that operator for Fisio? Yes, they have. And medyo mahirap din to knowing na si Fisio, operator ang gamit niya. Na talagang if ever you are attacking, talagang kailangan mo talaga makapasok dito if ever. Pero sabi ni Apinya, you're not gonna go here though because of that Viper Spit that I have. It's super low! Muntik na! 4 HP lang dito kay Apinya mga kaibigan. Kahit literal na classic lang matamaan dito. Time pass talaga ito. Pero Fisio makakuha pa na isa dito mga kaibigan. Pero sa get over kasi si BMV at saka si Hyzy buhay na buhay pa. That cyber cage, napakaganda ng pwesto. Pero yun nga lang, alam nila ako sa manggagaling. Diyos ko po, napicturean ka na. Napatid ka pa ng trip war literal. 2v1, they have an idea kung nasa si Kilua. Narinig nila yung pag-push ni Kilua papunta dito sa may mid. Probably not. Pero yun nga lang, they need to repossession. Charging up that dash already. In a few seconds, you need to commit. Using that dash, pero yun nga lang, that recon bomb will gonna be denied though. Trade-off it is, sinasabi ng FCY, take down Kilua, 5-2 dito sa mapang pinili ng Fue.
Fue.
They are so dead.
Fue si. Ay, nako. Naisip natin ngayon. Ayoko na mag-move on sa nangyari kanina nga. Nakakatawa. Tapos din tayo panalo, di ba? Pwede na yun. Sabi mo nga sa akin, tapos din tayo panalo. Pero fancy, leading so far. Grabe naman yung walk nito ni Heisey, mala Justin Bieber. At right now, Jit Boys takes down the one. Si Philip pa lang si Fizio, pero hindi niya nakagad pinalaw to. At bawas kagad sa isang glap ang mga taga-fancy. Pops off that Hunter's Fury sa side ni Heisey. Pero will he be able to tackle down one? No. Pero instead of committing here in A site, lilipat na nga sila papuntang B. Pero nga lang, alam na din kagad ang fancy, ng FW na mga taga-FUE that they need to go for that rotation. But at the same time, careful pa rin sila, diba? Baka mag-beat. Pero mukhang imposible na para bumalik pa sa A site. Dahil ngayon, i-try naman nila sa B, and now if they are able to pick off at least si Terapong tsaka yung isa pa, which is going to be si Pina, malaking bagay sa Fancy United to actually get the 3-round advantage na against FW.
So, siya mo walang dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talaga ako nakikitang Sage. No? I mean, hindi ata super top pick si Sage talaga sa mga mapa pinipili natin. Well, knowing na malaki naman itong mapa na ito, why do you have to pick Sage anyway? Pero this is Hunter's Fury, meron si Majesty mga kaibigan. Muntik na matamaan yung iba. Pero for the side of FCY, all they gonna do is wait and get all these facts that they need. But Heisey catching one. 4v3, he's super low as well. Acerola is in a lot of trouble right now because the push of FWE is here already. Pero napakagad ng pop flash yung ginawa ni Tirapong dito, pero ang Heisey with a bench rate right now. Heisey once again super low. And 10 more seconds for them to plant that spike, and it's gonna be happening right now. Kilua will gonna be going down. Plus that neural theft mga kaibigan for him to know kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon FWE. And Jet Boys in a lot of trouble because Headhunter na talaga ang gamit yan. BMV will take him down 6-2 in favor of the Vietnamese team, FCY.
So FCY, really? Shutdown na yung FW. Walang magawa si Kilua Kahit umetri siya na umetri, kahit kumil siya ng kumil, mga ibang teammates niya, nahihirapan makisabay sa tutok, tsaka sa mga strats, except na merong particular ang FCY. And now they've just been controlling mid. A very used way to actually expand ang kanilang utilities, and naka-caught off guard nila ang FW. Talagang malaking problema to para sa kanila. Yan. So, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood ngayon at sa nanonood habang nagbabakasyon. Kasi wala nang online class ngayon dahil June na eh. Medyo bakasyon kahit maulan. Kawawa naman kayo. Bakasyon nyo, maulan na. Yeah. Dati hindi ganito eh. Pagkatapos ng March, bakasyon na ng 2 buwan. Pero ngayon, iba na ata. Iba na ang ihip ng hangin eh.
Nung pumapasok ko dati, mga ganitong, ano ba ngayon? June? Pasokan to eh. Nung pumapasok ko dati. Get to know each other, meron ka nakukuhang crush na kaklase mo.
Papasulat mo sila sa slam book.
Oo. Tapos yung pamaypay nyo, punong-puno ng signature ng mga tropa mo. Tapos laging mabango. Yung mga panyo nyo, may...
Pangalan?
Hindi pangalan. May pulbo. Tas yung panyo ng malalaki, yung Armando Caruso.
Armando Caruso, oo nga, no? Tapos yung also pa yung lock and lock.
Oo.
Yung iniitsa nila kapag nandun ka sa department store, nandito na sa spill yung tubig. Lapit yun eh.
Oo.
Ay. Pero fancy. Okay,
One enemy remaining.
Sige, tapusin na. Nahiya naman kayo sa inyo. Pwede naman tapusin kung hindi kayo nahiya. And that's it. Almost an ace kay Fizio once again. 2-7. Jet diff. Pero, matanda ka pa. Ewan ko kung ginagawa niyo ito, Bill. Pero sa school namin, parang first subject, di ba may color? So, kailangan mo tatakpan ng kulay red. Kunyari. Mayroon sa school ko nun dati. Sa UST High School. Kunyari, pag Filipino, kakover mo yung notebook mo.
Talaga?
Cover mo. Oo, ng red dapat. Yung notebook mo or yung filler notebook mo. Oo.
Sa amin hindi kami ganun. Sa Basta may notebook ka, okay na.
Ay, buti pa sa inyo ganun. Sa amin, kailangan meron pa portfolio tuwing after quarter. Pag 10% din sa grade mo yun. Kailangan medyo pagkabida-bida pag inaayos mo. But here it goes. Fancy United still popping off sa first half nila against FW. At kapag pumili ng Breeze ay FW, malakas dapat ang mga titles dito. Pero Fancy, pinaglalaroan pa sila so far. Pero ito naka-Majesty at Iluwa, sinabayan na nga nila kagad. BMW together with Isis is gonna go down. And looks like that's a good adjustment na ginagawa ng FW. Kung medyo maasim ang fans, medyo aggressive, tapatan natin sila pagdating sa maangos. And yes, I can na lang agad-agad na natitira going up against Forper. Aware na nga sila kung nasaan siya, but will he be able to hide pa dahil Majesty gets him. And FW, sa wakas, makukuha na nga nila kala ko ang ginagawa ni Apinya against Fancy United. At kailan daw ang laban ng RRQ? Bungat! Sa Team Secret ata. Hindi ako makapaniwala na talo sila sa order. Malakas talagang order, guys. Sila talaga dapat yung nanalo against Bonkers last time. Yung nakita nga natin sila sa first stage ng APAC. So that's the best that OCE has, and mga iba sa kanila ex-CSGO pro players. So, mga hindi aware dyan. So, yan. Sinabi ko na sa inyo. At, yun. Makaka-adjust ng FW, mga taga-Fuy against sa Fancies. This it para 5-7 lang or talagang 9 pickers ang gustong ipakita ng Fancy now that we still have the buys. But here it is. Walang tatama mula kay Jit Boys. Advantage siya kay PC. Tapos papos at Blazer. Pero may matatamaan ba siya? Sige, press double mo. Ikot one. May kasunod pa nga ba to? Galing sa kanyang Blade Sword. Sinabayan na nga yung gabi ni Asirol na si Jet 2. And it's up to Apina together with Tirapong. Beerpong. And now, looking at that, Apina still gets... Oh my goodness, ang ganda naman nung tutok niya dun. Oh, bumabawi.
Oh no! Na-timingan siya. Sayang. Actually, hindi timing yun. Talagang nakuha rin talaga ng FCY yung magandang corner na yun. Ganito guys if ever you guys are playing like kunyari na attacking or defending, the number one rule na pwedeng magpapanalo sa inyo sa mga ganong klaseng engagement is yung pag-go-off angle. Is yung pag-go-off angle naman talaga. Kasi meron tayong mga peakers advantage, mga ganyan. Pero off angle is one of the best key para manalo kayo dito. Pumunta kayo sa mga pwesto na hindi naman usually talagang sinisilip agad. Yung pag nandun kayo yung unang makakakita. Which is yung if ever nasa corners kayo, close corners, mga ganong mga bagay. In order for you to win your engagements if ever. At saka yun ang pinaka-nakakainis sa totoo lang. Majesty and Athena trying to hold on the players dito sa mga FCY, mga kaibigan, mukhang magiging 8 pa rin to kung talagang ganun talaga mangyayari. Pero it's all up to BMV. Napakabilis sa engagements na din talaga. BMV catcher talaga mo second one right now. Pero si BMV hindi pa rin talaga nababawasan dito kahit papano. Pero meron siyang ultimate at all. Nakita pa yung isang player ngayon na talagang umiikot dito sa may FWE, mga kaibigan. Meron pang Recon Bolt, meron pang Trailblazer. Nasa pa talaga si BMV if ever. And that situation na talaga medyo delikado kasi BMV, mga kaibigan, kasi talagang ginagamit na talaga niya ang kanyang neural theft para syempre hindi talaga, ang kanyang cyber cage para syempre hindi makita ng mga players ngayon ng FCY. FWE. Pero for BMV, meron siyang chance dito if ever kahit 1v3 ito. The spike is dropped, yes, pero 40 seconds, napakadaming oras para makita na yung mga kalaban niya. And in order for them to win, you need to take down Tirapong first. Kasi siya ang pinakamalapit. Siya ang kailangan talaga mamatay dito, mga kaibigan, para syempre makakuha siya ng idea kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng FWE though. Pero mukhang wala na ata talaga siyang oras, 20 seconds, and mga kaibigan, this is gonna be impossible for BMV to win this. And Majesty will gonna get your head instead, 4-8 to end the first half of the game.
Switching sides.
My. Good half mula sa side ng Fancy. And will they be able to keep up nga lang ang kanilang ginagawa ngayon against FW. And tuloy-tuloy yung pag-shotdown na FW. Pero as the usual, yung dami talagang struggles when you start on the defending side pagdating dito sa Breeze. But now that we're gonna be switching, ngayon na may mga pop flash mula sa FW, they can actually use the kanilang attacking. Maybe it's time to shut down ang Fancy for what they've been doing. Dahil kita mo si Tira Pong, baka naman, pwede pang mag +1 pa sa mga frags natin together with Jit Boys. Sila talaga yung usual na siya shutdown eh. Ang natitira talaga si Majesty, si Kilua, and Apina. Sila talaga yung nakita niya sa post plant na gumagawa ng madami. But as for Fancy, we can see how they maximize their utilities wisely, and si nakakahilo eh. BMV daw kasi talaga ang pagsabi ng BM, pagbigkas, diba? Tama ba ako?
Sino tong 17? May 17 eh, mag-world tour daw sa dito. Ito ba yung 17 world tour Ibidasan? Hindi ko alam eh, sino ba ito? 17 world tour Ibidasan. Korean po pala dito sa Pilipinas. Magkita rin din sa Twitter eh. Check ko lang. Patawad nga pala sa magtutour dito sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Huwag niyong kalimutan na daanan ako dito. Huwag niyong kalimutan na daanan ako dito sa bahay.
Ay, no. Sabi dito, Phil, dami daw natin sinasabi. Oo.
Man. Gulat ka, wala kami sinabi.
Magpapahinga na lang kami ngayon, tapos na yung mini-event. Watch party na lang talaga.
Sabi ni Flowkey, parang mga casters. Ano nalaman? Tagal na, bro.
Oo.
Panote na lang.
Ayan na. Hindi ko na sana sasabihin.
Grabe naman si Fisho eh, no? Ayaw mag-facecam.
May
hand cam ang nangyari, no? Tignan niyo yung mouse ko. Tignan niyo yung bawat pindot ko ng mouse ko, mga kaibigan.
Bakit sa kanila bagay yung may mga bangs sa lalaki, no? Dito sa Pilipinas, para kapag nag-bangs ka, iba tignan. Mamimik sa panghusga.
Skimpy. Kimpy nga tawag natin doon. Kimpy. May bang sa skimpy ka. No? Pag sa ibang bansa. Sa Korea, bagay na bagay. Sa Korea, pag wala kang bangs, hindi ka Koreano eh.
Koreano. Dito pag may bangs ka.
Kilua. Mag-ano siya dyan. Mag-tawag doon yung... Libing, bora.
Ay, wala pala sa bootcamp tong mga taga-FW.
38 seconds. Hindi pa rin talaga pumapasok yung mga fue. Pero, everything is gonna go there din lang sa mga kaibigan, pero hindi rin napapansin na meron naglo-lurk dito sa side ng FW, which is sa Kilua. Medyo delikado rin to kasi hindi na alam kung saan siya pupunta, pero DMV will actually be there as well to take down these players din talaga. Pero ang gagawin din talaga ni Kilua, syempre i-flank yung mga players, pero nga natira po mga kaibigan. Well, actually gonna take down one, pero nasamba si Kilua. Mukhang hindi pa rin ata makakapatay, pero nga yes I can, catching one as well. 3v2 onto this game. Feature super low right now, pero nasamba si Kilua mga kaibigan. Doon lang din sa mid, nakita yung haba ng ghost mga kaibigan ng Majesty. And the players and of FWE will get this round 5-8 at pwede talaga mag-6-8 to because they have the Spectres already in FCY. Para sila sabi nila na talagang babawi sila dito sa game na to, pero yun nga lang, mukhang FWE na talaga makakakuha because of the lead that they have. Hindi ko rin nag-gets mga sinabi ko.
Kaya tayo sinasabihan na toot. Sino daw po nanalo sa Oasis tsaka Order? 2-0.
Chamba.
Chamba lang. May block na kayo pala yung toxic screen eh, no? Kaya pala nakaka-topic sa amin ng Venom. Pero to, ano nangyayari? Ano ba nagpapakita? Ano ba mga nakikita ko? Pero FW, they're starting it, especially on their attacking on the second half. If this gonna be continue. This is gonna continue. This is gonna be the big problem na ng Fancy United. Paano sila mag-a-adjust sa defending nila. Good half, pero still, all in all, marami pang chances ang FW to make this work. Apina takes down one, trades off kay Yes I Can. Sino pang susunod? Uy, pwede pang may pag-asa, pero buta na wall bang. Nitera po ngayon si Yes I Can at 3 na lang kagad natitira sa Fancy. FW post-panta lang while the members of Fancy just gonna go with that exit frags na lang. Para pwede rin yan, pera rin yan kahit papano. And now, looking at it, nahabol na lahat at dinay lang kahit papano nitira po. And now, the clock is ticking and FW, 2 rounds na lang bago na maitay ito against Fancy.
And for the side of Fancy, mga kaibigan, this is gonna be a tough one for them though. I mean, if ever na talagang ituloy-tuloy ito ng mga players ng FWE, na talagang baka maka-comeback pa nga talaga ng FW itong match ito if ever. Pero sabi ng Fancy, we have the firepower already. Wala namang gagawin dito FCY ko hindi lang talagang kailangan nila mag-save up para makakuha sila ng maraming pera next round. Lalo na si Jet Boys na meron siyang Marshall ngayon. One wrong move lang din talaga for FCY, talagang uubusin sila ng mabilis ng FWE if ever. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, sila ang magpupush. So, kakayanin ba ng dalawang Vandal nila, isang Spectre, isang Marshall, isang Bulldog nila, ang pag-push sa isang site? Or FCY, they will give them a hard time para makapasok sa isang site mga kaibigan. Hindi ka naman talaga, hindi ka naman siguro low rank para mag-push B, push A kayo, diba? Of course, you're not gonna do that. Talagang syempre kailangan kailangan talaga ng strategy to before gonna go in. And syempre pinaka problema lang din talaga ng mga players is syempre ang dry peeking. Ang dry peeking mga kaibigan, peeking without a flash, without any utilities na ginamit, dire-diretso lang din talaga kayo. And yun nga lang, Aljon will be settled already, not gonna catch anyone. Wala siyang maratag na kahit isa, pero ito na si Kilua. He's inside already. Oh my God! That is a big miss. Dito kay Apina. Nahuli ni BMV na nagpapalit ng baril si Apina dito. And that is a perfect day for FCY though. Gonna finish this round without getting any casualties and not getting those big damage. CSI can lang. Na ang bibilin lang niya ngayon, syempre, is armor. And syempre, all these utilities, magkano lang yan, 200, 300. But still, perfect round for the side of FCY. And syempre, 6-9 na yung score. Nice!
Nice!
Alam mo ba, nakita mo yung story ko kahapon? Yung pinag-groom namin si Pico. Yung first grooming niya as a dog.
Let's fly. Anong nangyari sa kanya?
Ayun, nag-groom.
Ano yung tsura ni Pico ngayon?
Mamaya papakita ko. Buhat-buhat ko siya ngayon. Nagmukha siya yun parang yung puppy siya. Ulit. Hindi na mahaba yung buhok niya. Short-haired chinita dog na siya ulit.
Enemy tag.
May glasses.
Bakit naman lang aso?
Ano Shih Tzu, di ba? Oh, may lahi. Oh.
Shih Tzu.
Sweet Tzu. Ito si Boss Dogs. Pero, 3v4 on to this game mga kaibigan. Apina getting down. Taking down the smoke of FCY, which is si Yes I Can pero si Heizy with a big trade offer now. 2v3 mga kaibigan. Spike has been planted. Can they still do that retake or not? Heizy with a push. It's just that the recon bolt na meron siya mga kaibigan pero may nagbabantay dito sa may baba ng stairs. And si Majesty, tulad kasi sabi ko mga kaibigan, just the off angles that they but are they gonna push or not? Jet Boys catching one. Jet Boys will gonna get two. 7-9. Still in favor of FCY pero bumabawi ang Fue. Once again, this is a map na pinili ng FWE if ever.
Need a drop. Ang ginagawa talaga ngayon ng FW, just take some slow pace sa kanilang attacking. And now, kung unti-unti nilang napapunish tong Fancy, then it's gonna be big. At kita mo naman na humahabol na sila unti-unti. That those few adjustments, malaking bagay ngayon para makatulong sa kanila at dalawa na lang before they can finally tie this against Fancy. Pero ang Fancy nakahawak na si PCO kagad ng kanyang operator.
Alert level 1 pala tayo.
Ay, oo, sa cases ba yan ng...
Hanggang June 30. Na naman.
Anong meron kapag alert level 1? Tingnan natin.
Hindi ko alam. Hindi mo solo lumalabas ang bahay.
Here.
Ayan. Tinignan ko na. Oh. Titignan ko na ngayon eh. Ano ba ngayon?
Here.
Wala naman eh.
Alert level 1 nakita ko sa Twitter.
Ah,
Kaya ingat kayo guys ha. Pa-vaccine kayo guys.
Pa-second booster na kayo.
Ano yan? Ito, ulitin ko ha. Getting a vaccine and a booster is a social responsibility. Always remember that. But going back here in this game right now, that is BMV being spotted by the Recon Box. So Majesty catching a wall. We're going to take down Heisey right now. But they need to go and Jet Boys popping off Majesty as well. It's all up to Yesai and Acerola, pero malayo pa pupuntahan nila. Wala silang magagawa kundi mag-save na lang din talaga. Save it is to get everything na kailangan nila dito mga kaibigan. And to save up all the utilities and that armor na meron sila dito.
Kinabahan naman ako. Mostly niyan pala yung level 1 Vil. Wala naman talagang threat ng level 1.
Yeah,
so happy pa rin.
Happy pa rin. Pag alert level 2 yan, naku po.
Nako po! Wala nang lalabas ng bahay ulit.
Naku po. Hindi ako delikado pag nag-level 4 ulit yung mga ganun. Pero syempre, feeling ko hindi na tayo pupunta sa ganun eh.
Hindi
sa ganung case. Kasi almost everyone nakakilala ko vaccinated na rin eh. Syempre, dahil nagpa-vaccinate din, di ba? Pero kahit vaccinated ka, tinatamaan ka pa rin eh. Pero yun nga, I mean, of course, ingat-ingat pa rin. And pagaling sana yung mga natamaan ng Rona.
Rona?
Rona.
Nakapag-booster ka na ba, Vin? Magsa-second booster na ako eh. Siguro after APAC.
Second ako after APAC.
Ayan,
actually, late na nga ako. Hindi pa ako nakapag... sana last month pa ako nakapag booster, pero wala, may ginagawa kasi tayo.
Oo, busy. Ang hirap
after APAC,
yun eh.
After APAC pa booster na ako. Ulit, second.
Yun. Pero feel ko di na magsa-spike na sobra-sobra eh.
Di na. Sana.
Dito nga sa Quezon City parang nagulat daw dito eh kasi 26 cases daw sa isang linggo. So, na-threaten na kagad yung dito sa QC.
Oo. Pero ito na si Fisho mga kaibigan going in with that Blade Storm. Walang pera ngayon yung tatlong players ngayon ng FCY. Kung napapansin mo, si Yesai at si Asro lang, everything lang meron sila is syempre yung mga baril nila kanina. They saved everything up para syempre magkaroon sila ang mag-a-anchor sa susunod na game daw. Tirapong, we're gonna fall down. Saan si Pico? And Heisey as well. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa dito na kahit halos wala naman pero yung FCY nakakabawi pa talaga sila kahit pa rin si Fisher nakakuha na dito ng isang baril. And let's see if ever makakayanan pa ba ng FWE ito if ever.
Ito yung inaabangan mula sa FW pero undermanned sila so far.
Yeah.
But at least nakita na nga nila konting information saan manggagaling mga taga-FW and Fancy if they get with the tie. Hihirapan sila, wala silang pera pang next round. Kita mo, sina-shotdown ni Heisey with those shock darts pero wala siyang matatamaan. Gano, they still go to the plant. At ang retake na to.
This is gonna be a really hard retake for the side of FCY for sure. Pero malay mo makayanan, malay mo may mataba ni Cyber Cage or yung Cyber Cage na lang talaga meron sila dito. Yung nga lang Heisey can go in already. Oh my God! Heisey with that! Oh, with that spray, really beautiful spray mga kaibigan. We're gonna take down 2, naka-3 pa nga, naka-4 pa nga si Heisey dito. Will end that streak na meron ng FWE. FCY really wanna push this to a big 2-0 scoreline. Grabe, no? Sipin mo, ha? 4 yung mga games dito, pero sobrang bumabawi talaga ang FCY dito, bes.
Kahit FW itong pinag-uusapan natin, hindi pa rin nagiging posible sa kanila to actually get that at nasayang nga ang Viper's ultimate ni Apinya. So,
Walang
tatlo na lang.
imposible. Walang imposible, kumbaga. Everything is actually, possible, really. Fisho, missing all the shots na ginagawa niya, missing those 2 shots, and they know it already for the side of FWE. Pwede nilang i-push si Fisho dito kasi they heard it na wala siyang dash. Yung kada bilang ng mga utilities dito sa mga players ito is binibilang ng mga players natin. Kasi we need those information kung wala ng dash, wala ng recon, wala ng snake bite. Pero syempre, I mean, if ever wala ng snake bite, ito wala ng post plant, mga ganun, kumbaga. If wala ng trailblazer, at least makakapush tayo dito ng konti. Mga ganun, yung mga ganung small na info, pero can give you a lot of bawi na rin din, kahit pa paano, an advantage na rin talaga. Jet Boys, we're gonna take down Heizi to equalize everything with a 4v4 head count dito sa game natin. 35 seconds in, FCY giving a hard time dito sa FW para makapalo sila, pero yun nga, that is a recon bolt already. I mean, Hunters pinilabas ni Majesty, pero nga lang BMV says no to everyone right now and might actually give this a 11-8 scoreline for FCY. FCY only needs one more round for them to get that match point already. Ang malaking problema, mga kaibigan, walang magagawa ang FCY kung hindi mag-desperate buy na lang din talaga. They have enough money, yes. Meron pa naman kahit papano. Pero hanggang saan to, hanggang kailan to mangyayari? If ever matalo sila dito, mga kaibigan, yes, meron pa silang pang Vandal kahit papano. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Kilua, ano ba? Yeah, Spectre lang. Kasi next round, yes, may pera sila. Pero Blade Storm lang ang magagamit niya. Ang pera ng FCY.
Kanina pa sila nanalo eh. Galak na sila hanggang sa katapusan.
That is huge. Dapat agad ni Apinya si dito, si Fisho. So ibig sabihin wala na silang operator. Pero I mean that's big already dito sa side ni Heizi. Nakita niya si Kilua, pero sabi ng tira pong, come here boy, bring up here. Hilang din ang kailangan nila, pero nga lang BMV, mga kaibigan, galawang sneaky dito sa may Gadli. And that is a push from FCY. Jet Boys in a lot of trouble right now because if ever nag-swing siya ang pwede makuha, pero Jet Boys says no to BMV dito, Ray. Retake is now on for FCY.
What? Oh, yes I can. May kasamang flank. Tatamaan ni Heidi kung si Terapong malaking panalo sana to. But looks like it's gonna be impossible. Terapong umahabol na nga siya pagdating sa kills and we only have yes I can going up against 4. Pero tatapusin na ni Terapong ang kanyang buhay. 9-11. Close match it is. Dalawa na lang before FW can actually get this to an 11-11. Pero fancy, pababayaan pa nga nila yun. Kasi nag-full buy na sila ngayon eh. No risk dapat, high risk na dapat sa kanila dahil kapag nahabol sila ng FW, makakuha ng momentum tong team na kalaban nila so far.
High risk, high reward. Ano ba ang tira pong? Talagang hindi ka magsi-second thought na talagang taga-thigh siya no?
Oo.
Wala lang. Tira pong. No, legit. Kasi if ever taga-thigh, kasi parang yung mga ganyang words kasi, yung mga ganyang IGN, talagang maano mo talaga pag sa Thailand eh. Kasi ganyan sila mag-IGN, yung mga words nila, parang mga ganyan din. Pero, yeah, one of the best countries din. I mean, ganito magandang country ang Thailand, pero siguro hindi na ako babalik dyan. If kunwari sure, hindi na ako babalik sa Thailand. Meron akong bad memory sa Thailand. Lahat na pubot sa Thailand, mga kaibigan. Tama. Hindi, pumunta kami ng ex ko dyan.
Kami nga ng ex ko, nag-Japan, nag-break eh.
Oo.
Kaya guys, huwag nang dadala ng mga jowa sa ibang bansa.
Oo.
Mahirap na. Here.
Sabi ni Aaron Delicos, okay lang ba Vil, ikaw background noise ko for habang nag-aaral for board exam? Ba't may noise?
Background noise ko. Pero galingan mo sa boards, yun na lang. Sana hindi ka bumagsak.
Ano bang binoboard mo ngayon, pare? Sana pumasa ka. Ayan. Yun lang yan. Bakit Pico? Ayan.
Kasalita na pala si Pico. Naintindihan mo na. May telekinesis ka na, Bill.
Telekinesis yun. Si Athena is a lot of trouble kasi makikita siya na si Rolando. But he's super low. But he needs to go in. Oh my God. Walang magagawa si Athena dito. Kailangan niya mag-commit. Ang ganda na ginawa ni Ase Rolando doon. Okay, hindi kita mapatay. Hindi magkatapat lang ng nades. Yan ang importansya ng mga utilities, mga kaibigan. Halos wala pa ring bawas ang FCY at ang bagal nila maglaro. Sa true lang, di ba? Pero, FWE, oh no, hindi alam ni Jetboys kung sino bang babarilin niya. Yung nasa may window bar, nandito lang sa may B, pero nga tira pong says no to one. Pero Fisho, nakakuha siya ng isa agad. Tira pong, pwede siya mamatay dito, pero yung nga lang tamang flash dito talaga, pero makakakuha ba siya ng isa? 3v2 onto this game. Meron din nakita yung Pechay ni Sky, pero Fisho, catching one dito sa may B though. 2v2 onto this game, winnable for the side of FWE. Malayo pa ang lalakarin dito ni Yes I Can, mga kaibigan. Pero baka makakuha siya ng isa. That tour de force is activated already. Meron tao dito sa may mid. Pero if ever lumabas si Yes I Can dito, patay siya kay Tira Pong for sure. 2v1, 1v2. Acerola with that ultimate, denying the ultimate of Jet Boys as well. Pero nasan ba si Jet Boys? That is the rotation. May nakita na kang isa pero magandang swing lang din talaga. 10-11 indeed. Ang mga fwe, bumabawi.
Tagal naman ng match na to. Bila, kala ko one-sided na eh.
Same.
Ang tatalino maglaro, ang babagal pa maglaro. So sayang na eh, nasa fancy na eh. Anong nangyari? Sinilip nyo pa si Tira Pong eh. Dapat hindi kayo nagmadali eh. Sayang na eh. Pero kasi ganda na extension ni Tira Pong kagad sa may mid. Kaya mahirap talaga if magka-camp ka sa may window. Pero that's it. Eco ang fancy, so most probably 11-11 to, unless there's something about Fisio that he can actually get those 2 to 3 frags, and that's gonna be big. Nalakita naman natin how workable their eco rounds is. Pero as for FW, ano lang sila eh, chill lang sila maglaro kahit mabigat yung mga rounds. Pero once na nakatutok sila sa goal nila, they can actually eliminate yung team na nakalaban nila. And this is the usual problem ng mga na mga kalaban ng FW sa mismong scene nila sa Thailand. Kaso so far, Sir siya, undefeatable. Pero nalulungkot lang ako, wala na yung classmate natin na si John Olsen ngayong VCT Stage 2.
It's not yet over till it's over. FCY, dalawa si Fisho. Wala siyang baril dito at all. Pwede pang mapunta sa FWE to if ever, really. Dami nilang pera, oh. Kailangan manalo dito ng FCY. Pero either way, sabi ng FWE, winnable to. Pero yun nga lang mukhang mag-i-in rin talaga sila mga kanina. Pero where is this win na ginagawa nila? Pero that is the Viper Spit. Talagang ilalabas ngayon ni Yes I Can para syempre makakuha pa siya ng konting value dito if ever, pero mahirap lang din talaga if ever nandun ka sa nandun ka sa loob ng Viper Spit no, kasi dami mo nakikita. And Yes I Can, pinapalipad na yung baril ngayon, pero Yes I Can with all the swing na ginagawa nila, push kita 3v3 right now. Pero Jet was in a lot of trouble because Yes I Can is trying to get that corner, to get that edge. Pero wala na talaga si Viper, wala na silang smokes. It's all up to one. Jet Boys, the only man remaining. Yes, meron siyang rendezvous out, pero the spike is a drop. Medyo malayo yung pagka-drop niya, and Jet Boys is revealed already. The possession is now compromised. Shock Dart will connect. Well, not gonna connect, pero marami pang buhay dito ang FCY if ever. Jet Boys, mga kaibigan, can he get that 1v3 scoreline right now? It's fine if ever mamatay siya dito, marami silang pera anyway. So either way, kailangan talaga niyang mag-commit dito, but BMV says no to him. This is gonna be a big problem if ever nanalo dito ang FCY dito sa mapa pinili ng FWE, because next map is Bind, which is yan yung pinili ng FCY. So if ever lang talaga kailangan nilang manalo doon sa mapang pinili nila dito, Ray. Wala silang no choice. Di ba, baby?
Shoutout nga pala sa yung isa ko kasi din, Kinalbo eh. Nagka-allergy kasi si Mika. Well, si Gohan naman mababa pa rin yung platelet count. So, nagkakasakit yung mga aso ko. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Pero okay naman sila. Si Gohan ay uminom na siya ng tawa-tawa plus.
Seryoso ba?
Oo, uminom siya ng tawa-tawa plus.
Di ba tawa-tawa? Yun yung pag nagkaroon ka ng joy. Pero yun nga lang, Fisher and Acerol doing the job done here. Pero si Acerol, mga kaibigan, super low on HP and might actually gonna be taking over dito sa A. If ever talaga dire-diretso lang talaga yung ginagawa dito ni Majesty at saka ni Jet Boys. Talaga makapasok dito. Pero yun nga lang, problema nila is wala na silang entry fragger dito talaga. And talagang kailangan, if ever na talaga makakapasok sila, kailangan maglakad sila papunta sa site. Meron tao dito sa Bay Mid, mga kaibigan, pero si Tira Pong lights off talaga ang gusto niya. And dito naman sa mga players ng FCY, I mean, yeah, sama-sama sila. So talaga meron talagang edge dito if ever. Na pag hindi pa rin talaga ito nakuha ng FWE, talagang sobrang GG lang talaga sila sa next game. I mean, sa next round if ever. Pero sa FCY, they're in a really good shape right now. Really good shape, 4v3, and sobrang ganda na position ni Acerola. Yes, kailangan nila antayin yung flash na pwedeng gawin dito ng Tira Pong do. Pero FWE pushing in already. Majesty catching. One ka nga lang. Yes, I can. One gonna go down as well. Pushing ito 2v2. Meron tao dun sa may double doors though. Jet Boys, a lot of trouble. Pero yun nga, nasa pa si Tira Pong, mga kaibigan. Is gonna take down 1v2 right now. BMV is the only man remaining for the side of FWE though. Yes, meron pa dito Neuro so pero siya makakuha na isa dito if ever. Pero yung nga lang, that is Tira Pong. Nakita niya ko nasa si BMV right now. Pero the spike has been planted already. The clock is ticking. BMV, can you get that clutch or not? Pero yun nga lang, BMV will gonna end it all with a win. FCY will gonna win this game number 1.
Congrats sa Fancy United. Sa wakas,
Defenders
sila
win.
on the very first map pick ng FW Esports. And now, napakalaking sustainability to sa Fancy. Although, ang bagal ng teams natin, pero they were just really careful. They know that FW is a team that has a strong point pagdating sa fast teams. Kaya ngayon, binawian nila with what they have. Pero sorry, Pico, para siyang hindi siya aso, hindi papi.
Para siyang papi ulit, di ba? Para siyang papi ulit, di ba? Parang bumata ulit si Pico, di ba?
Pogi, oh. Nakakakit. Pero all in all, guys, it's really happy to see na ganito nga. Pero yung bind yung next question na map picked by Fancy United. And this is one of their maps na malaki ang kanilang win percentage compared sa FW that they're kind of weak pagdating sa map na to. So very important sa kanilang breeze map. Yet natalo nga sila. That was still a good half sa first half between FW. Bumawi naman sila kahit paano. But when it comes to Fancy, they just want to deny all along kung ano ba ang gustong ipakita ng mga taga FW. Pero buti na na-unlock ng Fancy ang first map. Dahil ang second map, tingnan natin kung magkakaroon pa ba tayo ng game 3 or wala. Pero sobrang bagal talaga. Inabot tayo na 1 oras para lang i-cast yung laro ng dalawang tips sa breeze. Diyos ko po. Pero yeah, all in all guys, after ng panel, pupunta tayo sa map 2 bind. Ako si Lady, kasama ko si Vil guys, and see ya after this break.
What are they starting? She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, flipping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean, flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go
heard it from me, got it from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going.
We're slowing down the pace a little bit over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Probably the closest game that we've witnessed so far today. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Tricks on the panel, and we just witnessed a 13-0 on the side of Fancy United Esports. Again, FW Esports. Now let's break this game down round for round, starting with the players buying the Vandals as early as round 2, Tricks. This is something we don't normally see.
It's something we don't normally see. I feel that a lot of teams are worried about the kind of aggression that people might have on those handguns, or if the opponents force buy and play those close angles. But I think it's an underrated move. It shows also a lot of confidence, and the fact that it's Breeze, you want to take those aim duels. You want to make sure that the opponents are further from you and give yourself that advantage. And Fancy United definitely doing that on their second round.
Now, on the other side, on FWE or FW Esports, Tash, I could really see Killua trying to carry the team, especially during the first half of the game.
Oh yeah, we saw that big KDA disparity between Killua and the other members of FWE. And honestly, it's a situation where I would say, because the map is skewed more toward attack, that gave Fancy United a little bit more of an edge. However, for FWE, it felt like they weren't really able to hold the site so many times, because sometimes you see Fancy U, they have a lot of, I would say, different strats about coming onto site. They come in from 2 different angles, whether it be from cave or even from main. Sometimes you see them come in from mid, and in a lot of situations, mid control for Fancy United, especially toward the first half of the game, they had full control of the map, as well as not only just full control, but they were also able to roam around. We see this flip or switch happening toward the second half, where FWE seems to have kind of like found their momentum, and they actually came back, taking up so many rounds in a row. And it's because the situation was that Killua was in a position that he can play as aggressive as he wants. He can take so much space, and you see Tirapong making sure just playing in a way where he just lurks around and tries to get as much information from mid side. We saw a lot of his lurks were in angles that you don't expect him to be, kind of similar to BMV, but Tirapong, when you don't notice him in that angle, he's always good for 1 or 2.
It definitely felt like watching the start of the match. By the end of it, I was not feeling like they were the same teams that started
Oh,
out.
yeah.
You could tell both of them were feeling it out. Like, how do we want to play this? This isn't really working. Let's change something up. And rather than other teams that we might have seen that were very decisive in their playstyle, both teams are constantly adjusting. Mid-rounds, you can see that they're slowing down their paces. They get themselves that advantage even though they're already in a disadvantage, and I found that to be fantastic.
Absolutely. This is why I was saying that I felt the change of pace over here. very evident on both teams, especially, again, as Ash mentioned earlier, it was very evident once we switched sides. It was really different. Now, I do want to nitpick on a little, on one of the rounds that I was able to really pay attention to. This was one of my favorite rounds. We had this round wherein they were trying to entry from Paul during the first half. BMB and Tisho throwing those smokes in. Ace Rolla with the flash, and then they take site. But the retake was even better. On the side of FCY, they really utilized that retake potential. They blocked all other possible entryways. They spread out from the double doors, from cave, spawn, doors, and halls, and they were just able to funnel Fancy United as they did their post plan, and they just basically covered all the bases of A side, and that's how they got that round. Despite that good round, though, overall, in the half, do you think that Fancy United had a good read on FW throughout the entire half, Trix?
I think Fancy United definitely had a good read, but also the fact that they were changing their playstyle. They weren't too stagnant in terms of the way they wanted to play. I know at the start we were worried that maybe some teams were doing the same thing a little too often, but it turned out later on that they were switching it up. They were saying, okay, this is working. This might not be working so much, so we're going to try and pressure this side. You can see in general the areas in which they took information were changing, and also they were pulling back. They wouldn't overextend themselves, which is great to see. And I've noticed that a lot of teams are starting to do this now. They get that early advantage, they fall back, somebody's always watching their crossfire or their flank, and I think that more teams need to be doing that on Breeze.
Yeah, I really agree. And on top of that, I really wanted to say as well, is just that the change in pace is also really good when it comes to just, you know, kind of hiding information for each other. Like Trix and I were talking about it, how both teams were just, you know, changing their way mid-round. And in the situations, it felt like both teams were in the dark. You didn't really see any jewels or shots coming in until you hit about like maybe 40 seconds left, 30 seconds left, because this is where people are just trying to find as much information as possible. We saw Killua just take the whole halls. There was no one there, but he does know there's a trip there. They're like, okay, the information has been relayed. There is one trip here, but where exactly is Cypher? We have no clue. So I want to say that even though we saw FWE, they kind of change it up and play. They did manage to bring it home, but I think the point disparity, especially on the first half, was a little bit too big. It is a tall mountain to climb. Might be a little bit too little, too late, because as we said before, even though it is an attacker-sided map, you need to make sure that you have enough points to make sure that once you go into the bias side of the map, you can take as much rounds as possible to your advantage.
I think what I love to see is that the Cypher was not predictable with their positioning either. They changed the wire setups, especially after the first time. I think FWE managed to break the tripwire, force the rotation, and they had B side open because there were less players, there less of a stack. And later on down the rounds, we could see that the Cypher started, you know, using a tripwire instead, and instead of at halls, they would use it on the elbow side, they would use it in the side of B, and being able to play around that, he would also leave his utility to play with his teammates to reinforce that kind of crossfire they had going.
Really, I also really liked how exactly the Cypher used his utilities. It's a very interesting situation as well, how he used his cages on himself, just kind of like hide himself and then take it out, move it to another place as well. It's a very interesting way that Cypher would be used. I was worried during Agent Select, just because it was a Cypher versus Chamber, but it looked like it's just more of like mastery of the agent, as well as how you want to, you know, use that, the utils with your teammates really, really matter more at this point. But for now, as we move into Bind, I remember how I just said like Fade is the agent for this map. I'm really excited to see Jin actually picking her up.
Everybody loves Fade. Let's admit it. You don't. As mainstream as it may sound, we all love the new agents over here. And come on, FW Esports is bringing the new agent action over here, Trix. We've got the Fade and the Neon.
We do, but I just also want to say Fancy United pulling something different with that triple controller. I love seeing teams challenge the meta or challenge what people think is the meta. But on you know, the side of FWE, having that Fade and that breach with the Neon just gives potential for those fast plays and really flushing the opponents out, while Fancy United probably being able to play a little more cheeky, get the angles that they want, and hold down the sites because of that Viper Astra duo.
Honestly, I really, really like the fact that Okay, so Viper Astra is one, and also Astra in general. I did say just now that because of her nerf, she does require. I mean, she works a lot better when you pair her with another controller. Now, what I'm really interested to see, I think I have this hunch, I have this feeling that the Omen will be played in a very aggressive way, kind of in a way like what we expect to see from maybe even Maxi or even Envious over on VCT Game Changers. And this is what I really like to see, because technically it is a triple controller. You can play really sneaky. You can play for the for lurks. You can, if there's enough noise coming in from the Astra, you can teleport to the other side of the map and just kind of like come and just play the smoke criminal play, where you play inside a smoke, just like weave in and out if you want to.
Okay, not to mention, you know, wait, I was laughing at your smoke criminal play because I can imagine I am a victim of getting lost inside the smokes, and I'm pretty sure that all of these players have had that difficult experience of getting lost into the smoke too. But imagine getting lost in 3 smokes this time around. Obviously, on the side of Fancy United, they have this down to a science. They've pulled this before. This is not the first time for them. So FW Esports really better watch out. And I don't know, if there was a compass in the Valorant map system, then maybe they would have an advantage over here, but it's gonna be really tricky. I'm really excited though to see the Neon once again here on Vine. I'm not sure how that plays out. I don't often see this being pulled out in this specific map, so I'm very excited for that. But yeah, this is it. Map number 2. I wonder how the pacing is gonna be. Admittedly, it did feel a little bit slower for the first map over at Freeze, but again, we talked about the adjustments being done, especially towards the second half. That's why it went that way, or it happened the way that it did. But I'm excited to see how many more adjustments they're gonna make real time. So with that, folks, we're headed over to game number 2 on Vine. So our lovely casters, it's all on you guys. Tell us the story of this series.
Hi guys! Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat na nandito na pa rin tayo sa last series between FW Esports together with Fancy United. My name is Ray. Kasama ko pa rin dito si Vil at kami ang magkakast dito na nga sa second map here in Bind. Konti lang syempre nasama ni sa mga kaka-tune in pa lang. First map na map pick ng FW Esports which was in Breeze. Nanalo ang Fancy United on a close match at 13-10. Pero dito sa Bind, nakita natin yung agent selection ng Fancy United, and this is the first time that I am gonna be seeing na walang duelist ever sa Bind. Ito lang talaga. Double initiator, double controller, yes, pero triple controller, tapos Sky and Chamber. Sabi ko sa inyo, lalabas talaga yung unorthodox magic ng Fancy United against FW Esports.
Yeah, and lalong-lalo na ito yung lineup ng FWE. Ito ganito yan, guys. For FWE, babawi sila sa attacking. Kahit anong mangyari ngayon sa FCY, mga kaibigan, babawi sila sa attacking. Actually, ganito. Yung mga lineups nila is para yan sa second half. Para yan sa second half, mga kaibigan. Pero if ever you're gonna ask me sa second half, kasi sino may lamang ang FCY. They have a lot of controllers. Ilan controllers na dito? Yung tatlong
Brimstone na lang kulang, kompleto.
Oo. Literal na ACOMS talaga, ACOMS squad, mga kaibigan, literal na nilamit dito, men. Pero to be honest, if ever you're gonna ask kung sino ba ang magiging aggressive sa kanila, they're gonna play that Omen or that Sky aggressively. So, they need to check out si Sky tsaka si Omen dito, mga kaibigan, kasi sila talaga ang pwede makabawi dito. Pero yung nga lang, tira pong we're gonna take down Fisher right now. Pero si Kilo, if ever next swing siya dito, oh my god, makakuha ata siya ng isa dito, pop flash, para lang to prevent that possible na pag-push nila. Pero ito rin talaga yung pagpasok ngayon ng FCY, mga kaibigan. Pero meron tao dito sa may elbow to, but they need to be really careful, kasi if ever na talaga pumunta dito si Kilo, this is gonna be really dangerous. Pero nga na high Z, what a perfect fault flight. Pag si Kilo, makakapatay ka ng dalawa, pero yun nga lang, BNB nakadalawa din, mga kaibigan. Ito na, ubos pati pantubos yung mga player ngayon ng FCY, because FWE, we're gonna end your line talaga. Like what I said, this is gonna be really hard for FCY to get this trade na talagang sila mananalo dito sa first half, mga kaibigan. Napakahirap talaga. Kasi, ito Ano ba ang panghahawakan ni FCY? Straight duels talaga. Aim duels, mga kaibigan. Yan lang ang kailangan nila ipanalo dito. Pero for FWE, alam mo sila they have that breach with that fault line. Hindi muna sila magsiswing hanggat wala yung fault line. Hindi muna sila magsiswing hanggat wala yung hunt na may legit boys dito, mga kaibigan. Yan ang kailangan nila. Pero if ever naman if ever na nag-switch na ng side, magiging aggressive sila because of that brimstone. Yung ano niya, yung stem pack niya. Yan ang pinakakailangan talaga. Pero naman ngayon sa FCY, mga kaibigan, they need to win every 8 duel that they need in order for them to win all these engagements. Check ko lang yan.
Hindi ko talaga mag-gets tong fancy, pero sige, tingnan natin kung ito ba talaga magiging workable way sa kanila. Kasi usually agent comp nila yung nagiging problema nila, hindi yung mismong strat na gusto nilang i-expand. But Hygie was able to take down Athena. There's the trade coming from Terrapong. Pero yes, I can Hygie together with BM, but double na lang. Importante ma-plant yung spike, then it's gonna work well, maybe. Pero so, habang pinapatapahan, Hygie gets the second kill, 3v3. At marami pang stars kagad si Yes, I can for the delay. Pero nga lang pagdating sa advantage ng mga barel, we have FW most probably winning it. They go for the top, and D-Boys, dinetapisa na. Sana lang kagad rin si Yes, I can, pero hindi ka papipigil. He gets the second! Na-half defuse kagad ngayon! At 1v1 with the great one, and he still gets the clutch! Oh my goodness, fancy pinakitaan ni Yes, I can para talaga mag-astra dito sa Binance 1 o na-counter eco ang FW.
Na seminar no? Na seminar ng Astra pero nangyari na dapat nangyari though, like what I said, there's the aim duels, hindi talaga na kailangan ipanalo ngayon ng FWE if ever, ng Fancy United pala. Pero Yes, I can. Once na nakakuha sila ng Spectre, talagang everything really breaks into pieces. Kasi FCY, mga kaibigan, they have the Vandals already. For Fue, this is gonna be really hard kasi talaga Kasik and Sheraton talaga ang meron sila dito. Pero nga Azarul pushing in, Azarul with a kill. And like what I've said, that Omen, siya talaga ang magiging sobrang aggressive dito, mga kaibigan. Shadow step in, Fish nakaisa pa. And kung napapansin mo if ever nang kaya nilang gawing ganito, yung mga composition nila, everyone for the side of FCY is really versatile, is really can actually switch it up to another role. Sobrang solid yung flexibility nila in terms of switching talaga sa pag-roll, mga kaibigan. Everyone can play Sentinel, everyone can play an Initiator. So, marami talagang composition na pwedeng mailatag ng Fancy if ever. Pero tingnan natin if this is gonna be a 2-0 or makakaisa pa ang FWE. Pero wala namang Pinoy Tido. Sana 2-0 na, Ray. Pero I don't wanna jinx it.
Ako, wala akong sinasabi pila. Si Rachel, tahimik lang.
Oh, tahimik ka lang, Ray, ha? Tahimik ka lang, ha? Okay na to, okay na to.
Oo, nananahimik lang ako. At ngayon, grabe nga dito. Grabing meta yan. Hindi meta ito, grabing comp to. Hindi ko nga rin mag-gets, guys, bakit ito natatawa mismo. Pero it's Fancy United. If it works, then it's okay. If it works for the team, okay na pa sila mag-ibang duelist. Basta nag-work. Pero ngayon, ang hirap kahit may. Pero okay naman yung FW pagdating sa fade nila and breach. That double initiator can actually take down ang Fancy. But then, ang daming delays Ang daming delays ng Fancy na pwede nilang itapon. At kulang sila sa flash. Dalawa lang yung flash nila. There's the pagcast. Yes, but then it's not gonna work because you won't be able to clear out the site ng maigi. Kahit heavy utility-based ka. So, yan ang magiging problem ng FW. If they won't be able to come up with the solution na kaya na lang ibigay yung answer pagdating sa utilities ng Viper and Astra, especially yung dalawang to. Kasi yung paranoia, yun lang naman talaga yung magiging malaking tulong pagdating sa ON. Pero pagdating sa style ng retakes or kaya ng post plant, talo pa rin tong FW eh. Plus, the momentum that they lost on the first map is actually taking a huge toll. And Fancy, they're just gonna be capitalizing on it. Pero tignan pa natin ang pwedeng mangyari dahil it's too early to tell na maybe it's gonna be on Fancy's side. But the more na ganitong FW, the more na it's like impossible. Dahil speaking of, si Acerola, sinapon na nga kagad ngayon si Tirapong at 4 na lang kagad na natitira sa FW. And ito pa yung matindi guys, may neon lang sila. And kayang i-eradicate ng Fancy kagad yung magiging entry ni Neon just because they have that Viper and they have that Astra. Napakalaking sagot yan. And right now, Icy takes down 2. Diba? Yung kanilang Omen, nag-duelist na. O sige na, ito may Bratatat, may nakikinuha, may kasama pang Volta. At tapos na nga kagad si Apinya and it's gonna be a 1-4 in favor of Fancy.
Fancy mga kaibigan, Pinaisa lang ang FWE dito if ever, pero for Fancy, all they're gonna do is it's probably gonna parang ganito kasi Rere. Pwede nating sabihin na hindi naman nila pipiliin tong mapa na to kung hindi sila handa eh. 'Di ba? I mean, kung ganito yung dahilan kung bakit ganito yung composition nila. I mean, dahil talaga handa sila sa FWE. Kasi ilang araw ba bago nila buuin tong composition na to? Medyo matagal din eh. Mga siguro they have 2 days to think kung ano ba yung perfect composition dito if ever tas kalaban nyo ang FWE. Kasi alam naman nila na ito yung mga kalaban nila eh. So ibig sabihin, literal na napag-aralan na ng FCY ang FWE dito if ever. Pero nga lang, Heizy mga kaibigan siya na push in already. Pero nga lang, yes, I will take on one Heizy with a big trade-off din talaga na ginawa dito na Jet Boys 4v3 na under game. If ever matalo dito ang FWE, wala na namang pera dito ang Thailand. Pero yung nga lang, nagkahatian na nga ng mundo, meron pang Viper Spit. Isipin mo, lahat nilampasan nila para talaga mahirapan pa dito ang FWE dito if ever. Pero nga lang, Fesho, makakabawi ba siya ng isa? And Apina and Jet Boys Tirapong, medyo delikado sila kasi oh my god, Acerola, magandang posisyon nyo kasi si Apina andun lang din sa may corner ng lamps. Acerola waiting on that patiently kung kailan ba papasok si Apinya dito, knowing na pag pumasok ka naman nandyan, wala ka na talagang buhay talaga. Pero nagkatsup-tsup na nga dito mga kaibigan, wala silang magagawa kundi mag-save na din talaga. It's all up to Jet Boys right now. Can he get that save up? Probably yes. 3v1. Oh no, 5-1 already for the side of the Vietnamese team, FCY. Ito kasi if ever you're gonna check out the experience of all these players, ang FCY matagal na. Ang FWE bago pa lang dito sa APAC. Diba?
Yun yung thing eh. Kahit sabihin natin yung Fancy, di naman sila nakakaabot sa papuntang playoffs usually. Pero the fact that they still have much more experience, at kahit ganyan yung comp nila, di ba alam natin si Fancy United, parating ganyan kakaiba yung comp nila.
Ito
Pero silver ka ball sa kanila eh.
Ito guys, ang balik dito. Ang FW Esports mga kaibigan, sila ang lumaglag sa full sense. Tapos, natalo sila ng Cirksha 2 beses, pero tinalo nila ang Made in Thailand. Dito naman sa Fancy United Esports, they are the top 1 of Vietnam. They're the top 1 of Vietnam versus the top 2 of Thailand. Ito yun. Which is FWE at saka Fancy United Esports. Kaya medyo galit ako dito sa sa FW Esports eh. Kasi tinalo nila sila John Olsen, sila Lamy Snacks, sila PTC.
Hindi na si PTC ang walang ambag ngayon
Si ano na, yung kalaban ng RRQ. Basta yun. Hindi naman marunong mag-Valorant.
Sinabihan na silver.
Nasabihan ni Kuya Bill na silver yung mga Sa true lang. Oh, if ever meron kayo narinig sa background ko, si Pico lang yun, gigil na gigil sa kainan niya. Narinig ko ba, Levi? Narinig ko ba?
Oo, naririnig ko, men.
Oo.
Buti di mo naririnig yung dalawa kong ano dito eh. Anak eh.
Kasi na pagkain. Parang gano'n.
Hoy, amo, pahingi naman. Panote naman yung pagkain ko.
One,
as a whole, super low on HP. Pero Apinya, muntik na makakadalawa dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, talagang force buy na ang ginagawa dito ng FWE. Kasi yung dalawa sa kanila, naka-spectre lang. Pero yung ano sabi ni Kiluan, maraming salamat sa baril kapatid. Pero Fisho, catch and tira pong right now. And everyone is actually going here in A na nandun talaga already. And sabi ni Fate, sige pre, ako yung magbabantay dito. Majesty, meron siyang kalapag ng papag. If ever talaga mag-push sila, pwede siyang rattle of the pallet dito sa A agad-agad. Pero Majesty, they need to get the important kills dito, lalong-lalo na sa FCY pero mukhang hindi pa ata sila mag-plant ng spike. Kailangan muna talaga nila muna ng kill. Pero yun nga lang, BMV we're gonna take down these players natin talaga. Pero nga lang, Acerola mga kaibigan, oh no, wala silang oras. Really good take, really good hold na ginawa ng FWE because of that orbital strike, because of that rolling thunder na walan ng oras na mag-plant ang Fancy You!
Alam mo, baka ito na talagang oras ng Vietnam na mag-pop off.
Sa Thailand nilegal yung ECOMS pero Vietnam sumulit. Sim! Tama ka dyan! Olkarim. Kilala ba si Olkarim? Kilala mo si Olkarim?
Sino si Olkarim?
Si Meralco. Okay, sorry. You're saying?
Ginagalingan na Fancy yung pressured sila kasi balita ko, di ba, parang may APAC din sa isang mobile game na Battle Royale, na letter P ang start. Nanalo ang champion ng mga taga-Vietnam ngayon. So, ginagalingan na Fancy. Kaya nakikita natin pumapalo sila pero mukhang na-read na kagad ng FW.
Kasi ganito wala pang Vietnamese team na napupunta sa Masters. Wala pang Vietnamese team sa history mga kaibigan. So tingnan natin kung meron bang mapupunta kasi ang Pinoy meron, ang Thailand meron, ang Malaysia meron, ang Singapore meron, ang Indonesia wala pa.
Kawawa naman sila.
Oo. Sad no. Ang HK Taiwan wala pa.
Ang PH?
Meron na. Ang India
Thailand?
wala pa. Ang Thailand meron na. Full sense. Paperdex. Paperdex. Search oh. Paperdex, SGMY yan, meron na, di ba?
Buti pa kami, meron. Flex lang namin yan. Fancy.
Singapore, Malaysia, meron na. Ano pa ba? Thai, meron na. So, yun. So, ang kailangan makabawi ngayon is Vietnam, India, OCE, sila dapat makapasok sa Masters.
Ayun. Ang Fancy. Mapapa-time out. Galingan nyo naman. Kanina, palang-palo si Fisha, para hindi na ngayon. Si Kilua din, hindi na pumapalo. Si Tira Pong naman. So, may mga kind of a little bit of those inconsistencies mula sa players nila. Pero, it's a big struggle talaga eh. Pero, workable tong triple controller ng Fancy okay? Nai-impress ako, Bill. With how they maximize that. Ilang ECOMs yan? 2. Ang dami, hindi ko na mabilang. Basta yun, madami. No-rep sila, madami.
Omzim. No-rem sila, madami. Tira Pong. Tila mo, talaga hindi talaga siya umaalis doon. Pero yung mga players ng FWE hindi nagpakuha. Ay, yung mga players sa FCY hindi nagpakuha doon sa bait na ginawa nga ng mga players na yan. Hi, mga kaibigan. Double shrouded step inside B already. And let's see if ever makakakuha siya. Pero Jetboys will gonna shut him down. 4v4 on this game as Roll is inside. Jetboys will gonna get these hits. Nandun talaga pero yung nga lang, that swing na ginawa ng FCY will give them that enough timing for them to go inside the site. 2v3 on this game. Yes, I can. Low on HP. BMV, it's fine. Meron naman siyang
Meron naman siyang heal dito. So, yes, I can. Lapit ka ng konti para ma-heal kita, kapatid. Pero yung nga lang, oh! Yes, I can with a swing. Dito sa may elbow. We're gonna take everyone. Pero ito FCY. Kahit walang duelist na nanalo sila sa attacker. What more sa defending? Pero ang nasa isip ngayon ng FWE, sige pre! I-smoke nyo. Magiging aggressive kami. You know why? Because of Neon and Brimstone. And Breach. And Fade. Diba? Nasa kanila na lahat ng utilities para maging aggressive dito. Paranoia onto Killua and Asarola with a swing with a kill again. Pero Tirapong playing close right now. Narinig na sa harapan. Tirapong catching one. 3v3 onto this game. Fisho, can he catch one though? Dito sa may showers. Yes, pwede siya makakita dito sa may backside mga kabi, pero makakakuha ba siya ng isa? All the smokes are now going down for the side of FWE as well para mas mahirapan pa dito ang FCY. Pero meron pa silang meron pa silang mga utilities dito. Yes, I can is revealed already. Natamaan sila ng Fade ultimate pero hindi nila alam kung nasaan ba talaga yung exact position nila ngayon kasi pwede sila mag-rotate. Meron silang idea, sabi ng FWE talaga, sige baka nandito sa showers, baka nandito sa lamps, pero yung Acerola, the only man remaining, catching one, pero Tirapong stopping the defuse for them to get that kill. 4-6 already, still in favor of FCY. Marami pang pera dito ang Fancy.
Pero kapag na-observe natin, yung 2 rounds na nanalo yung FW ay dahil sa mga ultimates nila for retake. Kasi mahirap na i-deny yun ng Fancy. Dahil wala naman silang sentinel, sobrang hard sentinel like with the utility like Cypher together with Killjoy. But as for this one, alam lang nila yung information kung saan nanggaling ang mga taga Fancy. Pero still, leading ng Fancy by 2 and it's up talaga sa FW Esports. Kung
let's play.
Or hindi. Pero si Tirapong aggressive ng kanyang chamber. But on the other side, slow push na naman. Ang gusto kita ang mga taga Fancy. But looks like nakuha na nga rin nila info. Pero ito, pabilisan niya ng pagod. Pero lahat, pinapagpagirap. Kawawa naman. Meron pa siya kapigilan. Wala naman. But now, yes, I can make the move. Sinabayan na rin natin mga Repolo. Sinamayan na nga rin natin ng positive side. And now, they are able to pick up at least 2 members already nagbabatay sa mismong side. Pero si Acerola, aware na nga rin kagad siya kasi mamimikat niya. He was able to get spot. Pero kahit ang shot, he will pop up ang kanyang my world fit, so we only have Majesty. Pero will he actually make that good clutch dahil ang spike ay wala sa kanyang kamay pero dalawa na nag-swing sa kanya. May kasama pa kagad at 2-4 and Fancy still gets this round against
round
FW.
in the half.
Kailan kaya natin makaka-simple dito sa Valorant?
Ito nga yung clip niya, galit siya
Ako rin Actually, pinapanood ko ngayon. Oh, you don't hold behind, bro. Pero at least, diba? Slowly and surely nakuha pa rin talaga ng FWE yung mga important kills dito mga kaibigan. And this map is just gonna be a 5-7 or an 8-4 score. Once again, if ever naging 8-4 to, baka manalo ang FCY dito if ever. Pero FWE, 1 round lang ang kailangan nila and they need to win that pistol round.
1 left. But will the pistol actually work kay Jit Boy? Pero ready naman si Athena with his orbital strike. So this can be a chance for FW to maybe make this 5-7. Good half pa rin to sa side nila. Pero nakakagulat, Vil, despite the sobrang passive ng agent composition ng Fancy, they're able to make this into an advantage sa kanilang attacking ang kanilang attacking. And ito pa yung maganda doon. First half nila ay nasa attacking. Pero tumitipi lang, pero tamaan na kagad ni Acerola. What? Sila pa yung nanalo doon. Pero Majesty takes down 1, 2 sunod-sunod. Majesty. Isa na lang versus dalawa, but he gets the wall back. Sasabi pa kagad ni BMV yun. Parang katani because 2v1.
Tirapong.
30 seconds left.
Kompleto sa kadas pa ang kanyang mga HP and armors para syempre makabayad siya dito mga kami. Parang problema niya is dalawa. Mayroon pang dalawang star CSI Ken dito. Pwede na mag-set dito. Pwedeng chup-chup. Pwedeng stun. Bahala siya. And syempre, knowing na buhay pa si Astra, go, play with the time, bro. You don't have any choice. All you gotta do is play with the time. Pero yun nga, nantira pong, oh no, nasa elbow yung mga kalaban mo. Is he gonna push or not? Off-bait lang. First utility down, pero meron pang isa. All you need is wait. Can he get that kill? Tira pang goals it already. Na medyo mahirap na din talaga to. Wala eh. Alam nila na meron pang dalawa. Ay, hindi pala nila alam na meron pang dalawa.
Switching sides.
Mahirap, men. Yung una sana okay. Yes, yung Conquest na una, bang, okay na. Pero nagulat siya. Hala, may isa pa. Oh no.
No way! Ano ba naman ito sabi natin? Pero 8-4. Good up sa fancy. Tapusin niya na. Kaya pa kayo. Pwede naman. Sabi dito ni Meralco, 2 page dapat makapasok. Sim! Kung pwede lang 3 eh. At ang dami nagmamahalan ngayon, Navin. Para gas, ano pa ba? Pagkain.
Huwag na lang hindi.
Kaya nga eh. PM nyo na lang ako, guys. Mamay. Radiant na pogi.
Paano pag
Kaya
naging
may pagduwa.
Paano pag naging Radiant ako?
Oh.
Di, good job.
Good job.
Nice. Congrats, pre.
Congrats sa'yo, pre.
Oh.
Oh. Pero wala nga tayong talking stage eh. Tayo lang ay isang mamamayang mabait. Mabait tayo ngayon, bes. Pero masaya na tayo. Masaya lang tayo. Yan lang. Diba? At least masaya ako sa mga friends ko. Ayan, sila Vil, sila Terror, sila Azuray. Ayan. Tapos si HG. Be the G. Good half sa parang yung controllers ng fancy sila yung gumagawa. Malamang 12 nga si SI Ken eh. Literal controller diff si Apinya, hirap na hirap eh. Lahat pala ng controller nandito, oh. Astra, Viper, Omen, tsaka Brimstone sa kabila. Hindi nag-work yung punished lang talaga yung FW. Maybe, itong switch ng sides. Pero kung natalo pa sa pistol tong FW, kakabahan na talaga tong mga to.
Lahat kailangan nilang kabahan na sobrang mga kaibigan kasi ito talaga malay mo ito lang pagkabalo ng FC1 dito if ever. Pero makikita natin kung gaano ba magiging ka-aggressive ang FWE dito dahil dito kay Kilua at saka kay Apinya at saka kay Majesty. Pero ano nung mangyayari ba yun? Pero napakahirap din talaga mga kaibigan. They're gonna go here and be already. Pero is this gonna be a really good situation sa kanila? Nagpupush sila dito sa may showers, medyo mahirap to. And kung napapansin mo, kailangan din mag-steam ni Apinya dito bago sila makapasok, pero ang problema wala siyang steam. So ecoms lang ang meron sila pero hindi naman marami. Tulad nga ng FCY na sobrang dami. Pero, kasi 3. Ilang smoke ang meron sila? Pwede natin sabihin na 4 na smoke dito kay Heizi. Tapos Yasai Ken pwedeng 4, so 8. Tapos 3 kay Acerol. 11 smokes. Puntang na loob.
Per round.
11 smokes ang maximum na pwede nilang ilabas per round. Pero yes, I can catch one already. That is huge. Sinion Guerrero agad na nakuha nila. Pero ang Atino mga kabilis with a really bad situation for Acerol kasi 2 swing agad ang nakita niya. So, this is the spike being planted by Majesty. No? Kaya pa bang i-retake to ng FCY if ever? Si Heizi na lang ang may smoke dito. Yes, meron siyang isa. Heizi with that paranoia. Pero frenzy ang kinuha ni BMV dito so he can be really aggressive right now. Paano entry ang gagawin dito ng FCY para makuha nila yung mga players ngayon ng FUE? Majesty waiting dito lang sa may flank though. Pero yung nga lang BMV gonna push it already. Oh, perfect! Perfect paranoia but Apinya says no. 1v2 onto this game. Heizi tinap na nga yung spike pero yun nga na nag-push sila! And Apinya with a big 4K! 5-8. Babawi ata ang FUE.
Oh! I'm out of here. Parang yung paranoia. Ano yun? Di nila natamaan kasi isa sa paa lang eh. Si Apinya, hindi nila natamaan kagad. Although ganda na sana na first round. Pero kung ako kay yung Viper ng Fancy, dapat lumayo na lang muna ako eh. Kasi kahit may kaya ko sana confident makapita. Hindi mo alam yun yung papasok mula sa neon wall na yun eh. Pero okay, this is what it is. Siyempre, FW, hindi pa pang papataro yan. They know also their advantage on the attacking, but at the same time, Fancy, they just need to play it really slow, maximize lang ang kanilang mga ecoms. Kasi yun lang talaga yung pwede maging key para idala itong fade together with that bridge. Bridge siya peke.
Kami mong ganda. Pero, yes I can. Super low on HP right now. Tamang jiggle pick na ang ginagawa ngayon. Pero may kasi tila pang nandito. Malilikoran ata. Sige, saksakin mo! Saksakin mo! Saksakin mo, pre! Saksakin mo, pre! Sayang.
One enemy remaining.
Grabe ka man cheers sa kanila.
Oopsie.
Ano, pre?
Akala ko may saksakan ng mangyayari eh.
Tondo things.
Oh, just on the things. Pero yun nga lang, 2 bullets left dito sa headhunter mga kaibigan. 100 kada putok. Whoop! 100. 200. Classic. Bam! Pata. 6-8 it is.
Uy! Grabe, uy! Grabe, galit na galit sa Fancy United.
Go, go!
Ay. Pero, FW, lumalaban, nanlalaban na alam na nila eh. Alam nila eh, na hindi kayang sumabay sa bilis nila itong Fancy United. Pwede lang naman sumabay sa kanila sa bilis ay ang Omen, tsaka ang Chamber kung papatok pa natin sa tutok, diba? Tsaka yung Sky.
Omen? Omen?
Uy, grabe. Nasupsup. Buti na lang. Umalis. Pumunta ng TP. Ay, BFW. Ako sa'yo. Titingin talaga ako. Yun, baka may shock pa. Pero buti na lang. There's the trade coming from TCO. 4v4. Full bite na Fancy. Pag sila naabutan ng FW dito, GG 8-all. Uy, tapusin
yeah,
na.
that's true. 8-all talaga ang pwede mangyari ng mga Jet Boys. Mga Jet Boys. That's win. Pero yun nga lang, syempre talaga makakuha ng trade na yun. And all they need to do is wait for that push for them to win. Prowler is now actually set. Oh, double team for the side of Kilua and Jet Boys right now. 2v3 mga kaibigan. The controller setup of FCY is not actually working para sa team nila.
Go, go, go!
Oh no.
No way.
No way talaga. No way but up indeed.
Spike planted.
They're gonna plant the spike here in B. For Astra, they need to wait for Acerola. Yes, controllers. Dalawa pa ang controller na buhay dito. So pwede pa sila makabawa kahit pa pero yun nga lang. Kilua, we're gonna take down. Yes, I can. 1v3 right now, Acerola. Wala kang choice kung hindi mag-save.
GG Fancy.
Hindi,
pag sila
yan,
natalo dito, sasabihin ko, Bill, triple controller pa more.
Triple controller pa. Sige.
Sige. Wala pa more duelist. Go lang.
Sige.
Sakay masaya. Choice nyo naman eh.
Gusto
pero ako kasi
diba?
tapusin na. Oo, gusto nyo yan. Biggest nyo nga. FW. Mahabal yung FW. Di nila... Bakit umuga yung ano niya? Si Kilo.
Yung ano?
Yung kanyang camera. Umuga para. Hindi ko mag-hits.
May ano? May tawag dito? Nag-bob speed sa CS yun. So,
ano pala yun?
May bob kasi yun eh. Bob ang tawag yun eh. Bob speed yung umaano yung yun. Wala, share ko lang. Latang nag-CS talaga si Kuya Bill eh. Yung mga commands alam na alam eh.
Ay, nako po. At
Spike planted.
ngayon, 4v4. Sige, force pa rin yung Fancy. Sige lang. Mariritik ba nila to? Wala silang ultimate
Wala silang ultimate dito. Medyo delikado sila dito. The clock is ticking already at mukhang makukuha talaga ng FW ito. Walang pera. Ay, broken ang FCY dito. Rere, as in sobrang broken sila. Yes, wala si Astra pero they need to go in already. Pero ito na talaga ang kalapag ng papag mga kabigat. Pinakaisa pa. Pero yun nga lang, BMV will catch one as well. 3v2 right now. They need to defeat the spike na sobrang bilis. Hindi ko alam si Majesty. I mean, ano si IZ? Ang pangit, sobrang pangit ko ano na yun, yung peak niya. Promise, sobrang pangit ng peak na yun. Papuntang U-Hall. Hindi ko gusto yung peak na ginawa na doon, man. Pero, okay. I mean, FCY, they're gonna force it out. They have the money. Si Fesho got the ultimate. Alright. Let's see if ever magna 9-8 to in favor of FCY or FW. We're gonna finish it all. You know, di ba? Kita mo yung peak na ginawa ni Hyzy? Pangit ng ano nila, nung peak na yun sa Payuhol, man.
Ay, talagang...
Hindi, bro.
Parang ano? Parang diamond. O parang ano?
Ang ganun, ang ganun, diamond ako ah. Ang ganyan ah. Iba yung peak ko, hindi ganun.
Joke lang.
Okay lang.
Dikit kasi, kaya medyo pang high elo pa. Maasim lang. Ang asim ng fancy! Wala mga duelis. Pick the pick, pen! Partida, mahina pa si Kilua dito. Paano kaya pag hindi? Mapapa-time out ka talaga dyan, fancy. Try nyo kayang gumising na. Kasi 6:53 na eh. Gutom na kami.
Actually, totoo.
Pinagalitan niya fancy, naging coach. Ayan guys, habang di pa nag-start, follow nyo kami at Vilsanity at Ray_.
That works.
Nag-plug na socials.
On to this game, mga kaibigan. Pesho with a 24s will give FWE the harder time na makapalo sila dito, pero nga lang Prowler detected one already dito sa may A. Majesty waiting on that corner. Acerola might actually use his snake bite para lang syempre mahirapan dito yung mga players ngayon ng FWE if ever. But they're just gonna use VCT lang din talaga para syempre mas madali pa. Apinya, meron ang ganda ng post plant na pwedeng gawin FWE. They have the money, they have the orbital strike, but where is the push? Pwede lang gawin, pero ito na mga kaibigan. That is the orbital strike, pero that is the push. As roll ako kasi sana may pakawagan din talaga. Pero yes, I can be falling down as well. Wala makita dito si Fisho though. What a perfect take ng FWE dito sa loob ng A. 5v2, you don't have any choice but to save the gun that you have, FCY. You need to save it, bro. And this is the first time na nakalamang ang FW Esports FCY sa buong game na to.
Hirap na mag-retake nito. Wala na ding paranoia, wala na ding oras. Save na nga lang talaga sila. Pero, fancy, nag-iba-iip na nga. We are all expecting na sa second half, is particularly dito sa defending, somehow they can already get this into a 2-0. Pero looking at it, itong FW, baka nag-adjust lang talaga sa first map na makakabakaba nila. Pero dito yung makakapag-exit frags. Uy, lahat o, trinap ko, ayaw mag-save, madamot ang FW. Siyempre, tuwang-tuwa yung mga nagwa-watch party na ito ngayon sa Thailand. Si Superbus ba nakalive? Hindi. Ha! Pero to, ang fancy. Nag-iba na naman iip ng every time na may ganito silang cop na natalo sila. Kung matino yung cop nila, hindi ko alam. Pero sige, sila masaya. Choice naman nila yan. Diba, ikaw naman magpipili na sarili kong kasiyahan. Pero ngayon, most likely to 10-8 to in favor of FW.
Still a lot of things to consider dito sa FWE in order for them to get that win dito sa FCY, for them to push to a game number 3. Pero ito, for Majesty, 2 more orbs left para dito sa Rolling Thunder.
If you can remember, kakagamit lang ni Majesty kanina pero meron na naman siya ulit na isa. Meron na naman siya ulit, magkakaroon na.
Daming kills eh.
Oo, daming kills ni Mars dito. He's really popping off and yun talaga pinakakailangan ng FWE para syempre talaga manalo dito. They need these ultimates. FWE though, really slow push pero Killua pushing it already with that slide off. Wala makikita sila dito sa A. All they need to do is back off. They need to back off para syempre they need to regroup as well para mas madali yung retake na dito kahit papano. And if ever nawala yung smokes ni Brimstone yan, dyan magsisimula yung laban. Acerola pushing it. Hirap po, maganda solution na dito pero yun nga lang Acerola with that trade-off right now. Aftershock. Wall gonna be activated there in the corner. Acerola with that wall. Pero Fish Show together with the players is now going in already. BMV catching one. Ito na ang upgrade na inaantay ng FCY mga kaibigan. Tatlo na nakabaril sa kanila. Fish Show nakakuha pa ng isa. 4v2 right now. Acerola with that diffuse right na pinakala. Meron pa tao dito sa may shower zone. Jet Boys. They need to take down Jet Boys first. Pero BMV will gonna shut you down. Pero meron pa silang oras. Yes, meron. 9-9 indeed na thrifty ng Fancy United ang FWE. Nice round para sa side ng FCY mga kaibigan. Na kahit wala silang pera, nakuha pa rin talaga nito. You know why? Because of the buddy system na meron ng FCY. Look at the swing of Acerola and syempre nung Astra. Sabay-sabay sila. And nung nag-push sila dito sa may lamps, meron pa rin silang trade-offs dito. Body system din talaga. And syempre, yung trades na nangyari. Para syempre for them to get that kills. And ilan yung nakuha nila doon? Libreng 2 baril yun, 3 baril yun. Sa side ng FCY. Pero yung nga lang, Prowler will be set. Prowler will be activated. Prowler will see one dito sa may B. But for FCY, all they need to do is wait. If ever matalo dito ang FCY, they don't have enough money next round. Broken by sila kumbaga. Pero ito na ang kinakatakutan ng FCY. Meron ng Rolling Thunder si Majesty dito, Ray.
Talagang itong Fancy, kailangan lang nila ng confidence at finally, after rounds by rounds, nanalo na rin sila ngayon. Their time is crucial. May pagmamadali na mangyayari. Sino makakatama? Dex 1 with a counter flash. Sino pa rin makakatama?
Spike down, B.
Pang-highlight.
One enemy remaining.
Tirapong. And now it's all up to Tirapong. Going up against 3 members kagad. After that cosmic divide, pwede pang mahati pero medyo nagmamadali.
30 seconds left.
Kaso, kaya nang isa-isahin yung pagpasok ng Fancy against him, and this is it. Alam na nila kung nasaan. Tries to go with that operator. Next swing mula sa kanya. Hinuhuli lang siya ngayon ni Ficio. At habang pinaglalaroan, may manggagaling din sa Kabi na pwede siyang mabackstab. And speaking of, 2 na sila nakatingin sa kanila. Pinaglalaroan na nga nakagad. Number 1, is it? Will he get the clutch? Nope. Acerola denies it. And finally, Fancy, nag-lead na nga muli sila ngayon. It's the second round na makuha nila on the second half.
Grabe, men. Sobrang dikit. Grabe.
Hey!
I mean, hindi, men. Kasi, sobrang lapit ng score. Na kahit wala silang, na kahit sobrang like what you've said is really unorthodox. Ano ba yung unorthodox? Ano ba yun? Ano kanino pa sinasabi? Unorthodox mga kaibigan. Siyempre, not really that usual picks mga Yun eh. If ever na unorthodox, ibig sabihin, kinda new, kinda strange, and syempre, not being picked regularly. Kumbaga, Phoenix yun, unorthodox pick yun. Pero that is the... Oh my God. Si Killua nag-slide sa kamatayan. Literal na walang makita yung mga kalaban nila. Ito talaga yung mga pet Chinese Sky. They know it. Na nasa bilong sila. Tirapong with an ultimate on hand though. Apinya, waiting on that corner. Pwede pa sila mag-push dito if ever. Pero nga lang BMB, he's super low on HP. Apinya was gonna take him down. Tirapong, lumabas pero hindi nakita na Nessa Iken, hindi nakapag-flick. Pero hindi naman siya Pinoy. Yes, I can. Taking one down.
down,
Apina as
B.
well. Catching one. 3v3 onto this game right now. Hunt. Well, not gonna catch one, pero yung nga na meron tayo sa may taas, mga kaibigan. If ever nag-swing sa Apina, makakapalit ng isa. Oh no. Meron pa siyang smoke. Maganda ang zoning dito. Everything is covered already for the side of FW and FCY.
Face your fear!
With that ultimate, pero napakagandang ultimate dito sa side ng FWE. We're gonna catch one, which is yes I can. Jet Boys, mga kaibigan, is waiting for that possible push. Ito na ang chop-chop, pero where is the retake? Oh my god, tira pong. Nagkakatawan ata dito, pero 10-10 indeed for FWE.
Sayang yun. Ang ganda na sana nilalabas kasi nila lahat sa may bilong eh. Yung Repolyo, yung Counter-Flash, lahat eh. Sayang lang. Hindi naman sila mag-grab kagad nung Rolling Thunder. So, ginawa na ni BMV lahat. Okay na sana, kaso ito na naman nagiging problema eh. Even if he was there, there's no trade. Siya lang mag-isa. Pero, 10-10 na nga tayo ngayon. Maraming masasayang na round. An eco nga ba mula sa Fancy? Or somehow, FW turning the tables already to a one-round advantage.
You know what? Oh my god!
Uy!
What are you doing, FCY?
What?
One enemy remaining.
Ace mo na. Post mo na kagad.
Give me the ace, give me the ace, give me the ace. Ano nasa isip tira pa mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakuha ba siya ng ace o hindi. Pero Acerola tamang shorty lang talaga. Oh! Ayan, kasi gusto pa talaga kasing mag-knife. Pero Acerola mga kaibigan, they know it already nandiyan na sa winged. Pero aftershock out. Magis will get the kill. 11-10. FWE. Mukhang gusto pa ata mag-game number 3.
Hey. Oh no, talagang itong FW, is this time already that they can actually pop off against Fancy? Or still, it's gonna be the biggest problem pa ng Fancy ngayon at yan yung magiging next map kung tinignan nga natin against the guys of against the guys of FW. Period is ready na nga sila kagad sa counter hit, pero sinabayan na nga din kagad ng orbital strike. Pero ang dami na, ginamitan na ng FW, ng press W. Yung W talaga sa FW is move forward eh. Kaso, di ba? Sinabayan na, grabe na lang, papasif niya maglaro sa tatlo ng controller.
Oh, hi Z!
Uy! Ayun.
Walang pera FCY next round. Mukhang magigame 3 ata tayo, Rere. Diyos ko po talaga.
Here.
Hey.
Linya. Nice! Let's go FCY!
Sige ko.
Laban FCY! Laban! Puso FCY.
Ganda lang
Isa-isa lang, man. Isa-isa lang. Sige, panalo nyo na. 2-0 nyo na. Okay. Yes, I can with the swing. Jet Boys. Yun na nga, alam nila, yes, I can. Oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Nice. Uy! Akala ko ano yun. Uy, nice! Ay! Sayang na, shorty. Like a melody pero 3v3. Yes, I can. Meron. Oh! Sayang. Yes, I can super low. Tayo ka. Oh my god, wala na tamat. Pero Apinya! Ay! Nakalisa pa! Ay! Naku po! Ay! Let's go. Fisho. Ayan, kaya 2v1.
Pag tanak na si Fisho, mamahalin ko na talaga siya.
Ayan.
Ay!
Match point.
Sayang talaga.
I'm out of here. Go.
Umiiyak rin.
Hindi. Natatawa ko na Ewa sa Fancy. So much potential.
So much potential. Is this the potential that you want, that you need?
Tony Prowler may nakitang isa.
There.
Winnable. Kalma ka lang, OT. Pero 2-0.
Oo. Ano lang. Kalma lang.
Omsim, kalma lilong lang, guys. Ba't ba't nanginginig yun?
Kung OT man to, okay lang ba sa party? Sige, G lang ako.
Jiri mo kami. Ay, ito na yung kalampag-dampapag mga kaibigan. Pero nice! Yes, I can win a 2K right now! 3v4 mga kaibigan. Mag-11-12 sana to. Yes, sana nga.
Sabi dito, daming smoke para daw ubuhin yung kalaban.
Omsim, para ubuhin. Si Tira po kailangan mo ata bukas ng ilaw, pre. Sumasa mata yan. Lights off. Tira pong. Nice! Fisho with a kill. 4v2 right now. Opinion Jet Boys.
30 seconds.
Wala na yan. Wala na yan. Op. Apinya. With a swing. Fisho. Getting on that corner. Apinya.
Spike planted.
Alam ni second ko nasan. Alam ni second ko nasan. Kita yung ulo pero Apinya will get that kill. Na-wallbang pa nga. What? Are you kidding me? Jet Boys. FCY waiting for that swing. Oh no, Spectre lang gamit niya. Spectre lang.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! 2v1. Apinya. Mag-isa. Na-flash pa nga. Defusing the spike. Apinya. Oh what? Let's go. Easy.
Attackers win.
Ano ba yan?
I'll never attack.
Ay, nice na FW. 3 controller pa Mark. 3v1. Ace pa, may pang-highlights. Wait lang, ang babata pa na itong FW na to. Parang ito mga to.
12.
Ang babata. Nagbabago na. Ano yun, 10 years old kami, click na kagad ng 2010.
Uy! Sayang!
Ayaw mo na, Bill. Wala tayong no choice dito.
Tayo no choice kundi pupunta sa game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Sino may kasalanan? Si Rachel.
Hoy, kasalanan ng fancy yan. 3 controllers. Wala pang duels.
Ikaw pa rin. Wala tayong magagawa. Ikaw pa rin. Pero wala naisusulat ata sa Vilbia na kailangan ata mag-game number 3 because it's not VCT APAC kung walang game number 3. Pero bagal ng laro ng FW tsaka FCY. Sana game number 3 okay lang na mag-game number 3 basta speedrun.
Okay lang kasi ito hindi.
Hindi speedrun to literal na parang sinasabi nila, may computer kami sa bahay. Diba? Pero ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head out to a game number 3 dito sa FWE versus FCY. Thailand versus Vietnam, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, for this part, to be honest, like what you said, talagang hindi namin alam kung sino mananalo dito. It can be Vietnam, it can be Thailand. Pagalingan na lang din talaga mag-Valorant dito. And syempre, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC Group Stages. Your casters, Vil here, and Rachel Angarito. See you later.
You know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more.
Look at this map, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my composition's unique? Unfortunately, it did not work out for Fancy United. I was really hoping that it would though. That was the unique triple controller setup. And I know that Trix also had her heart set on over that, but it was just not gonna work. Not today. It was a 13-10 for FW Esports going into bind. Now, welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. It's Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix again over here. This is the first series to break the streak here. The first game, 3 that we get to see Tash, and Apinya just closing the game the way he did. What a game.
There's always gonna be a game that's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it's always gonna be a game 3.
Yeah, game 3 is something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so coming back to what I was trying to say earlier, is that, so Apinya with the ace, I would say that what's really interesting about that was the fact that we saw Apinya really step it up from game 1 all the way to game 3. So I wasn't surprised when we saw him just clinch it with an ace. So now let's talk a little bit about that triple controller setup. I know that Trix was really excited about it, and also was I, honestly. I thought that they were doing so great on attack. I'm like, okay, they have defense in the bag. You have all those utils to buy time to really play in. But surprisingly, it was toward defense that we saw the shift happen toward Fancy United, where it just didn't work out. What Trix, can you kind of break it down, like what exactly was going on there?
Well, 2 things. I think FW Esports also being more confident and a little more in their element when they were on the attacker side, and we saw that as well on Breeze where Killua was also the Neon was pairing with the Breach and it was doing really well. But Fancy United in general, they have the triple controller setup, which is great. But I feel like they haven't figured out how they're going to make those proactive plays, how they're going to get that information. We saw them on the lurk or the late flank early on. They were trying to go towards that attacker spawn or attacker cave and getting an early peek on the opponents. But the issue with that is, for me, it felt like an overcommit. You want to take that information, go back, maybe stack the rotation instead, because you got 2 players on the flank. You can just have 1 player marking that flank so they can't rotate back. Then you've got 4 players on one side. If you have that Viper with the pull, Viper pairing with the Astra Gravity, there's a lot of potential there. But I feel like it was just a little underutilized, especially on their defender side.
I really agree with you. And on top of that, when we saw the switch happen as well, Killua, I have to say, Killua was just insane when it comes to taking up space. Just runs in, and in a lot of situations, I was surprised at how aggressive we saw Fancy United play. Like, I was questioning, why did you have to be that aggressive? Why did you have to be all the way up there when you could be playing in the other side? Maybe wait for your teammate, play together. I feel like, as you mentioned before, those teamwork sort of utilization of utilities, teamwork style is just so good. And I just have to say, as soon as Killua was online, taking up space, in a lot of situations, we saw that Fancy United had to give up their space, had to give up sight. And once they had to give up sight, it was so hard for them to retake already.
I feel like, the one time we saw really good team play coming in from FCY on the defender side was actually when they had that Omen flash ready paired with the Sky flashes. And I was looking, I'm like, is that what they're finally going to do? They finally have a play set up? Because you have so much potential for that bait kind of setup, on the defender side, especially with the triple controller lineup. But it just felt like they were kind of letting it happen. They got picked off a lot. They weren't able to set up the Astra Stars paired with the Viper Molly. It was a little lackluster.
I have to completely agree with you over there. I remember that round that specifically you were talking about. I see Hyze and BMV, the combo in B-Long over there, with the Sky Flash going out, and then BMV just gets 3 kills off of that. They had the 3-man advantage over there, and overall they got that round. But I do want to touch up on how they were as attackers, because there were a lot of good rounds, obviously. I still want to talk about that, because despite the defending side not working out for them, we saw the round wherein they had the Viper spit on, the Cosmic Divide, and for me, it was just impossible to retake that tricks. But now we're going to be moving over to Haven.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll be seeing the same lineup over here, but what are the necessary adjustments that Fancy United Esports really need to do here?
I think Fancy United really need to be a little more proactive this time. They have to start taking the duels or forcing FW to certain angles, or at least cutting off the rotation. That's one of the best things to do in Haven, is cutting off that rotation, getting that early information. And we have another double controller setup coming in from Fancy United. I'm guessing they just really like their controllers. And hey, Hyze was popping off on that Omen, so I'm not going to belittle that at all.
Honestly, when you think about Hyze, as I mentioned before, Essarola as well as Hyze on Haven, this kind of setup is just so great to just cover whatever that the Astra smokes are not able to cover. And on top of that, Hyze can play aggressive if he wants to. He does pop off. He brings in so much value as an Omen. Now coming onto the other side, that Killjoy is just so good. You can either use her as a lurk from if you're going on attack side, not even lurk, just a flanker if you want to, or you can also use it as an anti-lurk as well because of her alarm bot. And on defensive side, I feel like she alone can anchor down C if she wants to as well. So it all comes down to just how you really want to play it, what strat you have. But you see those breaches coming through. I'm really excited to see which breach or which team play will work best with whose breach, because we all know that Haven is a breach sort of situation.
Yeah, of course, you have the breach clearing out a lot of the corners that we can see here on Haven, but I'm really excited how everything's gonna come to play, especially on middle ground. Like, we talk about Haven a lot. We talk about it all throughout the day. There's a lot of potential in B, especially on like thrifty rounds, right? So I'm excited to see how the clash will happen, how much space both of these teams will be able to get at the end of the day, and just overall the execution, something I'm really looking forward to. And hopefully a lot of good surprises come our way, because we always look forward to a good show over here. But with that said, I'm not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. I'm sure that the casters are just as excited as we are. So why don't we go ahead and pass the torch over to them. Back to you guys.
Hi guys! What's up? Ako si Rene. Kasama ko pa rin si Bill. Nasa last series, nasa last map na tayo here in Haven between FW together with Fancy United. Akala namin 2-0 na, pero the Raykers is alive once again para sa pinakaunang araw dito sa group stage natin here in APAC. So talagang nakita natin agent selection, double controller, wala na naman silang wala silang duelist, Bill.
Nakapakialam dyan sa dalawa to. May bahala na sila sa buhay nila. Kung anong gusto nilang laruin, bahala na sila, men. Basta tayo, chill lang. I mean, hindi na natin problema yan. Basta importante, talagang dito sa FCY, they love their flashes. They have the paranoia, they have the breach, they have the sky. And we all know na talagang malakas sa defending ang breach. What more? Sa attacking na rin talaga, diba? So it's really up to them kung paano talaga nila i-pull off yung strategy na to, Ray. Kasi dito sa dalawang teams, wala 50-50 talaga ako eh. Pero para sa akin, I'd want FCY to win. Kasi gusto ko makakita ng Vietnamese team sa Masters.
Talagang all support ka sa Fancy United, pero mahirap din talaga kalabanan ang mga katulad ng FW. Kasi kanina, it took them so long to actually adapt, pero buti na lang on those crucial rounds, they are able to get it. And may pagka hard lang sa Fancy United para i-end yung map earlier on. Pero siguro dahil yun yung problema pag nag-triple controller ka. Pero yung double controller, weird once again for me. Dahil ito yung first time ako kakasta dalawang controller, pero bakit yung nakakaganang isa at nabawasan pa ni Kinua. And now, as a roller together with BMV, they are able to be successful in taking down the team members ng FW. At ngayon ang api niya na together with Jet Boys. Ang natitira yung spike nasaan hinaharap na kakagad. Let's see! And api niya, pinabagsak para sa mga taga-FW. Napansin ko lang sa team na to, guys, is that when it comes to them, marami silang nabibigay na round sa Fancy. Tapos, it takes them so long to actually adjust. Parang sa talking stage, hindi mo alam kung mag-work ba talaga. Hindi ganun, kapalong-palo itong FW. Pero kasi si Fancy nga ay talagang hindi mo ma-predict how they do their own thing. And now, Fancy wins the pistol. Full buy na din mula sa kanila so that they can get this second round against FW Esports. Pero tatandaan natin yung comp ng FW Esports is also very consistent. You have that Neon once again from Kilua and you have that controller kay Apinya. Pero kasi, ang sinabi nga kanina ni Miss Hash Bunny, yung meron sa composition ng Fancy is that they have that Omen who can actually grasp yung kakulangan ni Astra. Kasi sobrang bagal na ni Astra and somehow kinda useless at some point. May mga ibang strats talaga na hindi mo na siya mamamaximize, unlike the 5 stars, unlike kung gano'n siya ka S-tier type of agent before. But FWE, they go for a plant. Importante na lang yan. And Fancy always gives up the site. Pero BMV was able to take down si Kilua at 4 na lang kagad natitira sa FWE. Pero while they're waiting, they go for a post plant. But let's all remember na talagang paisa-isang pinbibigyan ng Fancy United itong miyembro ng FWE as we only have Apinya together with Tirapong and they go for a defuse while Tirapong maybe ang gagawin na lang niya kagad ay to tackle them down one by one. Pero nakita ko yung roster ng FW Esports.
Walang bawas, oh! Walang bawas, oh!
Oo, bawas naman kahit armor lang.
Walang bawas, oh! Pero ito dun sa FWE, yung ganitong composition, aggressive talaga sa totoo lang. Breach Neon, Sky. They have the information already. Walang gagawin sila yun dito kung slide in lang.
Diba? Talagang slide in lang. Go lang. Go lang.
Slide into your DMs, ganun.
Uy! Ay! Guys, slide na lang kayo sa DMs ko. Shut up. Pero, uy, kala mo talaga mag-edit. Lang kayo na. Nahiya ka namin pag-usap.
Pag ako nag-PM sa'yo, reply mo.
Oo naman, best. Sabihan mo ko, sabihan ka pa tapos pera sa Gcash.
Gusto mo ba?
Oo. So yun ang T5.
Oo, talaga.
Hindi na ako hihindi sa mga pa-blessings, di ba? Ngayon na hindi ako tumatanggi. Pero okay.
Uy!
PCO! PCO? Di ba yan? Yan yung PCO. PCO. XD. And BMV na lang together with Acerola. Isa lang na pagkakamali talaga sa pangalan ni Acerola. Mag-iiba talagang ihip ng hangin sa career ko sa Valorant.
Ako rin eh. Ako last year pa ako ganito, man.
Ano kayo, fancy
Mawala lang yung konting letra, man. GG talaga. Ito na. Imagine so we're gonna plant the spike already and this might be around but it's a FWE mga kaibigan. Yes, this is actually 2v4. Yes, winnable pero sobrang hindi. Pero sobrang hirap. Winnable pero sobrang hindi. What? Pero BMV catching one 2v2 right now pero ito na yung kalapag na papag mga kaibigan natamaan na nga yung dalawa dito sa may backside pero that Ian is actually waiting dito lang sa may entrance ng aiming. I think everyone is down already and Kilua and Dirapong will get that kill 2-1 in favor of FCY. May pera ang FCY so they can actually force it out.
That works.
On a round if ever kung talagang babawin nila ang game na to.
Talaga nga. Talagang tong FWE, lalo na sa Haven, napakadali mag-adjust sa Haven compared sa mga ibang maps like Bind or Breeze. To, lahat ng teams basically magaling sa mapang to. Wala pa ako ina-allergy. Meron ngayon. May nag-iisip ba sa akin? Pero to, Kilua!
Ito na yun si Kilua mga kaibigan. That is Jit Boys though. Gonna take down one. 3v5 right now.
Spike planted.
Spike again. And it's like ginagawa ata ng FWE yung ginawa sa kanila ng FCY. If ever yun nanalo kayo na wala kayong bawas kahit isa, we can do that as well. Well, except Tirapong of course. Sobrang sad lang kasi hindi ko man lang nakita sa Sage ngayong araw.
Wala split best.
Yeah.
Like kaya siguro, suggestion ko lang sa fancy. Tayo nyo kaya tatlong right naman, tatlong sentinel. Tapos tatlong duelist din. Tapos tatlong initiator. Lahat na lang. Pero guys, sabi ko kay Vic, tignan mo, ang babata pa na FW, mga youngster na kaya itong mga to. Babata pa nila tignan. Pero sila,
Babata sobra.
Oo, di
ba? Pero, wala eh. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari dun sa player na to. Ba't talaga nanginginig eh?
Bakit kaya nanginginig yan?
Ano yung ginagawa mo? Ginagawa mo dyan, ha?
Pag naglalaro,
Wild yun.
Wait, tignan mo yung score. 10-13, 13-10. Lang, share ka lang.
Saan?
Yan sa taas, sa upper left.
Ano?
Nagaling. Puro 13-10 Pati, ito, pwede na. Ito na, 13-2. Kahit sino na lang. Wala namang pakialam. Yung PhD.
Let's go! Ito na si Kilua Zordic mga kaibigan. Hinahanap na yung buong pamilya na. Alam naman natin yan talagang sobrang solid na yan, na Hunter or Hunter x Hunter, di ba? Para matrigger ang marami. Pero ito na si Kiluwa going in already, pero meron tayo sa may backside mga kaibigan, pero yung nga lang hindi siya nakitabigan mo sa may gilid. Pero Kiluwa mo gonna fall in the hands of Asirol as well. Pero napakadaming players ngayon, tamang dalawang personals talaga. Pushing off 1v2, BMV, low in HP, SIK, pati mag-hili, pero nasa may isa. Apinya! Goal by remaining 1v4 mga kaibigan, that's gonna be really hard for them. If ever na-clutch si Apinya to, mamimigay ako ng 10 battle pa sa street for sure.
Sige. Sabi mo. Sabi mo, wala pa oras yan. 44 seconds pa yan. I-post plant pa.
Ako gusto ko talaga mamigay ng battle pass ng dahil. Mabait ako eh. If na-push ni Apinya, if nanalo siya dito, yun lang din. Tingnan natin. Ay, sayang! Sayang! Oo.
Ano ba naman
sayang.
yan?
Battle pass na. Naging bato pa.
Pero pag ako nagsasabi, makaklatch nilang, makaklatch to, nagkakato to. Ba't sa'yo hindi? Daya.
One enemy remaining. Spike down. 30 seconds left.
Hey.
Alam mo, sarap ng kinain ko, Vil. Share ko lang.
Ano kinain mo?
Nagdala sila ng parang pansit ng Ilocos. Tapos, yung baget tsaka...
Baget.
Bagnet pala.
Baget. So, nagdala sila ng pansit taga Ilocos, tapos bumili sila ng France.
Bagnet pala tsaka Ilocos na ilongganisa na salted egg. Fried rice. Sarap pa.
Sarap niya eh. Ako nakatapos ka lang actually, kaya humingi 2 minutes sa'yo.
Ano kinain mo, Bes?
Jabi. Pero, Kiluwa. Oh my God, Kiluwa. Literal na sobrang nag-whiff. BMB and Heizy getting that kill. It's all up to Jet, boys. If ever na-clutch na to, panalo ang FWE dito.
Pag na-clutch niya to, sasabihin ko sino crush ko sa FW. Pero yung...
Sayang!
Sayang! Mapapaamin sana tayo. Sabi dito ni Gabriel Pantaleon, sobrang bilis ng weapon draw ni Neon pag galing ng Ina. Oo. Sabi mo.
Nice man.
And now,
ito na. Ang pagbangon ng appearance nila, pero checking your screens right now. Si Kiluwa naka-stinger lang. Fault lines, may Majesty, all the way dito sa mini sewers, pero yun nga lang wala tayo siya matama, pero yung nga lang Kiluwa mga kaibigan, everyone's gonna go here and B, pero hindi, ang ginagawa lang nila, parang debated lang to, men. Hanggat hindi pa na-plant yung spike is hindi pa sila nag-rotate. That is the discipline na ginagawa ng mga players natin ngayon, pero yung nga lang Majesty, we're gonna plant the spike already here in B. Rotation is now up. Pero nagbabantay lang din talaga si Killjoy dito lang sa may spawn. Nag-aantay lang siya ng iikot dito sa may likod. Pero ang ganda ng posisyon ng FWE. Talagang literal na binabakuran na lahat ng FCY. BMV catching one. BMV with another one right now. 3v3. Meron tao sa may likod. Dito lang sa may hell. Pero Majesty. We're gonna take down one, pero this is the Rolling Thunder. We're gonna catch two. Jet Boy sees one, and it's over. 4-3, still in favor of FCY.
Fancy! Kito pala nangyari pag last 2 matches ka. Ay! Pero now, Fancy, FW pala rather, they're quick na to adapt, guys. So, lalo na tong Hidden. Kaya magiging dikit lang din talaga tong labanan ng dalawang teams na to. Ngayon wala kang nagko-comment sa Facebook. Lipat tayo ng Twitch. Para doon naman tayo makikipagkwentuhan kasi may 380 ng views. Saka shoutout dito sa mga nanonood sa YouTube. Sabi din nanginginig. Hahawinable pero sobrang hindi. Ikaw si Bill niloko sila. Pakilang map na to. Guys, tignan nyo yung upper left. Yan. Breeze Bind third map na to. Current Haven. Ayos ba yun? Yan. Ayos yan. Ayos ba yun? Yan, ayos yan. Hi! Sa mga nandyan, guys. Sabihin ka lang yung Gcash, senda lang kayo ng piso sa akin. Salamat. Pero, kiluwa. Tandaan ko talaga, Vil. Kami dalawa ni Tero, nagkas kami. Sagat namin yung mga Gcash namin, nakaipon ako eh. 350 pesos. Wala ako sa mga nagbigay.
Mahirap kasi mag-send ng Gcash, eh. Kasi kasama yung chat, pero tinatawagan kasi ako, yun yung mahirap eh.
Kasi tinatawagan ka.
Oo, tinatawagan ako, man. TV4 Azarola, we get that 2K, trying to go into the third one, but Apina says no. 2v3 now. Low si Apina, low si Jit Boys, pwede makabawi dito ang FWE kahit paano, kahit low sila. Kasi importante naman, meron silang ultimates right now. They have the lockdown, they have the Astral Divide dito ni Apina, pero problema yun nga, sobrang low sila. And si Kilua, lalason sa likod, BMV with a kill. Hindi na pwede mag-lockdown, men. Mahirap na mag-lockdown to, promise. Pero ito nakakalapag ng papag, pero mukhang tatamaan na ata si Apina. Pero yung isa hindi. Pero Fisho, who's gonna defuse that spike? Fisho with a 2K. Really good retake na ginawa ng FCY. Just using that ultimate para siya to deny that win na pwedeng gawin ngayon FWE. Pero ang problema dito, Ray, wala silang pang-deny ng lockdown if ever. It's just one. Sino? Si Breach with the aftershock. Yun lang.
One enemy remaining.
Talagang ngayon 5-3 na. Dalawa ng kalang. Alam mo, hindi na naniniwala sa fancy pag gato yung lead nila eh. Mahabol sa alas 9-3 yan. Pero so far, ano ang balak ng FW? Magiging close na ba ito? Or magiging just on the side of fancy on the first half, tapos bigla silang bumabawi on the second half itself. But really? The amount of defense na meron ng fancy, it's really hard to get. Dahil nga, ang daming flash, ang daming ecoms, lahat na may trap pa sa may chamber. Pero ito na. Ang usual na lang ginagawa, they give the site and mag-retake sila. Pero ang layo ng retake nila. May kasama pang lockdown, mga best. Ano na? Yung hindi ko alam paano maglaro ng patch. Hindi ko sila mabasa.
Hirap eh.
Ang hirap?
Pero,
ano to?
That is the push coming in from FCY, mga kaibigan, all the way from the backsides of the game. No idea why. And for the side of FWE, what an easy take. What an easy post by ginawa dito ng FWE. Everyone actually is nasa likod. I mean, why? Di ba naman kami para manghusga?
Sorry, ito lang kami.
Ito lang talaga. Pero yeah, I mean, really good round dito sa FWE. 5-4, sobrang dikit ng laban dito rin. As in, wala. May nag-tweet sa akin. Winnable, pero hindi. Yeah.
Marunong. Electric talaga yung mga nakakabig sa pizza. Uy! Electric ka naman! PCO 3! PCO got talent! Yung spike, asan na?
One enemy remaining.
Ito. Last one. Sige, ace mo na. Sabi ko, pre, babigyan naman ace sa akin. Pre, pahil mo na ako, tapos ako nas bahala sa ace. Kawawa naman to si Apina. Slowed na nga. Alam pa kung nasan siya. Pero habang binibitias ka, no? Yung sarili niya, oh. Para sa tropa, oh. Friendship. Oh, yun na. Nakapatay tuloy. Pero meron nasa likod. Marita, buka! At that's it. Pinatamaan sa kanyang ulo. 6-4. Fancy. Gets a 50 round against FWE. Salamat sa nagsisend ng piso sa akin. Galing kay Lady Novel.
Ay, yan. Yan si Ate Lady Novel.
Salamat sa pagdadagdag.
Friend ko sa Facebook yan. Si ate. Ano yan? Teacher talaga siya.
Ay, salamat po. Salamat.
Oo. Teacher talaga yan. Oy, Arvin. Paano ka nakaka-comment, Boss Vin? Type. Dito type. Tama naman, di ba? Hindi ko alam kung paano man ang comment. Pero kasi nagtatype ako. Ito na ang pagpasok ko yan, as you can see. That is Breach. Majesty, we're gonna plant the spike already. VTech is now on. Sobrang kalat-kalat silang lahat sa mapa. Ang hirap malaman kung saan pa sila pupunta. Pero yung dalawang players ata ng FCY mukhang magagaling ata sa likod. So medyo delikado kasi si Killjoy nagbabantay sa kanila. Pero Jet Boys, waiting on that corner. Medyo delikado talaga kasi si Sky andun din sa gate. You know, sa may baba nga ng window. Pero sa paranoia will connect on to tira po right now. Yes, I can say so. Jet Boys nakakita na isa dito. One enemy remaining. As well. 3v1, BMV, the only man remaining, catching one. Dun sa may Covey na, flash na nga rin talaga siya. Pero kala mali sa Steve, mukhang sila ata mananalo dito. And FCY, that's gonna go down. And not gonna go down though. But FWE will win this team fight. And will get that round 6-5.
Last round before the switch.
Does anyone? Merci.
Bill. Ang haba naman ng match ng dalawang tao.
One enemy.
Ako yung napapagod sa kanila.
Tagal mo.
It begins.
Yay. Tayo nyo na. Yan naman kami. Uy! So na, yes I can. Gets 1, gets 2. Okay, 5-7. Here go. Uy! Patamaan nyo naman. Ano, only have a pinya to get with Jet Boys. May kamukha talaga sa BMB eh. Nakalimutan ko, parang player sa LOL.
Pogi.
Share ko lang. Oo, share ko lang.
Player standing.
Okay yun.
Pag napansin ko may kamukha. So, player ko ng LOL. O hindi.
Ano, sorry? Paano ang league? Ako si Faker.
Ito pa si Faker. Faker pero Tagalog.
Faker Tagalog. Ayun. Ako yun. Pag kunyari, pupunta ako sa stage, magtatumbling din. Roll na din ako.
May nagtatanong bakit daw tawa tayo ng tawa. Ano ba gusto niyo sabi? Umiiyak.
Gusto mo umiiyak.
Nagagalit. Pwede naman. Pili lang kayo, guys. Pero,
you don't want me to get angry. Ayun yan.
30 seconds left.
Ay, ito ata. Ito pala yun. Yung nagtanong, yun si Lady Novel. Siya yun.
Ay! Hello!
Oo, siya yun. Yung nagbigay sa'yo ng piso. Siya yun, man.
Sorry sa amin po. Masaya kami. Pero
salamat,
wala
ate.
na oras. Thank you sa piso. Pag nakakatulong talaga ito para sa kinabukasan.
Sikat yan. Nasa music video yan. Si Ate Lady.
Masaya naman yan.
Music video.
Switching sides.
Hindi ka mag-get.
Wala. Pero FCY, FCS I can. At least sila yung may namang dito ng dalawa. Majesty catching one. But it's all gonna boils down to the second half na lamang ng dalawa ang FCY dito, kapatid. 7:45 magsa-start or 7:46 magsa-start yung second half. Gaano katagal itong game na to? Sana 15 minutes lang.
Sabi dito, tumatagos sa FB yung boses niya sa sobrang lakas.
Ano daw?
Tumatagos na yung boses sa FB. Sa sobrang lakas daw.
Tumatagos sa FB boses sa sobrang lakas? Di ko gets, man.
Di ko gets.
Di ko gets. Ano? Pinipilit kong ano yun eh, pero wala.
Anong kailangan kong gawin?
Tumatawa. Oo nga, no. Ba't ka tawa ng tao? Hindi mo alam.
Hindi ko alam. Ganito na ata pagod na. Sorry, tinatawa ko na lang lahat, guys. Pero, yun. Fancy is already leading by 2 against FW. And, yun natin, if pistol nga na FW, yan lang tong next round, malaki ang probabilidad na pwede silang makabawi and makaahon na naman muli kesa sa Fancy United. And they just need that little bit of the time. And this is what exactly happened din naman earlier when they went up against Fancy nung first map. So, on the other side, ang Fancy, how will they actually go aggressive without any na duelist? So, slow pace na naman sila most probably. Except if, yes, I can somehow come up with something in physio, pero medyo mahirap-hirap to eh.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa BMV, sa FCY, and 7:47 mag-start. Hindi ko makakabala pa sila. Pero, oh my God, everyone's here in mid! It's a party here in mid! Pero sama-sama sila pupunta sa A. Pero mag-A ba talaga? Pwedeng mag-rotate dito ang Kwe. Pwede silang umikot dito. Men, kung ako sa inyo, mag-B na lang kayo. BMV catching one. Sabi na eh. Narinig na nga nila na sobrang dami. Pinilit pa rin talaga. Grabe naman si Jet Boys. Nakapatay ng dalawa yung turret niya. Literal na MVP. Yung utility na itong mga taon to. Jet Boys sees one. Ano nangyayari sa MCY?
Last player standing.
Oh!
One enemy remaining.
May pag-asa pa.
Oh, sila pag-asa pa. Pero talagang literal na pinilit nila.
Okay, panalo naman daw, Bill. Pwede na ba yun?
Hindi nice one.
And nice try na lang sa FW. Yun
Down A.
na turret.
Yung tayo ng turret, may dalawa pa, no?
Enemy remaining.
Hindi ko gets. Ay, nako. Nakakatakot ang Fancy United. Ito sobrang nakakatakot. Hindi ko sila mag- Pero ngayon, Concast, kapunan pa ng flash, lahat na, imposible sa kanila mag-A, pero they can just take the reheat unless if VCO can actually go up with someone sa may garage part. Pero kukuha na sila ng info. Sige, press A pa rin tayo, guys. Okay lang kung mag-A side tayo. But as for FW, more disciplined lang naman sila and we can really see the advantage when it comes sa mga baril. Pero, oh my goodness, boga yan, VCO, mag-iingat ka.
Sobra talagang mag-ingat ka dito. Because the players of FCY is there to shut you down. They have the economy, they have the firepower. They can actually easily go inside the side like we were watching right now. Easy, catching what they're second one. Pero si BMP ang makakakuha nun. There's someone up top which is si Neon. So pwede siya makabawi dito kahit paano nga lang. Si Jet Boys wala din talaga buhay dito. 4v3. Si Apina lang ang may Spectre. Si Jet Boys, it's just that shorty ang meron siya. He needs to play close ng sobra para makabawi talaga sa pero niya. Yes, I can hide it. So the job done. Pero all the way from heavens above, BMV will get the head of Jet Boys 9-5. And for Fue, meron silang pera para for them to get all these vandals. So, baka makapag-nice score pa nga tayo dito kahit pa paano.
Please, nice score na. Please, sa Fancy, tapusin nyo na. Tagal eh. Pero, tignan mo, mag-work sa Fancy A. Katulad lang yan ng FW, guys. Tulad sa FW sa Fancy.
There.
May kopyahan.
Gotta go. Shock it.
Kiluwag. Tries to be aggressive, but makakalamang, pero may kasama pang contrast. Pero sa trick mo lang, pero para makahabot siya kagad niya, second 3v3 na tayo dito, pero bisa nakuha na kanilang mga baril. Ano ang next step ng FWE? Pero to, meron na kasi nakikitang information mula sa corner ng site. That's gonna be Majesty himself. Pero, while checking upon it, I think mas agad kung mag-A na lang muli sila. Pero to slowly sila papasok sa A site na naman. At mag-ready na sila once again for the pick-off. Unless hindi nila mabubura si Majesty, then that's gonna be big sa side ng FW. Tapos si Majesty pa yung makakapag-pick off. Pero ngayon na, slowly na sila makapasok. Meron pang sinamang, oh no! Na-timing ni PCO si Majesty while waiting. Tapos si Stars, wala naman dyan yung Saki-Saki! Wala naman doon sa Spike mismo. So hindi talaga. De-deny na lang sila ngayon ni Yes I Can together with BMV with their utilities.
Yeah, yes, for sure. Pero in terms of utilities, walang-wala na talaga ang FWE. So talaga baka maging 10-6 pa to. Off your! Bang, 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 bang! 2v1 on this game. Yes I Can sees the head of one! But Yes I Can with a big wall back, mga kaibigan. 10-5. Walang pera ang FWE next round. Oh no.
No way.
Ito guys ka-group to. Itong Fancy United tsaka itong FW. Ka-group nila ang Team Secret. Pero ang Team Secret andito rin ng Bleed. Aroy. Yun nga yung game bukas eh. Maglalaban ng Bleed bukas eh. Literal na sakit eh, no?
Talagang, yung Team Secret, pasok na yan eh. Bukas pala, tayo magkakast ng RRQ. Tapos sila Taylor at Honey Glaze, yung Team Secret.
Oo.
So, bakit ayaw ba sa atin? Hindi na, okay na naman na partner ka, Vil, pero ayaw ba nila na maging partner ka naman si Taylor tsaka si Honey Glaze? Tsaka ni Taylor.
Ayaw mo ba ako?
Hindi, wala akong sinabi ha. Wala akong sinasabi. Okay lang sa akin.
Akala ko, reklamo eh. Isi-use mo yan, ha? Hindi, wala kasi si Taylor. Wala rin siya sa June 17 eh.
Miss ko na yan ay, nagkasama pa namin. Si Honey Glaze ang nami-miss ko. Yan. Pero miss ko na rin kayo. Di ko na kayo nakikita ni Terror eh. Ni Terror.
Tagal na, no?
Tagal na eh. Para isang mantik na isang buwan. Pero to, 10-5. Ito pag naigo pa ng FW to kasi ewan ko lang. What? Oh! Crispy top! But then, ang nag-work ay ang kanilang mga barrel. Kiluwa na lang together with Majesty. Sasayaw talaga ng Fancy. Ang Fancy kapag nanalo na sila against FW, but it's up to Killua and Majesty to make the dream work. But looks like mahihirapan na talaga sila ngayon.
EV2 mga kaibigan, one-way smoke ang ginagawa na dito para syempre for them to catch them off guard. Yes, I can. Pwede pa rin makabakay kahit papano, pero everyone is here sa may silong talaga. 3v2, oh my god! Highs, literal na dire-diretso sa kamatayan. Si Killua dito, 11-5. May pera ba ang Fue? Meron.
Merong pera. Pero, kapag natalo pa sila sa round na to, doon tayo magiging crucial na sa side ng FW. But the experience itself, at least I'm happy to see Fancy actually winning here in Haven despite this comp na meron sila. But konting-konti na lang before Fancy can actually win this. 2 left na lang because they already have that 6th round advantage. And as they pull off those Seekers, the info is pretty good. Pero dinaanan lang ngayon ng asa. Pero magsusok na kagad. Pero kung may kasunod pa ba kagad? No. Pero on the other side of the map, si Heizi makakabawas na nga rin sa nakayan. Then kagad si Majesty all over there. Pero he was able to take out one. Pero BMV chase him out. And si Apinya na lang siya kasi Jeet Boys. Feel ko medyo nawala na ng ganing FW the way they play. Nahila lang na onte pero okay na.
Sana kanina po ng game number 2. Diba? Para tapos na. Pero ito lang ngayon si Jet Boys waiting here in the corner. Jet Boys will swing. Oh my god! Nice fault tayo natama. Ang muntik na matawa si Jet Boys. Pero that is a swing! FCY, this is gonna be the last round probably. Walang pera ang FWE ngayon.
Match point. At isa na lang for Fancy. Paano na ngayon? FW, what will happen? Sila ay babagsak sa lower bracket kapag natalo sila. At nakakapagtaka, paano kaya nila natalo yung full sense? Joke lang, guys. Feel ko kabado lang to. First day nga. First day ng, ano nila, ng pagiging First day nila actually sa APAC kasi, guys. Hindi naman sila nag-play-ins eh. So, medyo, nandun pa yung onting, alam mo, adjustments, kung paano nga ba sila makakabawi or what, how will they handle the pressure, di ba? Coming in from Fancy na very hard na basahin.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa FCY, they only need one more win. I mean, for FWE, sobrang laki ng chance na sila na makakakuha nito for sure. I mean, for sure, sobrang laki ng chance, I mean, promise. Pero are they gonna push in dito sa Mega Rogers or not? Jet Boy's in a lot of trouble kasi Spectre lang ang gamit niya. Na-flashan pa nga, meron na dito ang turret though. But because of that alarm bot, oh my god! Talagang kinuha, oh my god, Opinion with another one right now, but Jet Boys keeping the dream alive sa side ng FWE. Spike is now drop, pero oh no!
30 seconds.
Matamaan siya! It's all up to Tira Pong with a swing! 1v1 with the great one.
Hi, Z.
Spike is dropped. Nasa iyo. Spike is dropped, mga kaibigan, so it's gonna be really hard for Tira for Heizi to get this win.
Cover going out.
14 seconds in.
10 seconds left.
Pupunin lang niya. Alam niya nasa labas lang! And Tira Pong! We'll get it.
At hindi pa tapos.
Yano! Matibay ang paninindigan ng mga players ito, man. Ibang klase ang paninindigan.
Sana all pinapanindigan. Ay, hindi pala yan. Di naman halata na once a day. Hindi naman ako once. Pero pinabayas kasi Momo. Pero di na naman ako fan ng mama mo. Ng Red Velvet. Blackpink. Yun lang eh. Pero parang ngayon na wala ganong update sa Twice. Hindi, or di lang ako nanonood siguro. Mas gusto ko sa performance-wise sa on-stage mga taga-mama mo eh. Yan. Share ko lang. Share ako eh. Pero, yun. Isa na lang before Fancy takes this. At buti naman nag-timeout kayo. Isa na lang. Pag nakahabol ang FW best, ewan ko na lang talaga. Hindi ko na alam kung anong meron sa Fancy at di nila kaya magkaroon ng closure.
Ito na ba ang closure na hanap nila?
Cover going out.
Here in this game right now, this is the push coming in from FCY, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan talaga muna natin na pag-antayin pa ang FWE dito if ever para lang syempre maubusan ng utilities sila. Yes, I can with a swing. Tira Pong with a 2K right now, pero ando pa si Tira Pong, nakakatatlo din talaga. Pero yun nga, that is a trade-off na ginagawa din talaga ng FCY. 2v2 onto this game, and officially they'll plant the spike already. Merong tao sa harap, merong tao sa likod, and they know it na merong nagfa-flank sa kanila. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Killjoy talagang bumabawi eh, no? Hindi talaga sila backside, but nga official pushing ito a 1v1. 2v1 rather. Oh no! Oh no! Malilikod si Acerola! Oh no! Pero yun, alam na ni Fisho kung nasan yung last guy. Makakuha pa ng Phantom! And Jet Boys! Taking down Fisho! May isa pa!
Ay!
Clutch. Placing alarm bot.
Puro clutch! Akala mo nandyan na panalo na pero di ba pala na 1v2 sila nag-extend pa. Wala ka silang information ko nasa. Yung last guy. Sumasakit na yung ulo ko dito.
Shadows traveling.
There's the push already. Paranoia onto High Z. Nag-gawin yan. We're gonna catch two. Pero, oh my God! Kung saan man siya nag-shadow step na tamaan pa rin si Omen God. Pero yun nga, oh, tira pong. We'll get that head. Oh, 3 players natin talaga. Pero spray and pray ang ginagawa dito ng FCY. Gigil na gigil sila. Kumalma lang kasi kayo. Gigil kayo masyado eh. Oo, mananalo kayo dito. Pero kumalma kayo.
Bakit na? Nagagalit na kikil niya kami.
Diba? Pwede na. Oh,
yeah. Kanina pa! Nag-time out na lahat. Wala pa rin. Ganoon.
Pwede naman kasi silang kumalma.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blinded.
But sabi nga dito, you want to play?
Let's play.
You really wanna play nga ang side ng fancy. But here it goes. They try to push in sa mismo, but yes I can. Goes for a plant. Eto na, mariritik sa labad dito ngayon ng FWS kasi merong lockdown eh. May kasama pa sila kagad mga seekers. But that's just it. Sino kilala pa? Sila pa yan na rin. Sila na nga nangyayari ngayon. Sila mga kalakos. May kagad. Pero nga lang matatap sila kagad. Pati na! Pati na lang kagad. Sila sa bumabagsak. Pili na lang ang kagad. Pero ito alam ko. Time is ticking and PPGL finishes him out. And finally, Fancy! Mananalo na sila ngayon din sa second stage in APAC Year 2 ng Valorant ng VCT. And looking at it, 2-1. Close games it is. Pero as for FW, pupunta sila ng lower bracket.
Grabe. So, ano to? So, 14 minutes yung second half. Hindi. 20 minutes. 20 minutes yung second half, mga Pero,
calculated.
Calculated. Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen it already. Talagang FCY talaga dito because of their situation lang din naman talaga, diba? Dun sa second half, I mean, yes, medyo we've seen some hiccups. Talagang kinlose at rin talaga ng FCY ang pagkapanalo doon. Pero yun nga lang, ang problema din talaga ng mga players ngayon dito sa FCY, talagang they're actually trying to push FWE really hard na dumating sa point na talagang sila na yung namamatay, na sobrang atat sila. Ayaw nilang kumalma. Dire-diretso talaga sila dito. Lalo na yung Omen nila. Alam mo, dire-diretso lang din. Kumalma ka kasi, pre. Kaya rin talaga nakahabol ang FWE kahit paano. Pero at the end of the day, it's just FCY will gonna win 2-1. I mean, sa totoo lang for FWE, they can actually win the game number 3. They won the second map. So, pwede natin sabihin na they have an advantage pagdating ng game number 3 if ever. Pero, wala, FCY, pwede natin sabihin na talagang it's gonna be the better team. The top 1 of Vietnam will win versus the top 2 of Thailand.
Dami pa talaga ang makita natin, guys. But that's just it for the games for today, guys. Pero after this short break, pupunta tayo sa panel. Once again, ako si Riri. Kasama ko dito si Vil. At kita-kits tayo sa mga games bukas here in VCT APAC Stage 2.
Day number 1, giving us a taste of the competition we can expect throughout this stage of APAC. Back here on the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, your panelists, Likeable, Cash Money, and Tricks, still at your service. Fancy Esports United ending the day with the bang on Haven. I absolutely love this game, Tash, especially because it really felt like that huge battle of utility.
Oh yeah, the utility was definitely a thing. I think it's more toward the side of Fancy when you think about it. I mean, we saw a triple controller just now. They're like, okay, I think triple controller is too much, so let's go with the double controller this time around. And I think they really found that recipe for success, especially on this map. While we did see a flip from FWE toward the second half, but the lead coming in from Fancy was a little bit too big. It felt like they had a little bit of trouble closing the game. I think they gave like 3 rounds to FW before they finally closed it. But I have to say, this utility usage from Fancy has been great on how they used it, how they played. We didn't really see that aggressive Omen play that we wanted, honestly, but if it works, it works.
Yeah, I feel like Fancy was really able to capitalize, as we talked about Breeze, right? What they could do better for Haven. It was really just about getting those proactive plays in, and we saw them definitely do that on their defender side. They were getting the information, they were getting the intel that they needed. They were able to just capitalize on, punishing the Neon trying to push in through.
Oh yeah.
And the opponents being a little more predictable with repeating their strategies with the Neon as well, like how they use the wall, sometimes the wall going into their own disadvantage.
Now, as early as round number 1, we actually saw the proactiveness that you were really looking forward to see, Tricks. I mean, how often do you see that the entire squad just pushing along and taking out the competition? They were ready for this. They were prepared. They really studied the opponent. Just goes to show how much they prepared for their matchup going up against FW Esports. But overall, Tash, especially on the first half, it was a complete tug of war.
It was, and I think because on the first half, each team was still trying to get that information about how each other played this map. So coming through, I have to say, in a lot of situations here, we start seeing them. I have to say that in terms of how Fancy played defense and attack, they really know how to gain control. They knew that, okay, let's put more people onto B. And because there's more people onto B, depending on the information we get, it's going to be fast rotations to A as well as C. And on top of that, every time we see a team try to get, which is FW, try to get control of perhaps Garage or even B, it's hard for them to do that when there's so many different areas that Fancy United was already prepped for.
It also seemed FCY just having a better refrag setup. They always had their players with them. They had somebody marking the angle, they had somebody else with utility that could assist them in getting those frags. Like in this one, they gave up a long, and then you saw that the Sky used the Trailblazer, and then the Breach used the stun, and even though the Neon was trying to get out, it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, I totally see that going here. But on the side of FW Esports, I think that there were instances wherein they also tried that proactive approach that we were really looking for. And I think that Cash was actually able to spot that too.
Yeah, so for FW, we saw the proactiveness come in toward the second half. I think it's mostly because Killua was enabled in that situation where it's like, oh, it's attack, great, I can play Neon how she's supposed to be played, taking up space. But even on defense, though, I feel like Neon is a little bit more, I would say, loose, where she can just because of her speed, she can go in for these flanks coming through. But we did not see that in the first half from the side of FW. But for now, when you look at here, BMB, I'm not surprised seeing him as MVP. In a lot of situations, his breach plays has been a lot of has bandaged a lot of situations that could have gone bad from the side. And in a lot of situations, if say BMV went down, he still makes sure that he does his job. He put out the aftershock, he put out the fault line, he put out maybe the rolling thunder first before he goes down. And as a breach player, and if you get that out and you already give value to your teammates, that's pretty much all you need.
I'm pretty sure that you were really happy seeing him as the MVP. You were really looking forward to how the breach was going to be impacting the entire Haven map, right? And you got it. BMV really delivered over here. And with him being the MVP for this match, this is where the final series of the day comes to a close. It was a long way getting here. But again, this is just the beginning. Let's have a recap of all the madness that went down on this first day of the group stage. Tash, how's day 1 of APAC treating you so far?
So far, so good. I am surprised to say that game 1 to game 3 was actually a lot faster than I anticipated. I would say that game 1 and game 2 it could have gone either way, but this comes down to like stats when we talked about earlier. Sometimes you see like a 2-0, but the story inside that 2-0 is interesting, where it could have been like a 13-10 or a 13-11. Those are the situations that we saw at least on game number 1 for today. But Oasis and Order, I have to say, was my favorite game for today, just because how Order really surprised all of us with their first time here on APAC.
I definitely wasn't expecting... Actually, I didn't know what to expect from Order. I've heard that they were fantastic, and they proved all of that right. The way that they played, the executions that they had, the control of the map, it was just spot on.
And now we have Group A play-ins, or not play-ins, but group stage. I got a little bit used to last week, but yeah, Trix, looking at this right now, how's Group A looking for you?
I mean, Gaimin with that solid 2-0 on Griffin, pushing Griffin to that lower bracket. I'm excited to see who Gaimin plays against. But I first really want to see Onyx versus Myth. I think really excited about that too. So well, but Myth is also improving just as the days pass.
Now it
always feels like
Cash.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say that Myth is just one of those teams that really can surprise you, and every single time they go into a tournament, you see different flexibilities coming from them.
Oh, I completely agree. But here it is, Tash. Group B. Remember that invigorating game between Alter Ego and Global Esports?
Yeah.
Anything else you want to point out here?
Honestly, Xerxia, I'm really excited for them. And I feel like for our last stage, you heard about the power outage in Bangkok, and they had to go through the lower bracket, and they still made it out on top. I think that's the reason why I'm such a big fan of the team, just because of that tenacity coming through. They don't really let anything get in their way to get to the top. But then again, when you think about RRQ on the other side, RRQ is also a team that really catches a lot of attention just because of how aggressive they play, how creative they can be with all their lineups.
Yes, of course. RRQ is something we're really looking forward to. But hey, I see Paper X over here, Tash.
Oh yeah, Paper X. They're a team that I'm very excited to see just because of how flexible and how fast they learn. But honestly, Trix, Team Secret and Bleed, what do you think?
I think Team Secret being more solid than they have been before, but Bleed also being able to take themselves out of those play-ins. They improve, they work on their faults. We see that Maxi and Pit also just playing so brilliantly. And I want to know how Team Secret is like preparing for that match to come up.
Well, speaking of the match to come up, here is tomorrow's schedule. Again, today was just the first day, the first set of matches, the first meeting that everybody had in this stage of APAC. Tomorrow, it's kind of like the same setup. We have 2 teams from every group that will be facing off, that will be seeing each other for the very first time on this stage. But off the bat, Trix, see anything you're really looking forward to?
I think I'm really looking forward to game 1 this time. I really want to see how Myth plays against Onyx.
I think that's definitely like the star, like a great start to the day. But at the same time, the last game of the day was also really good. I mean, when you think about Team Secret, they really struggled trying to come back, make a comeback here. And now that they're here again, there's also a team like Bleed. I have to say, they also pretty much struggled this time around as well, coming in from Malaysia, Singapore. So these teams with these very interesting journeys meeting together as the last match of the day is really going to tell us a really interesting story as to how it will go for a team that goes up and a team that goes down.
Well, I agree. I personally look forward to the Team Secret match, of course. Not just because they're a team that's close to my heart, but also because of the teasers that they've been posting on Twitter. If you guys have not yet checked that out, you better do so. It's very creative.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. I was actually showing Cash all of it just a while ago, and she really enjoyed it too. So for those who are watching right now, I suggest you go and check out all of these players' Twitter accounts and check out what the heck I'm talking about over here. And again, call me a bandwagon if you will, but these boys are from the PH and they're looking as solid as ever. As they said during the PH Challengers, Team Secret is back. But now that all of that is said and done, we look forward to seeing you guys once again tomorrow as we introduce the rest of the teams stepping up to the APAC stage. Remember that this is the last leg of the competition before we determine who will be sent to Masters Denmark. So make sure that you don't miss any of the action. Once again, it has been a pleasure serving you guys the story. It's been Likeable, Cash Bunny, and Trix on the panel. Thank you and good night.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me